Chapter 6001, The Galactic Parity Plan. The Galactic Parity Plan was bound to change the political and racial divisions of the Red Ocean forever. Golden Wing Mihail Pentak came up with this grand plan because he had grown disillusioned at the cosmopolitan movement. The man had fought for its great and righteous cause for over 3 centuries, only for nothing to happen. As his long life began to enter its twilight years, the leader of the Fuchsia Cell eventually made the realization that he had never amounted to anything in his life. So what if he managed to live for so long? So what if he climbed his way up the ranks and took over the leadership of an entire cell? The cosmopolitan movement still remained as unpopular among the stupid and prejudiced masses as ever. Public opinion and support towards cosmopolitan ideals had not improved in any significant way. In fact, recent events had caused the cosmopolitans to lose a substantial amount of sympathy. The rise of the ancestral spirit, known as Karamand, particularly proved to be a poisonous influence to red humanity. From the moment he explosively came to life, the entity that bore the name of the most destructive human in history had single-handedly raised the morale of a lot of doubting people. Before the unexpected transformation of the dominion of man, a growing number of humans had turned into pragmatists. They understood that red humanity was far too outnumbered to win the Red War, and secretly formed plans to seek compromise or outright defect to the aliens. While these defeatists had yet to join the cosmopolitan movement, they were prime recruits and could offer a lot of support to all of the cells operating inside human-occupied space. Yet the rise of Karamand not only caused the pragmatists to abandon their nascent cosmopolitan inclinations, but also turned them into even more fanatical human supremacists. Karamand's existence posed a huge threat to the cosmopolitan movement in the long run. His ideals and his growing influence over human society would make it harder for the various cells to establish contact with sympathizers and infiltrate powerful organizations. Karamand's rise vindicated the Fuchsia Cell's decision to pursue a radically different strategy than before. Power mattered. Golden Wing Mihail Pentak had become convinced that the reason why the cosmopolitan movement never made any significant progress in its ultimate goal was because every cell constantly pursued cooperation first. It was rather ironic that the cosmopolitan movement had never succeeded because of its relentless adherence towards a diplomatic approach. It had been difficult for the Golden Wing to accept this painful fact. It had been even more difficult to convince other cosmopolitans that they had been working in the wrong direction all this time. Fortunately for him, he managed to drum up enough support to enact his galactic parity plan. As Golden Wing Mihail and Brown Mandible Zivnihar prepared to pass through the lock that led into the holding chamber, the man who received the precious companion spirit fruit eagerly explained the significance of his plan. Zivnihar frowned. "You will be the agent who is tasked with conveying our success, as well as our first efforts to expand our power. Once we are able to use this companion spirit fruit to take control of the Devourer Queen, we shall use her authority over the Vorybugs to overrun every significant star system, regardless of whether they are occupied by intelligent species or not. The Vorybugs multiply quickly, but their ability to conquer and hold territory has always been stymied by their inability to stop themselves from devouring the starships that they have infiltrated. As long as the Devourer Queen can force her Vorybugs into hibernation, we can quietly transport them to any destination without fear of losing our starships." Although the Brown Mandible was not a part of the Fuchsia Cell, his involvement so far already allowed him to understand the gist of the galactic parity plan. Zivnihar frowned. "I already know that the conquest of the star systems in this region is an essential step towards building an independent polity under the control of your cell. I am afraid that the excessive killing may be counterproductive to your plan. If the Devourer Queen cannot maintain enough control over her Vorybugs, the insectile minions will engage in indiscriminate slaughter, causing many tragedies, and fostering many new hatreds among the surviving aliens that have managed to escape the Voribug tide. How will your new polity be able to invite the intelligent aliens to the negotiating table? Through extortion, the Golden Wing excitedly grinned. The soft approach will never work for the Red Cabal and the other major alien races. They consider cosmopolitans to be fools who they can freely take advantage of. We need to correct their mistaken impression by voicing our determination to wage a war that the alien community cannot afford to fight. Not all of the rules of diplomacy are invalid. Irrational hatreds can never supersede rational interests. As long as our Voribugs continue to overrun a region of space where the aliens have transferred away much of their home ships, we shall ultimately force the Red Cabal to negotiate with us regardless of how much they despise our actions. And the unenlightened humans. They require much more convincing before they are amenable to negotiation. I do not expect to be able to open up a dialogue with the Red 2 or the Red 3 in the foreseeable time. We may have to demonstrate our power and the utter helplessness of Red humanity's ability to resist a coordinated tide of Voribugs. We shall first need to conquer a sufficient amount of alien-held star systems to do so. We are currently located too deep in alien space. Many cells established their bases far away from human-occupied territory. That made them much less exposed to the humans that despised the cosmopolitan movement, but it also isolated the occupants of all of these secret bases. Be careful, the Golden Wing warned. We are about to approach the Devourer Queen. Do not provoke her or address her directly. Let me handle communications. All of the hours I have spent at her side have allowed me to earn a measure of her trust, but this is only relative. Whatever happens, do not panic. I am not a yellow shell. I have made contact with many people and aliens. Remaining calm and in control are essential qualities to brown mandibles. Zivnihar defensively retorted. The cosmopolitan movement had been hunted down for so long that its cells had learned to become as independent as possible. Yet the cosmopolitans also recognized that it was detrimental if they fractured into completely unrelated splinter organizations. This was why brown mandibles came into being. They were among the very few individuals that facilitated and promoted intercell exchanges and coordination. They served as the glue that kept the cells in touch with each other. The brown mandibles also monitored the cells they got in touch with and mobilized others to destroy any cell that had strayed too far from their collective goal. Although the fuchsia cell had indeed deviated quite a lot from the principles and customs of the cosmopolitan movement, Golden Wing Mihail had no concerns about getting foiled by other cells. His method may be a lot more crooked, but his intentions remained pure. The fact that so many other cells had given the fuchsia cell crucial support meant that more cosmopolitans had become convinced by his theory that they needed to accrue power first. The brown mandible suddenly slowed down. Do you feel her? That is the magnitude of her psionic power or soul. Powerful, is it not? This is a manifestation of her extensive ability to control Voribugs across multiple light hours. If not for the fact that we have lined this entire chamber with materials that can block and disrupt her attempts to establish control over other Voribugs, she would have been able to summon a swarm to free her from captivity. Zivnihar looked partially impressed. I have never heard of a beast that can control other organisms over interplanetary distances. How will you be able to make the Devourer Queen coordinate her Voribugs across interstellar distances? With the use of genetically modified Voribugs, the Golden Wing answered. We have experimented with adding many alien genes from a large variety of different species. We have finally managed to design an artificial Voribug subspecies that can receive the Devourer Queen's psionic signals and amplify them before transmitting her commands over much larger distances. Will the Devourer Queen make use of them? From my understanding, Voribugs are vehemently hostile towards any member of their species that have been unnaturally altered. The Golden Wing frowned. That has been a major obstacle to our plan. We cannot remove this instinct from their species. It is so well embedded into their genes that we have increasingly come to suspect that they are not natural. Our current theory is that they are an engineered biological war weapon that has somehow degenerated into their current state. It explains why their species contains so many protections that make it far too difficult to bring the insectile species under our control. This is why the companion spirit fruit is so crucial to us. It can force the vorybugs to keep the relay vorybugs and other modified variants of their species alive. The party that originally developed the vorybugs must never have imagined that it is possible to circumvent all of those measures in this manner. They finally came close enough for the two of them to gain a very clear glimpse of the Devourer Queen. She looked utterly monstrous. Even the oldest elder vorybugs only grew as large as human heads, which caused them to appear a lot less threatening. The vorybugs had always been a species that relied on quantity to overpower their prey. The Devourer Queen utterly broke that pattern. The brown mandible roughly estimated that the heavily mutated vorybug 5 times as large as a heavy mech. The brown mandible resisted the urge to cry out in pain. The massive vorybug actually communicated with him. Although Zivnihar failed to understand the alien's words, he could still feel her rampant hostility and hunger. The Devourer Queen hardly looked as if she was ready to cooperate with the Fuchsia Cell and work towards building a peaceful panspecies galactic community. My apologies for that. The Devourer Queen possesses an uncontrollable temper. She has only reluctantly learned to tolerate my presence. Mihail Pentax spoke as he fearlessly strode forward and placed his open palm against the massive creature's shell. This vorybug is a calamity beast, correct? Does that not make it an exobast that is unremittingly hostile against alien civilizations? The cell leader shook his head. That is only partially correct. If we assume that the vorybugs are degenerated biological war weapons, then we believe that they can be uplifted into a proper intelligent alien species. They will still retain many of their swarm instincts, but we should be able to reason with them as long as their queen has become intelligent and rational enough. The fruit that you have delivered shall ensure this result. There is a large chance that the fruit will not take effect, the brown mandible warned. According to documentation that I have managed to access, these fruits only take effect on beings that are not psionically powerful. Calamity beasts such as your subject should fall outside this category. That is normally true, but not for this particular fruit. The golden wing grinned as he raised the object in his arm. We sought the aid of our second exalted benefactor, not just so we can make it compatible with alien species. One of the other reasons why we borrowed the help of such a powerful ally is to imbue this fruit with the raw power to overcome the Devourer Queen's defenses. That is normally true, but not for this particular fruit. The golden wing grinned as he raised the object in his arm. We sought the aid of our second exalted benefactor, not just so we can make it compatible with alien species. One of the other reasons why we borrowed the help of such a powerful ally is to imbue this fruit with the raw power to overcome the Devourer Queen's defenses. The Devourer Queen shook against her restraints as the enlightenment fruit began to glow. The captive calamity beast reacted poorly to a fruit that contained an immense amount of power. Chapter 6002, The Devourer Queen. Companion spirit fruits possessed amazing and life-changing effects. Through mysterious means, Vess Larkinson and the researchers who worked for him managed to develop a tree that could grow fruits that magically enabled people to form their own companion spirits. Not everyone obtained a companion spirit right away. Those with weaker souls only gained companion spirit seeds that needed to undergo a lot of growth before they turned into anything useful. Regardless, many different people tried to figure out how the genetically modified trees were able to spawn these miraculous fruits, and how they worked so well on humans. Virtually, every attempt at reverse engineering them failed. Researchers from both the Red Association and the Red Fleet had tried to replicate the relatively simple biological structures of both the trees and the fruits, yet failed to gain the power to safely induce the formation of companion spirits in people's minds. Despite all of these failures, the researchers made plenty of discoveries. These secrets subsequently passed on to the cosmopolitans, allowing Golden Wing Mihail Pentak to formulate a daring plan to corrupt a fruit and allow it to work on aliens. The power of the fruit does not lie in its flesh. Its cells and DNA do not contain anything that can produce the desired effect. The cell leader spoke as preparations were made to control the Devourer Queen. It turned out that we were looking in the wrong directions. The actual effect of the fruit is intangible, untouchable. Furthermore, the most crucial energy that is responsible for bringing life, where none previously existed, comes from an external provider that maintains a connection to every fruit. That being is called after one of humanity's ancient earth goddesses. She also happens to be the guardian that verifies that the fruits are being used by the right people. The brown mandible looked impressed. He never accessed the information that explained how the fruits worked. If this fruit has been altered to the point where it has severed its connection to that earth goddess, does it still contain the crucial energy needed to form a companion spirit? Fear not, brown mandible. I have just examined it and verified that it is present. Once we conduct the final inspections, we shall feed the fruit to the Devourer Queen and wait for her to spawn a companion spirit. That is the moment where I shall take action in person. How will you be able to gain control over the new companion spirit? As young as it may be, what if it is too powerful for you to control? That is what all of our equipment is for. The cell leader responded while gesturing his arm towards all of the hyper devices extending from the tall ceiling. These hyper emitters can either weaken or inflict damage to the Devourer Queen's soul. It pains me to resort to force in order to obtain her cooperation, but it may be the only means for us to turn this calamity beast into a controllable subject. If that is not enough, we are prepared to employ more physical means to subdue the creature. 2 powerful first-class multipurpose mechs stepped forward and kept their plasma spears in a firm grip. More mechs and other forms of support were available as well. The fuchsia cell did not take this situation lightly and mustered as many resources as possible. Time passed by. The companion spirit fruit had gone through many examinations. The Devourer Queen had also been prepped by injecting a huge amount of sedatives in her alien body. The Calamity Beast possessed an amazing resistance towards drugs, but even she could not resist the sheer quantity of substances that were messing with her hormones and other biological levers. The massive creature gradually turned sluggish to the point where she had fallen into a half-sleep state. All systems are green. Our facility is under full lockdown. The Devourer Queen's vital signs are within expected parameters. Commence the feeding process. A long and flexible robotic arm extended from the side while holding the companion spirit fruit on its tendrils. Almost immediately after that, the fruit's potent energies started to erupt, launching a powerful attack on the Calamity Beast's soul. The arm continued to extend the fruit closer to the massive and intimidating mouth of the Calamity Beast. Soon, the Voribug Queen instinctively swallowed the fruit. Almost immediately after that, the fruit's potent energies started to erupt, launching a powerful attack on the Calamity Beast's soul. Despite the drugged condition of the Devourer Queen, the powerful attack to the core of her being forcibly caused her body to resist the drugs and become more active. Detecting rising activity levels from the Devourer Queen. The subject's immune system is actively breaking down the sedatives circulating in her bloodstream. Continue to inject more sedatives into her body. Ignore every prior dosage rule. It is not working. Her body is adapting to our attempts to subdue her. Her drug resistance is continuing to rise without any sign of plateauing. Then, buy enough time for our Golden Wing to complete his actions. Many gray scalpels became a lot more active as they monitored the data, and did whatever they could to keep the situation under control. The Devourer Queen made that a lot more difficult as the surprisingly powerful blow inflicted by the companion spirit fruit caused her to feel she was under attack by a mortal enemy. The Voribug possessed far too many instincts to completely suppress her self-defense mechanisms. Mihail Pentak found himself forced to rush through his own process. He waited for the domineering fruit to crack open the Devourer Queen's soul and turn a part of it into a brand new companion spirit. There, the psionically gifted Golden Wing observed the Devourer Queen carefully. It was not until the boosted companion spirit successfully converted a part of her wounded soul into a brand new personality that he commenced the next phase of his operation. "You are mine." A couple of hyper-emitters went active, causing further injuries and suppression onto the Devourer Queen's soul. The Golden Wing was not as susceptible to this suppression effect, so he proceeded to capture and subvert the newborn companion spirit before it had any time to grow into its power. The timing was crucial. The ambitious cosmopolitan leader needed to act early enough to deny the Devourer Queen any chance of overturning the situation. It was working. The Golden Wing utilized a combination of alien technology, ancient cultivation techniques, and unique methods developed by the cosmopolitan movement to inject more human rationality to the companion spirit and simultaneously transform it into Mihail's thrall. The plan was flexible enough to account for multiple possible outcomes. The best-case scenario was that the Golden Wing took complete control over the Devourer Queen by hijacking her companion spirit first. The worse but still acceptable scenario was that the Golden Wing failed to assume control over the companion spirit, but at least managed to make it human enough to civilize the calamity beast. The Fuchsia Cell would at least be able to gain the Devourer Queen's cooperation through respectful dialogue. So far, Mihail Pentak became confident that he would be able to subvert the Devourer Queen in her entirety. The stolen and heavily modified companion spirit fruit was much more powerful than he anticipated. It not only dealt a severe blow to the Devourer Queen's soul, but continued to exert an overpowering suppressive effect that prevented her from regaining her awareness. It should have been impossible for such a weak fruit to single-handedly bring a powerful calamity beast to heel, but the Golden Wing did not exhibit any surprise. As Mihail Pentak slowly managed to take near-absolute control over the very new and vulnerable companion spirit, a sudden action caught him off guard. The Devourer Queen's heavily injured soul abruptly swallowed the remaining energies contained within the companion spirit fruit. What? That was not supposed to happen. The Devourer Queen may be powerful, but the exalted benefactor who transformed and empowered the stolen companion spirit fruit was much stronger. The intervention of such a powerful helper should have prevented this outcome. The difference in power between the Devourer Queen and the exalted benefactor was too great. Whatever the case, the turn of events happened far too quickly for the Golden Wing to respond. The Devourer Queen quickly recovered her soul. Few cosmopolitans understood what just happened, but each of them understood that an enormous crisis was about to unfold. Abort, activate Omega-3 Purge, Foxtrot Uniform Gaia. The Golden Wing received a powerful shock to his own soul. His proximity to the Devourer Queen and his strong connection to her companion spirit had made her vulnerable to her counterattack. Even as the first-class multipurpose Mechs moved forward in order to thrust their plasma spears into the captive calamity beast's body, the leader of the Fuchsia Cell received another powerful shock that shattered his soul. His body abruptly slumped. If not for his protective suit, he would have already collapsed onto the floor. Alarms kept ringing, while cosmopolitans kept yelling. Despite activating multiple contingency plans at once, every attempt to subdue and weaken the Devourer Queen failed. This was because she somehow generated a force field that blocked incoming attacks and severed many of her physical bonds. The enraged Voribug Queen subsequently began to thrash with much greater strength than before, allowing her to remove the remaining restraints. Ugh. The psionic scream penetrated all of the dampening materials and went on to induce a disorienting blow to every nearby human. The cosmopolitans increasingly concluded that the situation couldn't be salvaged anymore. Since the Devourer Queen had not only gone out of control, but also absorbed a large source of energy, she had become a massive threat to both human and alien interests. Initiate self-destruct, transmit the codes right now, annihilate everything inside the chamber now. But that will kill the Golden Wing. He is already dead. His sacrifice shall not be in vain. Brown Mandible, take these logs and depart through our fastest evacuation channel. You must flee and bring news of what has happened here in case we cannot contain this threat anymore. Leave. Zivnihar did not argue the necessity of this precaution. He took the logs and jumped into an escape hatch that just opened up on the side. Shortly after his departure, the control room started to shake. What was that? Many of our labs have been breached. Oh no, our test subjects have broken out of their cages. How? They have evolved. Each of them are larger and have developed brand new abilities. Wait, they are converging on our location. They are moving to free their queen. Exterminate them all. Our base defenses should be strong enough to stop their advance. They are not moving through the corridors. They are eating through our walls and circumventing all of the kill zones. Not only that, they are eating away at the power lines that disable every device within their reach. The Voribugs are displaying unmatched coordination and direction. Many cosmopolitans widened their eyes in realization. The Voribug Queen is actively controlling them. They will breach her holding chamber within 3 minutes at this pace. Why hasn't the Devourer Queen died already? Her defenses are too strong. She is adapting far too quickly to her current predicament. Look at our Mechs. Over a dozen Mechs that were previously on standby had attempted to destroy the Devourer Queen. The holding chamber itself also activated a lot of emergency measures, from channeling flames to increasing gravity by hundreds of times. None of these measures worked. The Devourer Queen previously gave the impression that her enormous bulk was largely due to increasing her capacity to birth lots of powerful Voribugs. But now, her body had become much more capable of defending her against direct attacks. The only hope for the Cosmopolitans was to self-destruct the base and cause everything in the area to be wiped out by an antimatter bomb. The members of the Fuchsia Cell did not bother to escape. They had all committed to the Galactic Parity Plan. Now that it had backfired on their faces, none of them had any confidence that they could revive the cosmopolitan movement and enact real change. 60 seconds until self-destruct. 50 seconds until self-destruct. 43 seconds until self-destruct. Wait, it is no longer counting down. Why is it no longer counting down? A higher authority activated an override. The self-destruct command has paused. Then manually trigger the antimatter bomb. We can't. It is buried in a fully enclosed and armored space that is expressly designed to prevent tampering. Even if we attempt to drill into the chamber that holds the bomb, the Voribugs will reach it before our emergency response teams. Look. Multiple cosmopolitans looked through the transparent wall. A very familiar human stared back at them with a distinctly inhuman gaze. Our Golden Wing. Something is wrong. A very strange grin appeared on Mihail Nihar's face. The man shakingly began to utter a few words. My hive shall expand and devour the entire Red Ocean. Every cosmopolitan looked aghast. The Devourer Queen had turned the tables against the Golden Wing. Instead of the human taking control of the Voribug Queen by hijacking her companion's spirit, the powerful alien being had taken advantage of this connected state to directly dominate Mihail Nihar's mind and soul. In other words, the cosmopolitan leader had effectively become the Devourer Queen's companion spirit. This gave the strengthening Calamity Beast far more than a human meat puppet. The intelligent Voribug Queen somehow managed to assimilate the Golden Wing's human knowledge and understanding. Her comprehension of human civilization had grown so much that she already managed to master human speech. Disable his authority and kill him before it is too late. A couple of Mechs began to launch missiles and plasma bolts at the Golden Wing. This should have killed him, even if he wore a powerful personal shield generator. However, the attacks produced no effect as the Golden Wing became surrounded by the same protective barrier that kept the Devourer Queen untouched. She's unstoppable. Chapter 6003, Fast and Furious. Far away from the underground facility, where a certain Voribug Queen was about to break out and unleash a rapidly replicating tide of Voribugs, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III flew out of an underground entrance and flew in the direction of the open fields of grass that surrounded Diande Base. An exceptionally powerful resonance shield already surrounded the high-tier expert Mech. Despite his exhaustion and his poor physical condition, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had reached such an emotional high that he refused to exit the cockpit. The new and improved Dark Zephyr was everything he hoped for and more. Although the living Mech superficially retained the appearance of the Mark Roman III, the obvious transition to Architect had made his Mech frame a bit more exotic and transcendent. A powerful E-energy vortex surrounded the expert light skirmisher. The Dark Zephyr drew in freedom-attributed E-energy, which was largely related to the wind element. It was for this reason that the wind surrounding the floating machine started to whip up. With each motion, the surrounding wind of New Constantinople Roman VIII seemed to give the machine a small boat. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III also attracted a notably greater amount of shadow energy than before. The Dark Wind module especially attracted this E-energy attribute. If not for the fact that the sun happened to dip into the late afternoon on this side of the globe, the brand new Masterwork Mech would have been able to immerse himself in shadow and darkness. Venerable Tusa had no patience to wait until darkness descended over the planet. He wanted to test his expert Mech's new capabilities, and more importantly verify that he had grown strong enough to earn the right to pilot the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Vess, where are you? Are you coming to fight me or not? Don't be scared, I know you can take a hit. Any Mech pilot who dared to challenge a Mech designer to a duel would be regarded as crazy at best, and an outright murderer at worst. How could a Mech designer possibly defend himself against a high-tier expert Mech? It was absolutely impossible for a single Mech designer to do so even if he locked himself in the middle of a well-equipped fortification that was filled with automated defenses. Without an army of Mechs or a few expert Mechs on retainer, the Mech designer had no way of repelling an opposing high-tier expert Mech by himself. Yet as the much smaller body of Vess Larkinson flew out of the same underground entrance, it became clear that one of the Mech designers responsible for designing and upgrading the Dark Zephyr accepted the challenge. This was completely unimaginable in any other context, but somehow the old rules did not apply to an oddball such as Vess. This became clear when he did not appear in the open wearing his previous lab coat and tool belt. He had changed to an improved and thickened version of the nanosuit he wore in past engagements. He also held a flute in his hands. The Ocean Caller's glowing runes were already visible, signifying that the high-level artifact was ready to support Vess in battle. A part of Vess was happy that his cousin had managed to overcome the face water test and become so high-spirited after reuniting with his expert Mech. Another part of Vess did not look forward to rolling in mud and getting beat up by his own creation of all possibilities. It was extremely undignified for a Tier 3 galactic citizen to be dragged into a giant-sized scrap. Yet, Vess grew excited at the thought of testing his mettle against the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. He was curious to learn how much he could resist a Mech as powerful as his most recent creation in his current state. Even though he was just a lesser phase lord, His true body was already a lot larger than before. Combined with all of the new tricks he learned during the last lightning tribulation, Vess wondered how extensively he could put up a fight well outside of the reach of a spark reactor. Get to it already, Vess. Come and show off your full body so that I can beat you down to size. Vess shook his head, but obliged nonetheless. His body slowly began to magnify in size. The dimensions that folded his true body and shunted away much of his mass gradually began to smooth out again. It took less than half a minute for his true body to tower over the dark Zephyr. Even with his latest upgrade, the Archimech still hadn't increased in mass and volume. The use of lightweight alloys and Architect allowed the Larkinsons to make the expert Mech a lot more powerful, while still maintaining the same dimensions. How much more powerful the dark Zephyr had become was not entirely clear. Vess figured that he would find out soon enough. Vess lifted his ocean collar, which had conveniently expanded to match his current scale, and began to play a rhythmic and repetitive tune. Although his comprehension of the water element had not made any explosive leaps as of late, his latest sublimation, along with increasing his comprehension of E-energy as a whole, allowed him to exert considerably stronger control than before. Emro. Aside from that, a combative-looking Blinky appeared above Vess' giant shoulder and began to disgorge as much water-attributed E-energy from his internal universe as he could. The current Blinkhivers had already completed the 3rd stage and made a start on the 4th stage. Although the large internal universe could not fit an entire galaxy's worth of water energy, its current reservoir was still massive enough to easily keep up this effort for days without creating a severe imbalance. The only factor that constrained Blinky's effort was the fact that the aperture between the two universes was still too small and narrow. The opening had grown wider compared to last time, but it was still not large enough to allow Vess to wield the strength he possessed during the lightning tribulation. Vess would have to make do. He continued to play the flute until a large water tornado formed around his body. The dark Zephyr Mark Roman III continued to hover and watch on. Tusa was not doing nothing. He was analyzing his latest foe while quietly accumulating more momentum. The high-end Archimech began to draw a pair of knives from his rear holsters. Soon enough, the knives began to release electric arcs, exposing their nature as Stormblade knives. The dark Zephyr began to assume a peculiar offensive stance. At the same time, the expert Mech drew in more and more shadow energy. Shadow Dance. The expert light skirmisher exploded into action. Clang. Vess flinched as his spatial barrier received a very nasty double hit when the dark Zephyr instantly hopped forward to deliver a lunging blow. Before the human phase Lord could ever think of launching a counterattack, the dark Zephyr already began to twirl around in the air before launching another flurry of blows against Vess' spatial barrier. Fortunately for Vess, he possessed enough face water in his body to produce a fairly powerful defensive layer. What was not as good was that the dark Zephyr was much better equipped to overcome transphasic energy defenses than before. The pair of knives wielded by the dark Zephyr were not only transphasic in nature, but also derived power from a hyper-tech version of Stormblade technology. This meant that each knife blow not only penetrated deeper than normal, but also released electric sparks that had a particularly destabilizing effect against transphasic energy shields and spatial barriers alike. Perhaps the only reason why the dark Zephyr failed to crack open Vess defenses so soon was because the latter had grown a lot bigger in scale. Annoying. Vess attempted to kick at the dark Zephyr, only for his large but relatively sluggish leg to never come close to the blazing fast expert light skirmisher. Shadow energy continued to fuel the Archimech as the living Mech continually flanked and circled around Vess. Tusa had selected the exact right approach to deal with an oversized but clumsy adversary. With his current physical parameters, Vess instantly understood that he could never land a single punch or kick at the dark Zephyr without trying to restrain the machine somehow. The fact that you are close means you are within my range. Vess first tried to use his face water organs to solidify and thicken the space around his true body. It did not work. The true resonance acting on the dark Zephyr made the living Mech far too resistant to such a weak effect. Even without the true resonance, the machine could still rely on his powerful parts and systems to overcome the spatial suppression field by relying on brute force. Wait, there is an easier way to deal with this trick. Venerable Tusa just recalled one of the new features of his upgrade machine. The Dark Zephyr's space suppressor became active. Vess instantly felt weaker. Ugh, this is way more disruptive than I thought. The Dark Zephyr's space suppressor may be small, but it came in the most luxurious transphasic configuration. This meant that it was more than capable of weakening Vess' spatial abilities, especially when it was enhanced by true resonance. Before the expert Mech could take advantage of the suppressive effect, a large wave of water collided against the expert Mech's resonance shield. Of course, the water infused with E-energy was a lot more damaging than it looked. Although Venerable Tusa did not sense an immediate threat, his expert light skirmisher did not excel at defense. The powerful machine fell back and paused well outside of the reach of the water waves. Stop holding back, Vess. I know you can do better. I can feel it. Bring out the big guns. These splashes of water is hardly enough to push me back. If you continue to fight like this, you won't challenge me in the slightest. Vess hesitated for a moment before deciding to abide by Tusa's request. You are right. I have been holding back. Be careful. I estimate that my next move may pose a serious threat against your Dark Zephyr. Vess did not take action himself. Emro. Instead, it was Blinky that began to take serious action. He no longer released water energy from the Blinkhivers, but instead began to channel a lot of light energy. That was not all. Blinky actively invited the Illustrious One to descend onto his form. The design spirit indulged the request and began to inhabit Blinky's malleable feline form. Soon, the spiritual cat turned into a small-sized manifestation of the Illustrious One. The bright and vaguely humanoid design spirit sparkled with reflection, while also radiating a large amount of visible light, as well as light-attributed E-energy. Ah, that is a nasty move. Ha, it is logical for me to make use of my advantages. While the light energy outputted by the descended form of the Illustrious One was not enough to keep the Dark Zephyr away, the shadow-infused machine clearly did not like the additional brightness. Tusa and his battle partner had another reason to feel uncomfortable, as the Illustrious One suddenly began to accumulate a lot of energies. Not only was the design spirit preparing to launch a powerful light attack, but Blinky himself was beginning to draw a copious amount of worklaw energy from Vess' internal cycle. Although worklaw energy took a long time to recharge, its raw power was nearly unmatched. It also happened to combine well with any form of attack. This time, Tusa and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III began to sense a much more acute threat from the Illustrious One. They felt with great certainty that if the Illustrious One was able to land a hit with his combined energy attack, the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield might not be able to hold. The machine risked suffering actual material harm. TCH. Tusa already commanded his expert Mech to move and circle around Vess' true body at a rapid pace. This should have made it nearly impossible for the Illustrious One to land a hit, but Vess had another response to this maneuver. Ilvain, guide our aim. You damn cheater. All's fair in love and war. Vess chuckled even as he gained prophetic guidance. With Vess, Blinky, the Illustrious One and Ilvain working together to ensure a hit on the highly elusive expert Mech, Tusa felt increasingly nervous as the energy accumulated by the Illustrious One was approaching a limit. Illuminate the shadows. A blindingly bright flash of light erupted from the Illustrious One. Many sensors temporarily overloaded as they could not withstand the excess light released by the design spirit. At the same time, a huge light beam blended with worklaw energy struck the exact position that the dark Zephyr had just moved towards. This time, Tusa's vaunted intuition did not avail him as the excellent aim of the illustrious one, and the eerily accurate prediction made by Ilvain negated his efforts to evade the attack. Yet as the brightness began to fade, Vess and many distant observers reacted with surprise as the dark Zephyr appeared in the exact same position, completely unharmed and unscathed. The Archimech's resonance shield did not even look like it had suffered any blow. Did you manage to phase through my supercharged attack? Wait, are you? The dark Zephyr's resonance shield did not grow weaker. Instead, it was doing the opposite. It was growing stronger. The powerful sky-blue corona enveloping the expert light skirmisher was not only glowing brighter, but also began to expand in size. It no longer surrounded the Archimech like a bubble, but began to balloon in size. No high-tier expert pilot could produce such an absurdly large and strong resonance shield. Only the Bastion could produce a similar effect, but it was not the same as the expert heavy space knight relied on other resonating exotics to produce a specialized defensive barrier. The only way for an expert light skirmisher to emit such a huge and powerful resonance shield was if it was transforming into a saint kingdom. It only took a very brief pause for Vess and many others to realize what was happening. Second apotheosis. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was no more. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had become the very first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 6004, Efficient Growth. When Tusa Billingsley Larkinson broke through, everyone knew it. The manifestations were just too obvious. The resonance meter is spiking. 70 lavers, 90 lavers, 100 lavers, 105 lavers, 110 lavers, 113 lavers and holding. Although the numbers had more than doubled, Tusa's actual willpower had grown exponentially stronger. The laver scale was not linear, but instead followed a more complicated formula for reasons that took a long time to explain to a layman. Whatever the case, the only rule that Mech pilots and other people needed to know was that once a pilot was able to generate true resonance that exceeded 67 lavers, he had definitely transcended into a saint. It was not just the resonance meter that made it clear that Tusa successfully overcame the bottleneck that halted his progress for a time. The most visible manifestation that Tusa's strength had transformed on a quantitative, as well as a qualitative level, was the evolution of the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield. A resonance shield was often treated as the seed form of a proper domain. Now that Tusa had advanced to the second major cultivation rank, he finally gained the qualifications to form his Saint Kingdom for the first time. As one of the most powerful combat domains known to red humanity, the Saint Kingdom of a junior ace pilot was already oppressive and domineering to the vast majority of people. Vess experienced its rapidly strengthening reach and intensity, the most due to his proximity to the Dark Zephyr and his high spiritual perception. A grin appeared on his face as he witnessed the emergence of the Larkinson clan's first true ace pilot. The Larkinson family long dreamt of spawning an ace pilot among their ranks, but it had never succeeded since the Larkinsons settled down in the Bright Republic. It was only now that Vess had founded the Larkinson clan and led his clansmen to a much greater height that he was able to create the conditions that were conducive to the emergence of ace pilots. Vess felt incredibly fulfilled that his many contributions allowed an expert pilot in his 40s to break through to ace pilot at such an exceptionally young age. As a Mech designer, he loved nothing more than to see the users of his products prosper. For an expert pilot to actually overcome the difficult hurdle that blocked many of their peers for a long time was the ultimate vindication that a Mech designer could obtain. Combined with the successful tests of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III many powerful features, Vess could feel that his design philosophy had made another stride forward. This was the most obvious indication that Vess had become a substantially better Mech designer than before. The wildly successful outcome of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III proved that Vess had truly managed to develop his living Mechs to the 6th generation. Vess briefly lamented the fact that far too little time had passed before he could fully refresh all of his old living Mech designs to the very recent 5th generation, but it didn't matter. He refused to hamper progress just because it did not conform to a consistent update cycle. So what if he could have milked 5th generation living Mechs for at least half a decade before rolling out 6th generation living Mechs? If Vess had to choose between maximizing his business interests and maximizing the progression of his design philosophy, he would always prioritize the latter. An honest Mech designer should always put the interests of the Mech pilots first. Vess believed he had done so in a brilliant way by designing an innovative new high-tier expert Mech and stimulating Tusa by presenting him with a challenge. When Tusa had successfully managed to defeat the face water circulating in his body, Vess already had a hunch that his cousin was close to breaking through. This was why Vess readily accepted the offer to fight a duel. What better way to stimulate Tusa further than a hardy fight? This was also why Vess chose to employ a powerful worklaw energy attack. He knew that only an attack of this magnitude would truly cause Tusa to become desperate to attain greater power. The fact that Tusa met all of Vess' expectations was like a dream come true. It usually took a lot more accumulation for expert pilots to break through. The more talented ones were at least twice Tusa's ace. For example, powerful heroes and champions such as Patriarch Reginald Cross fought way more and endured a lot more hardships before he managed to trigger his own second apotheosis. It was not unusual for high-tier expert pilots to break through after a century of living, but at that stage, their bodies and mental acuity had already declined to an extent. Although breaking through to ace pilot was a surefire way to rejuvenate them and extend their lifespans by reshaping their bodies with their willpower, these late bloomers often exhibited less potential. Tusa did not have to worry about that. While much of the reason for his breakthrough could be attributed to getting paired with an excellent expert Mech, it was undeniable that the new saint had worked hard and proved that he deserved to advance to his impressive new rank. Vess was especially glad that Tusa managed to break through without relying on a crutch like the Transcendence Glow. In fact, Vess had secretly been thinking about borrowing Lufa for a moment in order to give Tusa a firm push in the right direction. He was glad that he did not. Tusa's pride and confidence in himself would have never reached their current height if he had to rely on external help to break the barrier. This way, he gained more potential and his future became brighter. Although it was way too premature to make this claim, Vess already began to regard Tusa as a potential god pilot candidate. As long as Tusa used this powerful early start as a saint to develop his strength and grow his domain, he would be in an excellent position to step onto the road to no return. This was especially the case if he continued to pair up with the Dark Zephyr. As a Mech designer, Vess did not miss out on the many changes experienced by the high-tier expert Mech that he had just overhauled. In many cases, an expert pilot accumulated over multiple decades before managing to break through. Although their resonance strength stalled due to reaching the upper limit of what his rank could bear, that did not mean that all of their growth had stopped. It was only when they broke through that all of that hidden energy got unleashed. Tusa's breakthrough to ace pilot was actually weaker than other cases because he accumulated a lot less energy. This meant that the Dark Zephyr's current forced resonance state was not as exaggeratingly powerful. When factoring in the surprisingly robust and resilient first-class Archimetal Mech frame, the high-tier expert Mech did not exhibit any signs of excessive stress or strain. Vess was confident that the Dark Zephyr was strong enough to bear the temporary explosion in power. The machine should not be fragile enough to end up in a heavily damaged state that happened in other breakthrough situations. What a powerful growth surge. Expert Mech always received substantial boosts when their pilots evolved into half-gods. Although Tusa's weak accumulation substantially weakened this effect, the Dark Zephyr's efficiency in absorbing the excess breakthrough energies was much higher. Ves defined his design philosophy as mutual growth in adversity. This meant that the growth of the Mech pilot should feed back into the growth of the Mech. As a Mech that was explicitly designed with growth in mind, the Dark Zephyr's spiritual foundation demonstrated a much higher capacity of absorbing the energies outputted by a newly unshackled ace pilot. By channeling much of those energies into his cultivation method, the Dark Zephyr systematically attained a substantially higher yield than non-living Mechs. The most visible manifestation of his rapid growth surge was the arrival of additional ascension runes. Cheer up. Trisk just so happened to receive a hefty amount of high-quality spiritual feedback from this joyous occasion. The design spirit of the Dark Zephyr eagerly assisted the living Mech in the formulation of 6 new ascension runes. The Dark Zephyr advanced his path of the Wind Dancer from 10 to 14 ascension runes. The living Mech also advanced his path of the Shadow Dancer from 4 to 6 ascension runes. This was a very noticeable leap in strength. When utilized by an ace pilot as opposed to an expert pilot, the effect of each individual ascension rune became at least an order of magnitude stronger than before. As Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson gradually came off his indescribable high, the newly promoted ace pilot fixated his gaze onto Ves. Though Ves did not feel much hostility, he sensed a much greater threat level from Tusa. There was no way that Ves could last long against the new and improved version of his cousin. Phase Lord or not, Ves was not a professional combatant, and he had not invested enough time and resources into realizing his combat potential. He already found it difficult to keep up with the Dark Zephyr's insane mobility. Now that Tusa became an ace pilot, it became even more difficult to land a single blow onto the elusive living Mech. Saint Tusa clearly figured this out as well, as his gaze shifted away as if the ace pilot completely dismissed the threat posed by Ves. Weak, you're too weak. I need a better fight. Who dares to accept my challenge? Before Ves could respond, a squad of first-class multipurpose Mech boosted out of Diandi base and flew straight towards the Dark Zephyr. We are willing to test your mettle against our high technology, Major Simon Jankowski transmitted over a communication channel. Congratulations for breaking through, Saint Tusa. The Red Association is curious to observe how much stronger you have become and how well your upgraded Mech can amplify your combat power. Aside from targeting our cockpits, please do not hold back. We will not charge you for any damage you inflict on our machines. That is just what I wanted to hear, Major. Be careful. The power reactor of my expert Mech might not be able to keep up with yours, but I don't need to rely on it to breach the defenses of your Mechs. Let's have a good fight. While the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III prepared to test his mettle against a dozen first-class multi-purpose Mechs of the Red Association, Ves quickly retreated from the site that would soon become a lot more hazardous. It was never healthy to remain close to a fight between multiple powerful Mechs. Ves had no reason to stop this bout. On the contrary, he wanted this to happen just as much as anyone else. He would be able to gain a much more complete impression of Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr's actual combat prowess from this spar. Who will win? Ves could not make a definitive judgment on this. Saint Tusa clearly possessed a lot more transcendent power, but his Saint Kingdom had just formed, so he probably wouldn't be able to harness his domain field as effectively as an established ace pilot. The opposing Mech pilots were all mortals, though well-trained and heavily augmented ones at that. The superior training and education of R-Ray Mech pilots should do much to reduce the skill gap. Major Simon Jankowski stood out a lot more. He was not only the leader of the Mech contingent of the Blue Jay fleet, he had already broken through to expert candidate while piloting the short-lived Elemental Lord. Enough time had passed for Major Jankowski to recover from this ordeal and develop his strength as an expert candidate. Even if that was not enough for him to keep up with St. Tusa, Major Jankowski and his squad mates could still count on the superiority of their own machines. The R-Ray Mech squad possessed the upper hand in terms of advanced tech and materials. They might not be Archimechs, but they had all been designed according to the top-tier standards applied to first-class multipurpose mechs. This became obvious when the R-Ray Mechs not only activated their Azure energy shields, but also started to link them up with each other. Shield link technology. Such a setup was remarkably effective when confronting light skirmishers. Chapter 6005, Strong Zephyr. As Vess retreated to a safe enough distance, he shrunk his body down to human size, but continued to float in the open. There was still a risk that he could get hit by an errant shot from a powerful weapon, but he was confident that he could withstand an errant blow. Vess refused to back off any further, because that would make it harder for him to observe the performance of his latest work with all of his senses. Amrotilda. Blinky, having returned to his fluffy purple cat form, hovered alongside Vess and observed the powerful flows of E-energy around all of the machines. The Dark Zephyr attracted a lot of freedom and show energies. The living Mech's Saint Kingdom had massively increased his effectiveness in absorbing and harnessing the power of exotic radiation. Even if Tusa was not too skilled with leveraging the potential of all of these energies, it didn't matter because the Dark Zephyr's extensive hyper-technology had already been designed for this purpose. Harnessing freedom energy made the Dark Zephyr faster and more elusive. The machine already started to drift along the wind as if he weighed 10 times less. The Dark Zephyr's ultimate module also quietly attracted a lot of shadow energy. The concentration of hyper materials and the use of Tristan's positive hyper gem powered up the Dark Wind module, allowing it to take action at any time. The fight is starting. The Dark Zephyr abruptly boosted away from his former position and began to dance in the air as hundreds of powerful energy beams and projectiles attempted to land a hit on the high-tier expert Mech. Even though the Dark Zephyr had not fully caught up to Tusa's newfound status as an ace pilot, the living Mech's technical specifications were still high enough to evade the storm of attacks without too much effort. That was not to say that the Mechs employed by the Red Association were incompetent. Each of them were not only equipped with at least a dozen powerful integrated weapons systems, but also coordinated their firepower to a remarkable degree. Every time the Mech squad opened fire, they aimed their weapons to fill up every grid around their target. As a result, the Mechers spread out their attacks in such a fashion that it would be impossible for a light Mech to evade every attack. At least a couple of attacks should hit a machine like the Dark Zephyr, regardless of how good he was at evasion. Yet the expert Mech no longer played by the old rules anymore. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III flickered hundreds of meters away from his initial position. Combat warp, Vess identified. Adrian Marceau's combat warp system granted the Dark Zephyr the ability to move in warp without needing to go through a long wind-up process. Although the Dark Zephyr's replacement flight system was not able to reach a high warp factor, this was an acceptable trade-off, as its combat warp system amplified the expert Mech's short-range mobility. This made it so that the Dark Zephyr was easily able to sidestep and evade the combined firepower of 12 first-class multipurpose Mechs. None of the sophisticated targeting algorithms programmed into the R-Ray Mechs produced any positive results. Even when the Mech pilots manually tweaked and adjusted the firing pattern of the weapons suites of their Mechs, none of the attacks came close to touching the powerful ace Mech. If an attack came close to striking the Dark Zephyr, the Saint Kingdom that surrounded the fast machine was able to sap the strength of any energy beam or projectile that entered its range. In order to test this newly gained ability, Saint Tusa deliberately avoided the use of his battle partner's combat warp function. The Dark Zephyr still turned out to be fast and nimble enough to evade the vast majority of incoming attacks, but the Mechers finally managed to land a few hits by continually launching coordinated attacks. Ace Mechs no longer possessed resonance shields. Their Saint Kingdoms took over their functions. Vess was vaguely able to perceive a lot of incoming attacks, losing 20 to 40% of their potency, before they finally struck the Dark Zephyr's powerful new Azure energy shield. While an attack launched by an expensive first-class multipurpose Mech was not weak, the Dark Zephyr was still able to withstand these blows with his Azure energy shield so long as the hits were not too frequent. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III continued to dance and weave through the combined firepower of the Mech squad for several more minutes. Saint Tusa did not appear to be in a hurry to go on the offensive. He was much more interested in familiarizing and improving his new evasion capabilities. Vess was thoroughly impressed by how much Tusa's breakthrough made the Dark Zephyr so outrageously better at avoiding damage. The living Mech moved in the wind as if he was a carefree dancer. His evasive movements were initially a lot jerkier and more abrupt, but as Saint Tusa rapidly became familiar with the improved parameters of his battle partner, he piloted the expert light skirmisher with much greater control and fluidity. The R-Ray Mech pilots were no slouches either. Their skill and learning ability could never catch up to that of an ace pilot, but their advanced augmentations allowed them to adapt to Tusa's evasion much better than normal. The Red Association conducted the most research on high-ranking pilots. The Mechers had developed a lot of tactics and coping strategies if their standard Mechs ever confronted expert pilots and ace pilots in battle. Space suppressors. The R-Ray Mechs under the leadership of Major Jankowski finally decided to move this bout forward by activating their powerful space suppressors. The fabric of space around their flexible formation already began to solidify a lot. Due to the inverse square law, any form of third-party transphasic technology or spatial phenomena that was close to the first-class multipurpose Mechs should become a lot less effective. If the opposition was significantly weaker than the R-Ray Mechs, then their transphasic technologies may outright lose the advantages bestowed by Facewater. Yet when the Dark Zephyr did not do anything to avoid the combined space suppression field and moved closer, it became clear that the expert light skirmisher did not become affected in the slightest. The Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom easily negated this suppressive effect. Vess' eyes lit up. Compared to other ace pilots, Tusa should be particularly more effective in negating spatial suppression. Tusa had managed to conquer the threat of Facewater a short time ago. His newly expanded domain was also largely empowered by the freedom element, which his machine relied upon to remain unrestrained. The Dark Zephyr may not be able to win the record for being the fastest light skirmisher, but he had definitely become one of the most difficult machines to restrain. The first-class multipurpose Mechs possessed other means to weaken an opposing Mech. Each of them were equipped with advanced ECM systems, yet hardly any of them took effect on the Dark Zephyr. The Saint Kingdom easily weakened many of the electronic attacks directed towards the expert light skirmisher. The Dark Zephyr's conversion into a full Archimech also invalidated a lot of targeted ECM measures. The living Mech's new tech base was better able to cope with these measures. Clang. Now that the first-class Mechs attempted to attack the Dark Zephyr up close with the hope that their space suppressors might actually take effect, Tusa had no reason to withhold his sharp edge anymore. Clang, clang, clang. The first-class multipurpose Mechs were fast, but their higher mass and the limitations of their Mech pilots made it difficult for them to keep up with the Dark Zephyr. However, what made it even more difficult for the R-Ray Mechs to keep up with their sole adversary was the fact that the Dark Zephyr activated his own space suppressor. Although the expert light skirmisher was not able to channel as much electric energy to his space suppressor, The powerful amplification of true resonance multiplied the transphasic module's range and intensity by a huge extent. The consequences became apparent right away when the R-ray mechs visibly weakened when they came closer to the dark Zephyr. Their Azure energy shields lost strength, and their own space suppressors lost a lot of backbone. Saint Tusa took advantage of the comprehensive weakening of his opponents. His expert light skirmisher weaved and danced through the opposing mech formation with absolute superiority. The Dark Zephyr's transphasic Stormblade knives struck swift and accurate blows at every melee weapon or Azure energy shield in the way. Each time a Stormblade knife struck an Azure energy shield, the latter received a powerful shock that destabilized it by a considerable extent. If not for the fact that the R-ray mechs relied on top-tier first-class power reactors to support their Azure shield generators, a single flurry of electrifying blows should have been enough to expose their mech frames. However, the Dark Zephyr did not stick around long enough to concentrate his attacks on a single adversary. The matte black expert mech appeared content to test the defenses of the R-ray mechs by giving each of them a couple of knife strikes each. Those shield links are annoying. Vess frowned as he continued to watch from a distance. He learned enough about shield link technology to recognize that the shield link modules installed on the first-class multipurpose mechs were not entirely suitable to the current situations. The shield link transceivers built into mechs were compact but limited in performance. They were remarkably good at receiving shield energy, yet were substantially less effective at transmitting it to other linked machines. If the R-ray mechs wanted to make the most of their shield link technology, then they needed to link up with a dedicated support mech or a starship equipped with more powerful shield link modules. Since these conditions did not apply to the current situation, Saint Tusa quickly recognized that his Dark Zephyr had a chance of breaching their defenses. The expert light mech suddenly sped up a little more. His limbs continually swung the Stormblade knives back and forth, generating a large amount of pressure onto the first-class multipurpose mechs that could do nothing to fend off the assaults. The R-ray mechs had no hope of striking the Dark Zephyr with their ranged or melee attacks. The more the Dark Zephyr ran through their formation, the more difficult it became to trap the machine in a firepower net. With the combined suppression generated by a resonance-empowered space suppressor and a vigorous Saint Kingdom, the Dark Zephyr made up for any gaps in performance and quickly began to strip the Azure energy shields of 3 unlucky targets. By concentrating his attacks on these 3 targets, Saint Tusa was able to stay mobile while weakening his targets faster than they could restore with the help of their limited shield links. Broken. The 3 first-class multipurpose mechs finally lost their protection, thereby causing them to become completely exposed to the Dark Zephyr's sharp Stormblade knives. Saint Tusa immediately took advantage of this development and drove his expert mech forward. Clang, 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 clang. The powerful transphasic Stormblade knives managed to pierce through the weak points of the first-class mechs with moderate difficulty. Despite all of the empowerment, the Dark Zephyr's quasi-first-class power reactor limited his performance in many aspects. It took a lot more effort for the expert light skirmisher to inflict serious or crippling damage to the R-ray mech's joints and surface modules. Tusa had attempted to stab a knife through the thick transphasic hyper plating of a first-class multipurpose mech, but the R-ray invested so much in its armor system that it actually managed to hold for the time being. The Dark Zephyr should be able to penetrate the thickest armor plating after launching repeated attacks onto the same location, but expert light skirmishers weren't supposed to fight this way. So what if the expert mech was too underpowered to pierce through the armor of a first-class multipurpose mech? By the time the Dark Zephyr was done with the 3 exposed R-ray mechs, their limbs, their weapon systems, and even their flight systems became inoperable. The crippled mechs helplessly lost altitude before they were quickly teleported back to their motherships that were hovering in high orbit over the planet. Saint Tusa was not done with his sparring partners. He had already tested the Dark Zephyr's basic combat capabilities. He was ready to test his upgraded Mech's more advanced capabilities. Shadow energy began to swirl around the Dark Zephyr, causing the machine to look more ominous and less substantial. The 6th-generation living Mech was about to employ his defining feature against his sparring partners for the first time. Chapter 6006 Ultimate Power. The sparring session was about to enter a new phase. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson already proved that he could avoid the attacks and overcome the linked energy shields of the R-Ray Mech squad. With 3 of their number down and out of the fight, the remaining 9 machines had much less of a chance to rely on their numbers' advantage to take down a powerful machine that they could not pin down. Vess chuckled at the sight. This bout was an illuminating experience for him. First-class multipurpose Mechs tended to carry a huge amount of weapon modules and other nifty features in their Mech frames. All of these additions continually increased the mass and volume of the Mechs to the point where they had to be sized a little bigger than second-class Mechs to accommodate all of their gadgets. That did not necessarily mean that they were slow. Every top-tier first-class multipurpose Mech of the Hyper generation came equipped with potent hyper-power reactors and high-thrust transphasic hyper-flight systems. The combination of both granted these machines powerful straight-line acceleration capabilities. This meant that as long as they traversed longer distances in straight or gently curved trajectories, they could theoretically catch up or surpass the Dark Zephyr. However, whoever designed these first-class multipurpose Mechs only made moderate attempts at increasing their agility and short-distance maneuverability. Vess understood the logic behind the decision. The first-class multipurpose Mechs carried way too many weapon systems and other modules ranging from plasma weapons, positron beam weapons, gravitic weapons, missile launchers, ECM systems, and more. There was no way they could maneuver as fast as light Mechs while hauling all of that baggage. In comparison, the Dark Zephyr's only means of attack was a pair of lightweight Stormblade knives and a small ultimate module. This was why the Dark Zephyr dominated the maneuvering game to such an extent. The expert light skirmisher should have struggled to evade the attacks of the R-Ray Mech squad a lot more if Tusa was still an expert pilot. His ascension to ace pilot completely changed the game. His skill increased too much, and his Saint Kingdom amplified the performance of his Dark Zephyr by a much greater extent. There was no way the Mechers could move quickly enough to strike the Dark Zephyr up close, or at a distance. This was why the first-class multipurpose Mechs did not even attempt to win the maneuvering game. They instead abided by the most appropriate strategy for them, which was to rely on their formidable defenses and their most appropriate offensive solutions. The Dark Zephyr's knife attacks were strong, but the R-Ray Mech pilots encountered stronger attacks in the past. Their Mech should be able to fend off the expert light skirmisher for at least a short amount of time. The use of shotguns, flamethrowers, high-explosive missiles, and other area-of-effect weapons should have been enough to damage fast-moving opponents. Unfortunately, most of these weapon solutions lost too much of their potency as soon as they entered the Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom. Tusa felt no more threat from his remaining adversaries, so he decided to finish this sparring session on a high note by testing the offensive capabilities of his Dark Wind module for the first time. There were still a number of new and old features of the Dark Zephyr that he had yet to trial. For example, the Dark Zephyr still retained his old Endless Paths hyper ability that allowed him to produce half-illusionary clones of himself. The Archimech also hadn't employed his new electronic gremlin system. Tusa saw little point in trying them out. He was already familiar with the Endless Paths ability, and the electronic gremlin system was too low-tech and lacking in sophistication to ever be able to hack the most vulnerable modules of a state-of-the-art first-class multipurpose Mech. The only feature that excited him now was the Dark Zephyr's exclusive ultimate module. "Blackwing, give me a hand." "Chip chip." In tandem with Tusa's breakthrough, his companion's spirit also became a lot more powerful. Blackwing had gained a domain of his own, allowing him to control and harness shadow energy to a much greater extent. This hadn't been obvious before, as the Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom was just so much stronger. However, as soon as Blackwing entered the Dark Wind module and began to imbue it with greater shadow energy and true resonance, he was finally beginning to show how much more assistance he could provide in combat. The avian companion spirit still had a long way to go before he became as powerful and useful as Emma, but at least he managed to surpass all of the other companion spirits of the Larkinson clan. Emro. Even Blinky grew jealous at Blackwing's impressive leap of strength. The Star Cat may have the advantage in versatility and long-term potential, but Blackwing's current hard power already carried the shadow of the dark gods that the Larkinsons fought against in the past. Therefore, when Blackwing began to amplify the Dark Wind module, some of its parameters began to shoot up by as much as 200%. This was not a surprise to Vess. As an advanced hypermodule, this innovative device was designed to scale particularly well with a rise in energy levels. As Blackwing not only allowed Tusa to resonate stronger with the Dark Wind module, but also draw in a lot more shadow energy, the ultimate module finally reached a potent, charged state. Vess' eyes lit up as he recognized that the Dark Wind module was able to exert more power due to another variable. Ultimate runes. It has already acquired a handful of ultimate runes. The principle of an ultimate module was that it was supposed to contain a subordinate spirit of the living Mech. Vess came up with the idea that the ultimate module could accumulate its own separate version of ascension runes, but all of this had remained theoretical for the time being. It was only now that the Dark Wind module was charging up that he obtained empirical proof that it was truly capable of forming its own ultimate runes. It must have gained them when Tusa broke through. Normally, it should have taken months before the Dark Wind module naturally formed its first ultimate rune, but the current situation had fast-forwarded this process. Shadows continued to surge towards the Dark Zephyr, as the expert Mech very obviously radiated a huge amount of threat. Major Simon Jankowski was barely able to resist the pressure owing to his stronger willpower, but the other Mechers failed to maintain their full concentration despite their excellent training against such effects. From their perspectives, the Dark Zephyr had surpassed the definition of a Mech and started to turn into a giant shadow monster that was just about to sweep through their Mechs with a single flap of his wings. Watch out! An enormous streak of shadow ran through multiple first-class multipurpose Mechs at once. The Dark Zephyr had not only burst forward in an instant, but also activated the Dark Wind Passage hyper ability for the first time. The results were dramatic, as a thick streak of shadow energy ran from the expert Mech's starting point all the way to a distant location over 2 kilometers away. The trail of shadow energy finally started to fade as the Dark Zephyr slowed down and leisurely turned around. In the meantime, Vess carefully studied the state of the multipurpose Mech that got struck by the shadow streak. The changes did not become apparent right away, but as the seconds passed by, 4 Mechs began to malfunction. Their limbs froze up, modules began to lose power. Sensor systems and other delicate components started to crumble and break apart as the shadows had weakened them past their breaking points. Not everything crumbled into shadows. Much of their tough transphasic armor plating and reinforced components still managed to stay in one piece. Nonetheless, the lethality of the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability centered around its capacity to directly compromise the weak points of a target. Armor and other forms of protection failed to block the ultimate ability. This was why the affected first-class multipurpose Mechs all started to lose so many modules at once. One of the downsides of employing a lot of miniaturized modules was that each of them were not particularly tough. This caused them to be a lot more vulnerable to the weakening effect of dark wind passage. As 4 powerful R-ray mechs lost much of their combat power, the remaining R-ray mech pilots all lost their remaining battle intent. They still had hope of eking out a victory or losing this bout in a graceful manner, but the dark wind passage had been the straw that broke the camel's back. Unless they received additional reinforcements, there was very little point in continuing this bout. The mech pilots weren't stupid. They recognized that the Dark Zephyr could have reaped their lives if the newly upgraded machine aimed his dark wind passage directly through the cockpits of their mechs. Tusa instead opted to follow a trajectory that allowed the Dark Zephyr to damage the more peripheral components of the first-class multipurpose mechs. While this may have allowed the R-ray mech pilots to preserve their lives, they failed to salvage their pride. They knew they had lost this battle. Venerable Tusa and his companion spirit was a powerful combination, and the Dark Zephyr was much more powerful than a typical quasi-first-class high-tier expert Mech. How could Major Jankowski and his remaining subordinates ever take down Professor Larkinson's most perverse mech to date? They still wouldn't be able to restrain the Dark Zephyr until they brought additional mech squads, particularly ones that excelled at enhancing friendly mechs while debilitating enemy ones. Our mechs are not configured to counter an ultra-maneuverable high-ranking mech. We never stood a chance. St. Tusa clearly sensed the shift in morale, so he purposely slowed down his expert mech and weakened his Saint Kingdom. The shadows around the Dark Zephyr began to fade. The machine also sheathed his Stormblade knives. Throughout this short but intense sparring session, the Dark Zephyr did not incur any damage. Although the Dark Zephyr radiated much less threat than before, nobody could forget how extensively he dominated his adversaries. "I am done for now," Tusa transmitted in a completely relaxed tone. The expert mech turned around and flew back to Diandi base. This signaled the definite end to Tusa and the upgraded Dark Zephyr's bombastic demonstration of power. Vess was happy beyond belief as he flew back to base as well. The short but highly impactful sparring session told him that one of his dreams had finally come true. The Larkinson clan finally gained the power to defend against the Red 2. Not completely. Far from it. Right now, the Larkinsons could only put up a very modest fight against just a fraction of the enormous military might of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Yet that was already enough for Vess to buy time to slip the Red 2's leash and run away if he wished. This is real progress. Vess did not feel secure enough. The emergence of a single ace pilot may have elevated the Larkinson clan, but it still had a lot to go before it could enter into the big leagues. The Larkinsons at least needed to nurture 6 additional ace pilots and pair them all up with first-class ace mechs before they could effectively deter most threats. That was still too far away for Vess. He first needed to think about arranging yet another upgrade for the Dark Zephyr. His Mark Roman III incarnation had only existed for a brief amount of time, and already he had become obsolete. Even if the Dark Zephyr had been designed with an ace mech upgrade in mind, Vess still did not look forward to puzzling out the logistical issues of this necessary process. As Vess returned to the mech workshop so that he could conduct a very thorough inspection of the willpower-baptized Archimech, he suddenly halted in the air as he came across a shocking sight. Gloriana stood in his path while plastering the widest grin across her face. "Good news, Vess. I managed to break through. I have finally managed to catch up to you. You can call me Professor Gloriana soon." That is great news. Chapter 6007, Double Joy. Close to the end of the second year of the Age of Dawn, the Larkinson clan welcomed 2 favorable developments. First, Tusa Billingsley Larkinson amazingly managed to break through during his initial piloting session with the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. The Larkinson clan therefore welcomed its very first ace pilot, thereby raising its military power above another threshold and finally gaining parity with the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. Second, the stellar success of the very first Archimech of the Larkinson clan had propelled Gloriana Wadden Larkinson to the rank of senior Mech designer, thereby proving herself to be a talented professional who possessed the capital to remain Vess's closest work partner. News of the double breakthroughs immediately spread through the galactic net within a single hour. The clan had already written public statements in advance, and it just so happened that 2 of them could finally be released to the public. Many different parties immediately transmitted replies filled with congratulations and additional offers. From the Inferno Spear Prince to the General Axeler Strion, many of the friends, allies, and business partners of the Larkinsons all reacted positively to this development. Previously, the Larkinson clan occupied a relatively awkward position in Red Humanity's political landscape. Its foundation was incredibly shaky due to its rapid rise and its overdependence on its founder. The breakthroughs of 2 key Larkinsons made a lot of parties reconsider the value of this clan. Gloriana was hardly the only senior Mech designer who broke through while she was still in her 40s. The Red Association had many talents such as Jovi Armalin, who enjoyed much better conditions. Nonetheless, Gloriana's early breakthrough generated greater confidence in her ability to realize her ambitious design philosophy. So long as she continued to progress further, a day might come where she would break through and become a master Mech designer, thereby contributing one or several fantastic new design applications to the Mech community at large. Gloriana already proved her ability to fund the Larkinson clan to an extent. Her ability to design custom mechs had reached a level where other Mech designers would be glad to collaborate with her on high-end Mech design projects. After all, Gloriana was not only an experienced masterwork Mech designer, but could also design mechs that could automatically grow into masterworks if they failed to become one in the workshop. Combined with her recently acquired mastery in Architect, every Mech design project where she was allowed to apply her work freely would definitely gain a technological edge of the vast majority of other Mechs of the same class. Vess felt lucky to have Gloriana by his side. She truly complemented his own specializations and continued to develop her abilities in ways that further enhanced the value proposition of their collaborative Mech design projects. So long as Gloriana remained by his side, Vess would not have to worry about the technical shortcomings of his high-ranking Mech designs. The biggest limitation to Gloriana's work was that she had no interest in designing mass-production mechs. This was an inconvenient quirk, as the LMC derived an enormous amount of income from selling standard mechs and licensing out their designs. The potential income from designing custom mechs for third parties may be huge, but it was too incidental and not consistent enough. The Larkinson clan still had to rely on raising other Mech designers. Vess was particularly optimistic about Kedis and Alexa Strion, and they were hardly the only talents in the design department. Tusa's breakthrough is also significant. If Gloriana's ascension represented growth in the Larkinson clan's economic and industrial foundation, then Tusa's rise completely elevated the Larkinson clan's military power. This was an area that Vess and many Larkinsons worried about. The new frontier was growing more turbulent by the day. Any accident might happen that could cause the front lines to collapse. The current order became more and more fragile. Vess did not think it would take more than a decade for the current peaceful order to make way for a more martial atmosphere. Having lots of wealth without the hard power needed to protect it, all would just turn the Larkinson clan into a fat sheep. No matter how many friends and allies promised to protect Vess' interests, these fair-weather friends only played nice because he remained useful to them for the time being. Once that condition no longer applied, the Vess and his clan needed to rely on themselves to protect their place in the Red Ocean. Having an ace pilot was one of the best possible ways to guarantee his power base. Vess had already witnessed many other instances where the presence and availability of ace pilots granted leaders priceless security. Saint kingdoms were so large and all-encompassing that no threats could remain hidden within their range. They were particularly good at sniffing out assassins, infiltrators, informers, and other people with malicious intent. Although Vess currently did not have much need for this additional protection, he knew that if he ever felt threatened, he could always summon an ace pilot to his side and enjoy much greater protection. There should hardly be any threats that Saint Tusa could not deal with once his dark Zephyr turned into a proper first-class ace Mech. Of course, it was not that simple to complete this necessary conversion. Vess needed to have a good talk with Gloriana and Tusa about this subject. An ace Mech will come in time. What is important is that our clan has finally broken the ceiling. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was the first individual who had managed to reach the second major cultivation rank. As a Mech pilot who had managed to get much closer to becoming a true god than any other Larkinson, he had managed to gain valuable insights and comprehension about what it was like to wield greater power. The rise of an ace pilot was usually a joyous occasion to a state or organization, because that very same hero could provide invaluable guidance to other Mech pilots. The Larkinson clan recently nurtured a lot of high-tier expert pilots. While many of them were occasionally able to approach the ace pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance for advice, the help these heroes provided was limited. Only Larkinsons were willing to assist other Larkinsons without any barriers. The rise of Saint Tusa meant that other expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi, Venerable Joshua, and General Ark Larkinson finally gained access to a trustworthy mentor. Even if Tusa's breakthrough conditions and process was utterly unique to him, the fact that he had become an ace pilot meant that he stood on a higher level in relation to expert pilots. The mysteries that previously stymied him in the past no longer confounded him as much anymore. As long as Tusa settled in as an ace pilot, he should be able to act as a qualified mentor to every expert pilot regardless of their unique conditions and convictions. Of course, the fact that every expert pilot's journey was different meant that Tusa could not do all of the work. In the end, expert pilots broke through because they managed to evolve their willpower past a critical threshold. This was a very ego-driven process, which meant that the warriors in question had to earn their breakthroughs the hard way. The fact that Tusa managed to become an ace pilot with so little accumulation was the exception rather than the rule. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan only needed to obtain a single ace pilot in order to provide helpful guidance to all of the other high-tier expert pilots that were struggling to overcome their limitations. I wonder how Ark will react to this. Vess felt a little sorry for him, but his uncle had no one else to blame for his continued inability to break through. The former war hero of the Larkinson family had already received a fantastic high-tier expert Mech in the form of the Lionheart. It also happened to be a masterwork Mech, which was particularly conducive towards breakthroughs. The fact that the older and much more experienced Larkinson expert pilot still hadn't managed to break through meant that he obviously wasn't as ready to reach the next rank as he thought. Vess looked forward to seeing Ark's reaction towards Tusa once the celebration party began. His wife had already scheduled one to celebrate the double breakthroughs. There was no need to turn it into a formal occasion, so his wife only invited the key figures of the Larkinson clan that were currently available. Before the celebration could begin, Vess, Gloriana, and Tusa still had to handle a couple of immediate priorities. Half an hour after the dark Zephyr returned to the secure workshop, the powerful Archimech just went through a relatively quick inspection. Vess and Gloriana resisted the urge to return to their abodes in order to sleep, because they wanted to examine the changes to their latest work. "Good news, Tusa." Vess spoke as he floated down to the ground where Tusa was sitting on a crate while looking at his battle partner with a renewed sense of fulfillment. "The dark Zephyr is still in good condition. The forced resonance state produced by your breakthrough was very weak. Combined with the robustness of Architect, only a small proportion of delicate components have deteriorated. It shouldn't take more than a day to repair these minor issues." After studying the Dark Zephyr and analyzing the data logs, I can confirm that you can make excellent use of your battle partner in his current form. You do not necessarily need to wait until your machine is upgraded into an ace Mech. A very happy-looking Gloriana announced. Tusa frowned when he heard that. Does that mean my Mech will not get upgraded in the short term? That is not the case. Gloriana shook her head. An upgrade is still necessary, but it should take at least half a year or longer before we can successfully convert your machine. For now, piloting your Dark Zephyr in his Mark Roman 3 incarnation is an acceptable stopgap measure. The lack of ace Mech-grade resonating exotics will prevent your true resonance from reaching its fullest potential, but your current machine is already very strong for a high-tier expert Mech. You can essentially treat him as a demi-ace Mech. Vess affirmed his wife's analysis. The Dark Zephyr's technical performance is so high that his performance ceiling has become much higher than before. Your breakthrough may have made you a lot stronger, but we are confident that your current machine can properly withstand the elevated load that you will induce onto the Mech frame. There are cases where old expert Mechs fall apart after getting piloted by ace pilots who have recently broken through, but that is because the design budgets weren't as generous. Do not forget that, while your battle partner is technically a quasi-first-class expert Mech, his material composition alone is well into first-class territory. In other words, the Dark Zephyr's tolerances and technical limitations had increased so much that Saint Tusa should still be able to pilot his machine without feeling too constrained. This could not last forever, though. How long will I be able to pilot my Mech without another upgrade? Tusa critically asked. That is hard to say, Gloriana responded. We know too little about ace pilots to know for certain. Based on my observations of Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars, you should not have to worry too much in the next handful of years. Your resonance strength should grow quickly during this initial period, so once you have surpassed a certain limit, you can no longer effectively channel greater power through your machine. Hopefully, we will be able to upgrade the Dark Zephyr into a proper ace Mech before that happens. Finding out that Tusa would be able to pilot the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 without too many limitations was good news. It allowed the Larkinsons to take their time with converting the expert light skirmisher into a powerful ace Mech. Chapter 6008, A Critical Voice. Congratulations, Saint Tusa. Congratulations, Gloriana. Hundreds of Larkinsons, spread across human space, came together to celebrate the double breakthroughs. The logistics of this celebratory banquet had been difficult to arrange. Many Larkinsons located in different star systems all had to enter a hyper chamber or other augmented reality setting in order to enjoy the illusion of entering a shared semi-virtual space. On top of that, the invited guests also needed to be served with excellent dishes, each of which needed to be consistent in order to reduce the illusion of separation during the party. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan had plenty of planners and organizers on hand. They had come together and arranged everything within a couple of days. Both Gloriana and Tusa felt honored and pleased to be able to show off and boast about their accomplishments. Chib Chib. A much larger and stronger companion spirit was flying leisurely before a gathering of children. Wow, you've grown so much bigger, Blackwing, Andrast said as she reached out to touch the companion spirit's wing. Is this how big a companion spirit can grow when you become an ace pilot? Can you make yourself any larger? Blackwing briefly concentrated and amplified in size. The shadowy bird briefly became as large as a shuttle before quickly returning to a more comfortable hound-sized form. Chib chib chib. That is so cool. As Blackwing playfully began to show off a few other tricks, Saint Tusa stood before a gathering of admiring and ambivalent expert pilots. Each of them were happy for Tusa's change in fortune, but they were also incredibly jealous that he got to be the first to realize this particular dream. It is fitting that you managed to break through sooner than everyone else. The physical projection of Venerable Joshua spoke. You are the first to pilot a living expert, Mech. You have always been the fastest of us all. You have always challenged yourself more than the rest of us by throwing your expert light skirmisher into one enemy fleet of warships after another. I can hardly think of a more deserving pilot to break through than yours. Another physical projection approached and casually slapped Tusa on the back. We won't let you keep your head start for long, Venerable Orphan exclaimed after she drained her glass of wine. Our clan has become much safer now that you have managed to break through, but your dark Zephyr doesn't have the staying power to fend off every powerful enemy. We will work hard and break through so that we can reinforce you soon enough. There is a Tier 3 destroyer spear waiting for my riot, so you can bet that I will not keep you waiting. By the way, you can borrow my spear and make use of it in the meantime. It will definitely come handy in our next operation. The junior ace pilot immediately rejected the suggestion. That spear is too thick and heavy for my dark Zephyr. I don't think I can keep that aggressive spear under control at all times. I'm not even sure whether my Mech can safely handle it. It is better to keep it here in Diandi Base and wait for a proper wielder to arrive. Whether that wielder was Venerable Rosa Orphan or another pilot remained to be seen. The destroyer spear was only fit to be wielded by a powerful ace pilot and a sturdy ace Mech that had been designed to resist the destructive potency of the volatile weapon. It was not that Saint Tusa was indifferent to the amazing destructive potential of the Mech spear. When Vess had invited Tusa to the vault where the dangerous weapon was stored inside its own protective container, the two explored whether it was possible for the dark Zephyr to make use of the spear for the time being. Alas, Tusa immediately concluded that it was a bad idea. The story might be different if he was presented with a pair of destroyer knives, but the spear was way too unwieldy to be handled by a light skirmisher. He also did not have any foundation in spearmanship. His decision to specialize very early in his career had deprived him of the opportunity to develop proficiencies in other weapon types. Of course, ace pilots had improved so much that they could easily master the use of other weapon types. This was actually quite common, as ace pilots received the privilege of piloting much costlier ace mechs that gained access to a much greater variety of high-end weapon systems. For example, the Dark Wind module could be regarded as a very specialized weapon system that could only be installed on a high-ranking mech. The problem was that Saint Tusa was not the sort of mech pilot who was as eager to explore and adopt new weapon systems like Venerable Joshua. The ace pilot may have opened up a vast new world of mech combat, but he still insisted on sticking to his original specialization and mech type. As far as Tusa was concerned, the only weapons his dark Zephyr needed to carve up phase whales and wreck alien battleships was a good pair of knives. The Dark Wind module may technically constitute a separate weapon system, but Tusa preferred to treat it as a functional upgrade to his mech. The ultimate module simply weaponized the amazing speed of his battle partner. In any case, Tusa had no demand for other weapon systems. Even if that left the Dark Zephyr vulnerable against powerful ranged opponents, the ace pilot had no desire to follow the footsteps of first raters and demand his machine be equipped with all kinds of integrated weapon systems. The most recent practice bout against the R-Ray Mech squad only reinforced this notion. Multipurpose mechs were not absolutely superior. They merely performed well in most situations. Tusa had personally confirmed that the R-Ray's vaunted first-class multipurpose mechs were generalists that could maintain a uniform degree of combat effectiveness, but fared poorly when confronted by a single foe that surpassed them in strength by a large enough margin. Rather than piloting these clumsy machines that seemed to possess hundreds of solutions to different problems yet excelled at none of them, the former third-rater preferred to commit to using a pair of short blades. As long as he continued to train and develop his knife fighting skills, he could develop powerful new techniques that should allow his Dark Zephyr to launch energy attacks that could strike at targets that were located further away. Perhaps he should approach Venerable Desi and Kedis and ask for advice. Tusa continued to chat with his former peers. As he did, he noticed to a regret that a barrier had already formed between himself and his former peers. Ace pilots stood above expert pilots. This was an ironclad custom in the Mech community. Just his ascendant willpower alone made it a lot less comfortable for the expert pilots to maintain their own composure. Every expert pilot possessed a force of will that sought to claim the surrounding space for their own. The effect was not too strong as the pilots lacked the support of true resonance, but it was still a representation of their strong egos and confidence in themselves. If Tusa continued to stay close to other expert pilots, then the latter's confidence in themselves would become shakier as the much more superior domain of an ace pilot continued to suppress their willpower. In other words, there was nothing they could do to stop a hierarchy from forming. Tusa might look as human as the other Larkinsons, but he had transcended his mortality by at least 2 major steps. His life level had already risen much higher compared to the rest of the clan. This made the other Larkinson expert pilots both depressed, but also eager. They lamented their inability to break through as quickly as Tusa, but looked forward to the day where they could finally wield this kind of power for themselves. After a bit more chatting, Tusa finally found himself face to face with General Ark Larkinson. The leader of the Davut branch looked a lot less impressive to Tusa today. Their positions had switched so abruptly that neither of the two had fully adjusted to the new status quo. For a long time, every true-blood Larkinson looked up to Ark Larkinson. The son of Benjamin Larkinson was by far the most successful Larkinson expert pilot of his generation. Many people treated him as an idol and only thought they could follow in his footsteps at most. Tusa was no exception to this. He had always assumed that with the talent and ability that Ark had always displayed, the older man would manage to break through sooner than every other Larkinson. Yet the reality was different. Breakthroughs did not necessarily happen in a logical order. For Tusa to break through sooner than Ark sounded as absurd as the former graduating from the Mech Academy earlier than the latter. Although Tusa felt happy that he had managed to surpass the expert pilot that he once idolized, he did not miss the obvious fact that Ark's self-esteem had just taken a huge blow. Ark. Yes, Tusa. If there is one piece of advice that I can give you, it is that you worry too much. The ace pilot solemnly spoke to his former idol. You are a great expert pilot, but that does not necessarily mean you have what it takes to become an ace pilot. In my opinion, one of the issues that may be holding you back is that you assume way too much responsibility over stuff. That caused Ark to feel a bit defensive. Assuming responsibility has always been a part of my identity. I am a branch leader, a Mech general, and an important military asset of the Larkinson clan. Each day, my actions directly affect the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. I cannot divorce myself from my duties. I am not saying that you should drop every responsibility, Tusa clarified. I just think that you may have gone too far in this direction. You have become so swamped with responsibilities that I think your dedication to serving as a simple Mech pilot may have fallen in priority. How often do you train in your Lionheart compared to the other expert pilots in your command? How many times have you been forced to set aside your practice sessions in order to handle administration or take care of unexpected issues? The work is time-consuming, but rewarding. The more I lead my people, the more they bestow their strength to me. I never fight by myself. I am not criticizing your combat approach, Ark. In fact, I think it is strong in its own right. I just think that saints and divines do not waste their time on trivial affairs. The closer you reach the level of a god, the more you need to set aside the parts that make you human. I am not sure how far you need to go with this, or whether this is the only way for Mech pilots to break through. I am merely thinking that this rule applies particularly well in your case. Ark frowned deeper. Tusa's analysis and advice did not sound groundless. Perhaps Ark was truly being held back by his human behavior. Now that he thought about it, Tusa made a lot of sense. His good friend Reginald Cross managed to become an ace pilot. Despite holding the position of patriarch, The man never really cared too much about carrying out the duties of a clan leader. In fact, Reginald was outright negligent in this aspect. If not for the fact that Master Benedict Cortez effectively filled in for this role, the Cross clan would have deteriorated a long time ago. Perhaps, power and responsibility did not mix together as well as Ark thought. He began to look back at his life with a much more critical perspective after he internalized Tusa's advice. Chapter 6009, Upgrade Arrangements. The celebratory banquet lasted for several hours. Everyone filled their stomachs with exotic and high-quality meals. Many of the invited Larkinsons had also managed to speak with Saint Tusa and Madame Gloriana. Although the status of these two rising Larkinsons had exceeded that of many other clansmen, the two still made an effort to be approachable. After all, the Larkinsons who got to attend this party were all promising or highly placed. These were the movers and shakers of the Larkinson clan. From the chief ministers to the legion commanders, each of them wielded a considerable amount of influence in the future growth and direction of the clan. Everyone got what they wanted from their chats with the two rising stars. The mood among the invited guests remained harmonious. Although the clan had grown so quickly that multiple factions had already started to come into power, none of the Larkinsons had strong reasons to conflict with each other. With the golden cat continuing to bind them all together, every clansman still regarded each other as brothers and sisters that they could trust on a nearly unconditional basis. Whether that would last remained to be seen, but Vess was quite happy to see that his clan still retained a high degree of cohesion despite its rapid growth. In any case, life had to go on after the celebration. Many Larkinsons still had work to get back to. The double breakthroughs most definitely had a lot of implications for the clan, but it would take time for them to come into fruition. The day after the celebration, Vess and Gloriana descended down to the workshop yet again. Saint Tusa was already by the dark Zephyr's side. The living Mech had grown considerably. E-energies continued to pour into the machine, fueling his cultivation and allowing him to catch up to his powerful pilot over time. If I become an ace Mech, then make sure to increase my maximum acceleration rate. The combat warp system is excellent at making me more maneuverable at short ranges, but many battles in space are fought across hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers. Each second IT takes to intercept our enemy will result in more casualties for our clan. The ace pilot shrugged. I have asked the Mech designers to look into it, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. We can't just replace your transphasic flight system with another one. I think we need to wait until the design department, or one of the new R&D institutions, manage to develop an improved version of the combat warp system. That will take years. I can't wait that long. I don't want to end up as the slowest ace Mech of my weight class. Do you know how embarrassing that sounds? I don't think you have to worry about your enemies overtaking you. We aren't competing against human Mech forces anymore. The only enemies we need to worry about are alien warships, and none of them accelerate faster than you. The only enemies that can give you a run for your money are face fighters, but they are so weak that there is no point in taking them seriously. Both Tusa and the Dark Zephyr had noticed the approach of the two Mech designers a while ago, but they only suspended their conversation when the newcomers got close enough. Good morning, Tusa. Good morning, Vess. Good morning, Gloriana. Good morning, my progenitors. Vess smiled as he gazed up at the Dark Zephyr. I have great news for you. My wife and I have just signed a contract with Master Benedict Cortez of the Cross clan. He will be the Mech designer responsible for converting you into an ace Mech. This is the most convenient choice for us, as Master Benedict still resides in the expeditionary fleet. The two of you will be able to return and fight alongside the Larkinson army for several months before our old friend has completed his design work. Gloriana will work together with Master Benedict by remote, but she will not be able to help as much in this case. There are still aspects about ace Mech that surpass the realm of expert Mechs. Master Benedict, He is not like the other master Mech designers. I like IT. A Mech designer who is courageous enough to bet his life on his own works is more trustworthy than a coward who hides in the rear. Unlike his battle partner, Tusa looked a bit more reluctant about this choice. I can understand how convenient it is to let Master Benedict do the work, but he has only become a master Mech designer relatively recently. Aside from that, his specialization doesn't have a lot to do with light mechs. There ought to be many older, more experienced and knowledgeable master Mech designers among your friends' circle, right? There are, but I don't trust many of them to treat the Dark Zephyr right, Vess responded. He is a third-order living Mech and a masterwork Mech. It takes a respectful and restrained approach for a third-party Mech designer to properly upgrade your machine into an ace Mech. On top of that, your battle partner is also an archimech, which means that there are very few Mech designers who possess the expertise to work with this tech base. Master Benedict is not too familiar with Architect, but he is willing to defer to Gloriana on this matter, which takes a lot of humility. Out of all of the candidates that we have explored, Master Benedict has shown the greatest amount of sincerity. Gloriana snorted and crossed her arms. He is far too curious about our latest work, Vess. The master is familiar enough with living Mechs to understand your rules, but he is also greedy for inspiration. The ultimate module that you have recently invented is a much more advanced application of hyper-technology than what can be found on the Mech market. When Master Benedict learned about it, he did not even bother to hide his overwhelming desire to study your innovation. I think he will try to copy some of your solutions and use them to improve his index system. Heh, he is welcome to do so. Vess grinned. I am not selfish. This is part of the trade. In exchange for getting access to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, he will do his utmost to upgrade our quasi-first-class expert light skirmisher into a first-class ace Mech. Even if we have already laid much of the groundwork in advance, it will still take a lot of effort for Master Benedict to complete such a significant upgrade. The strength of the next iteration of the Dark Zephyr will reach a whole other level after this. I bet that not even the Mars can compete anymore. That was an optimistic statement. The Mars may still be stuck with a second-class ace Mech, but Master Benedict regularly updated the machine from time to time. The Master Mech designer mastered more advanced technologies over time. The rich plunder and profits earned from all of battles in the border region also enriched the Cross Clan, allowing it to afford more expensive materials that could be used to fabricate more expensive Mech parts. Compared to its initial form, the latest version of the Mars had become several times stronger and many times more expensive, and this was without factoring years' worth of willpower baptism. In addition, Patriarch Reginald Cross grew vigorously after he first piloted the Mars and turned it into his second skin. His Saint Kingdom was not only stronger, but the ace pilot definitely managed to deepen his control over his domain field. Yet despite all of these factors, Vess possessed a great amount of confidence that Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr could already hold their own against Patriarch Reginald and the Mars. The Larkinson clan of today had much greater financial strength than the current Cross clan. The high-quality alloys that made up the Mech frame of the Dark Zephyr alone was worth several 100 million MTA credits. Combined with all of the technological innovations, the much newer and more modern ace Mech should definitely be able to compete against his older counterpart. Of course, this was just a very loose prediction. Vess did not dare to claim with absolute certainty that Tusa would win a duel against Patriarch Reginald. Saint Tusa, now that you have broken through, you have entered a period of rapid development, Gloriana said in a more neutral tone. You may have gained an enormous boost in strength, but your utilization of your newfound capabilities has dropped. You need to spend time exploring and familiarizing with your Saint Kingdom. Much of the power of an ace pilot comes from exploiting the vast power of his domain field. At this moment, you have not even begun to leverage it properly. Aside from that, you also need to relearn how to pilot the Dark Zephyr himself. The transition from a low-tier expert mech to a high-tier expert mech is already an enormous leap. You need to refamiliarize yourself with your battle partner as soon as possible. That was prudent advice. The Larkinson ace pilot nodded with a serious expression. I know how powerful other ace pilots are. I already recognize that I am not as good as the likes of Saint Marissa Lewandowski in terms of control. I will work on this first, as it is unacceptable for me to lose my fluency in controlling my machine. Vess was quite satisfied with Tusa as an ace pilot. His second breakthrough had not inflated his arrogance or altered his personality to the point he became unrecognizable. Tusa was probably one of the most ideal candidates of the Larkinson clan to break through first. He respected Vess. He loved the Larkinson clan. He was willing to risk his life to protect the Larkinsons. He was not greedy for authority. He maintained a relatively subdued and grounded perspective on reality. He possessed a friendly personality. He treated his living mech with utmost trust and affection. All of these reasons, and more, caused Vess to feel lucky that it had been Tusa who had broken through the invisible barrier first. If a guest pilot such as Venerable Davia Stark, or an absolute idiot such as Venerable Vincent Ricklin broke through first, then Vess would probably gain an enormous new headache. Ace pilots couldn't be restrained. Even now, Vess no longer possessed the confidence that he could stop Tusa from doing whatever he wanted. If Vess and Tusa ever had a falling out, then there was a considerable chance that a lot of Larkinsons decided to follow the latter instead of the former. It couldn't be helped. Modern human society had been conditioned to worship high-ranking mech pilots. Many people already treated god pilots as literal deities. Ace pilots were much more accessible, but attracted an insane amount of hero worship. Even now, many clansmen had already turned into dedicated fans. They were practically ready to worship Tusa as a literal patron saint of the Larkinson clan. Fortunately, it did not appear that Tusa was the sort of person that paid attention to that kind of stuff. His strengthened willpower exuded a sense of calm and inner peace. It was as if nothing in reality could affect his mood. This was a manifestation of his freedom domain. After they finished their discussion on the circumstances of the Dark Zephyr's future ace mech conversion, Vess also mentioned a more immediate requirement. Tusa, Gloriana, both of you have broken through. This means that the two of you need to make another pilgrimage to a sector headquarters of the Red Association. Both of you will be gone for a week or so. I am not entirely sure what the Mechers will tell you, but I am confident that the both of you will at least become aware of a very important pillar of the mech industry. Once you have completed this obligation, you will doubtlessly learn a couple of essential new techniques. Gloriana eagerly nodded. I have always wanted to learn how to design expert mechs on an independent basis. I can finally end my dependence on your contribution. Chapter 6010, Pauper's Perspective. 6010, Pauper's Perspective. Diandi Base became a lot quieter now that Tusa and Gloriana departed. Both of them boarded one of the destroyers of the Blue Jay fleet in order to make their way to one of the larger strongholds of the Red Association. The Mechers clearly wanted to put greater effort into deepening their relationship with the two young stars, so they prepared a grander reception for the newly ascended ace pilot and senior mech designer. Vess did not really mind this. Better treatment translated into greater power and influence. He was not afraid that his cousin and his wife would put the cart before the horse and put the interests of the Red Association above the interests of the Larkinson clan. From a strategic perspective, it was better if other Larkinsons helped to prop up the clan aside from their patriarch. Due to his rise in status, Vess had become way too busy these days. He may have removed a lot of tasks from his to-do list, but it still contained way more stuff than he could handle by himself. He needed to delegate more. He also had to give up on a few goals and focus on the ones that mattered. At least I can settle down for a few years, he smiled. He experienced enough excitement for a while. He had attracted way too much heat over the span of a few months. there was no need to burnish his reputation further. His greatest priorities was to develop the premier branch, modernize all of his second-class Mech designs to the hyper generation, upgrade the remaining expert Mechs of the Larkinson clan to the same level as the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Promote to a first-class Mech designer, and prepare for the public rollout of Carmine Mechs. This was anything but an exhaustive list. Vess also had to take care of other matters, such as raising his children, attending the virtual sessions of the Interim Leadership Council, gathering enough first-class starships to form a capable first-class fleet, and preparing for the establishment of at least one sect aligned with the Larkinson clan. That is way too much. Vess rubbed his face with his palm. I really wish I could split myself into multiple partitions of myself. There were actually people who managed to do that, but they tended to be first-raters who employed exotic alien tech or other high-tech solutions. Vess could already split himself to an extent. He merely had to remove his cyborg leg and allow it to make decisions on his behalf. Usually, he kept it behind in the design lab so that it continued to design Mechs, while the rest of his body took care of other affairs. There were also times where he reunited with his cyborg leg and used the combined brainpower to increase his productivity during difficult design sessions. As his Mech designs became increasingly more technologically advanced, the demand for processing power and highly developed analytical skills increased. The e-computers accumulated in the Blinkiverse helped a lot to boost his effective processing power, but Mech design had never been a purely mathematical exercise where rote calculations could solve every design problem. The intersection of so much advanced technology imposed a greater demand on creativity, ingenuity, and high-level problem-solving. It was easy for Vess to design a serviceable second-class Mech. He could do so a lot more effectively in half the time compared to a few years ago. He had improved too much since the start of the Age of Dawn. Of course, that did not necessarily mean he could design bestseller Mechs at will. Trying to elevate the performance of a second-class Mech beyond market standard still required a lot of ingenuity and hard work. The law of diminishing returns struck hard, forcing him to spend months of design work just to improve the overall performance of a Mech design by 5% or less. The competition still had a chance of pushing back against the market dominance of LMC Mechs, especially now that more and more Mech designers started to develop more advanced applications of hyper-technology. Vess did not think that their inventions could compete against his newly developed Ultimate modules, but the latter was a bit too high-end to be integrated into his mass production models for the time being. Ultimate modules were powerful beyond a doubt, but they were heavily dependent on high-grade hyper materials to produce extraordinary results. It took a huge amount of money to grant the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III the ability to cripple first-class multipurpose Mechs in an instant with a single activation of his Dark Wind module. Although Vess had not conducted enough tests to be certain about this, he estimated that Ultimate modules made out of weaker and more affordable hyper materials were not worth the effort to include in his mass production models. Not only did his ordinary products have to wait until they evolved into third-order living Mechs, the estimated power of an Ultimate module was probably so low that it became hard to justify their inclusion. Ultimate modules took up valuable space that could easily be used to add extra energy cells, thicker armor, or other handy modules. Maybe I can figure out a way to make them useful for mass production models, Vess mused. That required additional research, which demanded a hefty time investment. As he reviewed his to-do list once again, he found it difficult to squeeze in additional time. That's fine. It is best if I focus on consolidation anyway. He harvested many gains during his last business trip. He was not even close to processing all of his insights and new ideas. Vess returned to his usual routine, though he had less Mech design projects to worry about than before. Gloriana's temporary absence changed the dynamic in the design department. No other woman in the design department could match her intensity. Although Alexa Strian and Kelsey Ampatok attempted to fill in her shoes, their leadership and management approaches were much milder in comparison. The deputy directors kept everything simple and only made sure that every design team continued to remain on schedule with their assigned projects. This was not necessarily bad. The people working in the design department gained a lot more room to breathe now that Gloriana wasn't hovering over their shoulders as much. Everyone treated this period as a partial vacation, more or less. The recent completion of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project had removed a large burden from Vest's shoulders. Letter 1A Tatomicron. Although Gloriana would soon be keen on designing the next iteration on a bunch of other expert mechs of the Larkinson clan, Vest could work on that later. Vest was contemplating whether he should restart one of the whimsical personal design projects that got stalled due to lack of time. He had a lot of ambitious ideas, but he was not sure whether this was the right time to realize them. Perhaps it might be better to wait until he became a first-class mech designer. That would allow him to expand his possibilities by 1103. Working with much more powerful tech. Let's check up on the progress of my students. The growth of Gloriana, Caddies, Alexa, and so on reminded Vess that the rise of other mech designers could relieve his burden to an extent. The more mech designers stood out from the crowd and started to demonstrate a lot of value, the less Vess had to do in order to prop up the Larkinson clan by himself. Caddies and Alexa were already doing fine by themselves. They had found their direction and still made a lot of progress every day. The Swordmaster had made a lot of strides in developing the commercialized version of the Stormblade Samurai. It shouldn't take too long for her to complete the first iteration. After that, it should probably take a few more months to test the prototype and optimize the design before Caddies decided to publish her work. Vess had high hopes that the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II could turn into a bestseller. It had already won a lot of praise from the sword maidens assigned to the expeditionary fleet. Of course, the recently completed Storm Sword model won even more praise due to its much higher performance levels. Alexa had broken through to journeyman a lot more recently, so she was still at an earlier stage of her journey. Despite her relative youth, Alexa mastered a lot more knowledge. She possessed vastly more book knowledge on high technologies than Vess and Gloriana. However, she still had a lot to go before she could combine all of that knowledge of advanced tech into attractive mech designs. She was hardly the only scion of a Terran ancient clan who enjoyed the best learning resources. Even then, these young elites never really had a chance of carving out a place in the first-class mech market. The competition was simply too fierce, and customers were way too discerning to waste their time on products that hadn't been designed by master mech designers or star designers. However, Alexa planned to circumvent this by designing mechs for third-raters. Vess grew curious at whether she was able to adapt to the much more constricting and rudimentary standards of the third-class mech market. As a former third-class mech designer himself, he knew exactly how poor and limiting it was to design mechs with so few possibilities. "It is difficult," Alexa admitted to Vess in private after he had entered her personal design lab. "Theoretically, a third-class mech still shares the same fundamentals as a first-class mech. In practice, I have found that I require an entirely different attitude and skill set in order to design a good third-class mech." Vess smiled in amusement. "You need to think like a pauper if you want to sell your products to third-raters, every third. It doesn't take as much time to design a working mech at this tech level, but it takes real understanding and ingenuity to develop one that is both powerful and cheap." From the look on the young journeyman's face, Alexa clearly learned this lesson the hard way. Although she was ashamed to show any works that were not good enough to be presented to the public, Vess was her mentor, so there was not as much shame in showing her practice results. She reluctantly pulled up a few of her recent design files and projected them into the air. The designs were indeed much sloppier than a proper work. A few of them were incomplete, as Alexa did not find it worthwhile to do a lot of detailing work. It didn't matter. Vess easily figured out where Alexa stood when it came to designing third-class mechs. "There are a couple of issues that you need to work on," he said. "First, you are trying to put too much stuff into your designs. It is not viable to design multi-purpose mechs at the third-class level. Miniaturization on a budget always leads to bad results. You need to suppress your urge to add extra modules and weapon systems when they aren't strictly necessary. The classical mech archetypes may seem incredibly limiting to you, but they have all withstood the test of time. Before you even think about deviating from these standard templates, you should at least put in the effort to master them and understand how they work in their most basic forms." Alexa nodded. "I have already started to make this realization myself, but it is difficult for me to break my old habits. I do not understand why so many of these melee mechs do not reserve any room for at least a basic ranged weapon system. They are so vulnerable to enemies that can threaten them from a distance that it seems stupid that swordsman mechs and knight mechs are unable to retaliate in the slightest. How are they supposed to deter enemy ranged units?" "They don't," Vess flatly replied. "Third-class mech forces don't have the luxury to kit out all of their mechs with so many solutions. What they do instead is rely on specialization. Any adequate mech force will have a mix of ranged and melee mechs. The former is usually responsible for covering the latter. This is how it is supposed to work. Is that so difficult to understand?" "I find it difficult to believe that third-class mechs cannot carry any secondary armaments while still retaining their overall combat effectiveness." Chapter 60, 11 Sunk Costs. Although Alexa Strian had access to plenty of textbooks and articles that told her that it was a bad idea to pile too many modules onto a third-class mech design, she still needed a lot more convincing in order to stop herself from overloading her works. This was a common bad habit of every first-class mech designer. They studied so hard to design first-class multipurpose mechs that they completely rejected the notion of specialized mechs. Even if they understood that the latter still had reasons to exist, first-raters such as Alexa considered them to be primitive, outdated, and even outright objectively inferior. It was not their fault that these arrogant and elitist Terrans and so on developed such a strong bias against specialized mechs. They merely assimilated the stances propagated by their teachers and textbooks. When they spent all of their time as a mech design student or working professional in an environment that denigrated specialized mechs, it would be a miracle if they held the opposite opinion. Still, Vess actually found it rather funny that a woman as smart as Alexa struggled to understand the core principles of third-class mech design. It showed that she was still fallible. "Perhaps you have set your sights too low," Vess gently told her. "Going from first-class mech designs to third-class mech designs is too extreme of a jump. Maybe it is best if you start with designing second-class mechs first. You have already assisted in the design of several recent LMC products, such as the Fey Fiona, so you should know how much more you can get away with at this tech level. Specialization is still the prevailing norm in the second-class mech market, but there is much more room for additional armaments depending on the design budget. The challenge is to maintain a good balance between extra features and strong foundations." Although the blonde mech designer understood that this was a logical alternative, she still shook her head in rejection. "You are correct that it would require much less effort on my part to adapt to second-class mech design. That is exactly why I do not intend to follow this course of action. Having observed young and notable professionals such as Director Gloriana, Saint Tusa, and most notably yourself, I have found that your Larkinson ethos is a common driver to your success. Journeymen are meant to explore what else can be done with mechs outside of what they have already learned. The further away from my comfort zone, the more lessons I will learn from the experience. I do not necessarily have to succeed in order to broaden my horizons, but I do not intend to fail in a task as simple as designing a commercially successful third. She possessed a lot of ambition, at least. Vess approved of her desire to seek a greater challenge despite how much hardship she was piling onto her shoulders. Well, I won't discourage you if you think you are up to the task. I think you are right that you will reap greater rewards by mastering the art of designing third-class mechs without trying to familiarize yourself with second-class mech design first. However, you shouldn't try to work with third-class mechs with the mindset of transforming all of the paradigms surrounding them. You need to produce good results with the most basic third-class mechs first before you can even think about changing the formulas. It might not be apparent to you, but it is really difficult to design an excellent night mech or rifleman mech when you aren't allowed to add any additional gimmicks or variations to their formulas. You need to get really good at squeezing the greatest amount of performance from the most inferior tech and materials. You can't cheat this process by resorting to advanced high technology or blowing through your design budget. Alexa took his words seriously. She already started to feel intimidated by this seemingly simple-sounding challenge. Her limited experience with third-class mechs so far taught her that many of her skills and methodology no longer applied anymore. It actually became counterproductive to adopt the same methods that she took for granted. She found it profoundly disturbing to stop and break her routine. However, it was instances like this that would ultimately turn her into a better and more versatile mech designer. I will never look down on third-class mech designers again, Alexa whispered as she started to fall deep into thought. My peers and I used to think that they were not actually real mech designers. Their mechs are so simple that it looks as if even a first-year mech design student can produce works of similar quality. Now I know that possessing a much greater grasp on theory alone is far from enough to produce a better third-class mech. You are not entirely right or wrong on that front, Alexa. It is true that third-class mech designers possess their own strengths, but many third-class products that have attained market leadership consist of mainstream mech models sold by huge first-class enterprises. Anyone can learn how to design a third class as long as they put in enough honest work. I shall take that into account. They talked a bit more about the unique intricacies of designing third-class mechs, but Vess believed that his student no longer needed any further advice to succeed in her venture. He liked that about Alexa. She was so damn smart and independent that he only needed to point her in the right direction every now and then. Perhaps she would have been able to figure out how to design proper third-class mechs through her own realizations. His intervention merely saved her a bit of time. After his meeting with Alexa, Vess decided to drop by a pair of mech designers that he hadn't paid too much attention to as of late. Instead of visiting them at their respective workplaces, he decided to summon them to his own design lab. Meow. Hello, Lucky. It has been a long time since I last greeted you. You look so much more powerful now that you have turned into an archimetal cat. A pair of young and vigorous men smiled and petted Lucky's head and back for a few seconds. Cats earned a special place in the Larkinson clan. Hardly anyone could resist their charm, and it was not unusual to see them hanging around in workplaces. Once the pair of apprentice mech designers sat down in front of Vess' desk, they both looked at their patriarch with hope and apprehension. Makel, Xanthar, it's been a while since I last checked on your progress, Vess straightforwardly began. A lot has been on my mind as of late, and I have a lot of responsibilities that require my attention. However, I also chose to keep my distance from the two of you because I trust that you can manage your careers without needing anyone to hold your hands. Now let me ask you this. Am I right to put my trust in your capacity to work on an independent basis? Neither of the two looked comfortable after Vess asked this question. I think that I have done my best under the circumstances, Xanthar cautiously said. I have continued to explore and study ranged weapon systems. I have invested much of my time on trying to increase my understanding of luminar crystal technology. I am still attempting to form a design philosophy centered around luminar crystal weapons, but it takes time for me to understand the alien tech and navigate through all of the gaps in known theory. I don't think I can break through in the short term if I continue to commit to luminar crystal technology, but knowing how much potential that you have drawn from it makes me convinced that it is worth it to specialize in it. Luminar crystal technology has excellent compatibility with hyper technology, so it has become even more valuable than before. That was a courageous decision on the part of Xanthar. Not apprentices possessed the guts and determination to base their most precious design philosophies around alien tech with unknown depth and potential. I cannot judge whether your decision is right or wrong, Vess replied. In fact, I think that every earnest pursuit of tech that can improve the existing standard of mechs is a worthwhile or noble endeavor. The difficulty lies in knowing when your decision is a good investment of your time. How many years do you think it will take before you can advance to journeyman? Xanthar slumped a bit. I honestly do not know. I have learned that it is best if I do not set any expectations for myself on this. These days, I am continuing to study and experiment with luminar crystal tech, with the hope that I will gain an epiphany one day that can form the basis of my design philosophy. That is a very unreliable approach, Vess pointed out. It works best for geniuses who manage to become journeymen before their 30s, but I think it is abundantly clear that neither of you fall within this category. That statement depressed the two Larkinsons even further. Sorry. There is no need to apologize, Vess said in a gentler tone. You don't need to compare yourself to me, Gloriana, Cadiz, Alexa, or anyone else in the design department. Many of the high-ranking mech designers are young, talented, and capable because I deliberately selected for these traits when I went on my hiring sprees. Do not make the mistake of assuming that every proper mech designer has to be a prodigy who can produce results in much less time than others. It is not uncommon for apprentice mech designers to form their design philosophies when they are in their 50s or 60s. Of course, much of the delays come from trying to pursue more ambitious design philosophies. While that was true, these slowpokes usually made less achievements in their lives. We don't want to become mediocre mech designers, Makel spoke up. Maybe it is not possible for us to be as good as you, but we want to become brilliant in our own ways. Xanthar doesn't want to give up on luminar crystal technology, and I don't want to give up on designing living mechs. We would rather stay stuck as apprentices for several more decades than to settle for less ambitious design philosophies. To be honest, Vess believed that the two Trueblood Larkinsons did not have what it takes to achieve success in their current paths. They were lacking in talent and qualifications, which was not surprising since they used to be a pair of average third-raters. Then again, Vess was not much different from them. The biggest difference that set him apart from Makel and Xanthar was that he had boosted his career by making use of the Mech designer system. That briefly injected another idea into his mind. What if he inducted them into the Mech designer system? Although their qualifications were admittedly poor, that became irrelevant as long as the two started to make proper use of the opportunities granted by the system. Letter 1A Tatomicron Makel and Xanthar's loyalty and commitment to the Larkinson clan was beyond doubt. They also respected him and looked up to him to an insane degree due to witnessing his rise from the bright republic to the upper echelons of red humanity from the beginning. Vess was also satisfied with their attitude and approach towards mech design. They would have been able to make a lot more achievements if they were smarter or more talented, but their poor backgrounds held them back. The meeting dragged on for half an hour before Vess dismissed the two apprentices. Though Vess had yet to make a decision on this matter, he was definitely beginning to lean in this direction. The more he thought about it, the less he thought it was a bad idea. The only issue that made him more hesitant was whether it was cost-effective for him to pull them into the system. He hadn't checked this particular function after the last update, but the system definitely charged a hefty price to bestow anyone with the status of a user. If he had to invest 1,000 AP, or something to give Makel or Xanthar access to the system, then he would be a lot more reluctant to make this investment. Chapter 60:12 Looser Criteria. Since Vess was no longer preoccupied with any immediate priorities, he decided that it was a good time to check out the system. He had not forgotten that he carried the soul mark of a hostile alien god king. So long as he carried out this mark, he could no longer take his time to develop his strength and build his power base. He needed to hurry up. He had to speed up his pace. He had to make sure he advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer within a decade and Star Designer within half a century. If he took too long, then he would lack the power to defend himself against the Subjugation King when the alien tyrant finally arrived in the Red Ocean. This was also why Vess seriously thought about inducting Makel and Xanthar into the Mech Designer system. Were they the most suitable candidates that he could choose from? No. They were trustworthy, though. He knew both of them well enough that they would not abuse the power of the system or try to turn against him anytime soon. Even if their personalities started to change for the worse after they began to enjoy the benefits of the system, Vess would make sure to step in and smack them around to remind them who was in charge. After Vess entered the system space, he first received another Radiant lottery ticket, which he earned by turning the Dark Zephyr into a masterwork Mech. A grin appeared on his face and he held the precious ticket. Awesome! Despite all of the cool prizes that he could obtain from this ticket, he was not in a hurry to make use of it right away. It was better to wait until he developed a strong need for a specific advantage. Once his excitement faded, he stowed the ticket into the Vault of Eternity, where 10 more golden lottery tickets remained unused. He already had plenty of cool stuff on hand for the time being. He needed to work towards converting them into useful assets for his clan before he was ready to think about obtaining more rare goods. He ascended the system space and only briefly glanced at the Dimension Observatory. If he was not able to reunite with Kedis soon, then Vess felt tempted to experiment with the Dimension Observatory himself. Exposing himself or not, he could not let the advantage brought by the second system upgrade go to waste. I need to earn a lot more AP first, though. Vess continued to ascend the steps before he reached the sacred temple. He checked his status, as well as the states of his divine cores as usual. The iron resonant crucifix crown did not show any abnormal behavior, and the soul mark had not changed the last time he inspected it. Nothing appeared to be amiss, but Vess did not dare to assume this would be the case forever. Both of these foreign objects were dangerous. They may be dormant for now, but who knew what their creators had put into them? They were way too complicated for him to decipher, and that worried him a lot since they had latched onto him like parasites. He could just feel that both of them would generate a huge amount of trouble down the line, but he couldn't do anything about it with his current capabilities. Oh well. He left the sacred hearth and moved to the Pantheon. While this place was ordinarily the site where he could check his status, it also presented Vess with the option of inducting other people into the system. He checked how much it would cost to make this happen. That was a very trivial cost to Vess. In fact, it was downright cheap as far as he was concerned. It used to be a lot more expensive before the first upgrade of the Mech Designer system, but when Vess recalled the exchange rate between design points and ascension points, it started to make a lot more sense. 10 AP is still really low, though. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. The low cost was a clear signal. The Mech Designer system obviously did not like it that Vess continued to monopolize it. The system had already shown many signs that it would prefer to be used by multiple people. Since the price of inducting people in the system was so damn low compared to his current AP earning ability, then it made a lot more sense to start bringing in Larkinson Mech designers that he could trust. I shouldn't go wild with this. Vess spoke as he tried to rein in any wild ideas. A lot of higher-ups already deduced that I possess a fragment of the metal scroll, but that doesn't mean I should flaunt it by recreating the metal shrine. That would most definitely alarm a lot of old-timers. The First Flame and all of those other paranoid old geezers would probably think he was trying to revive the 5 Scrolls Compact if he started to induct thousands of Mech designers into the system. It was safer to remain low-key on this matter for the time being. He should only select a handful of candidates at the start. His main objective in inviting more people into the system was twofold. First, he wanted to deepen the foundation of the Larkinson and raise more qualified helpers that could assist in his work. Second, he wanted to pull in productive Mech designers who could contribute to the development of the Dimension Observatory by covering its demanding AP costs. It made a lot more sense to invite talented and proven Mech designers like Gloriana and Kedis, rather than a pair of mediocre apprentices such as Makel and Xanthar. However, talent and ability were not essential criteria when it came to an existence as powerful and subversive as the Mech designer system. Just as in the case of Vess, the system possessed the capacity to turn any mediocre Mech designer into a once-in-a-century genius. While a Mech designer who was already brilliant would be able to accelerate their progress even further with access to all of the outrageous features of the system, they did not strictly need it in order to succeed. Vess actually felt torn when he tried to think what sort of people he should be inducting into the system. Maybe I don't need to make a choice. I can just invite both kinds of people. It only cost 10 AP to induct a Mech designer into the system. He still had enough AP in reserve to invite the names that immediately popped up in his mind. The only reason why he did not do so right away was because he was not quite ready to break his psychological barrier. Vess spent almost 2 decades while keeping the system as hidden as possible. He had never breathed a word of it to Gloriana for fear of further leaks. More than that, he admitted to himself that he had developed a possessive mindset towards the system. It belonged to him. He had used it for so long that it had turned into his exclusive advantage. If he started to invite other Larkinson Mech designers into the system, would their progress suddenly accelerate as they began to design one innovative Mech after another? What if they overtook Vess? What if they wrestled control of the system from his grasp? What if they kicked him out of the system that he had relied upon for so long? Vess shook his head. Wait, why am I afraid of that? I am not supposed to be addicted to the system. So what if the people he invited into the system tried to take it away from him one day? He had put a lot of effort into making sure he never became overly dependent on its features. Since that was the case, there was no compelling reason why he should fear these outcomes. Vess was not arrogant enough to admit that he could have made it this far without the benefit of the system, but now that he had grown to this extent, he didn't mind it if he let go of this crutch. He had become confident enough in his own abilities that he could realize his design philosophy and advance to the rank of star designer by relying on himself. At most, he could progress faster and broaden his knowledge base by making use of the tree of possibilities and other amenities. Vess felt a bit more relaxed after he made all of these realizations. Since the Mech designer system was not as indispensable to his journey as a Mech designer as before, he saw no reason to fret about all of the potential problems that might incur. That said, he did not intend to induct Makel and Xanthar into the system right away. He at least needed to perform his due diligence and test whether the two could handle the power of the system without getting corrupted by its power. He did not want the 2 young men to end up like the polymath, or worse, a compact cultist one day. Another consideration was whether he should introduce them to the system while they were still stuck in the apprentice stage. On the one hand, Vess believed that they could become much more brilliant journeymen if they succeeded in overcoming their challenges by themselves. On the other hand, it might take 2 or 3 decades before they could finally advance. So much time would have passed that the Red Ocean looked completely unrecognizable by that time. Waiting for so long also gave the 2 Trueblood Larkinsons much less time to grow and prepare for the arrival of the powerful native aliens of Messier 87. If that is the case, then I better address this priority sooner rather than later. Perhaps he could wait until Cadiz was finally able to travel to New Constantinople Roman 8 and meet him in person. Inducting all three of them at once might help make it easier for everyone. Ves decided to go with this plan. It left him with enough time to contemplate his decision and expand his initial selection if necessary. For example, he hadn't quite made up his mind whether he should include Gloriana on the list as well. He could just tell that she was the sort of Mech designer who would be able to navigate the rules of the Mech designer system a lot better than himself. She's also the biggest security risk out of all of the possible candidates. The system might not strictly be a secret to the higher-ups of the Red Association anymore, but giving hints of its existence was different than blabbing about it. Perhaps Jovi Armelin and a bunch of other Mechers might show up and request for Ves to share his bounty. I don't mind giving this benefit to Jovi, but not every Mecher is trustworthy. Ves almost cursed the absurdly low AP cost of inviting another Mech designer into the system. The threshold was so low that there was no need for him to show much restraint in extending invitations to other Mech designers. I need to put my mind on other matters. He left the sacred temple and descended down the steps until he reached the mission hall. Now that he was no longer caught up in a crisis or immediate priority, he might as well accept a bunch of missions that he could work on over the next couple of weeks and months. Even if I invite a bunch of other Mech designers, I still need to earn more AP for myself. He felt the urge to expand his knowledge base by swallowing another enlightenment fruit. If he wanted to obtain the good ones, then he needed to invest a lot more time and effort to complete enough missions. Let's see what is available. Chapter 6013, Ease of Completion. 6013, Ease of Completion. When Ves entered the mission hall, he inspected the available missions with the intention to harvest as much AP as possible in the coming year. Although many of the missions imposed troublesome or time-consuming demands, he believed he was in a much better position to complete them than before. He could not keep ignoring them just because he did not like to add more inconveniences to his life. Ves still did not understand why the system encouraged him to engage in so many strange and diverse activities. What was the point? Did it seek to broaden his horizons, or was it trying to mold him into a completely different person? Who cares? App is app. As long as I stick to my principles, it shouldn't matter what the system asks me to do. What matters is where I spend my AP on. That has a much greater influence on my future direction. He couldn't afford to be picky when deciding when to accept missions anymore. His demand for ascension points had skyrocketed. Not only did he wish to accelerate his knowledge accumulation with enlightenment fruits, he also wanted to stockpile a bunch of Kai restoration potions in case he confronted a strong opponent again. On top of that, he also needed to get started on upgrading the Dimension Observatory. He could not rely completely on the contributions of the Mech designers that he intended to induct in the system in the future. With these considerations in mind, Ves forced himself to survey the dozens of available missions and push himself into accepting them so long as their demands did not sound too unreasonable. Mission: Alien Relic Hunt. Difficulty: C rank. Description: the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy is occupied by many alien races. Many of their relics and constructs hold considerable cultural and scientific value to the human race. Retrieve 15 different items of alien origin from where they have been left by their former alien owners. These alien relics must be of significant value to humanity in order to qualify. You will earn a higher valuation if you have obtained more items or sought out relics of greater value. Reward: 40 ascension points. Time limit: 2 years. Penalty for failure: lower your intelligence by 0.1. I've seen this one before, Ves remarked as he rubbed his hairless chin. It's actually really easy to complete this mission. Nowhere in the description states that I need to retrieve the artifacts in person. The forces that do all of the hard work don't even have to be a part of the expeditionary fleet. What did this mean? It meant that he could readily complete this mission by purchasing the necessary alien artifacts. In the last grand auction, Vess witnessed plenty of alien relics with notable origins and stories. This indicated that there was a thriving market for these exotic curiosities. Was Vess short of money? No. His clan may have gone into debt as of late, but its cash flow had become so much stronger that he could borrow a lot more money if he wished. There are no quality criteria, so I don't have to buy the most expensive alien relics. I just have to make sure that they are genuine and good enough to meet the minimum threshold. How much money would it cost to obtain 15 serviceable alien relics? 100,000 MTA credits. 1 million MTA credits. This is a worthwhile trade, even if I have to pay 10 million MTA credits. There was no market price for 40 AP, so Vess could not say for certain whether it was a good deal to exchange so much money for ascension points. However, the benefits provided by enlightenment fruits worth around 40 AP was definitely greater than a few million MTA credits as far as he was concerned. It was still worthwhile for him to make this exchange. In effect, this mission has effectively turned into a roundabout money-to-AP conversion. Vess no longer hesitated anymore and accepted it straight away. Even if his various assumptions turned out to be wrong, he still had 2 whole years to fulfill the requirements of the mission, which gave him plenty of time to experiment and figure out the system's boundaries. After that, he sought for other acceptable missions. Mission: Mech Beauty Contest. Difficulty: D rank. Description: Mechs are primarily designed for battle, but that does not preclude them from becoming works of art. Design and submit a unique second-class mech to a legitimate contest that ranks mechs on their aesthetic qualities. The mech must be fully functional, while simultaneously earning the appreciation of the audience for its beauty and charm. The rewards for completing this mission is dependent on the scope of the contest and the rank your mech has obtained. This mission does not recognize any outcomes produced by factors outside of the rules of a fairly organized competition. Reward: up to 25 ascension points. Time limit: 1 year. Penalty for failure: lower your endurance by 1. This should be doable, Vess judged after contemplating the requirements for a minute. The age of mechs may have passed, but mechs and everything related to them were still as popular as always. Despite the ongoing intensification of the Red War, there were still lots of people who cared more about the aesthetics of mechs as opposed to their pure combat power. Although Vess never put the beauty of his products at the top of his list of priorities, he still tried to present his products in an attractive fashion whenever possible. Mech design was both an art and a science. Unlike many other mech designers, Vess did not neglect the importance of art and always tried to apply his unique style to all of his living mechs. The question now was whether his artistry looked good enough to rank at the top of contests, focused on the beauty of mechs. As confident as he was in his ability to produce pretty art, there were mech designers who specialized in this field for many years. These were the sort of mech designers who fulfilled the demands of the rich and powerful, who wanted to look good in the media, or wished to customize their personal mechs with unique themes that strengthened their brands. Although the mech industry never really gave these aesthetic mech designers a lot of respect, their skills should not be underestimated. However, I bet that none of them have submitted masterwork mechs to these contests. Vess smirked. Of course, part of that was because the mechers always swooped in to confiscate the freshly made masterworks, while awarding the creator with a cheap masterwork certificate and a sum of MTA merits. As a Tier 3 galactic citizen, Vess believed that the Red Association shouldn't take away his masterwork mechs without bothering to inquire whether he wanted to submit his work in the first place anymore. At least I can request the mechers to wait until I have won the contest before they claim my masterwork mech. Vess was not entirely confident whether his art could win a high ranking in any serious contest, but as long as he presented his work in the form of a masterwork Mech, that would definitely sway the judges. Of course, the premise to completing this mission in the most effective way was to guarantee that his contest submission turned into a masterwork Mech. He could not take this job too lightly if that was the case. A lack of sincerity in the Mech design project would not allow him to do his best when he finally fabricated his Mech. All of that meant that he needed to spend a serious amount of time to design his Mech. Was it worth it for him to invest so much time just to win a single contest and win 25 AP at most? Wait a second. His eyes grew sharper as he fixated on a specific phrase. A unique second-class Mech doesn't have to be derived from a completely original Mech design. I can just take one of my existing Mech designs, such as the Fey Fiona, and customize it so that it looks like a true work of art. If he could get away with this, then he could skip hundreds of tedious work hours. All of the time spent on fulfilling this mission could be spent on beautifying his chosen Mech design, which was a much more effective use of his limited productivity. Of course, he still needed to invest a substantial amount of effort and passion into designing his variant in order to increase his chances of fabricating a masterwork Mech. Let's try it. Even if I fail, I should still be able to rank in the top 10 by relying on my own merits. Vess continued to look for other suitable missions to accept. He soon stumbled onto one that was related to a priority that he never had time to address in the past. Mission: developing the Locos organ. Difficulty: B rank. Description: similar to phase whales, the strength of phase lords is not entirely dependent on the quantity of face water circulating in their bodies. It is also dependent on how phase lords are able to utilize the power of face water to channel abilities that can produce useful effects. Face water organs are the primary tools responsible for granting phase lords an efficient and reliable means of activating abilities. A competent phase lord should never neglect the development of his face water organs. Develop the Locos organ that is primarily responsible for enhancing sensitivity towards spatial and gravitic phenomena by any means possible. Increase its efficacy by at least 10 times, or modify it so that it gains a range of new capabilities that is useful in combat or in Mech design. Reward: 150 ascension points. Time limit: 3 years. Penalty for failure: lower your strength by 5. Damn, 150 AP is not a trivial sum. That was enough to induct 15 Mech designers into the system. Although Vess never really valued his transformation into a phase lord, he had to admit that it was starting to grow on him over time. This was especially the case now that he had leached off several lightning tribulations. His true body had become very powerful, and the various spatial abilities he gained from his face water organs had proven to be very useful. Whether it was using his Locos organ to gain a better intuitive feel of transphasic Mech parts, or using the Kelsis organs to project strong spatial barriers that could block just as many attacks as transphasic energy shields. Vess had gradually come to like the options provided by his face water organs. The fact that they were internal and couldn't be taken away from him so easily was a definite advantage. My face water concentration has grown by a lot, but my face water organs are still in their starter configuration. That is really bad. I need to bring them back on the same level if I want to maximize my combat potential. If he was a character of a virtual reality game, then Vess was the equivalent of a level 10 character that still equipped himself with level 1 gear. His true body had grown large enough to support more powerful face water organs. It would be a monumental waste if he did not take advantage of his improved conditions. The only question now is who I should turn to in order to develop my Locos organ. Vess frowned. If he had a choice, he wanted to entrust the Larkinson Biotech Institute to conduct research on how to upgrade his Locos organ. That would keep all of the R&D in-house and in the hands of trustworthy Larkinson Biotech researchers. However, Vess was not sure whether the LBI was up to the challenge. None of the scientists over there possessed any particular expertise in phase lords and face-water organ development. The transhumanist faction of the Red Association possessed a lot more expertise in this area. Enough time had passed for the Mechers to achieve at least initial success in raising their own phase lord. They had plenty of excellent first-class biotech researchers in their employ that had probably dissected plenty of alien phase lords and figured out how to upgrade face-water organs. If Vess turned to the transhumanists for help, he would definitely obtain better results. However, the transhumanists would also know all of the strengths and weaknesses of his phase lord physique. They might even install a few hidden backdoors into his upgraded locos organ. Damn, which one should I choose? Chapter 6014, A Quick Trip. After a long moment, Vess ultimately decided to entrust the responsibility of improving his locos organ to the Larkinson Biotech Institute. It was no longer as limited as before. Years of continued investment had allowed it to grow in size and scope. With the establishment of the premier branch, the Larkinson clan had already begun to hire first-class biotech researchers on a limited scale. The new hires may not be the best in the first-class biotech industry, but they crushed all of their second-class counterparts when it came to intelligence, knowledge accumulation, and scientific rigor. Even if they did not possess any existing expertise in phase lord physiques and face-water organs, they could still build it up by conducting a lot of examinations on Vess. Of course, if Vess wanted the Larkinson Biotech Institute to raise an entirely new department specialized in phase lord biology, then he needed to subject his true body to regular examinations. After all, there was no way the biotech researchers could obtain sufficient understanding of phase lords and face-water organs if they did not have access to enough research material. This shouldn't be a major inconvenience, Vess determined. I just have to let the researchers poke around my body once in a while. The more they understand how my body works, the greater their ability to successfully upgrade my locos organ. Upgrading his locos organ was a serious matter to Vess. It was not like upgrading a Mech where a botched attempt could easily be corrected due to the mechanical nature of the subject. The locos organ was one of the three most fundamental and important biological components of a phase lord. One of the challenges that many phase leaders faced was that messing around with their own face-water organs always came with an element of risk. There were too many potential pitfalls. The phase lord trusted the wrong people. The phase lord attempted to integrate a face-water organ that was too powerful for him to control. The face-water organ accidentally mutated beyond recognition due to inadequate research and processing. Vess only possessed a single locos organ. It also happened to fit him perfectly, as the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean had gifted his initial set of face-water organs to him for free. It would be a massive shame if the researchers of the LBI mishandled his locos organ and either destroyed it or caused it to deteriorate. The transhumanists were better at biotech research in almost every way. They already possessed an enormous head start and could easily develop better and more optimal versions of his locos organ. His expression turned grave. If I give them the responsibility of upgrading my locos organ, then I will likely remain stuck with them going forward. This sounded like a potential trap. It was the same story as companies that depended on proprietary software or a powerful brand of production equipment from a large enterprise. Once a smaller player got locked into the products of the large enterprise, the latter could easily abuse its control over its dependency relationships with the former to extort more fees or worse. While Vess maintained a good relationship with the transhumanist faction for the time being, what if that changed in the future? What if the evolution, which turned from an ally into an enemy? What if he completely ruined his relationship with the Red Association? If anything like that took place, then Vess would definitely lose access to the expertise he relied upon to upgrade his complicated face-water organs. Even if Vess turned to the LBI, the biotech researchers of the Larkinson clan would probably struggle to decipher the advanced and obtuse bioprogramming and organic design of the transhumanist faction's proprietary biotechnologies. Vess felt as if he had been on the verge of making a huge mistake that he would regret for the rest of his life. It is no wonder that the phase whales all prefer to spend hundreds of years researching their own improvements for their face-water organs. It is simply too dangerous to entrust such a critical responsibility to others. The unfortunate part about his own situation was that Vess could not upgrade his locos organ by himself. Intellectually, he was confident that he could study enough biotechnology and perform enough examinations on his true body to develop a few basic improvements. However, he could meet the requirements of the mission within just 3 years. He was not good enough of a biotech scientist to achieve such a result in such a short span of time. Sure, he may have learned enough biotechnology in order to design a basic biomech or cyborg mech, but his understanding of this field was too shallow to conduct high-end research into face-water organs. I don't necessarily have to complete this mission by upgrading my existing locos organ, though, Vess speculated. I can also get away with replacing it with a more developed locos organ taken from the corpse of another phase whale or phase lord. Vess immediately became repulsed by this idea. There was no way he wanted to stuff weird and foreign organs inside his body. The incompatibility problems alone would probably torment him for a long time. I am not going to imitate the methods of an unclean whale. Now that he became a phase lord himself, he understood much more why the general alien community treated the phenomenon of unclean whales as an enormous taboo. None of the descendants of the elder gods and their imitators wanted to be hunted down, lose the face-water organs that they had painstakingly developed over many decades, and allow their murderers to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Conducting honest research on developing new face-water organs and upgrading existing ones was the proper way for phase leaders to advance their phase lord cultivation. It might be slow, costly, and troublesome, but it was the safest and most stable method of improving their extraordinary capabilities. Vess chose to accept the mission with the intent of giving the Larkinson Biotech Institute a chance to upgrade his locos organ on his behalf. He would give them 2 years to produce an adequate result. If the biotech researchers working for the Larkinson clan failed to meet his requirements, he could always turn to the transhumanist faction as a backup option. It shouldn't take more than a couple of months for the transhumanists to upgrade his locos organ, especially if it was based on an existing template. This is the advantage of a big organization. That reminded him of the Red Collective. Its mandate meant that it would likely take over wholesale research and supervision of human phase lords. Perhaps he might have to knock on the doors of the collective as opposed to the transhumanists in a couple of years. Vess did not get too hung up over this issue and went back to picking up other missions that he could feasibly complete in the next few months and years. This should be doable, he affirmed after he accepted 5 more missions. Vess would have never accepted most of these missions in the past. There were ones that weirded him out and ones that violated his personal principles. Yet in the face of necessity, Vess found that he had suddenly become a lot more tolerant and flexible than before. App is app. Who cares how I earn them? Nobody has to know the extent of all of my actions. I don't need to explain myself anyway. He should be able to earn hundreds more AP if he fulfilled all of the requirements. Now that Vess accepted the additional missions, it was already too late for him to reconsider. The penalties for failing the missions was not unbearable, but he would definitely feel bad if he lost a bunch of attributes all of a sudden. Now that he was done with picking up his mission, he made one more important stop before he departed from the system space. He moved over to the time gate and observed it with mixed emotions. I can't let this facility go to waste either. He already had a goal in mind for the time gate. He wanted to go on another mastery experience by inhabiting the mind of a first-class Mech pilot. Vess had already spent a lot of time on studying first-class Mech design, but that only increased his understanding of first-class multipurpose Mechs from the perspective of a service provider. He did not possess an in-depth understanding of what it was like to actually use a first-class multipurpose Mech. He could massively boost his comprehension and become much more aware of what his future customers sought in a first-class Mech if he spent a bit of time inside the mind of an active first-class Mech pilot. I don't need to do anything else. Vess was very wary towards the system. It had put him into several difficult situations during prior mastery experiences that ultimately caused history to take different turns. Although the changes were ultimately for the better for the most part, Vess did not want to work so hard and intervene so actively every time he passed through the time gate. This was why he made the effort to place his palms together and make an earnest plea. System, whatever you do, just put me in the mind of a completely average first-class Mech pilot that is engaged in completely normal battles. Just let me be a passive and silent observer for once. Whether his plea made a difference or not, at least he made his intentions clear. After making a few more prayers in his mind, Vess resolutely activated the time gate and passed through the active portal. An instant later, Vess emerged right out the portal with both a relieved and satisfied expression. Finally, a normal mastery experience. The trip did not last very long. The system had just dumped him in the mind of a Mech pilot serving in the armed forces of one of the many first-rate states of the Milky Way a few hundred years ago. First-class multipurpose Mechs had already established themselves at that time. While the prevailing high technologies were much less advanced than today, Vess still gained a lot of understanding of the plight of the people responsible for piloting these multifaceted machines. The pilot in question only lasted for 3 days before he ended up dying in a battle that was a part of a shadow war against a neighboring first-rate state. The man had participated in 4 skirmishes and one big battle that finally became his graveyard. As Vess and Blinky discreetly lurked inside the first-class pilot's mind, they both tried to record and memorize as much of their observations as possible. The final decisive battle that determined the outcome of the Shadow War had been the most hectic engagement. Both sides fielded thousands of expensive first-class multipurpose Mechs onto the battlefield. The large amount of features and weapon modules of every Mech caused the battle lines to become very fluid and chaotic. There was no way to maintain any formations, as what worked in 1 minute became a huge liability in the next minute. There were several moments where Vess felt he could intervene and take measures to either save his host's life or give him a better chance of coming back intact. He could have changed the future even more by giving the pilot a companion spirit or sharing information about the future. He ultimately did not do so, not just because he wanted to avoid unintended consequences, but also because he suspected that he would pay a much greater price for messing with time. That was how it always unfolded in all of the action dramas. If it is so easy to travel back into the past and change the future, then the 5 scrolls compact would have become all powerful by now. Only those who have developed an actual time domain should be able to know what they are doing. Developing a time domain was out of the question for Vess. He already had 3 different E-energy attributes on his plate. Perhaps others could delve into the mysteries of time one day. Chapter 60-15, The Plight of First-Class Mech Pilots. When Vess exited the system space, he did not immediately make the arrangements to complete his new missions. Most of them had generous time limits, so Vess was not in a hurry to get to work right away. His more immediate priority was to record his observations from his latest mastery experience and form his conclusions about the challenges of piloting first-class multipurpose Mechs. It is really hard to pilot those immensely complicated machines. The amount of variables that a pilot needs to take into account is so much that it requires a very special mind state in order to keep up with everything. Baseline human Mech pilots could never adequately track so many moving parts at once. It took a lot of augmentation, as well as harsh training, in order to prepare a Mech pilot for a proper first-class multipurpose Mech. Even then, the throughput of data was so enormous that Mech pilots with inferior genetic aptitude had no chance of keeping up with all of the demands. Perhaps high-ranking Mech pilots might be able to pilot first-class multipurpose Mechs without relying on augments, but they could already move on to piloting customized high-ranking Mechs at that point. Ordinary Mech pilots could never control first-class multipurpose Mechs by relying on ordinary training and education. They needed to go above and beyond in order to properly control these potent mechanical war machines. Heavy augmentation was therefore mandatory. Entire industries emerged that solely focused on developing the most effective implants and gene mod templates geared towards enhancing the capabilities of Mech pilots. A true first-class multipurpose Mech pilot could easily master the controls and operation of a second-class Mech with ease. Their raw capabilities often surpassed third-class and second-class expert candidates, indicating that technology already had the power to exceed self-evolution to an extent. There were even situations where first-class Mech pilots could outperform expert pilots in a few specific areas. However, for all of their impressive genetic aptitudes, their powerful artificial boosts, and their intensive training, first-class Mech pilots were actually quite pitiful in a way. They have become so much more capable than other Mech pilots, but they never have enough time to master everything about their first-class multipurpose Mechs. First-class Mech pilots were always raised to become all-rounders. This meant that they were actively discouraged from investing a disproportionate amount of time on mastering swordsmanship or whatever. Of course, their minimum skill levels was set at a remarkably high threshold, or else they wouldn't have been able to graduate from a Mech academy. But they had to train with so many different weapon systems that they could never find too much enjoyment in their practice. The reason why first-class multipurpose Mech dominated the battlefields so often was due to the high dedication of their pilots. Every first-class Mech pilot essentially became married to their jobs. Training, fighting, and studying occupied so much of their time that they hardly had any hours left to do anything else. It was not impossible for first-class Mech pilots to take a break, retire from frontline service, or switch to a less demanding employer. However, doing so would deny them a chance of piloting the most powerful first-class multipurpose Mechs and participating in the most meaningful battles. The competition was too great. There were always more first-class Mech pilots than first-class multipurpose Mechs. The latter were expensive even to the Terrans and the Rubarthans, so there was always a limited number of them in use at any time. Any first-class Mech pilot that failed to keep up or slipped up permanently lost their chance to pilot these premier war machines. At best, the disqualified soldiers could only pilot inferior first-class Mechs that were much weaker and less versatile. Most major powers never utilized ordinary first-class Mechs for anything important. When they fought against real first-class multipurpose Mechs, the latter often used their versatility to exploit the weaknesses of the former. This was why first-class space knights and riflemen Mechs were usually relegated to menial jobs like base defense and traffic control. Any first-class Mech pilot that got demoted to such duties usually never managed to break through for the remainder of their careers. This hierarchy is too perverse. The first-class Mech community valued first-class multipurpose Mechs to such an insane extreme that every other Mech archetype practically became worthless in comparison. This produced a distorted culture where even people as smart as Alexa found it difficult to show respect towards specialized Mech. This was despite the fact that her grandfather piloted a very famous ace hero Mech. Another point that stood out from Vess was how all of the stress and demands of first-class Mech pilots made it a lot more difficult for them to break through. First, They were augmented to such an extent that they deviated a lot further from their own humanity. In fact, they were all born as designer babies from the beginning, so they were already inhuman from the moment they were conceived. That was not necessarily detrimental to their breakthrough chances, but further modifications designed to increase their ability to control first-class multipurpose mechs often produced a lot of side effects. Their thinking speeds, perception of reality, and cognitive patterns changed so much as they grew up that they practically became alien when compared to baseline humans. Compared to second-class and especially third-class mech pilots, first-class mech pilots truly existed in a category of their own. They had become so good at piloting the most complex standard mechs to exist, yet sacrificed so much of themselves in the process. Is it worth it? Vess questioned with a frown. He personally did not think so, but the first-class mech community thought differently. First-class multipurpose mechs were generally worth all of the hype. Their overall combat performance was so high under most circumstances that their poor showing against the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was the exception rather than the rule. Yet the demands of the job wore down first-class mech pilots remarkably quickly, especially when their genetic aptitudes were in the B range. Piloting first-class multipurpose mechs produced so much strain onto B-grade mech pilots that their brains actually deteriorated at an accelerated rate. Under the best of circumstances, the peak performance period of B-grade mech pilots was only 60% as long as that of A-grade mech pilots. If mech pilots with A-grade genetic aptitudes weren't so damn rare, those with B-grade genetic aptitudes wouldn't even get a chance of piloting these crazy machines. This was considered as one of the shameful secrets of first-class mech pilots. The demand for talent was so high that many B-grade mech pilots willingly self-destructed themselves in order to fulfill their dream of piloting the most advanced and powerful standard mechs that humanity could produce. Although the vast majority of these poor pilots only lasted for a decade or two before they were forced to give up first-class multipurpose mechs and switch to weaker but less damaging first-class machines, there was still a way for them to beat this game. Breaking through will solve their problems. As long as B-grade mech pilots break through to expert candidate, then they had a high chance of advancing to expert pilot after receiving support from above. Becoming an expert pilot resulted in a profound metamorphosis where the willpower, but also the body of the individual in question, surpassed mortal limitations. The brain of an expert pilot was no longer as fragile and limited compared to before. It had surpassed the limitations of genetic aptitude for the most part. Even a mech pilot whose genetic aptitude was originally D could pilot a first-class multipurpose mech. This meant that many first-class mech pilots with B-grade genetic aptitude trained and fought hard in order to race against time and break through. Yet the harder they sought to break through, the more excessive strain they placed on their brains. In addition to this, the more time they spent on their jobs, the less time they had to live a more fulfilling life. Their personalities and their mentalities remained underdeveloped as they simply did not have enough time to be human. This was one of the reasons why their breakthrough rates were so low. Was the Red Association aware of this? Most definitely. Yet knowing about a problem did not automatically mean they could solve it. The Mechers and the other first-class powers definitely understood that they were placing an excessive amount of expectations onto first-class mech pilots. Yet the fact that this extreme performance culture persisted meant that all of the other alternatives were worse. Vess could already figure out a few reasons why the first-class mech community became so distorted. There was a definite focus on quality over quantity. The first raters valued champions and heroes very much. Any first-class mech pilot that managed to break through while being subjected to years' worth of excessive strains was a powerful champion without a doubt. The futures of the few first raters that managed to become high-ranking mech pilots were usually bright. All of the pain and sacrifice became worth it as these lucky bastards turned into the new idols and standard bearers of their states or organizations. Another reason is loyalty. First-raters depended heavily on the protection of expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots. It would be absolutely devastating for a first-class power if their prize champions abandoned or outright betrayed their employers. By making first-class Mech pilots work harder than anyone else and limiting the amount of time they spent on other activities, it became a lot easier to control how they thought and how they felt. Indoctrination became more effective as these first-class Mech pilots knew little else outside of their immediate circle of friends and fellow soldiers. Despite being a part of a greater human galactic community, most people never really took full advantage of the fact that they could easily connect to people located light years away by making use of the galactic net. At most, first-class Mech pilots fought a lot of virtual battles against other people in various Mech simulation virtual reality games. It is really easy to raise a lot of expert pilots who have nothing else but loyalty to their state or organization in their heads, Vess muttered. As a clan leader himself, he fully understood this desire for control. He may have circumvented the problem to an extent by creating the Larkinson network, but its restraint on high-ranking Mech pilots was not effective anymore. In fact, ever since Tusa Billingsley Larkinson became an ace pilot, the Larkinson clan had no effective way to force him to stay. It was only due to his own honor and affection towards the Larkinsons that he continued to fight for the clan. If Vess or the clan ever pissed him off too much, there was nothing stopping Saint Tusa from defecting to the Red Association, which always opened their door to orphaned high-ranking Mech pilots. Even if the original employer tried to lock their expert pilots or ace pilots into place with the help of strong contracts, the problem with this approach was that the Mechers were the ones who were responsible for enforcing these kinds of agreements. The MTA and R-Ray's response to these situations was to always decide in favor of the disaffected pilot. The rights of a high-ranking Mech pilot superseded the rights of ordinary states and organizations. Naturally, the fact that the Mechers often welcomed powerful new champions in their midst was also a very nice outcome. With the MTA and R-Ray actively trying to poach expert pilots, ace pilots, and even god pilots, first-rate states were definitely justified in their efforts to foster greater loyalty in their own champions. The Mechers are just too shameless. At least they sincerely respected the opinions of high-ranking Mech pilots. Since a former second-rater such as the Destroyer of Worlds eventually decided to serve and protect the Rubarthan people, the Mechers evidently failed to sway her to their side. Maybe I should pay more attention to this as well, Vess thought with affront. The last thing I want to see is Saint Tusa drifting off the R-Ray because I failed to address his desires. Gaining an ace pilot was not all good news. Now that Tusa had become a powerful and respected ace pilot, the Larkinson clan had the obligation to please him whenever possible. Chapter 60-16, The Spectrum of Ace Pilots. Tusa returned to the expeditionary fleet as a changed man. After traveling to New Constantinople, sublimating his body and willpower before breaking through as an ace pilot, he was no longer comparable to the Larkinson who originally departed from the fleet. His dark Zephyr had undergone a profound metamorphosis as well. The poor living Mech used to carry the unflattering reputation for being the oldest and weakest of the impressive line of Larkinson expert Mechs. Sure, his unending alloy and range of proprietary Larkinson e-technology applications most definitely allowed him to fight on even grounds against stronger and more expensive machines. But there was a limit to how much he could support the growing needs of his battle partner. Those concerns had faded away for the most part. Even though Tusa's semi-anticipated breakthrough meant that the Dark Zephyr could only keep up with most of the Ace pilot's operations in the next 2 years or so, a future upgrade into a much more powerful first-class Ace Mech was already in the works. It did not surprise anyone that St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson returned to the expeditionary fleet with the demeanor of a conquering hero. This was because he was one of the few expert pilots who successfully managed to conquer the bottleneck that frustrated so many expert pilots. Many heroes with greater reputation and much more combat experience than Tusa fought and toiled for the illusionary chance of attaining a breakthrough, yet far too many of them died or retired with regret. Tusa, on the other hand, managed to overcome the invisible barriers that tested the limits of every expert pilot and managed to form a saint kingdom that forever changed the way he fought on the battlefield. Many people cheered when the new and improved Dark Zephyr launched out of the R-Ray destroyer that ferried the ace pilot and his living back to the expeditionary fleet. Saint Tusa, Saint Tusa, Saint Tusa. The Larkinson clan has risen even further. With another ace pilot watching over us, we will definitely beat the aliens black and blue in our upcoming operation. As the Dark Zephyr boarded the Spirit of Bentheim and was greeted with a grand reception, the Larkinsons celebrated Tusa's breakthrough yet again. Unlike the more formal celebratory banquet that the Larkinson clan organized for its higher-ups, this time all of the Larkinsons and their allies in the expeditionary fleet began to hold a fleet-wide party. They all needed this moment. Times had been good as the expeditionary fleet, under the protection of 2 ace pilots, had been faring well in the border regions up to this point. The Red War had inflicted massive losses to the would-be line fighters that attempted to rise to greatness by proving their valor in battle. Alas, only a minority of Mech forces were properly equipped to participate in a long campaign against frequent alien incursions. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had managed to win all of its battles so far by being quite careful and thorough. First, the expeditionary fleet was not a single collection of lots of mechs and starships. It was actually accompanied by a lot of scouting vessels, each of which conducted real-time surveillance and monitoring of every surrounding star system. This was anything but a foolproof means of detecting any alien ambush force in advance, but it vastly reduced the probability of getting caught off guard. Second, the Golden Skull Alliance banded together multiple partners in order to achieve superiority through numbers. Many battles became a lot easier to win by throwing tens of thousands of mechs at a typical alien raiding fleet. The enemy warships also found it hard to cope with dozens of expert mechs belonging to all 5 alliance partners, as many of them already gained the strength to occupy or defeat most alien warships by themselves. Third, the presence of Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calasandra Bouget provided an extra layer of insurance that made it exponentially more difficult to defeat the expeditionary fleet. Even if an accident or two happened every now and then, the 2 ace pilots easily crushed whatever hope the aliens relied upon to turn the tide of the battle. In fact, the 2 ace pilots refrained from taking action during most ordinary engagements. Their intervention was overkill in those cases. It was better to let the rank-and-file depend on themselves and accrue much more actual combat experience. Certainly, plenty of Mech pilots died when their machines got struck by the overwhelming primary or secondary weapon batteries of alien warships, but every soldier knew what they were getting into when they agreed to serve in the expeditionary fleet. The Larkinsons always had the option of transferring to one of the many branches located in star systems far from the front lines if they wanted to stay away from danger. Regardless, Tusa's fortuitous breakthrough substantially increased the fault tolerance of the expeditionary fleet. If the aliens succeeded in ambushing the armed forces of the Golden Skull Alliance, then the presence of one more ace pilot could easily prevent the expeditionary fleet from suffering a catastrophic defeat. What was even better was that Tusa's breakthrough also increased the risk tolerance of the expeditionary fleet. The Larkinsons and their allies became a lot more confident in their ability to confront stronger enemies. After the celebrations had passed, several key leader figures gathered together in one of the most secure conference rooms aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. Commander Kaesela Ingvar of the Larkinson clan, Master Benedict Cortez of the Cross clan, Marshal Ariadne Wadden of the Glory Seekers, General Herman Forain, and Matriarch Rezi Bouje all greeted each other in a familiar fashion before taking their seats. None of them spoke any further. Instead, they conscientiously turned their gazes to a gathering of 3 ace pilots. Even outside of their respective mechs, the Saints possessed auras that made it hard to deny their splendor. Each of them seemed to radiate their conviction on the surface of their bodies. The closer anyone got to them, the more people became affected by the overbearingly strong willpower of warriors that managed to trigger apotheoses not once, but twice. It immediately became obvious that a hierarchy had formed. At 230 years old, St. Calisandra Bouje was already on the verge of becoming a senior ace pilot. There was no real barrier between junior ace pilots and senior ace pilots. People just made this distinction in order to prevent people from gaining the mistaken impression that all ace pilots were equal in strength. As far as ace pilots went, St. Calisandra's growth rate was actually fairly slow. This was reflective of her more reserved and conservative upbringing. She was not the sort of hero that charged straight into battle at the earliest opportunity. However, her growth had always been highly stable as a result. Her foundation was extremely solid and difficult to shake by the other 2 ace pilots. She had spent a lot of time on introspection and self-discovery, which meant that her willpower had been refined into an unbreakable weapon. This was a woman who would never break or falter in the face of difficulties. Furthermore, she had familiarized and developed her domain to an impressive degree. She had already made a name for herself in the expeditionary fleet due to her ability to weaken even the strongest alien battleships by voicing one of her famous decrees. Everyone gathered in this chamber could already figure out that St. Calisandra managed to reach the threshold to senior ace pilot faster than usual due to the expeditionary fleet's participation in the Red War. Even if the fleet stuck to the less intensive conflict zones, the native aliens always unveiled a surprise every now, and then that could give St. Calisandra a good exercise. The increasing tension in human-occupied space also stimulated her growth. Ace pilots thrived during times of crisis, and Red Humanity's precarious situation obviously gave the Bouje Saint a greater sense of urgency. St. Marissa Lewandowski was a lot younger at only 154 years old. In fact, she carried herself as a woman who was at least a century younger than her actual age. This was rather typical of a light mech specialist. Her focus on speed and misdirection caused her to come across as much more informal and relaxed, especially in contrast to the stiff and formal Bouje Saint. During the times she went into action, St. Marissa and her Jeddah Sandovar had often proved effective at disrupting the operations of multiple warships. Although the lethality of the Jeddah Sandovar was inferior to the Royal Jeem, the Ace light skirmisher's speed and ability to handle larger numbers was considerably better. It was impossible for even the most organized alien fleets to maintain their cohesion after the Jeddah Sandovar started to mess up their formations. The Ace Mech did not even have to go in for the kill. St. Marissa could already tip the balance in the favor of the Golden Skull Alliance by harassing her enemies. The ace pilot gained enough experience during the battles in the past 2 years to further her growth and develop a few new tricks to cope against alien warships. Her edge had hardened. Each time she moved, there was an illusion of mist surrounding her form. It made people question whether they were looking at a decoy rather than the actual ace pilot of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. Right now, both female ace pilots greeted their newest and youngest peers in their own distinctive fashion. The fairly restrained domains of both St. Calisandra and St. Marissa pressed against St. Tussa's much fresher and less developed domain. The Larkinson ace pilot did not stand a chance. All of the joy, confidence, and touches of arrogance that he had gained from being recognized as the strongest Mech pilot of the Larkinson clan had shattered. His extraordinary willpower that had undergone at least 2 qualitative transformations failed to hinder the encroachment from the other 2 ace pilots. The difference in strength was too big. This shouldn't have been a surprise, as the range of power between the weakest ace pilot and the strongest ace pilot was vast. In numerical terms, the resonance strength of ace pilots varied between 67 lavers and 1545 lavers. Yet these numbers did not fully reflect the vast differences in combat power between ace pilots, whose resonance strengths diverged considerably. Saint Tusa had no cause to feel proud about himself. This single meeting had thoroughly smashed apart his delusions of grandeur and reminded him once again that he had only just begun his career as an ace pilot. Both Calasandra and Marissa relented in their power plays. After all, they would all be fighting alongside each other soon enough. There was no reason for them to sow resentment between each other. The much older of the three ace pilots nodded towards Tusa in an imperious manner. "You will do. Your willpower is remarkably tempered for a Mech pilot of your age," Saint Calasandra judged while crossing her arms. "You truly managed to earn your breakthrough. I was afraid that your upgraded Mech had been giving you an inflated sense of confidence. Your domain field is much weaker than mine at the time of my own breakthrough. Your youth has not given you enough time to develop your own power set. We will have to train you in that so that you can quickly begin to address this shortcoming. It is embarrassing for an ace pilot to fight without knowing how to use his Saint Kingdom." Saint Marissa voiced her evaluation as well. "Your Dark Zephyr may still be a high-tier expert Mech for the time being, but I have already heard that your machine cannot be compared to others of his kind. I want to experience the power of your upgraded Mech as soon as possible. I can instruct you how the world of light skirmishers is much different at our level of strength." "I don't need your help," Saint Tusa pushed back. "I may be young, but I already understand the role of light skirmishers on the battlefield." "You don't understand. Not truly. The existence of Saint Kingdoms completely changes the game for us. The knives in the hands of our ace Mechs are not our primary weapons anymore. It is our willpower and the true resonance that we generate with our Mechs that gives us the capital to challenge the most powerful alien foes. You will need to learn how to combine the strengths of a light skirmisher with the advantages of your domain field quickly if you want to put up a better fight in the coming operation." The mention of the coming operation caused everyone in the conference room to grow serious. Chapter 60, 17 Target Set. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. After Saint Tusa had acquainted himself with the other 2 ace pilots of the expeditionary fleet, he sat down and listened as the various leaders of the expeditionary fleet explained the current circumstances to the newcomer. The leaders not only gave Tusa a greater understanding of the current and future state of the expeditionary fleet, but also gave him a very thorough briefing on the upcoming major operation. This was privileged information that expert pilots usually never received in advance. The fact that this gathering felt it was not only worthwhile, but necessary to clue Tusa in, was a reflection of his profound change of status. Ace pilots were no longer ordinary grunts anymore. They had truly risen to the upper echelons of the hierarchy. It could even be argued that their voice was greater than that of the nominal leaders. Throughout the briefing, everyone paid close attention to Saint Tusa. They wanted to know what his personality was like now that he had become a powerhouse in his own right, and whether he wanted to meddle into the affairs of the Golden Skull Alliance. Fortunately for everyone involved, Tusa did not exhibit a strong desire to lead or even make his own requests. He was fine with letting others make all of the big decisions. He was only responsible for fighting at the highest level as far as he was concerned. When Tusa finally learned about the ambitious goal that the expeditionary fleet had set, he couldn't help but grow skeptical. "Are you sure we can finally pin down the eminence of Torment?" he questioned. "We attempted to corner him and his elusive fleet multiple times, but he never managed to get caught by us and all of the other Mech forces that were seeking to claim his bounty. That alien may be an incompetent phase lord, but he is first class when it comes to avoiding confrontation." General Hermann Forain responded with a confident smile. You are correct that the Eminence of Torment has proven to be remarkably skilled at evading pursuit, but the Red Cabal is on the verge of launching a major offensive. The Orvan Phase Lord cannot keep shirking his responsibilities and set a bad example for all of the alien fleets that have been assigned to his command. According to intelligence gathered from numerous sources, the Red Cabal is dissatisfied with the Eminence of Torment due to the fact that the raiding fleets under his supervision have produced the least amount of results. Partially thanks to our efforts, Marshal Ariadne Wadden smugly spoke. Our fleet is not alone to cover this particular border region, but we have crushed so many alien warships that we have saved many border colonies from destruction. St. Tusa still looked uncertain. Be that as it may, I doubt the cowardly Phase Lord will change his habits all that much. How can you guarantee that we will corner him this time? Ilvain has shown us where the Torment Fleet and the Phase Lord may be found at different points in the future. The Eminence of Torment's movements have become much easier to grasp now that he is forced to travel to numerous alien strongholds on the other side of the border. Commander Kaesela Ingvar stated. When we combine the Great Prophet's predictions with other sources of intelligence, we can roughly trace the approximate course of his Torment fleet. We have at least 80% chance of intercepting our primary objective at numerous different locations. The leaders of the expeditionary fleet might not pay much heed to Ilvain alone, but as long as his predictions were backed up by a lot of supporting data from different sources, then they were willing to pay much more credence to the human design spirit. This was the correct way to make use of a prophet whose predictive abilities had been proven. It was never an idea to reply to a single source of information alone, but as long as the intelligence provided by other people did not contradict Ilvain's claims, then that gave them greater certainty in grasping the trends of the future. This was one of the reasons why the expeditionary fleet never fell into a catastrophic trap or ambush during the past years. The native aliens weren't completely stupid. They occasionally cheated by dispatching much more powerful punitive fleets that easily possessed the power to crush every second-class Mech force operating in and around the Torald Middle Zone. The losses inflicted by warships powerful enough to give the Red Two a run for their money were massive. What if the Eminence of Torment learns about our interception attempt in advance? He might prepare an ambush for our arrival. The acting leader of the Larkinson army smiled. That is where you come in. Your breakthrough has given us a fairly hidden trump card that we can rely upon to respond to any unexpected emergencies. The Eminence of Torment is known as a defective Phase Lord, but he still commands a fleet that is more formidable than we have fought in the past. You have gained much greater offensive power as of late. Is that correct? Yes, don't ask me how it works. I think it is better if I show you all what my Dark Zephyr and I can do during a live practice session. I can already tell you that it will take much less time for me to dismantle larger alien warships than before. That is good to hear. Commander Kaesela nodded with satisfaction. With the departure of Patriarch Reginald Cross, we have lost a strong offensive top asset. Your breakthrough and the Dark Zephyr's technological upgrades will give us another sharp edge that we can use to eliminate the more powerful threats first. Tusa felt the need to give them all a warning. I won't be staying here for long, Commander. Vess wants me to join his premier branch once my Dark Zephyr has completed his conversion into a first-class ace mech. If the old rules still apply, then I am not allowed to fight alongside your forces anymore. That caused several people to look upset. Marshal Ariadne Wadden shook her head in disapproval. The artificial division between third class, second class, and first. We can afford it due to all of the earnings we have made. The class division doesn't exist to help humanity deal against the aliens. It exists to separate humans from each other. Matriarch Rezi Bujay explained to everyone. To be more specific, it protects weaker human powers from the stronger ones. Otherwise, the Terrans and the Rubarthans would have taken over many second-rate and third-rate states that they have taken a liking to. The first-raters have little choice but to compete against other first-raters. That is only the case in peacetime. Now that all of Red humanity is being threatened by a strong external enemy, we need to unite with each other. Master Benedict Cortez knocked his fist against the table. The discussion immediately halted. This is not the time and place to discuss politics. Are we still in agreement about commencing our operation? If we set off today, we have a large chance of intercepting the Torment fleet. The trade-off is that Saint Tusa will have less time to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Do not delay this operation on account of me, Tusa spoke up. It is true that I am still new to this all, but I can already pull my own weight in battle. The leaders decided to proceed with the current plan. They had already arranged everything without taking Tusa's recent breakthrough into account. His massive increase in strength was a welcome bonus, but did not necessitate a change in strategy. Now that the course of the expeditionary fleet was set, the meeting soon came to an end. The two female ace pilots made their way out, but not before demanding that Saint Tusa participate in their training sessions. Compared to expert pilots, ace pilots had a lot of new options at their disposal. It usually took years before the latter was able to get started with developing their new capabilities. This lengthy interval could easily be shortened as long as the fresh ace pilot received targeted lessons on how to develop and use his new domain. Tusa understood this quite well, so he did not reject this demand out of pride. Ace pilot or not, he was uncomfortably reminded that he was the weakest out of the three. Finally, only Tusa, Commander Casella, and Master Benedict remained in the conference room. Now that the rest have left, let us discuss the state of the Dark Zephyr. The command-oriented expert pilot spoke. I have received an information package on the general capabilities of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, but much of it is vague and not precise enough. What I need to know is how much the light skirmisher is limiting your ability to fight as an ace pilot. The Dark Zephyr has a large amount of high-performing Archimetal components. I am more than satisfied with my living Mech's base parameters, such as thrust power, evasive ability, and toughness. Vess and Gloriana told me that the biggest shortcoming is the continued use of old resonating materials, though I personally haven't felt that they are holding me back all that much. I am not entirely sure how much of a difference it makes if my Dark Zephyr has been upgraded with a batch of ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. Both Tusa and Casella turned to Master Benedict. As a master Mech designer, he possessed the qualifications to develop ace Mechs. He had already done so for the Mars, so he should have a good understanding of this matter. Resonating exotics are the defining components of high ranking Mechs for good reasons, the older man explained to the two Larkinsons. The better they are, the easier it is for Mech pilots to resonate with their respective machines. Expert pilots can stably generate true resonance with the help of weaker resonating exotics, because the latter are easier to control. When expert pilots attempt to resonate with more powerful resonating exotics, they often suffer backlashes because their willpower cannot withstand the activity generated by more volatile and energetic resonating exotics. However, it is precisely because these dangerous resonating exotics hold more power that they are an excellent complement to ace pilots. Understanding dawned on both of the faces of the Larkinsons. That sounds similar to the issues related to controlling high-tier destroyer weapons, Saint Tusa observed. Only a strong enough will and Mech can tame these dangerous weapons by force. More powerful resonating exotics can easily produce accidents if they are not adequately controlled, but their downsides mean nothing to actual ace pilots. Resonating exotics held far too much power to be safely controlled, but ace pilots could negate their greatest shortcoming and take full advantage of their more potent effects. It was an excellent combination that produced a fantastic amount of synergy. There is another factor that you must pay attention to, Master Benedict said. Ace Mech-grade resonating exotics have a disproportionately high influence on the development of an ace pilot Saint Kingdom. Selection must be done with great care, as the properties of the replacement resonating exotics will directly affect how you will develop your powers and your domain in the future. It is not impossible for you to develop your Saint Kingdom without relying on resonating exotics, but your progress will slow down as a result. I see. Tusa frowned. So this is also one of the reasons why it is not a good idea for me to pilot the current version of the Dark Zephyr for too long. His old resonating exotics will not help me shape my new powers. Correct. You will only truly be able to leverage your Saint Kingdom to the fullest when you have an ace mech that can fully channel it. Your current domain field is partially limited by the constraints of your high-tier expert mech. If that was the case, then Tusa wanted his Dark Zephyr to convert into an ace mech as soon as possible. Chapter 60:18, A Revealing Spar. Although Master Benedict Cortez did a good job at explaining the differences between expert mechs and ace mechs, Saint Tusa only truly understood how far his Dark Zephyr was behind when he engaged in his first sparring session against another peer. In order to avoid overwhelming Saint Tusa right away, his only opponent for the time being was Saint Marissa Lewandowski of the Adelaide Mercenary Corps. As the expeditionary fleet was scheduled to depart soon enough, the two ace pilots only had time for a short comparison between each other. Yet that was enough to open the horizons of Saint Tusa, along with everyone else that was gleefully observing his debut as an ace pilot. At first glance, their mechs did not look all that different. The Dark Zephyr was a black-coated light skirmisher, and so was the Jeddah Sandovar. Their sizes and proportions did not differ all that much as they both stuck closely to the template of their mech type. The designers of both machines had the option of adding other weapon systems to the ace mechs, but neither ace pilots chose to add too much additional bulk to their machines. Saint Marissa had only opted to add a pair of very compact but potent laser pistols to her ace mech. The two weapons made it a lot more convenient for the Jeddah Sandovar to pick off weaker ranged targets without compromising her ace mech's original configuration too much. Tusa insisted on the removal of the grenade bandolier. He detested his previous reliance on transphasic grenades and did not want to base his combat approach on lobbing lots of powerful explosives at his opponents. The removal of the grenades fulfilled one of his wishes and returned the Dark Zephyr closer to his original roots. Of course, the Dark Zephyr gained an arguably even better offensive option in the form of the Dark Wind module. Not only was the new Ultimate module a lot more economical, but its power and utility increased as Saint Tusa grew stronger and increased his comprehension of the shadow element. In contrast, the Jeddah Sandovar had taken a slightly different direction. Its thin, dark frame did not look as if it hid anything as outrageous as an ultimate module. Instead, the ace mech exuded a much greater sense of power and cohesion. It had received many years of willpower baptism, and its design had received many different incremental upgrades, especially in the last 2 years. The Adelaide Mercenary Company earned a lot more profit by participating in the expeditionary fleet, and it had spent much of it on accelerating the development of the Jeddah Sandovar. General Herman Forain knew that the original Third Fleet of the Adelaide Mercenary Company would instantly collapse as soon as Saint Marissa Lewandowski decided to quit and join the Red Association. In order to prevent this outcome from happening, he did not hesitate to reinvest a lot of money and materials into improving the Jeddah Sandovar at a much faster rate than before. The Ace Light Skirmisher could not be underestimated for that reason. It was not as weak and limited as before. Even though it was not an archimech, the Jeddah Sandovar's continuous improvements and upgrades gave Tusa the impression that he was facing a very compact but threatening metal demon. Right now, the Saint Kingdom surrounding the Jeddah Sandovar already started to surround it in a slightly hazy white fog. The fog was not thick enough to conceal the Jeddah Sandovar, but it already started to make it a little harder to observe the Ace Light Skirmisher. There was an obvious discrepancy between the two Saint Kingdoms. The one radiated by the Dark Zephyr was not only a lot smaller, but also gave up ground far too easily. It was only when the Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom had been pushed back to his Mech frame that it barely managed to stand its ground. This indicated that Saint Tusa had very little chance of taking control over the surrounding space. He could only preserve the sanctity of his Mech and his own body under the circumstances. After Tusa thoroughly understood how much worse his Saint Kingdom fared compared to that of Marissa, the two ace pilots decided to move on to the next phase. "Are you ready?" Tusa took a deep breath. "Go." The two ace Mech simultaneously moved into action. Both machines moved so quickly that it became difficult for baseline humans to keep track of their movements. The Dark Zephyr and the Jeddah Sandovar were both fairly small machines that had predominantly coated in black, so it became a nightmare to follow their blazingly fast maneuvers with the naked eye. Fortunately, their glowing Saint Kingdoms made it a lot easier to track their rapid movements. To most observers, it looked as if two glowing energy bubbles continually bounced against each other before separating to circle around each other. Each time the two converged together, the Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom clearly deformed by a huge extent, thereby weakening Tusa's ability to weaken his current opponent. In contrast, the Jeddah Sandovar's hazy Saint Kingdom remained remarkably solid and stable despite its insubstantial appearance. Each time the Adelaide Ace Mech encroached upon the Dark Zephyr's space, the Jeddah Sandovar exposed a ruthless edge that enabled it to land much heavier blows. Fortunately, the Dark Zephyr was not a fragile machine that easily crumbled apart after getting struck by so much force. The living Mech's archimetal construction, along with the use of excellent first-class materials, finally began to demonstrate their usefulness. When empowered by Tusa's true resonance, the Dark Zephyr's Stormblade knives still remained strong and intact, even when they blocked the more powerful strikes from the Jeddah Sandovar's own pair of weapons. Tusa felt anything but comfortable, though. He recognized the weapons wielded by the Jeddah Sandovar. Vess and Cadiz had worked together to develop a set of blessed weapons for the Ace Mech of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. The transphasic commas may have been developed just before the start of the Age of Dawn, but they could already be treated as pseudo-hyper weapons from the fact that they were blessed by the Phase King. The penetration and cutting power of these commas were high. Fortunately, St. Marissa held back her strength and did not borrow the Phase King's power. That still did not make it easy for Tusa to prevent his upgraded Mech from getting scratched. The two powerful Mechs began to confront each other more directly. The two machines continually maneuvered around each other while launching rapid strikes or moving to defend against incoming attacks. "You are fast, but I am faster," St. Marissa exclaimed as she was clearly on the offensive most of the time. The Dark Zephyr's excellent base performance allowed him to keep up with the rapid attacks launched by the Jeddah Sandovar, but it was clear that the latter was just toying with its prey. After launching a lot of rapid but relatively mundane strikes, St. Marissa decided to kick it up a notch and demonstrate why having a Saint Kingdom mattered. Mirage. The mist surrounding the Jeddah Sandovar thickened. It became so much better at interfering with the perception of both people and machines that even Tusa momentarily lost track of his opponent. Behind. The Dark Zephyr rapidly turned around, yet when the machine raised his Stormblade knives to block the twin commas, the feedback from the charge attack turned out to be much less than expected. What? The living Mech felt as if he had only clashed with a Mech that was 10 times weaker than before. Pay attention. The small but powerful leg of the Jeddah Sandovar emerged from the opposite direction and gave a firm kick onto the rear of the Dark Zephyr. The expert light skirmisher embarrassingly lost control over his own trajectory and needed a moment to stabilize. Soon, 2 different Jeddah Sandovar's attacks from the left and right of the Larkinson Mech. Tusa did not foolishly try to defend either or both attackers. Instead, he quickly activated the combat warp function enabling the Dark Zephyr to quickly hop away from his precarious position. Yet even as the Dark Zephyr managed to move away quickly enough to almost pass through the boundary of his opponent's Saint Kingdom, a third Jedha Sandovar appeared with blazing speed and kicked the Larkinson Mech back into the opposite direction. Multiple real and illusory versions of the Jedha Sandovar tormented the Dark Zephyr. Tusa's newly improved senses and the Dark Zephyr's state of. The art sensor suites utterly failed to distinguish real and false. Marissa's domain field was so much stronger and more developed that there was no comparison. In addition, Saint Marissa honed her various powers and abilities for many decades. The two may be of the same rank on the surface, but the Adelaide ace pilot was almost 4 times as old as Tusa. Even though the mirages of the Jedha Sandovar were not as strong and threatening as the real deal, Marissa was able to maintain at least a dozen of them and control them to a very fine degree. The Mirage Mech did not hesitate to push Tusa to his limits by launching crazy suicide attacks. Even if Tusa knew that they were false, they still posed enough of a threat to force him to defend against them, which subsequently gave the real Jedha Sandovar free rein to launch attacks at the most inopportune moments. All of this suppression steadily caused Tusa to lose more confidence, thereby causing his Saint Kingdom to buckle even further. In contrast, Saint Marissa's domain field became even more oppressive than before. The female ace pilot continually gained more momentum. False becomes true. One of the Jedha Sandovars oddly swung its transphasic commas into empty space. Yet Tusa immediately became alarmed when the Dark Zephyr finally received his first pair of scratches. Somehow, the missed attacks launched by the Jedha Sandovar actually managed to hit the Dark Zephyr while bypassing all of the defenses in the way. Tusa was hardly the only ace pilot who possessed an offensive trick. Due to the thick and almost impenetrable mist generated by Marissa's Saint Kingdom, Tusa completely lost the initiative as he could not escape this trap no matter where he flew or how much his Dark Zephyr sped up. The Jedha Sandovar constantly made sure to keep the living Mech as close to the center of its Saint Kingdom as possible. Tusa eventually couldn't hold it any longer. He wanted to be able to hold his ground against Saint Marissa without resorting to his trump card, but that was obviously an unrealistic dream from the beginning. Blackwing its time. Chip. Shadow energy began to converge upon the Dark Zephyr's abdomen as the Dark Wind module started to accumulate energy. Tusa focused completely on defense and evasion as he tried his best to buy time for his expert light skirmisher to accumulate energy. He did not dare to let the Dark Wind module reach full charge. Not only did it have a chance of inflicting severe harm on an important strategic asset, but he knew that Saint Marissa would never give him the time to accumulate power for so long. The lengthy charge time of the Dark Wind module was a very obvious weakness, but Tusa was confident that he could improve upon it over time. For now, he only waited for half a dozen minutes before he dared to launch an unstoppable charge. Dark Wind Passage. A powerful shadowy streak immediately ran through the hazy Saint Kingdom and breached the other side. Every false Jedha Sandovar in the way got popped in an instant. As for the real ace Mech, the actual Mech remained hidden and untouched by this costly move. Saint Marissa sounded amused. This has lots of potential. Even I am not entirely sure whether my Jedha Sandovar can remain unscathed if struck by your power move. It is clearly not designed to help you fight against fast and powerful opponents like myself. Its power is beyond doubt, but its flexibility leaves much to be desired as you can only channel it in a single direction. This is a siege attack more than anything else, but it doesn't have to remain that way. Tusa wound down for a moment. What do you mean? Once you truly begin to take control over your Saint Kingdom, you can alter reality and force your Mech to change direction. If you break down the special move you just pulled off and only execute some of its components, then you may be able to launch a weaker, but much more controllable shadow attack. That would have allowed you to strike all of my mirages and my actual ace Mech at once. Forget about resonance strength for the time being. You urgently need to expand your repertoire. Do not make use of your Mech as is. No Mech designer can fully prepare a set of features that will allow you to fight at your full potential. The only way to truly master your light skirmisher is to use your living Mech as a collection of building blocks to form your own combat system. That was the point where ace pilots were finally able to live up to the expectations of the public. Chapter 16-19 Alien Adaptations. We've found them, Commander. We've found the aliens. The Torment fleet fell right into our trap, ma'am. Our new warp interdictors are working better than expected, ma'am. Don't let the enemy warships advance on our starships. The more vessels we lose, the weaker our suppression of space. We cannot allow them to reactivate their warp drives. Commander, the Gorgonean has just gotten hit by a massive strike. A large breach has emerged across her starboard side. The capital ship is falling out of formation. Half of her thrusters are gone, and she has lost contact with hundreds of crew members. Identify the cause. Commander Kaysela Ingvar barked as she interfaced with her trusty Minerva expert command Mech. It's bad. The eminence of Torment has just emerged, and the strength he has displayed is much higher than we predicted. The intelligence is wrong. That caused the battlefield commander of the Larkinson army to feel bad. Has he been rewarded with a PPS and promoted to a greater phase lord recently? No, but he is not a defective phase lord who failed to ascend into a phase lord. His body is tall and vigorous, and he does not appear to be in pain. His true body is as tall as a juggernaut, and he is able to launch spatial ripple attacks that can breach through any transphasic energy or transphasic hull plating with ease. According to our observation and analysis, the eminence of Torment's face water concentration is likely within the range of a mid-tier lesser phase lord. A mid-tier lesser phase lord. The trampler of stars that the expeditionary fleet fought against a long time ago used to hover around that strength. However, just because the Larkinsons managed to handle such an opponent did not mean that all mid-tier lesser phase lords could be treated in the same fashion. Just like there was a huge degree of variance between ace pilots, so did phase lords. Some excelled at creating powerful spatial storms from a distance. Others excelled at brawling other powerful foes up close. Phase whales and phase lords had a long tradition in the Red Ocean, and they had managed to explore many different ways of leveraging the power of face water. As the Minerva launched from the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim, the expert command Mech immediately trained her sensors onto the eminence of Torment in the distance. Kaysela's eyes widened as she understood why the lesser phase lord managed to land such a powerful blow onto the Gorgonean. Is that a warship wrapped around his body? Yes, ma'am. When we managed to interdict the Torment fleet, the eminence of Torment appeared from his flagship, reached his true size, and flew right towards one of the capital ships of the Torment fleet. That ship subsequently split into several large pieces before molding onto the eminence's humanoid body, similar to a suit of combat armor. The ship raiment is most certainly designed for his use. It fits too well to his dimensions, and the fact that the eminence can synergize many of his inherent abilities with the transphasic parts of his gigantic armor has multiplied his combat effectiveness by several times. Just his defenses alone are much harder to overcome. That became evident when the completely armored form of the giant juggernaut-sized phase lord was surrounded by both a spatial barrier and multiple layers of segmented transphasic energy shields. Even though these were old-style transphasic energy shields, their combined defensive properties could not be underestimated. It was through this protection that the eminence of Torment managed to resist the piercing blows from the Royal Gem. I decree that your power generators have become exhausted. Saint Calisandra Boujet's powerful Saint Kingdom attempted to weaken the power supply of the eminence's massive suit. This was a clever decision, as the enormous ship raiment immediately started to weaken in every aspect. Not only did its transphasic energy shields lose a bit of strength, But the very odd cannons mounted on the Orvan Phase Lord's arms took longer to charge up and launch terrifying space ripple attacks. However, the Bujie Saint was unable to eliminate the threat posed by the Eminence of Torment. Unlike warships, the Eminence of Torment was a lot more flexible and capable of repelling enemies at closer ranges. Even though the Royal Geme was protected by its own Saint Kingdom, the Eminence constantly utilized his massive limbs to smash aside the Ace Mech and reduce its maneuvering space. The Eminence also possessed a range of face water organs that granted him the ability to disturb the local space, create localized spatial storms, and even tear space apart. The Orvan Phase Lord was a far cry from the weak and almost disabled alien leader as described by all of the rumors. The intelligence was completely wrong. Many aliens didn't know any better and had been completely fooled by the false rumors spread by the Eminence and his direct subordinates. Although the Royal Geme's powerful space suppressor and Saint Kingdom were able to work together to weaken the effects of all of these spatial attacks, they weren't able to make the Ace Mech immune. Furthermore, the Eminence of Torment's embrace of technology went beyond using the hull of a home ship as his armor. Some of the relatively compact but powerful gun batteries had been especially designed to maintain their operation, even after they had been shifted to the Phase Lord's shoulders and other parts of his body. Dozens of warship-grade cannons attempted to strike the Royal Geme as the Ace Spearman Mech constantly sought to wear down the armored Phase Lord's defenses. Gracer cannons. The power and potency of Gracer weapons was much higher than ordinary laser cannons. Both of them relied on concentrated electromagnetic radiation to inflict damage, but the former relied on very energetic and lethal gamma rays, while the latter mostly relied on a lot of visible light or infrared rays. It was very clear which of the two was deadlier than the others. The humans of the modern era had very little exposure to Gracer cannons, as they were considered taboo by the Big Two and the Red Two. However, the native aliens never agreed to adopt the same taboos, so they clearly had no qualms about mounting Gracer cannons onto their warships. The only reasons why the aliens rarely made use of them was because they were much more demanding and expensive to build and mount onto their warships. Only high-end alien warships tended to mount them in place of cheaper and less demanding laser cannons. Although the Eminence of Torment never built up a good reputation in the alien galactic community, he had obviously hidden his strength much deeper than anyone realized. Not only that, but he likely received enough support from the Red Cabal to be able to commission a powerful ship raiment equipped with Gracer cannons. The Mech designers and engineers serving on the expeditionary fleet could quickly determine that the tech and materials used to make the Gracer cannons originated from the Pulmar race. The ball-like aliens mastered the most advanced tech in the Red Ocean. Not only that, but the Pulmars were also good at miniaturizing their technologies. They were quite adept at mounting more compact weapon systems onto their relatively small home ships that could still pack a sizable punch. Although the Gracer cannons mounted across the surface of the Eminence's armored suit were not particularly accurate, each hit or near hit constantly consumed the Royal Geme's energies and made it more difficult for the Ace Mech to wear down the segmented transphasic energy shields. Even though the Ace Mech's blessed weapon was able to tear one of more segmented transphasic energy shields with every serious blow, the Eminence of Torment always adapted quickly and allowed his spatial barrier to tank follow-up attacks, thereby giving time for his transphasic energy shield generators to recover. The Eminence of Torment and the Royal Geme are locked into a duel. Neither of them are able to breach each other's defenses, so they have fallen into a stalemate. However, the Eminence of Torment is still able to divert enough attention to launch space ripple attacks at our starships from time to time. We have already lost 2 combat carriers to the Eminence, while one of our other fleet carriers has lost an entire hangar bay from his most powerful strikes. Can the Jeddah Sandovar reinforce the Royal Geme? St. Marissa Lewandowski is the only ace Mech that is suppressing the most powerful alien hulls of the Torment fleet. It has unexpectedly been reinforced by a squadron of modern battleships equipped with stolen human technologies. They even have hyper-technology. Hyper-technology. As time went by, more and more alien warships came equipped with different versions of hyper-technology. Even though the aliens were not as good at technological innovation as the humans, the former possesses a lot of scientists. They were bound to be geniuses and innovators, among them Pulmers, Orvans, Nuncers, and even the Archie. On top of that, multiple cells of the cosmopolitan movement continued to transfer many human technologies to the Red Cabal in a misguided attempt to force Red humanity to abandon its human supremacy ideals. Although the cosmopolitans had not managed to come close to attaining their goals so far, their acts of treason caused a lot of pain and misery to the soldiers responsible for fighting against the aliens. This time, the expeditionary fleet had suffered major blows from these alien hyper battleships. They absorbed E-energy radiation from the environment and used that to empower their Azure energy shields and fire considerably more lethal hyper-transphasic attacks. Their sensor systems, fire control systems, ECM systems, and targeting systems had also been modernized to near-human standards. All of these technological improvements made the gun batteries of the alien hyper battleships considerably more accurate than was typical of Orvan vessels. The consequence of all of this was that none of the starships of the expeditionary fleet could fend off their powerful attack salvos. In order to prevent these powerful alien hyper battleships from crippling the expeditionary fleet from afar, the Jeddah Sandovar had little choice but to spread its Saint Kingdom as far and wide as possible to engulf one of multiple threatening hulls in a highly disorienting mist. While St. Marissa Lewandowski was steadily able to grind down the defenses of the suppressed hyper battleships by joining forces with other friendly Mech units, the expeditionary fleet would suffer a lot more damage as soon as the Jeddah Sandovar left to reinforce the Royal Jeem. The Mech forces of the expeditionary fleet tried their best to assist the pilots, but most of them had little choice but to hold back the remainder of the fairly powerful Torment fleet. Many of the home ships of the Torment fleet originally hailed from the Orvan race, so the vessels were much better constructed than the typical junk ships fielded by the more disposable alien raiding fleets. As Legion Commander Kaysela Ingvar had already spread her command field and began to commandeer thousands of bright warriors, Fae Fianas, and other ranged Larkinson Mechs, her commandeered Mech troops urgently fired their resonance-empowered attacks at the hyper battleships. Despite amplifying thousands of attacks with her true resonance, the living sentinels under her command were unable to produce immediate results. The other Mech units were working hard as well. The Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III and the Zeal were making good progress in wearing down the mid-sized alien home ships. The avatars of myth under the leadership of Legion Commander Melker had advanced on the smaller and more mobile alien subcapital ships. The space suppressors tacked onto the melee mech of the avatars made it much easier to overcome the defenses of the enemy ships than before, but they could not attack with impunity due to enemy interference. Face fighters, those unarmed alien cargo ships turned out to be makeshift carrier vessels. They are in the process of launching thousands of face fighters. How many? They have already launched 6,000 of them, and we estimate that they have at least 1,200 more in their cargo holds. Chapter 60, 20 Melkers Resolve. Although the alien small craft were still inferior to human mechs in most aspects, the fact that each of them were protected by their own small transphasic energy shields still made it troublesome to eliminate them at a fast pace. Melee mechs intercept the alien face fighters. It was not efficient to eliminate the face fighters by relying on ranged mech units. Melee mechs equipped with space suppressors did a much better job at wiping them out so long as they could get within striking distance. Commander Melker gritted his teeth and quickly issued orders to redirect his faster and more mobile melee Mech units to entangle the alien face fighters. These face fighters are getting faster, tougher, and deadlier with each generation. We can't let them fly around with impunity. The flagrant vandals moved in to assist. Their light mechs were not that suitable to fight against alien warships, but they were much more effective when fighting against alien small craft. The ferocious piranhas and the stinggrippers of the flagrant vandals moved to flank and contain the alien face fighters. Their superior mobility and their glows enabled them to fare pretty well against the alien craft. Although the avatars of Myth and the flagrant vandals lacked the numbers to contain the alien face fighters by themselves, they soon received help from the Mech forces hailing from the other partners of the Golden Skull Alliance. Commander Melker. Among the numerous quasi-first-class Fey Fyanas accompanying the avatars of Myth, one of them looked more conspicuous than others. The customized version of the Larkinson edition of the Fey Fyana was paired with 6 living Fey. 2 of them were fairly powerful communication Fey. They amplified the Mech's signals transmissions and made it easier for Melker to remain connected with his troops across a busy and chaotic battlefield where lots of explosions and radiation spikes interfered with communications. Another pair consisted of upgraded luminous Fire Fey, which was originally designed by Tristan Wesseling. The Fey model was already powerful from the beginning, but had been upgraded even further by the Mech designers serving on the expeditionary fleet. Equipped with both positive fire hypergems and negative water hypergems, and enhanced by face water, the expensive Fey fired dazzlingly hot and powerful transphasic hyper laser beams that successfully punched through the transphasic energy shields of the alien small craft in just 1 or 2 blows. A second pair of Fey consisted of transphasic versions of the Infinite Coil Fey, originally designed by Carl Steinbach-Backhali. Even though there are only 2 of them that combine together to form a slightly longer barrel. The kinetic projectiles launched by the 2 Fey never failed to punch through the transphasic energy shields of enemy face fighters by relying on a combination of strong kinetic power and transphasic penetration. Commander Melker still had to maintain enough situational awareness to command the avatars of Myth, but that did not mean he had given up on developing his piloting skills entirely. He was growing older and more tired with each passing year, but there was a part of him that still yearned for the romance of becoming a high-ranking Mech pilot. He could never suppress his envy when he saw the Larkinsons of his generation, such as Saint Tusa and Venerable Janzi, ascend towards godhood, while he still remained a lowly mortal. There had been times when his willpower wavered. Those were the times where he decided to leave the cockpit and command his avatars of Myth behind a desk. However, when Vess founded the Premier Branch and pretty much made it clear that it would become the central focus of the Larkinson clan, Melker began to realize that he only had a limited window of opportunity to rise alongside his cousins and other familiar Larkinsons. The expeditionary fleet would probably continue to operate as a second-class fleet in the times to come, but it would no longer hold as much importance as before. Melker did not have the confidence that he could enter the Premier Branch by relying on his mediocre capabilities. Perhaps he could apply to make use of an EdNet quota, but virtual reality training alone could never turn him into a first. My genetic aptitude isn't good enough anyway. He was too proud and honorable to ask Vess to make an exception and pull him into the Premier Branch. Neither his piloting skills nor his command capabilities could justify a transfer to a first-class Mech force. If Melker did not want to live the remainder of his life as an average second-class Legion commander, then the only way for him to change his future was by breaking through. With that thought, Commander Melker resolutely piloted a demanding Fey Fyana and utilized 6 Fey at once to push his limits and excel in both personal combat and battlefield command. Ever since Melker embraced the Fey Fyana, he became more and more proficient at multitasking and coordinating his own Fey. The fact that the Mech more actively assisted in controlling the Fae after evolving into a third-order living Mech also helped. Yet it was exactly because of Melker's notably strong performance that he attracted the attention of the Orvan Facefighter commanders. Careful, Commander. Numerous defensive Mechs attempted to cover Melker's Fae Fianna as it became the target of over 60 Facefighters. Even as the avatars of myths moved to block, divert, and eliminate the aggressors, a squadron of elite Facefighters in red broke out and smashed aside the Mech in their way with absurdly powerful transphasic hyper weapons. Watch out for the elite Facefighters. They are much newer and more advanced. The stolen human technologies used to upgrade the elite Facefighters had not only made their weapons powerful enough to pierce the defenses of most avatar Mechs, but they were also a lot faster and more maneuverable, even if they were unable to produce any warp bubbles. The space suppressors attached onto every melee Mech may have caused all of the nearby elite Facefighters lose the power of their Facewater technology, but their brand-new hyper technology still retained their full strength. Though Melker should have commanded his Fae Fianna to turn around and retreat to safety, he refused to show cowardice in the face of danger. Retreating was a prudent choice to make for any Mech officer that was in the crosshairs of the enemy. It was not a choice that any aspiring expert pilot would make. The squadron of elite Facefighters may be strong, but they were still within the range of tolerance of the avatars of myth. How could Melker possibly dream of becoming an expert pilot one day if his first response was to turn tail and run? A fire lit in his heart as Melker roared, and focused the fire of all of his offensive Fae on the incoming elite Facefighters. Avatars never back down. Let us teach these aliens that their Facefighters can never stand a chance against our living Mechs. We are larger than life. We are larger than life. The remaining avatars echoed the motto of their Mech Legion. Several elite Facefighters quickly crumbled as their weakened Azure energy shields got stripped by repeated attacks before their relatively thick fuselages only bought them a little more time. The elite alien pilots quickly adapted, though. They dispersed their powerful Facefighters and began to overload their engines and thrusters, causing them to accelerate much faster than normal. The alien Facefighters easily managed to outpace the avatar Mechs that attempted to intercept them. They also made it much harder for Melker's Fae Fianna and other ranged Mechs to land successive hits. As the alien Facefighters came close enough, Melker's living Mech suddenly beeped in alarm. Detecting multiple missile locks, the Legion commander's eyes widened just as dozens of transphasic hyper-missiles launched from the surviving elite Facefighters. As the Red War dragged on, the native aliens discovered that their small craft were not yet able to defeat human Mechs on even ground. Since the latter was always much better controlled, plenty of alien starfighters and Facefighters got eliminated with so much ease that they failed to justify the resources invested into their development and production. In order to give them a quick, if somewhat costly, short-term boost, the native aliens recently discovered the advantages of explosive munitions. Equipping alien Facefighters with combat but powerful short-range missiles had proven to be a surprisingly effective countermeasure against human Mechs. Melker had only heard brief mentions of their appearance in the battles involving First Raiders. He never expected to encounter them himself on this battlefield. Even as his Fae Fianna began to engage in evasive maneuvers, the accompanying offensive Fae tried to pick off the incoming missiles as much as possible. Other nearby ranged Mechs managed to fell one or more transphasic hyper-missiles with each passing second, but the distance was so short that over half a dozen managed to cross the distance and close in on Melker's vulnerable machine. Camouflage. Before the missiles struck, all 6 living Fae began to shimmer before creating lifelike physical projections that imitated the appearance of the original base Mech. The Fae also overheated and began to output emissions that made it a lot harder to distinguish real from false. Boom! 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 A damaged and partially ravaged Fey Fiona flew from the periphery from all of the powerful explosions. The drone Mech had lost all 6 living Fey, but at least Melker managed to preserve his machine and his life. Those missiles are too strong against Mech. Although the modern alien missiles clearly relied on sophisticated human tech to run their guidance systems, they weren't clever enough to break the living Fey's camouflage. The Avatar commander did not have any time to celebrate. The missiles arrived so fast that his Mech had been unable to put up enough distance from the short-lived decoys. The Fey Fiona had lost every Fey. Even though there was a reserve of spare Fey located further in the rear, it would take time for Melker's Baron Mech to link up with another set. In the meantime, the threat of the elite face fighters still remained. 3 of them had succumbed from massed attacks, but 3 more alien craft decisively accelerated towards the damaged Fey Fionas. Melker quickly experienced another sense of crisis. More transphasic hyper-missiles. No, they cannot carry any more of them. Wait, their heat emissions are spiking. They are about to explode. He quickly figured out that the Orvan pilots of the remaining elite face fighters had already made the determination to die. They are launching suicide charges. If any of those alien face fighters crashed against his damaged and vulnerable Fey Fiona head-on, there was no way for him to survive. Multiple Avatar Mech surrounded his damaged living Mech in order to block the incoming elite face fighters, but the enemy craft had already split up in an attempt to approach their target from 3 different angles. It was relatively easy to defend against threats from one direction, but it became a lot harder when they came from multiple directions. Combined with the attacks launched by other alien face fighters, the Avatars of Myth struggled to defend their commander. If the Avatars had more time, they could have intercepted the remaining elite face fighters, but because the distance was so short, only one of the powerful craft got intercepted before it reached its target. The remaining 2 elite face fighters were just about to ram through whatever barriers were in the way and unleash explosions that could finish off the Fey Fiona when 2 fiery red resonance-empowered fire beams punched through the remaining defenses of the 2 craft and caused them to explode in. Advance. Commander Melker relaxed a bit as he realized that reinforcements had arrived. The Star Dancer Mark Roman II had approached from the ranks of the Glory Seekers and rapidly started to eliminate one alien face fighter after another with single attacks from the expert rifleman Mech's Luminar crystal rifle. Commander Kaesela Ingvar guessed that you were about to engage in reckless stupidity during this battle. Venerable Brutus Wadden transmitted to Melker in his insufferable clipped accent. There is a time and place for bravery, but do not overestimate your abilities. The Torment fleet is much stronger than the alien raiding fleets that we have vanquished in the past. Do us a favor and stay further in the rear. My brother-in-law would become terribly upset if he hears that we have managed to win a great battle, only for it to come at the cost of your needless death. Chapter 60, 21 Breakthrough Ambitions. Venerable Brutus Wadden wordlessly shook his head in disapproval. Commander Melker's damaged Mech failed to move for several long seconds. Eventually, the Avatar commander wised up and moved his Fey Fiona to the rear. It was not as if Brutus was unsympathetic towards Melker Larkinson. Every Mech pilot yearned to become a hero one day. Even male Hexers dreamed of becoming strong enough to serve as the shields of the female Hexers. However, greatness could not be attained by being recklessly suicidal in combat. Theories about breakthrough triggers varied, but Brutus personally believed that Mech pilots needed to be sincere in their approach towards combat. They needed to fight with the intent to survive and overcome any challenges in their way. Sometimes that meant making the sensible decision to perform a tactical retreat. There was nothing shameful about backing away from a disadvantageous situation if doing so would lead to better results down the line. Commander Melker wouldn't do anyone on his side any favors if he foolishly overextended himself before getting himself killed. Morale among the avatars of myth would plunge, and many Larkinsons would probably go crazy as they attempted to make up for the shame of losing their commander. This was exactly why Commander Kaesela Ingvar had approached Venerable Brutus before the battle with a request to keep an eye on the Avatar commander. "I am always happy to fulfill a request from a charming lady such as yourself, but why do you seek my assistance in particular? Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Isabel Cotin can already provide support from a distance. You are also in a position to lend him aid from your Minerva." Kaesela crossed her arms. "The Amaranto and the Promethea are some of our best anti-ship assets. More importantly than that, I do not want to insult Commander Melker by exposing the fact that our ranged expert pilots have been ordered to babysit him. It would shatter his self-esteem and put him in the wrong state of mind. You are much better placed to save him in the upcoming battle. Your expert Mech's firepower is not strong enough to put you on ship elimination duty. If the Torment fleet deploys a large number of face fighters, then you are much better suited to whittle down their numbers. You can do this while at the same time position yourself to prevent Melker's demise. He will not appreciate it, especially if he finds out." Brutus frowned. "I will do as you ask, but if I am compelled to intervene to save his life over that of other Mech pilots, then I will disclose the reason for doing so. His honor and my honor insist on it. After that, I will extend any special favors to him. There are many other soldiers on the battlefield that are equally deserving of my help. I would much rather intervene to save the life of a woman rather than Melker. He is family, you know. You are married to a Larkinson, and so is your sister." "That is true, but I will not let family affection override Melker's desire to risk his life for a chance of ascension. Coddling him may keep him alive, but it will kill his fighting spirit." A tense pause ensued as Kaesela recognized the truth of that statement. She was an expert pilot as well. The female commander eventually let out a sigh. "Not every Larkinson is equal. Melker is an important contributor to the Larkinson clan's early development and rise to power. Let us do this, then. You only need to pay special attention to him and save his life once. Hopefully, Melker will have learned a lesson from his near-death experience and adjust his mentality so that he will no longer behave so recklessly. Reckless Mech pilots tend to be the most willful pilots of all. If you deprive them of their willingness to confront enemies that they cannot overcome under normal circumstances." There was no need for Brutus to finish that sentence. "Once is enough," Kaesela said. "If he continues to take disproportionate risks, then he must bear the consequences of his actions. Perhaps only by coming closer to death will he have a chance to succeed." Although Venerable Brutus did not believe that Melker possessed the qualities to break through, he had already fulfilled Kaesela's request. While Melker's shabby Fey Fianna beat a hasty retreat, the star dancer Mark Roman II continued to advance forward. Unlike other rifleman Mechs, the Hexer expert rifleman Mech boldly flew in the middle of enemy formations and rapidly fired one resonance-empowered transphasic energy beam after another at many different targets. Brutus had deliberately reduced the power of the Hexacris rifle in order to increase its firing rate, but it still managed to unleash enough power to overwhelm the transphasic energy shields and sear a hole into each and every alien face fighter. This was because his resonance strength had grown just as rapidly as the Larkinson expert pilots as of late. With the help of the general cultivation elixirs provided by the Larkinsons, Brutus felt much stronger than a couple of years prior. Now that he had just managed to become an ace pilot candidate, he was already thinking about forcing his next breakthrough. Although his chances of breaking through were low due to his irregular growth and the limitations of his outdated expert Mech, Venerable Brutus was at least able to work on his courage and momentum in advance. Even though his bold behavior had caused hundreds of alien face fighters to direct their firepower towards his star dancer Mark Roman II, their retaliatory fire was completely ineffective. Just as the machine suggested, the star dancer was highly maneuverable and easily evaded many incoming attacks no matter which direction they came from. The aliens had yet to learn how to coordinate their fire so that they could envelop their targets into unavoidable grids. So Brutus found it remarkably easier to dance around the firepower of the inflexible enemy's small craft. Even if the sheer volume of fire still caused his expert rifleman Mech to get struck by ranged attacks, the powerful resonance shield easily withstood the damage without much consumption. Now that Brutus had reached the strength of a high-tier expert pilot, he was much better able to utilize his willpower to forcibly negate the damage inflicted by enemy attacks. "If Saint Tusa can do it, then so can I," Brutus exclaimed as his Star Dancer's rifle began to overheat due to his insistence on raising its firing rate. "I need to kill faster. I can still exceed my limits." Venerable Brutus was not the only expert pilot who became inspired by Tusa's breakthrough. Every high-tier expert pilot of the expeditionary fleet tried their own ways of taking on greater challenges and tapping into their hidden potential. Further away, one of the modern alien battleships of the Torment fleet had begun to perform more erratically over time. Even though her excellent coverage of segmented multi-layered Azure energy shields easily resisted the ranged attack salvos from the distant human mechs, the alien vessel began to suffer more and more malfunctions and inexplicable deaths. It was not until the Orvan command crew got slaughtered in a single fell swoop that the remaining alien crew discovered that they were being haunted by demons. None of the aliens were aware that a very hidden expert stealth mech had been shadowing their homeship for several minutes. Despite all of the havoc wreaked by the expert mech's Geist system, the aliens failed to connect the dots, thereby allowing the Phobos to lurk in the vicinity. What was even more remarkable was that Venerable Zimro Belson and his living expert mech were able to escalate the damage they inflicted onto the alien battleship over time. In fact, the Phobos ordinarily shouldn't be able to compromise the enemy vessel when she had erected all of her energy defenses. However, Venerable Zimro and his Phobos were both living beings. This meant that they possessed the capacity to grow and adapt. Zimro and his battle partner had long become frustrated by the inability for his Geist system to infiltrate enemy vessels when they had erected their transphasic energy shields. This was why they both conducted focused training and learning on how to allow them to sneak the fiends anchored to the Geist system to quietly slip through energy shields, no matter whether they were transphasic. Their efforts paid off. What was supposed to be impossible no longer applied to the pair. With great effort, Zimro and the Phobos carefully wrapped a fiend with their true resonance and essentially tried to smuggle the dangerous ghost past the multiple layers of Azure energy shields. The concentration and effort required to sneak a fiend past such formidable barriers was great, but as long as the Phobos remained undetected and undisturbed, Zimro was confident that he would be able to succeed. The fiend uttered a haunting laugh once the intangible monster finally found himself inside one of the vessel's compartments. After receiving his instructions from the Geist system, the spiritual fiend grinned, revealing disturbingly sharp and long fangs. Killulul. Orvan crew members began to drop dead for inexplicable reasons, while delicate components got torn into pieces. One of the older fiends, that was coincidentally named Nosferatu the Tormented, proved to be especially fearsome. As the first fiend to infiltrate the enemy vessel, the fiend already slayed more enemy aliens than the other fiends. After sapping the life out of every officer in what passed for the alien vessel's bridge, Nosferatu utilized the strength granted by Zimro's true resonance to unscrupulously drain the lives of the reinforcing Orvan crew members, as well as hundreds of staff that were stationed in the surrounding compartments. The disruptions caused by his death directly caused the hyper battleship to fall into a state of paralysis, thereby making it less likely for the Phobos to become exposed. Meanwhile, two powerful expert riflemen mechs were doing their jobs by besieging enemy warships in the rear. The Amaranto had set aside her instrument of vengeance and relied on the superior firepower of the much larger instrument of doom to shatter and overwhelm the transphasic energy shields of numerous Orvan subcapital warships all by herself. Once the expert rifleman Mech managed to create a hole in an enemy vessel's energy shield coverage, Venerable Davia Stark had already done her job, even if the gap only lasted for a few seconds. This was because the Promethea was able to exploit these momentary gap to fire a strong resonance-empowered purple fire beam that started a fire on the enemy vessel's exposed hull. As long as the Promethea managed to land a single shot with her Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle, Venerable Isabel Coton was able to feed the flames and cause them to engulf more and more parts of the hull until it was too late for the enemy vessel. Yeah. The reason why just a single attack from the Promethea was already able to spell the doom of any exposed enemy warship was because Isabel's companion spirit had become particularly good at raising the heat. As long as Kuroshi piggybacked on the resonance-empowered fire beam, the flaming purple cat was able to blend into the other king killer flames while quietly working to spread them towards anything nearby that looked vulnerable and important enough. Although Isabel felt satisfied for being able to relieve the expeditionary fleet by single-handedly burning down several enemy vessels, she did not feel this was enough to trigger her second apotheosis. She needed to conquer a greater challenge or perform a more impossible feat in order to transcend for a second time. "Transphasic energy shields," she uttered. "It is frustrating that they continually prevent me from burning down these alien ships. How can I make them catch fire?" If she could evolve her fire to the point where she could burn energy shields despite how it should be impossible according to science, then Isabel became certain she would be able to turn into a saint. Chapter 60:22, Mutual Evolution. As the battle between the Expeditionary Fleet and the Torment Fleet raged on, it became clear that the Golden Skull Alliance had gotten caught in a tough battle. This had become an increasingly rare occurrence because the Mech forces of the Expeditionary Fleet had grown to a formidable level of strength. Ever since the Expeditionary Fleet started the Trailblazer expedition, the Larkinsons and their allies defeated one alien raiding fleet after another. Each victory yielded a huge amount of spoils, as the Golden Skull Alliance always managed to claim possession of the rich debris field, as well as any alien warship hulls that were still relatively intact. The Larkinsons had already replaced many old second-class Mechs with modern and well-equipped quasi-first-class products. The other alliance partners made similar moves, if only so that they could keep up and ensure they contributed enough to the battle to claim a richer share of the spoils. With powerful models such as the Fae Fianna, the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III, and most recently the Storm Sword, the Larkinson Army's comprehensive strength and ability to counter alien warships had increased remarkably. However, the Torment Fleet was not as easy to defeat as other alien fleets. Different from the old and outdated warships that the Red Cabal drove into human space to create attrition, most of the vessels fielded by the Torment Fleet were more modern, more powerful, and more well-supplied Orvan homeships. The eminence of Torment had lived for over 800 standard years and managed to amass a sizable amount of wealth and influence in Orvan civilization during much of that time. Even if he strangely portrayed himself as a weak and defective phase lord that was constantly suffering from unending pain, that did not stop the eminence of Torment from building his own power base and earning more rewards from the Red War. The smaller vessels of the Torment Fleet were easy enough to defeat. Their defenses were better, and their gun batteries may be remarkably more effective at eliminating large numbers of Mechs, but they still succumbed when a large number of Mechs overwhelmed their transphasic energy shields. It was the bigger warships that posed a bigger problem. The aliens had not only incorporated a lot of stolen human technologies, but also adapted the designs of their homeships in order to better cope with human fighting methods. The newer hyper battleships are too lethal to our Mech forces. They don't mount as many primary gun batteries, but their hulls have at least 50% more secondary gun batteries and thrice as many tertiary gun batteries. These alien ships carry so many rapid-fire transfacet laser gun batteries that they can shred entire Mech companies in seconds. Even our much better protected quasi-first-class Mechs can hardly last more than a few seconds when subjected to focused fire. While the Torment fleet had yet to receive too many state-of-the-art hyper battleships from the Red Cabal, their designs deliberately placed less emphasis on anti-ship armaments in order to free up capacity that could be used to accommodate a much greater amount of anti-small craft armaments. Small but fast-tracking and fast-firing transphasic hyper laser cannons had been specifically designed and optimized to lock onto Mechs and shred them with continuous barrages of energy beams. The design philosophy of these unassuming but extremely numerous gun batteries was to rely on quantity over quality. Mechs were quite difficult to hit at different ranges, especially if they were fast and maneuverable. Even if they got hit once or twice, they were usually tough enough to shrug off the attacks without getting impaired. Yet very few Mechs could remain intact when they were focused on by at least a dozen rapid-fire transphasic hyper laser cannons. One by one, these clusters of laser cannons continually induced despair onto Mech pilots, as their machines almost had no recourse against these kinds of attacks. Only shield-link technology could allow these Mechs to defend against attacks that vastly exceeded their native defensive capabilities. But it was a pity that the expeditionary fleet did not enjoy this extravagant luxury. As such, with each minute that passed, every force suffered an escalating number of casualties from these giant anti-Mech platforms. The only positive news for the Mech forces was that the threat posed by these hyper battleships became so acute that numerous Mech pilots managed to break through after getting targeted. The immense terror of getting bombarded by dozens of transphasic laser beams in quick succession was enough for many desperate Mech pilots to unlock their hidden potential. Numerous Mech pilots took their first step on the path to godhood by advancing to the rank of expert candidate. More notable were the existing expert candidates who broke through to the rank of expert pilot and temporarily wielded the power of an expert Mech. Yet for every hero that got born on this bloody battlefield, many more Mech pilots perished in an instant. The successive transphasic laser beams were too rushless. The gun batteries may be small in relation to warships, but they were a lot more powerful than the weapons employed by small craft, hence their tendency to leave very few survivors behind. The threat posed by the new alien vessels to the Mech forces happened to be so great that the Jeddah Sandovar had become fully preoccupied with interfering with their operations. The Ace Light Skirmisher rapidly flew from one hyper battleship after another. The Jeddah Sandovar's Saint Kingdom produced a strange mist that lingered even after the machine moved away. The persistent mist did not block the perception of the sensors and the aliens stationed inside the hyper battleship. Instead, it primarily sapped the energy out of the laser beams that attempted to pass through the hazy mist. The anti-energy beam mist was empowered by enough true resonance to easily block or weaken thousands of laser beams fired by tertiary gun batteries. It would have been much more difficult for this mist to neutralize the energy beams fired by much larger weapon emplacements, but the tertiary armaments were so much smaller and weaker that they failed to exceed the threshold of the anti-energy beam mist. Although the mist gradually dispersed shortly after they left the Saint Kingdom, causing its effects to rapidly weaken over time, Saint Marissa was still able to limit the firepower of 3 or 4 hyper battleships. Unfortunately, there was only so much the Jeddah Sandovar could do to suppress the vessels. There were other hyper battleships that had split away from the main formation and tried to put as much distance from the Ace Light Skirmisher as possible. This forced the remainder of the Mech forces to confront the threat posed by all of these specialized anti-Mech battleships by themselves. The horror of these warships became increasingly more clear even as they attracted a lot of attacks. The Stormblade samurais and the storm swords deployed by the Swordmaiden Legion assaulted one of these hyper battleships. Despite employing a powerful combination of electrifying Stormblade weapons and stackable space suppressors, the warship demolished over 100 Mechs, most of them Stormblade samurais, and even put in the effort of striking any of the ejected cockpits that managed to abandon the doomed Mechs in time. No, sisters. These Orvans must die. With the help of the much more powerful transphasic Stormblades of the powerful new Storm Swords, the Swordmaiden Mechs eventually managed to exhaust much of the segmented Azure energy shields, allowing them to slip through and tear apart the vulnerable battleship. Further away, two large formations of Valkyrie Mechs, led by two expert Mech versions of the same Mech line, began to summon two different apparitions of the Superior Mother. Yet before the Glory Seekers could launch their infamously lethal death energy wave attacks, multiple hyper battleships launched dozens of torpedoes at the approaching Valkyrie Mechs. Many Mechs attempted to shoot down the torpedoes, but that was easier said than done. The large torpedoes were not only clad with thick layers of transphasic alloys, but they were also protected by their own transphasic energy shields. Even though many of them eventually got shot down by many ranged Mechs, one of them ultimately managed to survive long enough to detonate right in front of one of the large but highly inflexible battle formations. No, sister. The affected battle formation immediately collapsed as a weapon of mass destruction engulfed hundreds of Valkyrie Mechs, many of them piloted by highly experienced veterans. What is the status of Venerable Olivia Remus? Did we lose an expert pilot? Fortunately for the Glory Seekers, the heavily damaged form of the Valkyrie Krista quickly managed to hover away from the explosion. The mid-tier expert Mech managed to withstand the fury of the powerful blast due to the fact that Venerable Olivia managed to reach the strength of a high-tier expert pilot with the help of general cultivation elixirs. Even more fortunate for the Hexers was that numerous other surviving Mech pilots became so desperate that they managed to break through to the rank of expert candidate. Even so, the loss suffered by the Glory Seekers was great. The fact that the other battle formation led by Venerable Eona Ballantyne successfully managed to depopulate over half of the crew serving aboard the entire hyper battleship hardly lifted their moods. In fact, the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers became unpleasantly surprised that the hyper defenses of the modern Orvan battleship proved to be partially effective at neutralizing the power of one of their most reliable trump cards. Red humanity is adapting, but so are the aliens. Master Benedict Cortez muttered as he observed the battlefield from the safety of the Cross Clan's flagship. The Hemington Cross was in the process of moving further away from the ambush site. While this would make it harder for the fleet carrier to provide support to the crosser Mech in the field, the ship was too large and vulnerable to stay so close to the action. This was because the Eminence of Torment was particularly good at damaging starships. Even though the Royal Gem was steadily working to reduce the copious amount of energy barriers surrounding the juggernaut-sized alien. The alien relied on both his unblockable space ripple attacks, as well as the Gracer cannons mounted on his giant suit of armor to inflict significant damage onto the expeditionary fleet every now and then. When the giant Eminence of Torment successfully managed to swat aside the Royal Gem, he also raised one of his arms and transmitted a deadly space ripple attack at the Spirit of Bentheim. Out of all of the starships of the expeditionary fleet, the vessel with the giant cat-head prow had earned a lot more enmity from the enemy Phase Lord. The Eminence of Torment is trying to destroy the Spirit of Bentheim so that he can weaken our suppression of his spatial abilities. Although it was hard to believe, the Orvan Phase Lord was not fighting at his full strength at the moment. He was originally even stronger. It was just that the combined efforts of space interdictors and space suppressors weakened a lot of spatial abilities and prevented any warp bubbles from forming. If not for these effects, the Eminence of Torment would have become a lot more mobile, allowing him to approach the starships of the expeditionary fleet and wreck them with impunity. In order to free himself up, the powerful alien leader had set his sights on the flagship of the Larkinson clan. Yet before the spatial ripple attack could strike the factory ship, the Bastion quickly interposed herself in front of the ship and deployed a large and fairly powerful resonance shield. Primal Aegis. The ripple in space struck the enlarged resonance shield and quickly collapsed it due to the enormous difference in power. Venerable Janzi was not stupid enough to put her high-tier expert Mech in the way. As impressive as the Bastion may be after her rebirth, the expert heavy space knight would probably get crippled at once if she withstood the full brunt of this spatial attack. The weakened but still fairly powerful ripple attack therefore bypassed the Bastion and struck the azure energy shields of the Spirit of Bentheim. The frontal shields held for a short while, but the Eminence of Torment's main attack turned out to be so effective against transphasic defenses that it managed to overcome this barrier and strike the hull. The giant prow that was supposed to depict Goldie's splendid head suffered major tears. Fortunately, the decorative prow successfully managed to prevent the ripple attack from drilling further into the hull. The Spirit of Bentheim may appear to be a factory ship, but her last refit had boosted most of her defenses to the standards of a first-class capital ship. Just the many layers of first-class alloys stacked onto the prow section had proven that they were worth all of the expense and effort to install onto the Spirit of Bentheim. Our flagship remains intact. The new Zeta 65 warp interdictor has remained unaffected. The new module is still doing a good job of suppressing the Eminence of Torment's spatial abilities. The Spirit of Bentheim cannot withstand too many spatial ripple attacks. We need to neutralize the threat posed by the Phase Lord quickly before he inflicts more damage. When is it time for our new ace pilot to deploy? Where is St. Tusa? Chapter 6023, Illusionary Dream. As the forces of the expeditionary fleet struggled to defeat the warships of the Torment fleet, one notable asset remained in reserve. The Dark Zephyr remained active, but silent, as the living Mech continued to huddle inside the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim. The fresh ace pilot inside the cockpit impatiently tapped his foot as he observed the battlefield from multiple different live feeds. He carefully observed and studied the performance of the Eminence of Torment, the recently developed alien hyper battleships, and the more powerful hyper face fighters. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson wished his Dark Zephyr could sortie into battle and tip the scales in the favor of the Golden Skull Alliance. However, all of the leaders of the expeditionary fleet insisted that Tusa and his upgraded expert light skirmisher remain in reserve. Tusa did not believe he was being held back just because the Golden Skull Alliance wanted to have a powerful troubleshooter on hand that could quickly respond to any unexpected surprises. The Torment fleet may have sprung several surprises after getting ambushed, but the aliens have likely brought out everything they had in their arsenal. It did not make much sense to hold his powerful new Dark Zephyr back, unless the Golden Skull Alliance had other reasons to justify this decision. As Tusa witnessed many of the breakthroughs that occurred across the battlefield, he became increasingly certain what this battle was truly about. He opened a communication channel to the Minerva. "Commander, it is not yet time, St. Tusa. Please be patient for another minute. Your time will come soon." "I do not have much patience to begin with," Tusa barked as he slammed his fist against the armrest of his piloting chair. "Is it truly worth it to let so many of our clansmen die in order to trigger all of these breakthroughs?" Commander Casella sighed. "That is not our call to make. Our patriarch has recently changed the priorities of our expeditionary fleet. Our former goal was to focus on resource acquisition and minimizing our losses. Now that our clan urgently needs to build a small but powerful first-class fleet and Mech force, our strategy needs to shift. We must focus on promoting as many talents among our Mech pilots as possible." We must give them a better stage for them to perform beyond their limits, even if it means that many of their compatriots may die in the process. As you can see, our new strategy is already bearing fruit. Tusa let out a frustrated sound. I am not blind enough to deny that this approach makes a certain amount of sense, but don't you think this is a little too much? How much longer do you have to make our clan bleed? How many lives are you willing to trade in order to obtain another expert pilot? Dozens, hundreds, thousands. Do not think that I am in complete agreement with this approach. Kaysella defensively shot back. However, we must build up our high-end combat assets as extensively as possible. The Patriarch has already warned me that our clan may be forced to fend off much more powerful alien adversaries in the future. Ordinary Mech pilots cannot play a significant role anymore. Even if they do, we can easily hire as many of them as we want. What cannot be bought with money are expert pilots and ace pilots. Not only can they be transferred to the premier branch, as long as their mechs are upgraded to first-class standards, they can also train and inspire our troops if they remain in the expeditionary fleet. Tusa felt conflicted. Just because he became an ace pilot did not mean he gained absolute certainty in everything. In matters unrelated to his conviction, he was just as ignorant and indecisive as any other soldier. The survival of the Larkinson clan and all of our dependents is at stake, Kaysella emphasized. Whatever suffering we incur today is much less than what we will endure if we fail to nurture enough high-ranking Mech pilots. Our previous strategy was more appropriate for the age of Mechs. Now that we have entered the age of dawn, we cannot afford to pursue steady development anymore. Our Patriarch has stepped up his game, and so must we. This battle shall be one of many crucibles that will strengthen the foundation of our clan. The Sentinel commander sounded way too callous when she easily dismissed the bloody price for this change in strategy. There were many human lives in the balance. Tusa feared that this battle would not be the last of its kind. He thought that the Larkinsons had already done away with fighting pitched battles against enemies strong enough to make the Larkinson clan bleed. However, it would be intellectually dishonest for him to deny that these sorts of difficult battles also tended to produce the most breakthroughs. Tusa found it difficult to deny the logic behind this shift. He just felt disgusted by the fact at how easily Kaysella succumbed so easily to the trap that the ends justify the means. He himself found it difficult to make up his mind whether this was the right call. It depended upon whether Vess' opinions about future threats were credible enough. If the Patriarch exaggerated the threat posed by the native aliens because he was greedy for more high-ranking Mech pilots, then Tusa could not say whether he was willing to become an accomplice to his cousin's bloody schemes. It was only because that Vess often turned out to be right in his decisions that the Saint was willing to give the Mech designer the benefit of the doubt. Do you think that our clansmen are unwilling, Tusa? What do you mean? I am their commander. I know what is on their minds. I understand their dreams and aspirations. Do not forget that service in the expeditionary fleet is completely voluntary. Many Larkinsons that value their lives over ascension have already transferred to the side branches. The soldiers that remain have already signed an implicit contract that conveys their willingness to put their lives at risk for a chance of obtaining glory. What we are doing is fulfilling their dreams, more or less. Do not forget that you used to be one of these hopeful Mech pilots. You still are in a sense. That was true. Battles were also unpredictable. It was unreasonable to expect that the clan had a total grasp of the enemies they confronted. In fact, many of the battles as of late had gotten too predictable. The expeditionary fleet had become increasingly more proficient at defeating the rabble that ranked at the bottom of native alien society. This was not conducive to the development of the Larkinson army. Winning lots of battles against the alien equivalent of cannon fodder only made the Larkinsons better at bullying the weak. Battles against more formidable enemies, such as the Torment fleet, were essential to improving the ability for the Larkinson clan to cope against its more powerful adversaries of the future. Tusa sighed. I won't argue with you on this matter any further. I am not in charge. You are. I only have one more question. Have we waited long enough? We have, Kaysella smiled. According to our analysis, most of the Mech pilots that have accumulated enough and were most prone to breaking through have done so. Continuing to maintain the current status quo will only lead to escalating losses without the corresponding benefits. You are free to sortie into the field, St. Tusa. Finally, I have a lot of repressed energy that I urgently want to vent onto these Orvans. The Dark Zephyr already exited the hangar bay of the lightly damaged spirit of Bentheim and began to activate a warp bubble that quickly accelerated the high-tier expert Mech towards the battlefield. Which target should I attack first, Kaysella? You decide. If you are confident you are up to the task, then you can attempt to team up with Saint Calisandra Bujay into defeating the Eminence of Torment. If you think that you cannot land an immediate crippling blow onto the Phase Lord, then it is better to let the Royal Gem grind away at his defenses. You can make a more immediate impact on the battle by helping our troops eliminate the hyper battleships. Tusa faced a difficult choice. He could make an enormous impact on the battle in one fell swoop by inflicting a crippling blow onto the Eminence of Torment. However, he was not quite certain whether his current level of strength was enough to allow him to damage a Phase Lord that had proven to be much stronger and more cunning than anyone expected. As much as Tusa wanted to make the most powerful possible impression in his debut as an ace pilot, he decided that it may be better to go for the sure bet this time. I shall take on the surviving hyper battleships, he conveyed. Good choice. You do not have to expend your resources to eliminate all of them. You can already make a large difference by eliminating half of them if you can do so quickly. I can handle it, Tusa confidently replied. Get ready to follow up on my results. As the machine surged towards the action, Saint Tusa did not unfold his complete Saint Kingdom right away. Doing so would make his Dark Zephyr way too conspicuous on the battlefield. The living Mech instead began to attract a lot of shadow energy with the help of his ultimate module in order to reduce his emissions and energy signature. In the middle of a red-hot battlefield, none of the aliens had any time or attention to spare in surveying the battlefield for incoming threats that were difficult to detect. They already had their hands full with their most immediate human enemies. The Dark Zephyr did not excel at rapid long-range traversal, but the expert light skirmisher was still fast enough that he managed to approach one of the hyper battleships relatively quickly. The kilometers-long alien homeship had proven to be a formidable terror on the battlefield so far. Hundreds of tertiary transphasic hyper-laser batteries had already scythed down many Mechs belonging to the Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers, the Crossers, the Adelaides, and the Bujays. No matter what sort of Mech fell into the Orvan hyper battleship's crosshairs, none of them could withstand the barrages for long. Tusa had deliberately chosen this target, as the hyper battleship was only subject to light suppression. Every human Mech force had long learned that it was counterproductive to spread their firepower across multiple heavily shielded targets. Since the Mech forces had decided to focus their attacks on other targets, this left Tusa's target with fully intact, segmented multi-layer Azure energy shield coverage. This was among the higher defensive configurations that the native aliens applied to their more valued homeships. It would have taken the Jeddah Sandivar or the Royal Gem an awful amount of time to drill through all of these potent energy shields. Yet when the comparatively weaker Dark Zephyr charged towards the same alien battleship, Saint Tusa did not consider any situation where he would have to take just as much time to eliminate the vessel. Blackwing. Chib chib chib. His companion's spirit had already begun to reinforce the Dark Wind module. The ultimate module had been accumulating energy all this time. This meant that as soon as the Dark Zephyr was getting close to crashing against the alien vessel's energy shields, the living Mech was ready to activate his latest and most powerful ability in an instant. Alarms began to ring inside the bridge of the alien homeship. The high-caste Orvan captain became alarmed when the resonance meters derived from human technology began to sound a particularly scary alarm. Before the Orvan captain could begin to issue his orders, with the assumption that his home ship's energy shields would hold, the Dark Zephyr had already made his move. A leap of true freedom. Dark Wind Passage. Though it strained Tusa and his battle partner a lot to trigger multiple powerful abilities at once, the pair nonetheless managed to pull them off without missing their timing. A thin but very conspicuous streak of shadow ran straight through the Orvan battleship from the side. What was remarkable was that the streak briefly became interrupted, just before and after running through both sides of the battleship's energy shield cover. Seconds later, the Hyper battleship's gun batteries interrupted their fire, as the hull began to suffer from multiple severe malfunctions and internal explosions. Many segmented Azure energy shields lost power and disappeared, making it clear that the vessel had just suffered a powerful blow, one that the latest Mech to enter the battlefield had inflicted without any regard for the Orvan battleship's defenses. Tusa. That's our saint. The best part about this was that Tusa looked anything but done. The Dark Zephyr had already changed his trajectory so that he initiated another attack run against a different Orvan battleship. Both the ace pilot and his upgraded Mech became hungry to earn more achievements in battle. Having witnessed so many Larkinsons losing their lives in order to chase after an illusionary dream, Tusa vowed to never rest until he utterly crushed every alien on the battlefield today. For the Larkinson clan. Chapter 60, 24 Dark Wind Blowing. Many soldiers on the battlefield could not afford to become distracted, but they all heard the news nonetheless. Saint Tusa had entered the battlefield. Not only that, he instantly managed to cripple or inflict severe harm onto multiple Hyper battleships that had been responsible for felling so many Mechs and Mech pilots. Each of these prized Orvan battleships had proven to be a reaper of human lives. Their abundance of fully powered tertiary transphasic hyper laser cannon batteries had already become responsible for producing many new traumas among the surviving soldiers. To see these terrors of the battlefield getting their comeuppance with so much ease provided a huge amount of relief to the troops. Tusa, Tusa, Tusa. Morale across the expeditionary fleet shot up as their third ace pilot continued his hunt against the most threatening alien vessels on the battlefield. The Dark Zephyr had fully unfolded his Saint Kingdom by now. A bright blue zone enveloped the black machine, allowing the living Mech to inspire greater hope and courage from every Mech pilot that was able to track the expert light skirmisher's passage. It was remarkable how thoroughly St. Tusa's entry into the battle tipped the balance. The expeditionary fleet went from fighting a bitter struggle to gaining the upper hand in just the span of a single minute. A leap of true freedom. Dark Wind Passage. Another shadowy streak ran through yet another Hyper battleship. Just as in the previous cases, the unfortunate vessel in question began to suffer widespread malfunctions as many power generators, shield generators, and other important ship systems fell apart for inexplicable reasons. Many important Orvan officers and crew members had succumbed as well. Their deaths were particularly horrific in the eyes of the survivors, as the bodies of the victims seemingly blackened before disintegrating into particles of ash. While it was impossible for a single attack run to neutralize a large enemy battleship in totality, Tusa received enough intelligence about the layout of these alien battleships to know where he could do the most damage. Each time he crippled another threatening battleship, the Mech forces made sure to follow up on the strike and collapse the weakened defenses of the damaged vessel. With the surprisingly rapid downfall of the most threatening Hyper battleships, the Torment fleet quickly lost its backbone. Not only were the human Mechs no longer taking as many losses as before, but the morale of the Orvans serving on the intact warships plunged to the bottom. It had always been the alien raiding fleets that fought and died like worthless vorybugs. When was it supposed to be their turn to get killed by the human invaders? No matter whether they were low-caste or high-caste Orvans, each of them died just as easily when attacked by human mechs. As the Dark Zephyr finished off the 5th alien hyper battleship, the remaining surviving enemy vessels quickly became overwhelmed by the mechs that attacked and swarmed them with a vengeance. Eliminating so many powerful alien warships early freed up thousands of mechs, allowing them to concentrate their attacks on weaker and more outdated vessels. Unlike the modern alien vessels that had improved so much with the help of stolen human technology, the older Orvan warships lacked all of the latest advancements, causing them to inflict less damage and collapse much faster. Tusa could already tell that there was hardly any need for him to join this frenzy. The Mech forces had taken serious losses, but their quantity was still so great that there were more than enough intact machines to maintain a decisive advantage. There is only one enemy left. Performing 5 different dark wind passages in quick succession had been a strenuous effort to the new ace pilot. He had taken a risk by pulling off the last one, as he hadn't been sure whether he or his expert mech still had enough power left to destructively phase through one end to the other end of the enemy battleship's hull. Fortunately, his intuition did not steer him wrong. His Dark Zephyr had not ended up stuck in the middle of the enemy vessel. If his living mech remained operational somehow, it would have been incredibly awkward to tear his way out of the enormous metal cage. The ace pilot took the opportunity to recover from his previous exertions. He also checked the condition of his expert mech. "How are you, battle partner?" "I can still fight, but I do not think the Dark Wind module is designed to be activated so many times." The state of the ultimate module was not great at the moment. When Blackwing separated from the mysterious module, the companion spirit could already tell that its archimetal components had exceeded their safety levels. It was a small miracle that the Dark Wing module managed to stay intact. If not for the fact that much of it consisted of archimetal that had been reinforced by true resonance, the ultimate module would have likely exploded by this time. "I was not thinking straight," Tusa frowned. As an ace pilot, he should have been able to keep his cool, yet when he first went into action, his surging emotions overwhelmed his reason. Getting held back for so long and witnessing so many Larkinsons perishing without accomplishing anything that was truly meaningful in their lives had made him angrier than he thought. The fact that Tusa did not even notice that he was going overboard warned him that possessing strong willpower was not always beneficial. What he wanted did not always conform to what was best in a given situation. There was a time and place for a saint to go over the edge and exceed their limitations, but this should never be done on a regular basis. Even ace pilots weren't that unreasonable. After spending a bit of time catching his breath and gaining a better idea on how much fight he had left, he focused his attention on the eminence of torment. The alien phase lord had definitely noticed the rapid downfall of his precious fleet. Despite being covered in a gigantic suit of armor, the eminence had definitely become afflicted with rage. Nonetheless, the Orvan also lived up to his apparent reputation by constantly trying to back away from the battlefield. The eminence of torment wanted to get as far away from the expeditionary fleet as possible so that he could activate a warp bubble and leave his human adversaries behind. "I decree that you are moving slower." Saint Calisandra Bujay's latest decree had mysteriously taken effect, causing the beleaguered phase lord's acceleration rate to drop by as much as 30%. This effectively prevented the eminence of torment from moving out of the range of the spirit of Bentheim. The factory ship was the main culprit responsible for limiting the mobility of the enemy phase lord. The recently shipped and installed Zeta 65 warp interdictor may demand a huge amount of energy in order to operate, but the Polymath and Spacelock's latest joint invention was especially effective at weakening phase lords. Seeing that he could not run away, the aggrieved phase lord fixated on the spirit of Bentheim and wanted to smash the factory ship once and for all. The eminence of Torrent ignored the Royal Geem's persistent spear attacks and trusted that his spatial barrier and remaining transphasic energy shields would hold for the time being. The giant alien, instead, focused all of his attacks on the spirit of Bentheim. The factory ship's Azure energy shields immediately started to buckle from all of the Gracer cannon attacks. Other fleet carriers attempted to shield the spirit of Bentheim against damage, but their defenses did not last very long. Get lost. St. Marissa has arrived. The Jeddah Sandovar was no longer needed to suppress the remnants of the Torment fleet. The Ace light skirmisher rapidly closed in on the eminence of Torment and began to surround the Phase whale in the middle of a disorienting smoke cloud. Engulfed by St. Marissa's domain field, the powerful alien became subjected to another weakening effect as he suddenly lost his ability to observe enemies more than a few hundred meters away. While the Phase Lord was still able to track the movements of the Royal Gem, the eminence of Torment was unable to track the Jeddah Sandovar and the spirit of Bentheim. The factory ship quickly changed trajectory and moved far enough away from her old coordinates to prevent the Phase Lord from striking her hull with repeated attacks in the same direction. Not that it mattered that much. St. Marissa's disorienting smoke cloud not only obscured the eminence of Torment's perception, but also caused him to lose his sense of direction and orientation. The alien could no longer determine which direction was galactic coreward, rimward, spinward, or counterspinward. Even those who were located well outside the smoke cloud could clearly guess that the alien had become completely lost, as he uselessly fired his Gracer cannons into many random directions. Despite the power of his high-energy cannons, they never came close to striking anything. Space was simply too big, and it became exponentially harder to land a hit at targets that were further away. Still, Commander Casella instructed every Larkinson Mech unit to back away just to be certain. Retreat. Do not get affected by collateral damage. The Phase Lord is a trapped and cornered beast at this time. Let our ace pilots claim the glory of defeating this powerful leader. St. Marissa and St. Cassandra had been fighting and training alongside each other for years. They understood each other very well and seamlessly worked together to grind down the eminence of Torment's annoyingly effective energy defenses. Even though the Royal Gem had managed to shatter so many segmented transphasic shields that it had removed an entire layer, the eminence of Torment often used his spatial barrier to give his ship Ryment's energy shields time to recover. By continuing to alternate his defenses, the eminence of Torment substantially prolonged his survival, giving him more time to focus his attacks on his only visible target, the Royal Gem. As powerful as the Ace Spearman Mech may be, the frequent spatial attacks and Gracer beam strikes constantly sapped the Royal Gem's reserves. St. Cassandra's domain field had blocked and reduced the power of over 1,000 attacks, causing it to grow increasingly more worn and exhausted. While the addition of the Jeddah Sandovar partially relieved the Royal Gem, the eminence of Torment did not experience that much threat from the Ace light skirmisher. The Jeddah Sandovar's attack power was too weak. The only way the elusive Ace Mech was able to inflict stronger blows was by building up a lot of speed before charging at its target. This was not an efficient method of attack, and fared especially poorly against the eminence of Torment's outrageous energy defenses. The eminence of Torment grew a little more confident. Although the humans had demolished his fleet, his power combined with the power of his massive suit of armor resulted in a lot of synergies that gave him a chance to fight his way out of this ambush. Yet before he could work towards exhausting the Royal Gem's Saint Kingdom, the powerful alien sensed an acute threat approaching from behind. It was a pity that the eminence of Torment was unable to react fast enough to respond to sudden change. A leap of true freedom. In an instant, a third Saint Kingdom had emerged. This one pressed uncomfortably close onto the Phase Lord's body. The eminence of Torment grew alarmed when he noticed that none of his energy defenses had managed to stop the expert light skirmisher from bypassing his defensive envelope. The Dark Zephyr did not activate his ultimate module and risked the possibility of crashing into the Phase Lord's resilient flesh. Instead, the powerful Mech rapidly approached the Gracer cannons mounted on the back and shoulders of the large Phase Lord and began to strike them with a pair of transphasic Stormblade knives. Lightning crackled across the Phase Lord's ship raiment whole, entire chunks of Gracer cannon barrels and other pieces of metal alloy separated from the Phase Lord's body. The Eminence of Torment panicked and attempted to swat away the Dark Zephyr by moving and rotating his body. However, the Dark Zephyr proved to be fast and agile enough to keep up with the Phase Lord's movements. Forget about the Gracer cannons, Tusa. Destroy the transphasic shield generators and power generators. We have already identified their approximate locations. Strip away the alien's defenses so that we can subdue him. This is our best chance of capturing an alien Phase Lord alive. All 3 ace pilots became shocked at the audacity of this instruction. Could they truly defeat the Eminence of Torment without claiming his life? The challenge excited all 3 of them. They became determined to pummel the Eminence of Torment into submission. Chapter 6025, Organic Salvage. We defeated the Torment fleet. It was a bloody battle, but we won. The overseer in charge of leading the raids on the Torald Middle Zone is ours. We have finally taken revenge for all of the colonists who died from the raids orchestrated by this alien. We managed to capture him alive, did we? He's obviously been crippled, but Phase Lords are much tougher than ordinary aliens. What will we do with him? How will we be able to transport him back to human space? The Black Cats dropped the ball yet again. How many times did they get fooled by enemy counterintelligence? Aren't we supposed to be the best at spycraft? We need to reform our entire intelligence agency from top to bottom. The Golden Skull Alliance vanquished the Torment fleet. The news exploded onto the galactic net, causing major ripples throughout the nearby zones. Every soldier that had either been assigned to defend the border regions or aspired to become a line fighter became shocked when they heard about this development. The Eminence of Torment may have been an elusive Phase Lord who never dared to show up on the battlefield, but his leadership over the alien raiding fleets had earned him a lot of infamy. The supposedly cowardly but shrewd alien often resorted to despicable means in order to attain more results. He exhorted the alien raiding fleets to target the weakest defended colonies and penetrate deeper into human space in an attempt to sow terror among the residents of the Torald Middle Zone. He utilized his connections within the Orvan race to occasionally transfer much more powerful war fleets to smash apart the Mech forces that had made consistent achievements in recent months. The Eminence of Torment had already proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that he had no shred of honor in his enormous bones. The fact that the Eminence of Torment deliberately misled both humans and aliens about his true strength as a Phase Lord cemented his reputation as an honorless alien who deserved to get captured. Many Golden Skullers looked pleased when they gazed at the crippled and immobilized Phase Lord. It had been glorious to see the 3 ace pilots of the expeditionary fleet systematically dismantle the large but relatively clumsy Orvan Space Lord. The Dark Zephyr had played a key role in this confrontation by bypassing the Eminence of Torment's vaunted energy defenses. Once inside the defensive envelope, there was little the Phase Lord could do to prevent the expert light skirmisher from wrecking many of the Gracer cannons, transphasic shield generators, and power generators of his so-called ship raiment. Once St. Tusa single-handedly managed to neutralize the enormous technological enhancements of the enemy Phase Lord, the other 2 ace pilots quickly joined in to finish off the enemy. The Eminence of Torment might have been able to repel just one of the ace pilots, but even he could not withstand the combined attention of 3 of them at the same time. The Dark Zephyr and the Jeddah Sandovar mainly served as distractions, while the Royal Geem skillfully utilized its transphasic spear to cripple the Phase Lord's limbs and sap the alien's strength by draining his face water-infused blood. Unfortunately, the Eminence of Torment was so afraid of falling into the hands of his enemies that he put up a desperate resistance, not hesitating to overdraw his face water organs in order to buy his way to freedom. This is why the Eminence of Torment is in fairly bad shape at the moment, Commander Kaesela Ingvar reported. The physical projection of Ves stood alongside her as he stared outside one of the observation windows of the Spirit of Bentheim. As a leader who was stationed in the rear, Ves no longer kept up with the day-to-day affairs of the expeditionary fleet. He did not have the time to babysit it, and he trusted the judgment of the leaders who held all of the authority. Ves had not even been informed about the specifics of this planned battle. He always maintained an attitude that it was better to save his time and wait for the expeditionary fleet to present their results every once in a while. He never expected the debut of the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan to unfold in such a bombastic fashion. Pulling off an ambush against the Torment fleet was a feat that had drawn the admiration of many line fighters. By defeating the Torment fleet in such a decisive fashion, the participating soldiers of the Golden Skull Alliance earned a lot of war merits for this accomplishment. Ves had many reasons to feel happy about this. Not only did his clan burnish its military credentials even further, but it also managed to secure a huge amount of gains, of which many of them happened to be of unprecedented value. Naturally, his first priority was the condition of the enemy Phase Lord. Commander Kaesela gestured at another projection that showed a live feed of the captured alien. The Eminence of Torment has implanted 11 face water organs in his body. His reckless efforts have ruptured or drained 6 of them. It is difficult for our biotech experts to restore them to an operational state. They have all frozen the organs in case there is still a chance they can be salvaged, but their prognosis is not good. The projection changed to display a fairly thorough scan of the Eminence of Torment's biological condition. The giant humanoid alien had been reduced to an awful state. All of his limbs had almost been severed from his torso. His head was brushed and concussed to the point of suffering brain damage. His abdomen had been torn and cut open, exposing large gaps where the alien's valuable face-water organs were supposed to reside. Compared to the state of the Eminence of Torment when he was healthy, the current picture looked a lot emptier than before. The biotech experts had quickly moved in to remove all of the face-water organs, no matter whether they were in a working condition or not. The value of the 5 remaining intact face-water organs were much more precious and had to be taken away as soon as possible in order to avoid any further tampering. Who knew whether the Eminence of Torment would wake up and grow spiteful enough to destroy his healthy face-water organs? Ves waved his hand, causing the projection to turn into a slideshow that showed the actual physical state of every frozen or preserved face-water organ. The damaged ones had all been frozen in order to prevent decay. The healthier ones had been placed in special cultivation tanks that were already pre-configured to preserve the vitality of giant Orvan face-water organs. Ves relaxed a bit when he glanced at the data that showed that the healthy face-water organs remained stable for the most part. Let's leave the destroyed face-water organs aside for the time being. What can you tell me about the healthy face-water organs? They are clearly not developed by the Eminence of Torment himself. Instead, he has bought or acquired the organs developed from the Orvan civilization or the Red Cabal as far as we can ascertain. There is a distinct difference in quality and performance between the two developers. The Orvans are much more adept at adapting face-water organs for the phase lords of their own race. There is no rejection to speak of. The organs developed for their own race are highly stable and fault-tolerant, but they are also relatively unsophisticated and limited in performance. The ones procured from the Red Cabal are much newer and considerably more powerful at the cost of stability. They are more universal, so they are only lightly adapted for use by Orvan phase lords. That was an interesting set of details. It indicated that phase lords functioned similar to custom biomechs that could steadily be upgraded with new face water organs every once in a while. The face water organs acted like modular plugins that could easily be installed in the body of a phase lord. The staggered and modular nature of this business model gave Vess a few ideas about commercializing his future modular products. The LMC was already doing this in part with the Fae Fiona. While the base Mech itself was not modular, a thriving industry had emerged where many different third-party manufacturers developed a lot of useful and powerful living Fae for every living drone Mech. The Larkinson Army's own contingent of Fae Fiona also happened to make heavy use of third-party Fae models during the recent battle. Tell me about the state of each intact organ. The Locos, Morocco's, and Kelsis organs are all intact, Kayseller replied to the physical projection. The Kelsis organ has endured a lot of strain in an attempt to sustain a powerful spatial barrier, but it is in relatively good condition. The Locos organ is in a decent state. The Eminence of Torment had overstrained it in an attempt to defeat the Jeddah Sandavar's disorienting Saint Kingdom. The Morocco's organ is damaged and torn as the Phase Lord becomes very desperate at the end. He has tried to fend off our ace Mechs by generating many spatial attacks, each of which had proven to be ineffective under the circumstances. That was not a surprise. Vess felt it was a bit of a pity that the Morocco's organ got damaged. That made it harder to study it and decipher its working principles. It also made it a lot riskier if he wanted to implant this organ in his body. In fact, ever since he heard that the Eminence of Torment got captured relatively intact, Vess could not resist the urge to change his previous policy and upgrade his Phase Lord cultivation by taking over the captured face water organs. Vess inwardly shook his head. This was a bad idea. The rejection and incompatibility issues were too annoying to deal with. There was also the possibility that the organs could fail at crucial moments due to alien tampering. Who knew how many backdoors the Orvans and the Red Cabal had installed in those organs? It is not too big of a deal if the facewater organs got scuffed in the process of capturing the Eminence of Torment, Commander. I do not intend to implant them in my body as is. We can make much more optimal use out of them if we transfer them to the Larkinson Biotech Institute and have our research teams derive their own versions of the same facewater organs. I see. Then the state of the intact organs should satisfy your researchers, then. Perhaps the expired organs may also give them enough research data. With all of these specimens, it may take a few years for the research teams to generate results, but at least it was much faster than starting from scratch. Vess especially looked forward to upgrading his Locos organ. He would not only strengthen all of his spatial senses, but also fulfill a lucrative mission in the process. What about the other intact organs? Did you manage to save the organ responsible for launching those powerful spatial ripple attacks? Unfortunately, we failed, sir. Before the Royal Gem managed to knock the alien unconscious, the Eminence of Torment may have already guessed our intentions, so he deliberately self-destructed the large and powerful organ responsible for granting him this capability. The destruction was especially thorough, so there is little left to salvage. That was a huge pity. The data indicated that it was a high-quality product from the Red Cabal. If the expeditionary fleet truly managed to retrieve an intact version of this organ, then Vess would feel a lot more tempted to implant it inside his body. Backdoors be damned. If nothing else, he would find other ways to neutralize hidden dangers embedded into the alien organ. It was not as if this was the first time he ended up in this kind of situation. Since the greatest prize had been denied to him, Vess focused his attention on the remaining organs that could still be used. Chapter 60-26, Doffner and Pelmir Organs. After the expeditionary fleet managed to capture the Eminence of Torment, the biotech experts managed to salvage 5 facewater organs from his body. Vess only held a moderate degree of interest towards the basic 3 organs. While the Orvan Phase Lord had invested enough of his resources to obtain upgraded and more developed versions of the Locos, Morocco's and Kelsis organs. They had never been his focus. The eminence of torment was a typical phase lord who did not pay too much attention to the fundamentals. He instead invested much of his resources into acquiring more powerful, more exotic, and much flashier face water organs that could generate more advanced effects. This was why Vess cared a lot more about the latter than the former. It was a pity that it was exactly due to their greater value that the eminence of torment deliberately ruined them out of spite. If he was destined to suffer defeat, then at least he did not want to give his enemies more reasons to celebrate. In battles between phase lords, it was actually distressingly common for the defeated party to destroy his own face water organs to prevent the victor from earning more spoils. This made it more difficult for human forces to obtain any working face water organs. They were exceedingly rare and precious, especially since phase whales and phase lords rarely possessed the courage to enter the battlefield. "What is this organ?" the physical projection of Vess asked as he looked at an image of a strange collection of alien flesh. "This is known as a Daphner organ. It is a very common but useful face water organs that most phase lords install after they have increased their face water concentration by a noticeable extent. It massively strengthens and automates the process of generating a warp bubble that can be used to grant superluminal travel to the phase lord. It is relatively slow because it is a simplified version of a larger and much more powerful face water organ that is exclusive to phase whales, but it is highly valued nonetheless." Vess' eyes lit up when he learned about the properties of the Daphner organ. Superluminal travel. So, in other words, this is an organic warp drive. "You can say so. There are many differences, but you would have to ask a bioengineer in order to obtain more detailed answers." The Mech commander shrugged. The Daphner organ held a very strong attraction to Vess. As a phase lord, he already possessed an inherent capability to form a warp bubble, but doing it by himself was a very tedious and inefficient manual process. It may be possible for him to travel from one star system to an adjacent one, but the trip would be long and exhausting. He would always be better off if he just boarded a proper starship. Once a phase lord equipped himself with a proper Daphner organ, he should be able to keep up with the superluminal travel speed of a typical warp drive-equipped starship. Of course, alien warp drives were much slower than human FTL drives. The superdrive that combined the functions of the previous two drives was even more outrageous when it came to speed. The Daphner organ was therefore not as impressive as Vess hoped, but it was still an effective way for him to escape from danger if there was no one else around him that he could rely upon. This Daphner organ looks remarkably intact. Did the eminence of torment lack the time to destroy it as well? "There is a reason for that, sir. The eminence of torment still tried to cling to the hope of being able to escape from the battlefield. He fought and overloaded his face water organs in sequence. He likely placed his Daphner organ on the back of his list because it plays a vital role in his escape plan. I guess the other intact face water organ holds the same meaning," Vess speculated. "That is a good guess, sir. The Pelmir organ is responsible for generating fairly strong thrustless propulsion. It essentially works as a reactionless drive that can make phase lords move much faster in real space without needing to rely on conventional thrusters. It is an excellent complement to the Daphner organ. It does not make as much sense to implant one without the other." Generating a warp bubble did not immediately result in faster speeds. It only caused the object within the bubble to traverse more distance with less effort. The ability to move fast in real space was therefore still an essential factor in any form of warp traversal. A starship with a weak warp bubble could still travel quickly across the stars if she was equipped with powerful thrusters. Of course, the more optimal combination would be to have the same starship be surrounded by a bubble with a much higher maximum warp factor. What is the warp factor of this Daphner organ? The biotechs cannot make that determination. They do not even dare to form an estimate. They are not familiar with all of these face water organs. They will need extensive examinations and cross-reference a lot of confidential data on the study of phase whales and phase lords before they can answer your question. You will probably have to install the organs yourself if you want the final answer. That was probably the case. The Larkinson Biotech Institute did not have the high-level research talent or the enormous accumulation required to conduct thorough enough studies in this advanced field. Vess shrugged his shoulders. The researchers of the LBI will be really happy once we ship these organs back to them. They will gain access to years, if not decades, worth of prime research materials. From the looks of it, these 2 organs are products of the Orvan civilization, correct? Kaysella nodded. Our biotechs believe so. The organs are not as sophisticated as the organ responsible for launching space ripple attacks. That was relatively good news. The eminence of Torment's Daphner and Pelmir organs should be relatively mature, standardized and highly optimized biological products. They may lack advanced features and probably did not acquit themselves well when compared to higher-end products, but they should stand out in terms of simplicity. That made it easier to decipher their working principles and develop imitation products without taking too many detours. Vess was not greedy enough to desire the more advanced models developed by the Red Cabal. The phase whales were famous for their excellence in biotechnology, but their long lifespans and weird ideas caused them to develop much more exotic and complicated facewater organs. It made sense, as they always preferred to research and develop their own personal facewater organs from scratch. They invested many years of effort into perfecting and personalizing their own ability sets. Vess did not have the luxury to waste his time on what could arguably be considered the most correct approach. He needed to rely on professional teams of biotech researchers to do all of the hard work. Given the remarkably pristine states of the Daphner and Pelmir organs, he had high hopes that the LBI would be able to develop their own versions that he could install inside his true body within a decade. This is an excellent set of prizes, Commander. The expeditionary fleet has done good work, Vess praised. What else have you managed to yield from your captive phase lord? Well, our enthusiastic biotech experts have taken the liberty to collect a massive quantity of tissue samples. We have also assigned many retrieval teams to the task of salvaging all of the facewater-infused blood that the eminence of Torment has spilled into open space. They have taken action quickly enough that we are confident that we can retrieve approximately 30 to 50% of all of the blood that has been spilled. We will not be short of facewater in the foreseeable future. That was a disappointingly low percentage. It told Vess that the eminence of Torment resisted for several long minutes after he first suffered an actual wound, before he finally lost his ability to resist. Vess smiled. More facewater was always good news, though it was no longer a particularly scarce resource to the Larkinson clan. I am sure that you have managed to salvage many more tons of facewater from the intact alien warships. The ordinary alien raiding fleets don't carry much facewater, as they are expected to get defeated sooner or later, but the Torment fleet should be different. You are correct in that, sir. We are still in the process of sweeping and securing all of the intact hulls. There are still so many of them that our infantry troops are being stretched thin at the moment. On top of that, we have taken the liberty to siphon more blood from the eminence of Torment's massive body. The main purpose of doing this is to weaken him and lower his ability to resist captivity. Of course, securing additional facewater is a welcome bonus. If we are lucky enough, we may end up returning to the Bordell system with over 10 tons of facewater in our cargo holds. 10 tons of facewater. That was an extravagant amount of wealth. The Larkinson clan could make excellent use of so much facewater. From mass-producing transphasic mechs to designing and constructing warships clad with premium transphasic hyper-alloys, these were all excellent additions to his future first-class fleet. What will happen with the eminence of Torment? Vess asked next. Will you be able to ship him back to Diandi base, where we can conduct thorough scientific studies on a live phase lord? The Legion commander shook her head. I am afraid that we cannot oblige your request. The Red Association has issued a demand that we surrender the captured Phase Lord into their custody. A retrieval fleet is already en route. This is why our biotech experts have been working hard to collect whatever organs, blood, and tissue samples that they think they can get away with. They are racing against time. Vess' expression dropped. He really wanted to take possession of the body of an actual Phase Lord. There were so many different experiments that he could conduct on such a stellar test subject. For example, he always wondered whether it was possible for him to convert an alien Phase Lord into a biomech. Unlike other biomechs that had been created through the conversion of large exobests, a biomech formed from the base of a Phase Lord was a natural transphasic biomech. The performance of a working version of this idea was bound to be groundbreaking. Alas, Vess guessed that the transhumanist faction already came up with the same idea. The transhumanists were much better positioned to produce a successful result from this venture. This may be for the best. Will the Mechers at least compensate you guys for taking away the eminence of torment? Most certainly, sir. We will all earn a large bonus of war merits on top of the ones that we have already secured after defeating the entire torment fleet. The 3 ace pilots that are chiefly responsible for capturing the eminence of torment alive will earn the lion's share of war merits. That would probably allow them to exchange for a lot of expensive goodies. While Vess was happy that Tusa earned a lot of spending power, this was not an entirely positive development. War merits were not issued by the Larkinsons. This meant that Tusa gained a lot of room for maneuver outside of the confines of his own clan. Perhaps this was one of the sneaky ways that the Red Association employed to poach expert pilots and ace pilots from their original states and organizations. Oh well. The conversation soon shifted over to the captured warships, of which there were several. Commander Casella wanted to highlight one of the captured prizes in particular. Do you recall the request that you have issued? Well, we have found an excellent stopgap warship that you can use with the help of your battlecruiser token. Let me introduce you to one of the most modern hyper battleships that we have managed to capture in a relatively intact state. Chapter 60, 27, It's Mine Now. Vess looked at a projection of the largest and most valuable captured enemy warship. She was shaped like a tower, more or less. Her hull was wide and flat, which was typical of Orvan ship design. Much of her surface was covered by gun turrets of all kinds. The thought of commanding all of this firepower after converting the captured vessel delighted him a lot. It hadn't been too long ago since he issued the order for the expeditionary fleet to find and capture a stop warship. Vess did not expect that the Golden Skull Alliance would not only take so little time to fulfill his request, but exceed his expectations by securing a much more modern and powerful alien hull. What is she called? Commander Casella's lips twitched. Her official designation, according to the Orvans, is excessively long by our standards. I will not even attempt to pronounce how it is spelled in the native alien language. The translated name of the alien battleship is not as poetic. Do you truly want to hear it, sir? This must be good. Vess gestured for her to proceed, which she did with obvious reluctance. Very well. The full translated name is as follows: the torturous scream of a human dying in agony over a span of 46.7 hours. I swear that I am not deceiving you, sir. This is the best translation of the name that the Orvans have bestowed on the captured warship. Do the Orvans really use the long form of this name in daily parlance? That is not the case. They usually make do with calling their ship the torturous scream in most cases. That is also the working name that we have adopted for her. Since we have claimed the hull as our prize, it is within our prerogative to rename her. You can keep her current name, or bestow her with a more dignified one if you wish. Vess dismissively waved his hand. We can think about that later. In fact, I find her current name to be quite amusing. How big is the torturous scream exactly? She is 3.6 kilometers long. but she is also much wider compared to human starships, so her internal volume is quite impressive. However, that also means that her cross-section is much wider when facing the hull from specific directions, so she is easier to strike from a distance. As far as we can tell, she follows the typical native alien design philosophy of high-energy defenses and low-material defenses. Her hull plating is relatively thin, and her structure is only strong to a point. The torturous Scream relies almost entirely on her segmented multi-layered Azure energy shields to defend herself against external attacks. Wait, Azure energy shields. Have the Orvans started to roll out our most advanced energy shield technology already? The Sentinel commander grimly nodded. The alien implementation is cruder and not as up-to-date, but the Azure energy shields of the Torment fleet already bodes ill for all of the Mech forces that will soon have to struggle against them on a wider scale. Not all of the ships of the Torment fleet integrated these recent technological developments, but it is clear that the rollout of updated warships is beginning to ramp up in alien space. This was truly awful news. Alas, there was nothing that Vess or anyone else could do to stop this development. Even if the traitorous cosmopolitans did not actively leak advanced human tech to the Red Cabal, that was not a permanent solution. The aliens had their own means of capturing and reverse engineering the tech attached to captured human mechs and warships. After all, humanity once managed to rise up in a similar manner during the Age of Conquest. In a situation where two opposing sides were not at technological parity, the weaker side would definitely be able to catch up to the stronger side. It was far too difficult to widen this gap. Vess set aside his concerns about aliens attempting to replicate humanity's legendary rise and focused on his more immediate concern. How much damage has the torturous Scream sustained? As you can see, her hull is largely whole, sir. The Glory Seekers failed to unleash one of their battle formations, but they still managed to eliminate around half of the crew members of the torturous Scream. The drop in crew performance, combined with quickly draining the Azure energy shields, has allowed our boarding troops to invade the hull and begin the long process of clearing her interior of surviving Orvan threats. We have made sure to deploy a large quantity of sword maidens and other eager infantry units for this high-priority mission. We did not have enough manpower to efficiently clear many other relatively intact alien warships, but we deemed it necessary to allocate additional manpower in order to prevent the Orvans from sabotaging the ship. I take it that our infantry forces have managed to succeed on that front. That remains to be seen. We still have a relatively poor understanding of the actual state of the torturous Scream. When the Glory Seekers struck the hull with a death wave attack, the Orvan crew members that managed to resist the effect did not come away unscathed. Many have become disoriented and lost much of their concentration. Only a minority of Orvans were able to maintain their wits. Of the latter, most of them tried in vain to repel our boarding troops. Incidences of sabotage is low, but the damage that these Orvans were able to do was fairly significant. Numerous power generators have been overloaded, causing severe localized damage. If not for the fact that the Orvans themselves have taken preparations to contain reactor explosions in case of accidents, the torturous Scream would have been covered by a few more holes. Vess carefully observed the helmet footage of a random collection of infantry deployed onto the Orvan battleship. He found the alien architecture to look rather quaint. The ceilings were high to account for the higher body length of the Orvan race. The lighting was dim as the Orvans did not need more as they were blessed with excellent eyesight. Much of the bulkheads and decks were coated in black, making the environment look even darker. It looked almost perfect to Vess' new sensibilities, but he understood that most humans would find the lack of strong light sources to be distressing. Many corridors and some compartments were shaped like triangles. Their ceilings were sloped, which seemed like an incredibly awful waste of internal capacity to Vess. However, the Orvans applied this architectural feature so much throughout the torturous Scream that it was impossible to correct in a short amount of time. It was not worthwhile to invest so much time and effort into transforming the triangular spaces into square spaces. As Vess continued to study the helmet footage, he spotted many areas where there were many more decorations on the surface. He was reminded a bit by how much the Fleeters liked to apply their art inside the dominion of man. This was different, as much of the artwork was a lot more primitive and abstract. Many subjects took on a more religious angle, as they were clearly made to revere the phase lords of the Orvan race. All of that had to be removed before the Larkinson clan could even think of using the torturous scream as a stopgap warship. From what he could tell, many areas were undamaged. Only a small amount of compartments showed signs of light to moderate damage, and only a few compartments and sections had suffered from more significant cases of sabotage. The damage is fairly light, considering that half of the crew initially managed to survive the battle formation attack, Vess remarked. We have found that the Orvans serving on the Torment fleet are well-trained, but not psychologically prepared to fight. What that means is that their performance is good in situations that they have trained for, but their effectiveness, cohesion, and fighting spirit will rapidly drop once they are beset by unexpected situations that they have never seriously considered. That was not a unique problem. There were plenty of human forces that suffered from the same fault. This was why Vess always insisted that his troops must be bloodied in order to supplement their training. I guess that works out in our favor. The Orvans probably grew complacent after spending years in the service of a cowardly and famously risk-averse Orvan phase lord. This was further good news to Vess and the Larkinsons. The more intact the warship, the less time it would take to convert her into a human-usable vessel. The only major complication was that her length and width far exceeded the internal dimensions of the E-66 experimental yard. There were very few shipyards in human space that could fit such an oddly shaped warship. This made it a lot more difficult to refurbish her, as much of the work had to be done in open space, where cosmic radiation and solar radiation regularly wreaked havoc on exposed sections of the hull. However, it was still easy enough to implement a lot of internal transformations. The shipyard just needed to dispatch a lot of manpower, due to the inability to rely on large machinery. As long as much of the existing hardware and software of the torturous scream could be used by humans, it shouldn't take too long to repair and convert the interior for human usage. What can you tell me about her armaments? As we have stated before, we expressly targeted a modern alien hyper battleship that features an obvious anti-warship configuration. There were more hyper battleships with anti-Mech configurations, but we did not set out to capture them, as they do not fulfill a role that is as useful in your first-class fleet. What you need the most is a powerful firepower platform that can allow you to defeat enemy warships with overwhelming firepower and siege alien strongholds from afar. You made the right choice, Kaysella. We can already rely on our excellent Mechs to defeat enemy small craft. Besides, our Mech forces and boarding troops would have suffered a lot more losses if they attempted to capture one of the anti-Mech battleships intact. Those tertiary laser cannon batteries are no joke at those quantities. Vess actually suspected that there was another reason why the Larkinson army did not make any attempts to capture the threatening anti-Mech hyper battleships. The Mech pilots were all afraid that they would get replaced. Even though the entire notion was absurd, there were still people that thought that warships equipped with lots of fast-firing weapons would make Mech obsolete. This was not true simply due to the fact that the weapon operators serving on those starships were unable to break through like Mech pilots. The projection changed to show a good overview of all of the armaments placed on the exterior of the hull. As you can see, the torturous scream is primarily built around her big guns. Her primary gun batteries are mostly made up of kinetic armaments, but there are also laser and plasma cannons mixed in. The heavy emphasis on kinetic weapons indicate that the Hyper battleship serves as the main source of orbital bombardment of the Torment fleet. The most effective way to bombard a location on the surface of a planet is to launch a large amount of kinetic projectiles from above. Outside of that, the kinetic cannons can inflict a punishing amount of damage at short to medium ranges. This warship is a brawler. Vess was not a fan of relying on kinetic weapons in space combat, but he had to admit that it was truly an excellent choice for orbital bombardment purposes. The eminence of Torment must have taken a lot of care to select and transfer the torturous Scream to his Torment fleet. Now, the modern Hyper battleship had fallen into the hands of the Larkinson clan. "It's mine now," he grinned with satisfaction. Chapter 60-28, Phase Fighter Counters. The pieces were slowly coming together. Vess harbored a lot of ambitions for the upcoming deep strike expeditions. In order to accelerate his progress, improve his status in human society, and gain the strength needed to overcome the pursuit of the Subjugation King, he needed to become a lot more proactive than his peers. Plunder was by far the fastest way to speed up his progress. It was also the most dangerous activity to undertake. All of the alien raiding fleets that met their end, after bumping into powerful Mech forces, served as clear examples how insufficient strength could quickly doom any attempt at enrichment through plunder. Vess therefore placed a lot of importance on building the strongest possible first-class fleet. By the time the Greater Beyonder Gate enabled Red humanity to undertake deep strike expeditions. Obtaining the Facewater organs was important, but not too much. Vess still did not know whether it would be possible for him to participate in a deep strike expedition himself. He felt it was necessary to be present in some capacity at the very least, but his value to Red humanity had risen so much that the Mechers and the Fleeter would never allow him to risk his life in such a reckless manner. This was one of the many disadvantages of becoming too high profile. Vess could no longer move wherever he wanted to. He could only hole up in safe locations within human space. The mere thought of entering alien space probably spooked a lot of Tier 1 galactic citizens who saw a lot of promise in his work. Vess at least needed to realize his design philosophy before he became more dispensable. Unfortunately, Vess had no confidence in his ability to break through to the rank of Master Mech Designer within the next half-decade. He could clearly feel that his accumulation was not even close to satisfactory. He also needed to absorb a lot of knowledge and design, a lot more mechs, in order to gain parity with other masters. All of that could be considered later. Now that the Battle of Torment had come to an end, the Larkinson army collected enough data to hold multiple after-action reviews. Several hours after their last meeting, Vess met with Commander Kaesela Ingvar again. Several other Legion commanders entered the small conference room inside the Spirit of Bentheim as well. Commander Melker of the Avatars of Myth looked particularly morose. He was one of several Larkinsons who did not take much joy from vanquishing the Torment fleet. He was far from the only soldier to feel sad. Hundreds of Mech pilots died, and thousands of ship personnel perished as well. The Gorgonaean had been hit particularly hard, so much so that it remained doubtful whether the large defensive ship could still travel back to the Bordel system under her own power. However, a leader such as Melker should already feel accustomed to the loss of subordinates. The air of depression hanging over him felt a lot more personal. Both Vess and Kaesela already had a good idea why the Avatar commander acted like he suffered a loss in this battle. Commander Sendra did not look too good either. Her sword maidens had performed admirably during this battle, but the attrition rate was much higher this time. She had lost a lot of good sisters, each of whom had taken a lot of effort to train up to the standards of her Mech Legion. No other Legion commander attended this private and semi-formal gathering, but Vess did not mind. He only really needed to hear from a couple of voices in order to gain a decent overview of how the Larkinson army acquitted themselves during this battle. Legion commanders. Vess' physical projection addressed the three. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedules to meet with me. From what I have learned, your opponent this time was much more reflective of what the native aliens intend to roll out in the near future. As our enemies continue to get rid of a lot of weak and horribly outdated transphasic warships, their comparatively massive industrial engine will begin to produce large amounts of modern hyper battleships that have been specifically designed to counter large amounts of mechs. In addition, their face fighter designs have improved at a remarkable rate. The newest ones they fielded earlier today are not yet up to par against second-class mechs, but what about next year? The appearance of those modern hyper battleships and elite face fighters spooked the Golden Scullers a lot. Their enemies had been slow to adapt to red humanity, but they had time on their side. Enough months had passed for the major alien races to finally kick their technological doctrinal reforms into gear. Vess gazed at the 3 Legion commanders in the eyes. Each of them formed different thoughts and conclusions from the earlier battle. Well, let's start this meeting by discussing the smallest change, which is the introduction of updated and improved face fighters. From what I can observe from the battle footage, the Torment Fleet's face fighters are much more numerous and much more up-to-date than average. Their elite face fighters are especially powerful. The aliens have apparently learned how to compensate for their lack of killing power against mechs by loading them with transphasic missiles. How well do you think our mechs can cope against these enemies? Commander Melker felt the obligation to speak first, as he and his fellow avatars had fought directly against the face fighters. The normal face fighters are a pain to fight against. Their defenses used to be relatively weak, but once the aliens invest real money into them, they can legitimately stall or even defeat our mechs. I can tell you right away that if we hadn't started to roll out quasi-first-class mechs, such as the Fey Fianna and the Storm Swords, those face fighters could have caused a lot more losses before we were able to take them down. The intervention of Venerable Brutus Wadden and a few other expert pilots from our alliance partners also eliminated so many face fighters that the alien pilots quickly became demoralized. If our regular mech units had to fight against the face fighter squadrons, it is much harder to say how much of us will be left. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Have the aliens already started to catch up in terms of small craft? Vess softly asked. I am not a tech geek like you, Vess, so I can't tell you anything specific. What I can tell you as a mech pilot who personally faced them in battle is that we shouldn't dismiss the native alien version of starfighters as inferior fighting machines anymore. Sure, they don't have the advantages of our mechs, but so long as they incorporate both facewater technology and hyper-technology, they can do a good job at reducing the gap with mechs. At that point, which craft will win or lose is dependent on other factors such as numbers, mech types, and cost. Vess presented a scenario. Let's say that a force of mechs is roughly equal to a force of face fighters in every factor that counts. In which circumstances will the latter be able to win against the former? Slow melee mechs will probably fare worse against face fighters. Commander Casella spoke up. Unlike mechs, face fighters never fight while stationary. They are constantly on the move. Their comparatively powerful thrusters allow them to accelerate much faster than most of our mechs, so they possess a strong mobility advantage. This allows them to make swooping attack runs against slower melee mechs without needing to fear retaliation. The other 2 Legion commanders nodded in agreement. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens also looked a bit concerned. Our Stormblade samurais will struggle to catch up to those face fighters. They will have to employ tactics such as flanking and boxing them in to allow their blades to touch the agile alien craft. Our Storm Swords have a better chance at catching up to the alien small craft, but that is no longer an equal fight anymore. The Storm Swords were the elite quasi-first-class mechs of the Sword Maidens. They should be matched up against the elite face fighters of the Torment Fleet in order to make a fairer comparison. The Flagrant Vandals actually attained considerably greater success in containing and eliminating the face fighters, Commander Casella remarked. The face fighters are strong if they can keep their enemies at distance, but weak when Mechs have gotten close. The ferocious piranhas were remarkably effective at catching up to the face fighters and overcoming their transphasic energy shields by relying on their space suppressors. The disorienting glow of the ferocious piranhas have also proven to be fairly effective at disrupting the concentration of the Orvan Mech pilots, though I have to note that it is gradually losing effectiveness against most alien races. E-energy radiation caused every life form's spirituality to gradually grow stronger over time. A suppressive glow was nothing more than the inherent suppression of a superior life form towards lower life forms. If the latter started to grow stronger, then the gap wouldn't be as great anymore. All of this meant that it became harder for the ferocious piranhas to incapacitate enemy pilots over time. Of course, Zygra and Lufa were also growing stronger, but their rate of improvement had slowed down a lot as it became a lot more difficult to make progress at their current states. Vess formed his first conclusion. Native alien face fighters can be countered by light melee mechs. The face fighters are not designed to fight at point-blank range, so any melee mech can tear them apart. The key is to be fast enough to close the distance. Only light mechs have a chance of getting within striking distance. The Legion commanders all nodded in agreement. What about the Stinggrippers? Vess asked. Their performance is decent, but they have produced noticeably less results than our ferocious piranhas, Kaysella answered. The Stinggrippers are equipped with small space suppressors as well, but since they always keep a certain distance from their targets, this module was not able to make any difference. Their relatively weak and light luminar crystal rifles are lacking in punch, so it takes a significant amount of time for their guns to break a transphasic energy shield and destroy the alien small craft. The main reasons why the Stinggrippers still proved to be useful is because they were able to rely on focus fire, and the fact that they do not need to waste time on fully catching up to their targets in order to land their attacks. Have the Stinggrippers suffered a lot of losses? No, sir. You should already have a good understanding of their evasive and misdirection capabilities. The face fighters are not properly equipped to increase their hit rates against the Stinggrippers. The flagrant vandals have lost a greater quantity of ferocious piranhas, as they are not as elusive. I see. Vess was glad that the Stinggrippers still managed to achieve results against the face fighters. The former were probably a lot cheaper than the latter. The Stinggripper design had yet to be upgraded with face water technology and hyper technology, so his last-gen mechs effectively managed to gain the upper hand against current-gen face fighters. There is one more observation I need to share with you, sir. Commander Kaysella spoke up again. The ferocious piranhas and the Stinggrippers already performed quite well when fighting against the alien face fighters in isolation. However, the flagrant vandals always pair them up so that they can synergize with each other. They have proven to be especially effective this time. The ferocious piranhas can weaken the transphasic energy shields and disturb the mind of the pilot. The Stinggrippers can subsequently focus their firepower on the afflicted enemy craft, causing its defenses to collapse much faster and easier than before. In short, combining close-ranged suppression with lots of ranged fire support was a killer combination against these pesky face fighters. It sounds like the flagrant vandals have become more indispensable in this age, Vess remarked with a smile. They are well positioned to become our best anti-face fighter solution. Light mechs definitely had a role to play in this new age of warfare. Chapter 60-29, The Importance of Warp Interdiction. While Vess started to dream about designing additional light mechs to better cope against the alien face fighters, Commander Kaysella mentioned a complicating factor. There is one more variable that has led to a positive result against the alien face fighters. The face fighters we fought against today were unable to display their full strength. As far as we know, each of them are equipped with small warp drives that enable them to traverse distances much faster than normal. The reason why they were unable to unlock their full mobility was because they were operating in the range of our powerful warp interdictors. This essentially cut down their greatest advantage, meaning that our mechs only managed to defeat a crippled enemy. Everyone gathered in the conference room frowned at that. The Sentinel commander indeed raised a valid point. The warp interdictors that the Larkinsons installed on many of Thuri combat vessels prevented the alien craft and vessels from deploying their own warp bubbles, and thereby moving a lot faster in space. Warp interdictors were essential to fighting against the native aliens. Trying to start a fight without these gadgets meant that the enemy held all of the initiative. The alien warships could advance and retreat whenever they wanted, and if they chose to fight, their superior mobility enabled them to outmaneuver an opposing mech force with much greater ease. So what you are saying that our mechs should have a harder time defeating the alien face fighters if they are operating outside of the support range of friendly starships? That is indeed what I am trying to convey, sir. Most of our battles so far are fleet-based engagements in space, where our mech units are always accompanied by their carriers. These are situations where it is always possible to cover the entire battlefield with powerful enough warp interdiction fields. If our mech units have to fight away from our fleet or on the surface of a planet, then this condition may not apply anymore. In such instances, our second-class mech will struggle to fight against the alien face fighters. Only our quasi-first-class mech will be able to achieve good results. That caused Vess to frown even deeper. He understood and couldn't help but agree with Casella's logic. The quasi-first-class mechs that Vess designed for his own clan were all equipped with transphasic flight systems. This allowed them to speed themselves up by forming relatively weak but functional warp bubbles. That should at least allow them to keep up with the speed of alien face fighters. The older and cheaper second-class mechs did not enjoy this particular luxury. The presence or absence of face-water technology could make an enormous difference in any confrontation involving alien face fighters. The reason why Vess and many of his fellow Larkinsons never took the alien small craft seriously was because they had made great strides in pursuing quality over quantity. Their mechs had undergone massive upgrades compared to most other mech forces. They were ahead of the curve compared to the alien face fighters. However, as time went by, this disparity would most certainly reduce. The Larkinsons might not be able to enjoy their head start for long. They all needed to be ready to treat alien face fighters with the same degree of severity as human mechs. Commander Melker decided to share his own opinion on this subject. Those face fighters take a lot of face water to build, so they cannot be cheap. The native aliens probably don't care too much. They control most of the territories of the Red Ocean, so they can afford to produce millions if not billions of face fighters. It still takes a lot of resources to construct warships, but it is much cheaper to build carriers that can transport lots of face fighters. After all, the carriers of the Torment fleet are nothing more than large cargo ships that the Orvans have hastily converted into carrier vessels. The significance of face fighters was therefore much greater on a strategic level. The Red Cabal and the major alien races all possessed a huge amount of industrial capacity, so they could churn out lots of transphasic small craft once they came up with adequate designs and retooled all of their production chains. Vess could already predict that the aliens would probably reduce their dependence on expensive warships and begin to field lots of face fighters. This was both good and bad for Red humanity. On the one hand, face fighters were not as big and intimidating to fight against. Many human mech forces were most comfortable when fighting against other mechs. The alien small craft were not exactly the same, but the similarities were still great enough that the divergences didn't matter. On the other hand, the aliens already enjoyed an incredible numerical advantage in most aspects. Once they truly began to invest in face fighters, they could easily field 10 times as many small craft as Red humanity in a relatively short amount of time. Additionally, it was much easier to fulfill the manpower requirements of face fighters. They were inherently simpler than mechs, so it took less years for an alien with an equivalent degree of intelligence to a human to become a proficient spacefighter pilot. The alien pilots also did not have to satisfy an unreasonably restrictive condition, such as suitable genetic aptitude either. As long as the alien species possessed good judgment, decent combat instincts, and adequate reaction speed, they should easily be able to supply trillions of eligible pilots to the war effort. There was no way to overcome this incredible disparity in numbers without resorting to other means. Perhaps the most important factor that still gave Mechs an edge over spacefighters was that the pilots of the former were able to break through and become much more powerful. With the strength of expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots, Mechs would always maintain a qualitative edge. There was no way the aliens could come up with similar means. The native aliens did not possess the ability to create a kingdom of spacefighters or whatever, and they were completely clueless about willpower cultivation. It may be theoretically possible for extraordinary spacefighter pilots to emerge, just like how it was theoretically possible for Mech pilots to advance without relying on the assistance of the kingdom of Mechs. In practice, there was no way that either scenario could happen. Cultivation was actually a delicate process. If anything went wrong, then that could already ruin a breakthrough. Vess felt a lot better after making this conclusion. Spacefighters should not be able to dominate Mechs entirely. His job should not be in danger anytime soon. "Let's get back to the original topic," Vess said as he calmed himself down. "Seeing as alien spacefighters have become a trend in alien space, our Mech community must develop more targeted counters against them. First, Mechs expressly designed to counter spacefighters must be fast and ideally equipped with facewater technology. If the latter condition cannot be satisfied, then any fight against these alien small craft will inevitably result in tragic outcomes." Facewater technology was simply too strong. It made a huge difference in any battle. Hyper-technology might be able to reduce the performance gap, but the aliens weren't stupid. They were beginning to embrace hyper-technology with almost the same degree of enthusiasm as red humanity. "We also need a solution that can reduce our dependence on warships equipped with warp interdictors," Commander Melker said. "It would be great if you can design a Mech that can deploy a warp interdiction field to prevent the alien small craft from running circles around our Mech units. It would be even better if the Mech can suppress spacefighters in other ways as well." The other two Legion commanders at the table nodded in agreement with Melker. Since the aliens were most definitely on track to field enormous quantities of spacefighters in the future, it became imperative to find effective ways to weaken them wholesale. However, this was easier said than done. Vess frowned as he considered the issue. Warp interdictors are usually installed on starships for good reasons. They are generally large, powerful, and require lots of energy in order to generate a warp interdiction field of sufficient strength. While there are smaller models of warp interdictors available, they are usually seen in first-class Mechs. It is currently not realistic to equip warp interdictors onto second-class Mechs as far as I know. The modules are too bulky and consume way too much energy. They also generate a lot of heat as well, which is a major problem in any space environment. This was a challenging technical problem. It was not an issue to develop first-class warp interdictor Mechs. At that tech level, it was not challenging to miniaturize warp interdictors to the point where they could be slotted into specialized Mechs. It was difficult to design an equivalent Mech for the expeditionary fleet. His options as a Mech designer was much more limited if he had to design a warp interdictor Mech at the second-class or quasi-first-class level. "Is it too expensive?" "Partially," Vess replied. "Technology hasn't caught up yet. Second-class warp interdictors cannot be miniaturized to the same degree as their first-class counterparts. This means that I will have to design an entire heavy Mech around this single function. Such a Mech will be large and heavy. It also cannot do anything else, as it also has to be equipped with a large power reactor and lots of heat sinks. Such a Mech is an awful complement to light Mech units that are assigned to go on the attack." In other words, second-class warp interdictor mechs could only effectively be deployed in defensive combat, prepared ambushes and assaults on static locations. "It is better than nothing," Commander Sendra said. "We are used to working with limitations. Even if we cannot use warp interdictors in most offensive actions, we can at least ensure the aliens will not be able to ruin us entirely if they launch attacks onto our vulnerable mechs. My sword maidens generally do not pilot light mechs, so they are sitting ducks if they have no hope of catching up to alien face fighters. The sword maidens needed warp interdictor mechs the most, since they had no effective way of suppressing the fast and agile face fighters at a distance." Vess let out a sigh. "I will try to come up with a solution at the second-class level, but I won't lie to you. It will be difficult to design a viable mech with this function. Personally, I am hoping that the Red Association has made lots of progress on increasing the practicality of this tech. They have managed to do so with space suppressors, and it is natural to develop a convenient solution that works over longer ranges. I don't know how many years it will take, so I will try to come up with my own solution in the meantime." That relieved the Legion commanders. They did not want their mech forces to become shackled to their starships on a permanent basis. There were many different scenarios where it was better if mechs could operate far away from friendly starships or fortifications. The Larkinsons talked a bit more about alien face fighters. They analyzed the approximate performance of different mech types against these expensive but effective craft. Most other mech types did not perform well against the alien small craft. Rifleman mechs cannot inflict enough damage to eliminate the face fighters quickly, Casella noted. Heavy artillery mechs possess the necessary firepower, but with the exception of our transcendent punishers, every other mech model will miss most of their shots against these mobile craft. The only medium or heavy mech type that can perform well against alien face fighters are missileer mechs. As long as they are loaded with transphasic missiles, they should be able to take down multiple alien face fighters, especially if they are accompanied by scout mechs that can provide more reliable targeting guidance. The Sentinel commander was correct, but her solution was not economical at all. Transphasic missiles were far too wasteful and expensive to be employed by most human mech forces. The aliens, on the other hand. Chapter 6030, Missile Resurgence. Missiles. Any mech designer who thought about this weapon type would instantly associate it with the words powerful and expensive. Missiles did not necessarily have to be powerful, but they could be so long as their warheads were filled with highly volatile exotic substances. There was an endless variety of unstable materials that could produce huge exothermic reactions under the right conditions. In fact, different human powers had managed to discover so many effective combinations that they had to be deemed taboo in order to prevent their excessive destructive power from depopulating entire cities and planets. If the law did not hold back the use of powerful missiles, then their cost most definitely acted as another restraint. Transphasic missiles were especially costly, as all of the face water put into their warheads would essentially be gone forever. Missiles, Vess repeated the word. The Battle of Torment has exposed the power of alien missiles. The elite face fighters launched transphasic missiles that are powerful enough to destroy mechs in a single impact. Some of their larger warships are able to launch large torpedoes that are capable of wiping out hundreds of tightly packed mechs. All of this shows that the native aliens have become more willing to invest serious resources into defeating their human opponents. Given how effective the transphasic missiles and torpedoes were during this battle, I think it is inevitable that the Red Cabal are already in the process of pushing missile warfare on a large scale. This was a big deal. Missiles were nightmares to fight against. Even though it was possible to intercept them, if at least a couple of them struck their targets, they could inevitably inflict a lot of damage. The other Legion commanders looked serious when they thought about the prospect of having to fend off missiles. "We need more effective countermeasures against missiles," Commander Melker said. "When my mech got targeted by a set of transphasic missiles, I noticed that our ability to intercept them was very poor. Our ranged mechs are all equipped to fight against face fighters and warships. Their luminar crystal weapons are mostly designed to fire high-power shots at relatively low firing rates. That works best against larger targets, but it is awful at intercepting small and fast missiles. The mechs that actually have the best chance of intercepting missiles is the Stingripper. Their rapid-fire luminar crystal rifles can easily track missiles as they dance in space. Commander Kaesela Ingvar concurred with Melker. Interception is the most reliable way to stop missiles from damaging our mechs, but it is not our only means. We can employ ECM and other defensive countermeasures to interfere with the targeting systems of the missiles. The Fey Fianna can quickly be allocated to ECM duty after pairing them with the right Fey models. We also have other ECM mechs that can serve a similar purpose, although they are considerably outdated. If the aliens incorporate enough modern human tech in their missile designs, then it will not be easy to neutralize them by relying on ordinary countermeasures. Vess looked thoughtful at that. I am aware that the Buzzy Bee and other ECM mechs I have designed a while ago have not kept up with the times. They will get updated sooner or later, but they are not particularly high on the design department's priority list. For now, it is much easier to rely on the modular nature of our Fey Fiannas and Bright Warriors to add more ECM measures to your mech units. This should help with coping against missiles the next time you confront a more modernized alien fleet. It was times like these where the advantages of modular mechs became more apparent. The Larkinsons were also well suited to respond more quickly to changing trends, as the Spirit of Bentheim could easily fabricate all of the necessary ECM Fey in the field with her own production lines. This is not enough, Commander Sendra spoke. Intercepting and misdirecting missiles is okay and all, but what do we do if those missiles hit their targets? Can we do nothing else but rely on our defenses to withstand the transphasic explosions? Vess shrugged. I do not have a magical solution for you, Sendra. I suggest you look into adding more Space Knights to your Mech Legion. A thick transphasic hyper tower shield and larger Azure shield generators can cope with these deadly missiles a lot better than an offensive swordsman mech. Other than that, you should either field a few ranged weapons equipped with rapid-fire weapons or team up with the Mech Legions that can fulfill this responsibility in your stead. That was an unpalatable suggestion to Commander Sendra. The Sword Maidens had always been fanatic about relying on sword-wielding mechs and rejecting the use of ranged weapons. If the aliens started to make heavy use of transphasic missiles in the following years, then the Sword Maidens would find it much harder to maintain their current policies. They would all fall into a difficult dilemma. Should they stick to their original stance and suffer greater losses due to their inability to intercept powerful missiles? Or should they make an exception to their rules and add at least one missile interception mech model to their mech roster? Vess did not want to make this decision for the Sword Maidens. This was a problem that they needed to address themselves. Perhaps Cadiz might be able to whip up an innovative new solution that would allow her sisters to have the best of both worlds. Is there really no other effective way to defend against transphasic missiles? Melker asked. Not for second-class mechs, at least. First-class mechs have many more options available. Shield link technology is particularly useful in this case. As long as the mechs are not clumped together, much of the destructive power of a missile will get dispersed, as an entire collective of mechs will share the burden. Again, the technology existed, but it was not practical or economical enough to be applied at the second-class level. Vess never really thought about it in the past, but now that he became more familiar with first-class mech design, he understood much more how much second-class mech pilots were missing out on. They were denied so much high technology and so many wonderful features, simply because they were too poor to afford anything better. The Larkinsons were not the only ones who struggled with the problem concerning missiles, so Vess did not struggle over it for long. The Red Association most certainly understood how easy it was for the native aliens to invest a considerable part of their resources to arm lots of face fighters and warships with lots of transphasic missiles. Even if it cost a lot of money to launch an entire salvo of missiles, the native aliens could still withstand the consumption of resources due to the fact they held so much territory. This was one of the frustrating parts about attrition warfare. The side with much greater resources at its disposal could employ all kinds of high-cost, but also highly effective solutions at will. There are also the transphasic torpedoes that we need to be concerned about, Commander K. Seller reminded Vess. Compared to the smaller missiles, the torpedoes can only be launched by warships, but they are so well protected that it is not easy to intercept them. If an enemy fleet launches over 100 transphasic torpedoes, it is questionable whether our fleet can intercept them all in time, especially if they possess high acceleration. Commander Sendra grimaced at the mention of this powerful weapon type. The huge explosions unleashed by these torpedoes are especially deadly against our battle formations. I never realized it before, but it seems obvious in hindsight. In order to execute a battle formation attack, many mechs need to fly alongside each other in a rigid formation. The distance between mechs varies, but it is generally not too much. The need to stay close and follow a fairly straight and predictable trajectory makes it very easy for the mechs to get eliminated wholesale with a single powerful explosive device. We need to be much more careful about employing battle formations in the future. This was another adverse development for the Larkinson clan. Battle formations had been one of the most significant advantages that the Larkinson army relied upon to achieve better results in combat. Entire battles had been won due to the dramatic results of pulling off successful battle formation attacks. The Glory Seekers had practically turned it into their core strength due to how well they were able to summon the power of Helena. Battle formations are becoming less effective anyway, Vess mentioned. The onset of hyper-technology and the spiritual awakening of every sentient life form in the Red Ocean has given everyone a better chance at withstanding the power of our battle formation attacks. They can still be effective in many circumstances, but the results will probably not be as dramatic as before. Combined with the fact that the mechs that form battle formations are actually much easier to target with wide area attacks, you guys need to be more prudent about pulling them off going forward. They had little choice but to do so. The native aliens possessed their own intelligence. The Larkinsons had fought against them so many times that many of their strengths became common knowledge. Is there a way you can improve battle formations so that they become less vulnerable to giant explosions? Commander Sendra asked. She had good reasons to do so, because the Sword Maidens were known to employ their own battle formations. It is not outside of the realm of possibility, but it requires a lot of focused effort and research to produce new results, and this is not even guaranteed. Vess responded. Battle formations work precisely because they compel mechs to form into mysterious formations that produce some sort of resonance with a design spirit. I have a feeling that these formations cannot easily be scaled, so that there is a lot more distance between individual mechs. I need to explore a lot of possibilities, but I do not have the time to engage in this kind of research. Perhaps Kedis can figure this out, even if she does not possess all of the required expertise. He had no strong reason to revisit battle formations. He had very little ideas on how he could improve them. Perhaps he might be able to upgrade them once he advanced to Master Mech Designer and obtained a lot of new capabilities. After they finished their discussion on missiles and torpedoes, they briefly touched upon the evolution of alien warships. If the aliens have wised up by developing and producing a large amount of anti-mech warships, then all of us will be in deep trouble soon, Vess ominously said. Commander Sendra made a pained expression. We must not fight those hyper battleships up close. Many of our sword maidens died when their mechs got shot down by transphasic laser beams salvos. Those small transphasic laser cannon turrets can shoot down our swordsmen meched with greater ease. Our mechs must get close, but they are constantly blocked by the powerful Azure energy shields of the enemy ship. It can take minutes for hundreds of our mechs to exhaust the energy defenses. This buys plenty of time for those deadly tertiary gun batteries to assail our mechs at very close ranges. It is indeed inadvisable to dispatch melee mechs against such warships, Commander Casella affirmed. We can reduce our losses by a large extent by relying on our heavy artillery mechs and other ranged firepower to wear down their defenses at greater ranges. The tertiary laser cannon batteries do not pose as much of a threat in those circumstances, but without any melee mechs exposing the enemy Azure energy shields to space suppressors, it will take much longer to overcome the defenses of the enemy ships. Time was of the essence. The longer it took for ranged mechs to destroy the alien hyper battleships, the more losses the Larkinsons would suffer. In this case, I think we should rely more on our Redlances and Transcendent Chargers, Vess mentioned after a moment of thought. Ranged mechs are not efficient enough, and melee mechs will suffer enormous losses due to prolonged exposure to the deadly tertiary laser cannon batteries at close range. The most optimal answer should be to employ melee mechs that can inflict a lot of damage in a very short interval of time. Our Lancer mechs should be able to do the job, but this is hardly an ideal solution. Lancer mechs came with their own set of problems. Vess was not really satisfied with relying on them despite the fact that they appeared perfect for this job. He believed that there may be a much more effective way to counter anti-mech warships. One of them was to employ a warship that excelled at taking out warships like the Torturous Scream, but the Larkinson clan was only allowed to field one such vessel. Vess wanted to develop a more effective counter based on mechs, but how could he possibly reduce the lethality of those laser cannon batteries? He suddenly gained an idea. Wait a minute. Salu's gas may be able to offer an effective response against threat posed by both anti-mech warships and transphasic missiles. Chapter 60:31, The Power of Rivalries. When Vess next met up with Gloriana after she finished her work session, he cuddled against her as they rested in their parlor. He slowly regaled the discussion he held with the Legion commanders of the expeditionary fleet. Meow Tilda. Emro Tilda. Clixie comfortably rested on Vess' lap. Blinky had emerged from Vess and leisurely licked the Rubarthan sentinel cat's fur. Meanwhile, Gloriana partially occupied herself by communing with her pet Archie engineer. Her arch-glove-covered hand rested on different parts of Heckle's arch-shell. Each time she made contact, sparks of electricity occasionally ran through the glove and shell. Heckle did not seem to mind. The domesticated alien engineer made an expression that looked like he felt completely content. Despite the idyllic atmosphere of the parlor, the topic of discussion was much graver. As a newly promoted senior mech designer, Gloriana possessed a good understanding of the state of the mech industry. She quickly comprehended the enormous implications of the rise of alien face fighters. You are right about the seriousness of this trend, Gloriana said as she furrowed her brows. I do not think we need to fear for the future of high-ranking mechs. It is impossible for the aliens to challenge the supremacy of god pilots. It is much more difficult to say whether low-ranking mechs will remain as well-regarded in the coming decades. The age of mechs is already behind us. The rise of face fighters is but one of many weapon platforms that can overthrow the dominance of mechs in our society. That sounded a bit too exaggerated for Vess. Face fighters had their merits, but the infrastructure and culture surrounding low-ranking mechs had developed for so long that they had become entrenched in human society. It required a huge amount of effort to shake the inertia surrounding humanity's worship and adoration of mechs. What do you mean by that, Gloriana? Have you forgotten about the Starfighter Corps set up by the Red Fleet? I did hear an announcement about that, but starfighters haven't actually attracted much attention as of late. I think the fleeters are still in the process of setting it up. It takes years to train starfighter pilots and to develop suitable ones that can be used to defend planets and such. Vess responded. Have you ever thought that, while the native aliens are eager to steal our human technologies, the Red Fleet is just as eager to imitate alien face fighters? That remark caused Vess to freeze. The Red Cabal clearly invested a lot of resources and attention on the development of face fighters. That was very obvious to Vess due to how quickly they improved since they first appeared. The aliens were determined to develop small craft that became strong enough to rival Mechs, and they had a good chance of succeeding. Given how much the enemies of Red humanity invested into the development of face fighters, the Red Fleet could easily obtain a bargain by capturing high-tech elite face fighters from the battlefield before reverse engineering them in their labs. Vess also thought about what might happen beyond this point. If the Red Fleet learned the essence of alien face fighter design and began to develop improved versions of the same craft, then the native aliens would eventually find out and find ways to capture the superior fleeter craft. Vess even surmised a more direct way for the native aliens to comprehend the last starfighter advancements of the Red Fleet was by relying on the cosmopolitan movement to steal the latest tech. In fact, there was an even faster and more efficient way for the aliens to absorb the technological advancements of Red humanity. That was for the Red Fleet to directly leak their starfighter advancements to the native aliens. There were far too many ways this could be done. If at least one admiral of the Red Fleet had a vested interest in spurring on alien face fighter development, he or she could easily figure out a means to pass on cutting-edge human tech to the native aliens. Once the aliens received and digested human starfighter advancements, their scientists and engineers would proceed to develop their own advancements based on their own tech bases, thereby generating improvements that would have never crossed the minds of human starfighter developers. Once the native aliens finally started to produce superior face fighters, it was time for the Red Fleet to harvest these gains once again. Vess almost shuddered as he thought about this cycle. This positive feedback loop could go on forever. Although there were definite elements of collusion in this loop, one side did not need to do anything to gain the cooperation of the other side. As long as they recognized what was best and acted in accordance to the most optimal outcome, they would eventually recognize that both sides showed enough willingness to implicitly cooperate with each other. Why shouldn't they work together? The Red Fleet would be able to accelerate the development of human starfighters by a very large extent. After all, the fleeters weren't the only ones who contributed to the advancement of human starfighters anymore. Their alien counterparts also provided a lot of assistance. The alien facefighter developers also had little reason to refuse the aid of their nominal human foes. The native aliens had remained complacent for a long time. It was not until a superior technological opponent in the form of the human race arrived that the major alien races understood that they were no longer the most technologically advanced civilizations in the neighborhood. Although humans are still relatively unfamiliar with facewater technology, their advancements in many other fields of technology completely crushed the accomplishments of the native aliens. If not for the fact that the native aliens possessed a lot more depth when it came to figuring out the finer applications of facewater, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to collude with Red humanity. Humans and aliens may belong on opposite sides, but they both had a common interest in improving their own small craft. Human starfighters equipped with facewater technology were little different from alien facefighters, so improvements in one area could easily lead to improvements in the other area. Do you realize it now, Vess? I think I do, Gloriana. If this goes the way I think it does, then both human starfighters and alien facefighters will undergo a very quick and radical development trajectory. This trajectory looked awfully familiar to Vess. That was because it sounded very similar to the development trajectory of Mechs during the previous age. While Mechs had obviously been invented during the later stages of the Age of Conquest, it was not until the Big Two broke human space into many squabbling states that Mech development truly took off like a rocket. By creating lots of states that had many reasons to fight against each other, The rival military establishments invested lots of resources and manpower into speeding up the development of the only effective war weapon that they were allowed to use, which was mechs. The Terrans and the Rubarthans constantly competed against each other in restrained, but very consequential restricted battles. If the Terrans came up with a superior mech, then the Rubarthans would work extra hard to copy their adversaries' technological advancements or come up with their own alternative. The same went for second-rate states, such as the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony. Even though the two large states of the Komodo star sector had never waged a war until the end of the Age of Mechs, they never dared to fall behind in the development of their military mechs. Every Fridayman and Hexer knew that if their mech armies became too weak, their arch-rivals would not hesitate to launch a war to settle the ownership of the Komodo star sector once and for all. In fact, one of the driving reasons why the Hexers ultimately decided to start a war against the Fridaymen during that time was because those female supremacists thought that their mechs and soldiers were much more superior. In reality, the Hexers grossly overestimated their strength. They merely achieved parity at best. In any case, rivalries always seem to spur on military development the most. A much more familiar example to Vess was the age-old rivalry between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. Since the two third-rate states actually waged regular wars against each other, they had quickly developed very strong martial traditions that had been tested over a span of over 4 centuries. Their soldiers became more courageous than the ones who originated from peaceful states. Their military mechs had all become very practical and cost-effective, without exception. Vess may have outgrown the Bright Republic by a huge extent, but he always valued many of the basic lessons and principles that he learned at the time. They had never steered him wrong and still remained relevant to the present day. It was due to those lessons that Vess always remained a bit out of tune compared to the rest of the high-ranking mech designers of the design department. The vast majority of them originated from second-rate states and all started out their careers by designing second-class mechs. They grew up in a very different mech culture that caused them to inherit significantly different traditions. Despite the superiority of second-rate states, Vess did not look down on his original lessons at all. He was product of a state that owed much of its existence over the centuries on the strength of its military mechs. In any case, the power of rivalry was one of the strongest drivers of innovation that Vess could think of. Now that he recognized all of the pieces of the puzzle, he became increasingly more convinced that the development of human starfighters and alien face fighters may quickly come to rival the development of mechs. Starfighters will play an increasingly more important role in human space going forward, Vess stated with concern. It is a very suitable small craft to employ at the bottom. Starfighter pilots require less training and education to do their jobs in a competent fashion. Starfighters are generally cheaper and easier to produce en masse. While I do not see them participating in any offensive fleet-based actions anytime soon, they are very easy to use in the defense of planets and star systems. You just need to build enough hangar bays in orbit or on the surface of a planet before you can fill them up with as many starfighters as they can fit. Once an alien raiding fleet arrives to stomp out a colony, tens of thousands of starfighters can quickly sortie and overwhelm the enemy face fighters and warships. Many mech designers probably looked down on this notion of relying on starfighters to defend planets, but that was because they still regarded these small craft as very poor alternatives to mechs. Yet what if they weren't inferior anymore? What if a well-designed starfighter that was not too expensive could beat an ordinary mech in a fight? Once that happened, the ecosystem for mechs was bound to receive a shock. Both Vess and Gloriana understood that they needed to make preparations in advance. It would be too late for them to respond when starfighters and face fighters finally achieved parity with low-end mechs. As mech designers, they both held an obligation to defend the mech industry against rival industries. Let's think about countermeasures, Vess proposed. As long as we can develop effective counters against face fighters, we can suppress the latter to an extent. I think you mean that you will develop effective counters, not we. Gloriana correct her husband. Pardon. I do not have the time to waste on mass production models anymore. Vess, my work obligations have multiplied. I am not only responsible for designing a batch of low-tier expert mechs for the newest expert pilots of our clan, but I have also begun preliminary work on the Amaranto Mark Roman III project and the Riot Mark Roman III project. Chapter 6032, Expert Mech Policy Revision. Vess originally wanted to bring up the topic of designing counters against alien face fighters and anti-mech warships. He quickly set this matter aside because his wife brought up a much more interesting topic of discussion. Expert mechs. His wife had already made a lot of preparations in advance. This allowed her to get ready to take action as soon as there was demand for new and upgrade expert mechs. There is no need for you to concern yourself too much over the development of low-tier expert mechs, Gloriana said as she projected a few of her draft designs. Now that our clan has nurtured a large and growing batch of high-ranking mech pilots, our policy towards newly emerged expert mechs should correspondingly adjust. Are you talking about? Instead of going all out and design the most powerful low-tier expert mechs that they can handle, it is better if I tone down the initial designs and make the expert pilots less dependent on excessively powerful machines. It will be much more conducive to their growth if they need to struggle and prove themselves in order to earn upgrades for their machines. By starting out with a relatively basic expert mech and letting them work for their upgrades on an incremental basis, I believe that we can achieve a much better fit between man and machine in the long run. Vess had already contemplated this change in development strategy as well. It was much more economical and a much more rational use of time and resources. As Vess observed the drafts that Gloriana had made for the latest batch of Larkinson expert pilots, he could truly tell that they were very basic and generic compared to their last high-end design projects. If the Larkinson pilot broke through while using a ferocious piranha, then Gloriana was prepared to design a personalized expert mech version of the same light skirmisher. If the pilot utilized a Fey Fianna, then Gloriana would simply design a personalized expert mech interpretation of the same mech concept. By working with existing successful mech concepts, Gloriana did not have to spend a lot of time on research and thought experiments. The formulas had already proved their viability, so Gloriana could skip straight to more important design choices. While Gloriana planned to add a few unique features to every low-tier expert mech based on the selection of compatible resonating exotics, she did not intend to be too extravagant and load any experimental tech onto the machines. Do you want me to design ultimate modules for these low-tier expert mechs? Vess offered. It will take time and effort, but even if they are not as good as the Dark Wind module, I can still bestow the new machines with their own trump cards. The idea sounded tempting, but Gloriana shook her head. No, it is important to limit the scope of investment in our low-tier expert mechs. The latest expert pilots are new to their powers and are still at a stage where they are trying to discover the best ways for them to contribute to a battle. We cannot and should not make decisions for them in advance by granting them mechs that are already loaded with many abilities. This should be a more iterative process that takes place over a span of multiple decades. She made a lot of sense. The Larkinson clan was no longer short on expert pilots, and it had also exhausted the initial supply of 500 general cultivation elixirs. The new generation of expert pilots therefore needed to struggle hard and rely on their own efforts to gradually develop their combat system and grow their resonance strength. If any of the new expert pilots was particularly talented or possessed an eye-catching ability, then Vess might decide to invest a lot more resources into speeding up their growth. Otherwise, he was fine with letting the expert pilots temper themselves in the normal fashion. It took a lot of time and effort to design high-quality expert mechs. This treatment should only be reserved for more powerful, high-ranking mech pilots. In that case, VES was fine with leaving ultimate modules out of low-tier expert mechs. This might make the low-tier expert pilots weaker and less able to affect the battlefield, but it gave them much more room for growth since they needed to struggle a lot more during the early stages. This was both an economical and practical approach towards developing expert pilots. The biggest problem was that it took a lot more time to achieve good results, but VES could live with it, as he could rely on the earlier generation of expert pilots to enhance the Larkinson clan's high-end combat power. Gloriana quickly outlined her overall policy towards the development of expert pilots. New expert pilots would only receive a low-tier expert mech with basic functions and no ultimate modules. The machines would also start out with transphasic parts, but their face water content should be fairly modest at the start. Once the expert pilots reached the middle stage of their growth, they should already earn a lot of iterative upgrades for their expert mechs. At that time, the machines should also receive their ultimate modules and raise their face water content. High-tier expert pilots deserve much better treatment, Gloriana calmly stated, even as she continued to pet Heckle's back. Each of them are either ace pilot candidates or are fairly close to becoming one. Their combat power has also grown to a point where they have often outgrown their old machines. The Hex Army and many other mech militaries usually decide to bestow powerful new high-tier expert mechs to these valued pilots. After all, each of them has the potential to advance to ace pilot in the future. It is always a good idea to provide more lavish treatment to these powerful pilots. Not only will their combat power skyrocket, but they are also more likely to remain loyal to their states. Any state or organization that was stupid enough to neglect the treatment of high-tier expert pilots would always regret it when their talents decided to defect to another employer. The Larkinson clan certainly couldn't neglect this issue either. VES fully agreed with Gloriana's stance. So you intend to standardize the process of upgrading existing expert mechs to much more powerful high-tier expert mechs to any of our high-tier expert pilots. Is that correct? Gloriana nodded. Designing completely new high-tier expert mechs from scratch is the prevailing norm in the mech community, but that is not suitable for us as there is value in aged living mechs. Upgrading the existing machines of high-tier expert pilots should become our own standard. It is the right stage in their development trajectory to issue major reworks of the living mechs that the pilots are familiar with. This is also an excellent opportunity to convert the older expert mechs into archimechs. Oh, I thought you intended to design archimechs for all of our expert pilots. Why limit the benefit of this powerful alien tech to high-tier expert pilots and higher? Because Architect introduces too many complications. VES. I have already received a report from the maintenance crew responsible for servicing the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 that they are struggling to understand the basic theories needed to fulfill their responsibilities. If Tusa's mech ever incurs serious damage, the clan may be forced to ship the archimech back to my location so that I can perform repairs in person. There were many other complications associated with the use of actual Architect. A lot of common materials could not be used to produce replacement parts for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3. Even if there were a few suitable materials around, the workers over at the Expeditionary Fleet needed to use specialized fabrication machines to produce the right archimetal components, and that required a lot of study and comprehension. The trouble was not too great for the time being, as there was only a single archimech in the Expeditionary Fleet. What about the future? What if 6 or 12 expert archimechs got stationed in the Expeditionary Fleet? So long as Architect remained foreign to most people, the archimechs would always impose significant logistical burdens onto the forces they were attached to. Not even the Larkinson clan could support too many of them at a time. Okay, let's settle for your plan then. I am okay with reserving Architect for our more powerful and proven expert pilots. They should be able to make much better use of its stronger and more advanced capabilities anyway. His wife smiled and pecked his cheek. I knew you would understand. I may revise this policy and supply expert Archimechs to weaker expert pilots in the future. It depends on how quickly I can design a completely new Archimech by myself. I am not satisfied with my mastery in this tech base. There is much greater depth that I have yet to explore and master. Only after doing that can I begin to develop my own adapted version of Architect. This was bound to be a very long and tedious journey. Gloriana was not afraid that she would be lacking in opportunities to design Archimechs. After Vess expressed his agreement with Gloriana's plan, they finally shifted their attention to the coming upgrades to 2 familiar expert mechs. As part of my new policy, the Amaranto and the Riot are both due for major reworks, the female mech designer said. After the Dark Zephyr, these 2 expert mechs most urgently require upgrades. I think it is best if I start to upgrade them into high-tier expert Archimech in the next half-year. Vess raised his eyebrows when he heard that. It took a lot of months to complete the development of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Are you confident enough in your ability to complete 2 major upgrade projects on a concurrent basis on top of your other responsibilities? You still need to spend a decent amount of time to design those low-tier expert mechs, and you also need to help Master Benedict upgrade the Dark Zephyr into an ace mech. Gloriana smirked and tapped her finger against the side of her head. I am not as slow and incompetent as before. My advancement to senior, my upgraded cranial implants, and most importantly the lessons learned from the previous upgrade project have all increased my ability to handle these tasks much more efficiently than before. If necessary, I can delay the completion of the 2 upgrade projects by 1 or 2 months, but I believe that will not be necessary. Since Gloriana sounded confident enough, Vess was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She had done so many times whenever he made his wild claims in the past. It was only right for him to reciprocate. So what do you have in mind for the next versions of the Amaranto and the Riot? Both of them are originally my babies. I don't mind it if you want to take them over and put your own spin on their designs, but I hope that you won't trash the mech concepts that have worked out so well for their expert pilots. You have no need to worry about that, Vess. I have no intention of making radical changes to their configurations. I have already asked Venerable Stark and Venerable Orphan about their preferences. Both of them have completely become accustomed to the configurations of their respective machines. What I seek to accomplish is to expand upon their existing expert mechs. By introducing new technologies and strengthening existing ones, I hope to lay an excellent foundation for the Amaranto and the Riot's eventual transformations into ace mechs. In order to make her intentions clear to Vess, she activated a projection of a very rudimentary draft design of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Vess' eyes immediately lit up when he saw Gloriana's vision for the massively improved Amaranto. The original expert rifleman mech had always been characterized by extremely powerful attack power and very weak defenses. The newer version not only employed multiple measures to enhance the firepower of the Amaranto to a higher level, but also made excellent strides to shore up the Amaranto's defenses. Chapter 6033, Extreme Firepower Redefined. Vess had a lot of affection for the Amaranto. She was his first masterwork expert mech and encapsulated a large part of his past creative madness. Although the Amaranto's flaws and limitations gradually became a lot more apparent over time, the expert mech was still able to make major contributions in battle on account of her extreme emphasis on firepower. With 2 different luminar crystal weapons at her disposal, the Amaranto could choose to employ a precise and tricky rifle or a very powerful and overwhelming cannon. Either way, the Amaranto became a force to be reckoned with from the first time she went into service. As Venerable Davia Stark continued to improve her resonance strength and her marksmanship capabilities, the Amaranto in her hands became stronger and achieved greater results. This improvement was not only due to the increasing strength of their true resonance and the greater display of skill, but also due to the Amaranto's growth as a living Mech. As one of the older and most respected living Mechs of the Larkinson clan, the Amaranto had taken after her pilot and became more taciturn in terms of personality. Just like her expert pilot, the Amaranto also harbored very deep animosity towards alien species. Neither the expert pilot nor the expert Mech showed any reluctance when it came to fighting against alien opponents. They especially got fired up whenever they had an opportunity to kill the raiders who sought to destroy human colonies. Now that the once broken but now recovered expert pilot had become an ace pilot candidate, Vess was very confident in her ability to break through. Compared to her peers, Venerable Davia exhibited greater maturity and possessed a much more driven personality. In fact, Vess was afraid that she had forsaken too much of her humanity in order to pursue her quest for revenge. Would she still be able to break through if she had lost sight of her own personal development? Aside from this fault, Vess was highly optimistic about her breakthrough chances. Supplying her with a massively upgraded Mech should definitely do the trick, especially when the Amaranto was already a masterwork Mech. Vess paid close attention to Gloriana's vision of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. His wife had invested a considerable amount of time and effort into drafting a comprehensive proposal about the next iteration of the Larkinson clan's original high-end ranged Mech. Let us start with defense, which is arguably the least dramatic area of improvement, Gloriana stated. The Mark I stood out for lacking the unending alloy that was ubiquitous in our other early expert Mechs. This was because we were much poorer and only possessed a limited reserve of this special material. By the time we updated the Amaranto to the Mark Roman II, we made up for the deficiency in defense to a large extent, but the expert rifleman Mech still does not excel in defense. She tapped her finger onto the projected draft design. All of the exterior and interior archimetal components lit up in sequence. Our circumstances have changed drastically since then. Vess, we can employ much more expensive first-class materials and increase the structural defense of the Amaranto to the same standard as a first-class Mech. The Mark Roman III will therefore experience a large boost in defense, though the increase is not as high as you may expect. This is due to a radical design choice I have made for this design. Can you deduce it, Vess? Can you tell me the trade-off that I have made that forces me to compromise on the Amaranto's defenses? The Amaranto Mark I started off so fragile that she could easily crumble apart if she was attacked by a single expert Mech or multiple standard Mechs. The Mark Roman II addressed this shortcoming to an extent, but she still retained her characteristics as an expert marksman Mech to an extent. No matter the version, the Amaranto was never designed to put herself in harm's way. Her core design concept centered around extreme firepower. In order to realize that, Vess and Gloriana had always made many design choices that made the Mech weaker in other aspects. They believed that the trade-offs were all worth it because the Amaranto had never been designed with versatility and self-sufficiency in mind. She only had one job, and she had always done that extremely well. As for the other jobs, that was what the rest of the Larkinson army was for. There was no need to rely on the Amaranto for defense of melee interception. Now that the time had come to design the Mark Roman III, it became clear that Gloriana had continued their earlier tradition and tried to make the Amaranto's offensive power more pronounced. As Vess studied the design, he soon noticed a few quirks. The entire Mech frame looked different from the Dark Zephyr in a way that caused him to grow suspicious. He narrowed his eyes as he studied the draft design with a more critical eye. The lack of detail and the absence of data made it harder to figure out what exactly caused him to notice that the Amaranto was different, but as he continued to study the design, he began to approach the truth. His gaze continued to rake across every visible archimetal component. He noticed how they were designed in a way that assumed that they were weaker and more fragile than what he expected of an archimech of this caliber. More importantly than that was that Gloriana also made a number of design choices that did not really make sense under normal circumstances. She had shown unusual restraint and prudence in terms of reducing the possibility of E-energy attribute conflicts. This indicated that his wife was unusually concerned about creating accidents whenever the Amaranto channeled a lot of E-energy. Wait, this design is made up almost entirely of hypermaterials, Vess gasped. Yes, good observation. In my current plan, I anticipate that it should be possible to use medium and high-grade hypers to construct at least 90% of the entire Archimech frame. I am trying hard to explore whether I can make up for the remaining 10%, but even if that is not possible, this is already enough for me to fulfill my goal. Vess couldn't help but react with shock at Gloriana's audacity. This was an extreme design choice that he never expected from his wife. Hypermaterials were new but great. They introduced a lot of new possibilities to red humanity. Their main contribution was to allow humans to channel the power of E-energy in a systematic and effective manner through machines. If this was all, then it made a lot of sense to build everything important out of hypermaterials. In reality, there were many complicating factors that made this a bad idea. Hypermaterials never really stood out for their strong, basic performance characteristics. They were not the toughest of materials. They were not able to absorb the greatest amount of heat. They were also less robust and more prone to producing faults when compared to exotic materials. The human race had spent a much longer time exploring the nature and applications of many different exotics. People like Vess were also able to use exotics to a very high degree due to benefiting from all of the accumulated wisdom and millennia's worth of technological advancements in the science and application of exotic materials. Hypers were much newer and less familiar to modern humanity. Even if hypers possessed the potential to perform just as well as exotics in the same functions, it was clearly a few hundred or 1,000 years too soon to realize this condition. Humanity's understanding of hypermaterials was both scattered and mixed for the time being. Combined with the clues that suggested that hypers would never be as robust as exotics, many mech designers had already concluded that it was foolish to design an entire mech made out of hypermaterials. The machine may indeed be able to attract a large amount of E-energy, but it would also become a lot more fragile than a more conventional mech. The current trend in the mech industry was to treat hypermaterials as a more accessible version of resonating materials. People already started to treat hypertechnology as the poor man's version of true resonance. Regardless, it was common sense that a good mech still needed to be built predominantly out of exotics. Hypers could only be used as a supplement to augment the basic features of the mech and possibly bestow a few more advanced capabilities. Gloriana's design approach for the Amaranto almost completely appended this well-established mech framework. Why forsake so many exotics for hypermaterials? Vess skeptically asked. Your extreme design choice may still make the Amaranto tough enough to withstand the attacks of lots of standard mechs and most expert mechs, but it will definitely become more fragile than the Dark Zephyr, which is absurd since the latter is a light mech. I thought that we would agree to pull up the defenses of the Amaranto so that she won't instantly fold if an enemy ever manages to threaten her existence, but you are clearly going in the opposite direction with this. Any ace mech or phase leader that is able to get close enough to inflict serious damage onto the Amaranto can easily crumple our precious machine. For what purpose did you decide to forsake defense to such an unprecedented extent? His wife did not deny the faults he mentioned. She was fully cognizant of the consequences of her design choice. She just believed that she had a very good reason to go in this direction. Her finger tapped the projection again. The entire Archimech started to absorb massive amounts of light-attributed E-energy. The mech channeled so much light energy that she had already become blindingly bright. Then, the light suddenly disappeared. To be more accurate, the Amaranto directed all of that powerful light energy into her Luminar crystal rifle and proceeded to fire the most potent, resonance-empowered light beam that Vess had ever seen. Even though it was only a very casual simulation, the scene where the Amaranto Mark Roman III channeled so much light energy into pure damage was an awe-inspiring sight. Glass cannon is the defining phrase and concept of the Amaranto Mark Roman III, Gloriana proudly stated to her husband. The Amaranto, as a high-tier expert mech and possibly an ace mech, should continue her tradition of compromising on everything aside from maximizing her firepower. Her archimetal frame does not exist to defend her against attacks. Our starships, or the Bastion, can already perform this job much better as far as I am concerned. The Amaranto's entire archimech frame should completely be dedicated towards maximizing her firepower. The enormous amounts of hyper-materials used to construct the next iteration of the Amaranto will all be based on the light attribute. This will turn the Amaranto into the brightest, but also the most lethal presence on the battlefield. Vess could not imagine how much power the Amaranto could accumulate in a single fully charged shot. He made a few estimates, but he did not dare to say for certain that they represented the living Rifleman Mech's upper limit. The true figure had to be higher. The Amaranto wouldn't be able to justify the fact that most of her archimetal components were made out of hyper materials, as opposed to more conventional exotic materials. Vess guessed what Gloriana wanted to accomplish with this extreme decision. She wanted to upgrade the Amaranto into a truly fearsome ranged mech. She wanted the Amaranto to gain the power to penetrate through all of the energy defenses of an alien warship and inflict serious material damage onto the hull. No other outcome was acceptable. As long as the Amaranto could effectively snipe formidable alien warships from afar, she would turn into an indispensable asset to the Larkinson clan for many years to come. I love this idea. Chapter 6034, Stark's ulterior motive. Vess adored Gloriana's vision for the Amaranto. He also felt conflicted by her decision to double down on turning the expert marksman Mech into a machine that existed for no other purpose than to launch powerful attacks from the rear. If venerable Davia Stark successfully managed to advance to the rank of ace pilot, the Amaranto at that time would amplify all of her strengths and only modestly increased her ability to cope against powerful enemy champions. This was a very risky choice. Ace mechs in people's imagination were machines that were prototypical god mechs. They had already gained so much power that they completely transcended the existence of ordinary mechs. Ace mechs were rare and often deployed alongside a large troop of mechs on an individual basis. This meant that ace mechs were always designed to be self-sufficient. They at least needed to possess the ability to fight against other ace mechs. It would be great if ace mechs possessed pronounced strengths based on the specializations of the ace pilot, but it would be devastating if their weaknesses were severe enough to cause them to be defeated with ease. As long as they confronted the wrong sort of enemy, a state might lose an incredibly valuable asset. This was why ace mechs increasingly tended to evolve into multipurpose mechs as their pilots continued to grow in strength. It didn't matter if the ace mechs no longer excelled in any area as long as their weaknesses no longer became as glaring. The more valuable the ace pilot, the less their employers were willing to lose their precious investment. States and organizations would rather see their ace pilots get defeated to the point where they had to flee the battlefield in tatters than to see their most valuable strategic assets get countered and killed with ease. Of course, not every ace mech evolved in this direction. The personality and stubbornness of many ace pilots sometimes made their employers helpless. For example, St. Jeremiah Gage insisted on sticking to the swordsman mech archetype. This somewhat worked out as the powerful Fridayman ace pilot was able to launch very powerful sword energy attacks that could easily strike targets at a distance. However, there was no way his Neo Amadeus could beat a true ranged ace mech in terms of ranged firepower back when the ace pilot was alive. The Amaranto Mark Roman III envisioned by Gloriana would suffer from a similar shortcoming. No matter whether she became a high-tier expert mech or an ace mech, the high-end marksman mech would always be able to dominate any enemy from afar, but instantly become incredibly vulnerable up close. Venerable Stark's persistent offensive focus caused her to neglect the development of her defensive skills and abilities. Even if the Amaranto was able to wield a few backup knives or swords, there was no way the relatively fragile mech could overpower an equivalent enemy up close. As Vess continued to feel conflicted over the glaring shortcomings of Gloriana's draft design, his wife leaned forward and placed her palm onto his hand. "You are still thinking about an ace mech like a member of the Larkinson family from the age of mechs. Haven't you realized that its role has changed? The Red War is a very different sort of conflict from the wars of the past. Unlike the human mech armies that our clan fought against in the past, the alien fleets are made up of completely different enemy types that all possess very different traits. The aliens may be different, Gloriana, but that does not mean our expert mechs and ace mechs have become invincible. You cannot underestimate their determination to defeat our champions. Do you think it is that easy for the native aliens to counter our high-ranking mechs? You already identified that the aliens are much less able to field genuine champions at the ace mech level on the battlefield. The only champions that can truly pose a threat to our ace mechs are phase whales and phase lords, but they rarely put their lives at risk. The native aliens have nothing else to rely upon. Their elite face fighters are nothing without the ability to induce pilot breakthroughs." His wife raised a good point. The Amaranto Mark Roman III should have little to fear from the enemy so long as the enemy did not deploy a rare phase leader. The Amaranto should easily be able to deal with enemy warships and face fighters, especially if the living mech was able to maintain distance. Venerable Stark never feared a duel at range. However, if the enemy fleet happened to host a phase lord, then the Amaranto would not be able to fare well if she failed to snipe this powerful foe at a distance. Phase lords were infamously tough and difficult to kill. Their body mass was enormous, and their spatial barriers were very difficult to breach. If they happened to possess giant suits of armor like the Eminence of Torment, then they could gain even more layers of protection. All of that made it increasingly more difficult for the Amaranto to take down phase lords at a distance. There was little the living mech could do to stop such a resilient foe from getting closer. Vess let out a helpless sigh. If we commit to this design direction, then the Amaranto Mark Roman III should never be deployed by herself. She must always be accompanied by an ace mech that can stop enemy champions in their tracks. Gloriana did not see a problem with this arrangement. "You are fixating too much on the demerits of my proposal. I admit that the Amaranto Mark Roman III at the ace mech level is not able to take care of herself as well as other ace mechs. But the main advantage we gain is that we can gain a supremely powerful offensive platform that is able to inflict the greatest amount of precision damage that a saint can produce. Such an ace mech can rival an alien battleship in terms of firepower. As long as Davia Stark continues to grow and develop her abilities, she will develop in a similar vein to the Destroyer of Worlds, who also chose to commit to piloting artillery mechs when she could have chosen differently. In an age where warships have made a resurgence, it has become even more important for us to gain the ability to dominate our enemies at range." She made a very good point. Vess couldn't help but become swayed by her arguments. So what if the Amaranto Mark Roman III continued to possess glaring weaknesses? As long as the future ace mech continued to act in concert with a well-equipped mech army that could adequately block enemies from getting close, then the powerful marksman mech would be able to take down every threatening target from a distance. We already have plenty of ace pilot candidates who are versatile, such as Venerable Joshua, and others who excel in close-quarter combat, such as Venerable Vincent Ricklin. Gloriana continued. "It still remains uncertain how long it will take for them to break through, but I am convinced that enough of them will advance into ace pilots in the coming decade that we do not have to be concerned about the Amaranto lacking protection any longer. The main reason why you are so worried is because we only have one other ace pilot at the moment. If Stark was the only ace pilot who fought on behalf of the Larkinson clan, then Vess would feel a lot more reluctant about adopting Gloriana's proposal. The rise of St. Tusa slightly relieved Vess' concerns, but not to a large extent. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was not a suitable complement to the Amaranto Mark Roman III at all. The former was a light mech that was not able to block tough and powerful enemies aside from killing them. If the latter was not possible, then the Amaranto would still be in grave danger. It would be better if the Amaranto Mark Roman III was paired with an ace mech version of the Bastion. If Janzi managed to break through, she could resume her old responsibility of serving as an indomitable shield to the most powerful offensive asset of the Larkinson clan. In fact, there were many other suitable pairings as well. Another combination that Vess thought of was pairing the Amaranto Mark Roman III with the Jeddah Sandovar. Unlike the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, the Jeddah Sandovar of the Adelaide Mercenary Company excelled at confusing and containing enemies, both weak and powerful. In the previous battle, the Jeddah Sandovar completely managed to stop the Eminence of Torment from launching deadly spatial ripple attacks at the starships of the Expeditionary Fleet. This told Vess that the Amaranto Mark Roman III probably wouldn't have much to fear if she resumed her place in the Expeditionary Fleet. The trouble came when it was time for the Premier Branch to participate in the first wave of deep strike operations. Unless the Jeddah Sandovar got upgraded into a first-class ace mech and joined his first-class fleet as a hired retainer, it would be difficult for the Amaranto Mark Roman III to remain safe while she was deployed deep behind enemy lines. The probability of encountering phase whales and phase lords was much greater when attacking the heartland of alien space. Perhaps another ace pilot or two might emerge among the current candidates of the Larkinson clan in the next few years, but what if they took longer to trigger their second apotheoses? Vess found it far too risky to embark on a deep strike expedition with just the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III and the Amaranto Mark Roman III in tow. He quietly cursed the high-tier expert pilots who apparently took their sweet time to break through before he turned his attention back to Gloriana's proposal. Although Vess was tempted to pull back on her extreme design concept, that would be detrimental to the Larkinson clan in the long run. The fit between Venerable Stark and her battle partner would also drop. "Okay," he eventually said. "I am fine with this proposal as long as Venerable Davia Stark is aware of all of the pros and cons of your proposal. Venerable Stark already approves of my design choices. I consulted her first before I drafted the Amaranto Mark Roman III. She is very cognizant of the vulnerabilities of this mech concept, but she prizes the ability to snipe targets at long range far too much to accept any compromises in this aspect. In fact, she sounded absolutely obsessed with preserving this key strength. Though Vess did not think about it, hearing how Venerable Stark not only accepted this design direction, but absolutely embraced it, reminded him of the reason why she managed to regain her strength when she was at her lowest point in her career. His expression turned to stone when he made a very frightening guess about Venerable Stark's plan. What if she aspired to become the most powerful sniper in the Red Ocean, so that she could assassinate everyone she perceived to be at fault for the original tragedy that had befallen the people of the Komodo Star sector that got engulfed by the Sandmen? Although hardly anyone today remembered the Sand War, Venerable Davia Stark was one of the few people who still remained traumatized by the genocide that swept up entire third-rate states. Though she managed to do a good job of hiding it, Vess could not forget that she harbored a grudge against the Mechers and Fleeters for being so neglectful to the lives and well-being of ordinary space peasants. Still, even if she wanted to tear down the foundation of the offshoots of the MTA and CFA in the Red Ocean, it would be far too easy for her to get wiped out if she went on a one-woman crusade. The only way she could make the Red 2 pay for the sins of the past was by engaging in guerrilla warfare. The most effective way to do this was to become so good at sniping targets at range that not a single defensive measure could stop her attacks. As long as her Amaranto became strong enough to pierce through the defenses of phase leaders, Davia Stark should also be able to assassinate important officers and dignitaries of the Red 2. Chapter 6035, Exploiting Resentment. Vess had a feeling that if the Amaranto continued to develop as a powerful tool for long-ranged assassination, he may eventually contribute to the birth of the most nightmarish killer of the Red 2. Neither the Mechers nor the Fleeters would be able to rest easily if they became terrorized by a rogue ace pilot, or maybe even god pilot, that excelled at takedowns launched from extreme distances. The Amaranto could act like an assassin that secretly set up in a hidden location and quickly sneaked away once she had fired her killer shot. It would be hard for the Red 2 to guard against such a potent killer. As long as Davia Stark and her Amaranto became strong enough, then no form of passive defense would be able to stop her fully charged shots from punching through and killing important VIPs. Not even other high-ranking Mech pilots would be safe against her assassination attempts. Ace pilots were still human to an extent. None of them wanted to stay permanently welded to their ace Mechs. So long as Stark was able to catch these unsuspecting ace pilots away from their ace Mechs, then these powerful heroes died just as easily as any other human. Most ace pilots completely rejected the notion of killing their peers and rivals when they were outside of the cockpit. The Mechers not only forbid this practice, but put a lot of effort into branding such actions dishonorable. Not that this deterred Venerable Stark in any way. As a woman who had set her mind on revenge, Stark had long forsaken all notion of honor and fairness. Since the aliens, the Mechers and the Fleeters never exhibited any genuine honor and fairness towards innocent civilians. Then Stark had no reason to hold herself to a higher standard. She was one of the rare, high-ranking Mech pilots who did not value honor. A powerhouse with almost no bottom lines had the potential to become a fearsome killer. Vess inwardly shuddered at the thought. What sort of monster was he nurturing? How many Mechers and Fleeters would Davia Stark kill once she completed her 100-year contract with the Larkinson clan? However, Vess quickly relaxed after thinking about the possible consequences of letting her loose if she was still alive at that time. Who knew whether the Red Association and the Red Fleet would still be standing 80 or 90 years later? Even if the Red 2 remained as strong as ever, what did their concerns have to do with the Larkinson clan? Vess may have gained the status of an honorary member of the Red Association, but he never fully embraced the Mechers. He had always tried his best to maintain a degree of separation from the Red 2. In no way did he want to become absorbed in their power structure. Vess disliked the Red 2, but he did not hate them. Most of the Mechers and Fleeters were actually quite decent. He willingly cooperated with the survivalist faction, the transhumanist faction, and the Second Main Fleet because it was in his best interests to do so. He benefited a lot from receiving their backing and protection. Yet that still did not give Vess a reason to prevent Davia Stark from pursuing her vendetta against the Mechers and the Fleeters. Vess made a sincere agreement with the powerful marksman Mech specialist. He did not want to break his principles by betraying the trust of one of his key clients. He also did not want to turn a woman with almost unparalleled lethality into an enemy. In addition, the Red 2 may have separated themselves from the Big 2 to an extent, but the former had inherited enough of the latter's foundation to represent a continuation of sorts. Neither the Red Association nor the Red Fleet had made any attempts to dismantle their hegemony over human-occupied space. Since the Red 2 had no qualms about inheriting all of the property and authority of the Big 2, then the former should not complain if they had to inherit all of the sins of the latter as well. No matter whether they resided in the old galaxy or the new frontier, the Mechers and the Fleeters were still the same for the most part. They possessed the same faults and held almost the same degree of disregard for space peasants. It was their elitism and their strong neglect towards the interests of the lesser folk that caused them to earn Venerable Stark's animosity. As far as Vess was concerned, this was the negative karma that they accrued through their stupid policies. They deserved to suffer the consequences of their own actions. Combined with the fact that Vess had his own complaints about the Red too, he was not very motivated to reign in Venerable Stark in any way. Despite his honorary membership and his close associations with the Mechers, and more recently the Fleeters, Vess did not feel any obligation to help them or protect them from this potential future threat. The Red Association and the Red Fleet were already strong in their own right. Their control of human civilization enabled them to extract an insane amount of wealth and resources from the states under their reign. If they couldn't protect themselves against a single rogue marksman specialist, then that was their fault. If he was being honest, a part of Vess even looked forward to raising Davia Stark into an extremely powerful offensive asset. For the next 8 decades or so, all of her impressive firepower would remain at his disposal. That was more than enough time for Vess to grow his power base, and the Larkinson clan to mature into a galactic power in its own right. By the time it was finally time to let Davia Stark go, Vess would hopefully have a dozen other powerhouses of similar strength in his service. He did not feel any guilt towards exploiting her drive for revenge. As long as she abided by her word and fought for the Larkinsons, then Vess would do everything in his power to enable her and strengthen her as much as possible. Vess had no hope of convincing Davia Stark to join the Larkinson clan and set aside her vendetta. It was a hopeless idea. Expert pilots and ace pilots with a cause almost never changed their minds. Instead of harboring false hope, Vess instead accepted the fact that she would leave his service eventually. There were still many years to go before that outcome would happen. For now, Vess was still willing to invest as much resources and effort into her development as he did for any other champion of the Larkinson clan. This was why Vess became more engaged when he discussed the planning for the Amaranto Mark Roman III. After Gloriana had made her intentions for the Mech frame of the Amaranto clear to Vess, she shifted her focus from defense to offense. An Archimech frame that is almost fully made out of hyper materials is not a weapon in itself, Gloriana told her husband. It exists as an amplifier and an external source of power for the primary weapons of the Amaranto. It is not an exaggeration to claim that the design of her offensive armaments will make or break this upgrade project. That was an odd statement to make. The extreme makeover of the Amaranto's Mech frame was unprecedented and introduced a lot of new risks and dangers. Gloriana could not rely entirely on the lessons she learned from designing the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III to succeed in this project. What do you have in mind for the Amaranto's arsenal, Gloriana? Do you want to upgrade her existing weapons or replace them with new ones? The Instrument of Vengeance and the Instrument of Doom should both remain at the Amaranto's disposal, but they need to be overhauled to the greatest possible extent in order to prepare them for combat at the level of an ace Mech. She activated a couple of projections that displayed vague interpretations of the upgraded Mech rifle and Mech cannon. Are those your attempts to visualize architect versions of Luminar crystal weapons? His wife nodded. I am not as familiar with Luminar crystal technology as you, so please explain to me whether it is possible to combine architect with Luminar crystal technology. Vess had never contemplated this question in the past. Back when he and his wife designed the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, they never found it necessary to contemplate this subject because Tusa never asked his Mech to be equipped with serious ranged weapons. He could not avoid this subject now that his wife was ready to design the Amaranto Mark Roman III. My answer is no with an asterisk. No with an asterisk. In my professional judgment, it is too difficult to combine architect with Luminar crystal technology. A weapon that is completely made out of Luminar crystals cannot easily be turned into architect, as the distinctive traits of both will get mixed up to the point of producing an endless amount of glitches and malfunctions. His wife leaned forward. That means it is possible, correct? Maybe. Vess gestured towards Haeckel's very distinctive crystalline art shell. There are obviously examples of architect and art shells that incorporate crystals, but that does not mean that the use of luminar crystals will instantly produce greater synergies. We need to conduct a lot of research on combining both in a way that allows them to combine their strengths while compensating for their weaknesses. I do not see how we can complete this research in a short amount of time. The knowledge and effort required to successfully develop a luminar crystal architect weapon is beyond the scope of senior Mech designers such as ourselves. I highly advise you to wait until we have become masters before revisiting this research topic. He was being very serious about this. He acknowledged that it may be possible mash architect and luminar crystal technology together, but the benefits weren't worth the huge amount of investment required to produce a successful outcome. His wife looked disappointed. She was smart enough to come up with a similar answer, but she hoped that he might still have a solution. Since that was not the case, Gloriana quietly shook her head and replaced her fantastical weapon designs with more familiar-looking ones. Since that is the case, we will continue to rely on luminar crystal technology for the instrument of vengeance and the instrument of doom. Architect only bestows a small advantage to the performance of ranged weapons, so it is not logical to rely on it to reconstruct the Amaranto's armaments. I see. The current iterations of the instrument of vengeance and the instrument of doom are certainly powerful weapons, but the Amaranto should have reached their upper limits some time ago. It should not be problematic for me to apply straightforward upgrades to the materials that make up their luminar crystals. By utilizing new luminar crystal formulas that are made up of combinations of high-end first-class materials, their firepower and resilience will reach a much greater height. The upgraded weapons should still be able to keep up with Davia's growth for a long time. These were easy upgrades that did not entail much serious redesign work. Vess could easily complete the work in a month as long as there weren't too many complications. He did not find it difficult to incorporate face water technology and hyper technology into the weapons either. The current versions of the two weapons already possessed transphasic and hyper properties anyway. However, that clearly did not satisfy Gloriana's ambitions for the Amaranto. I have another question, Vess. Can you turn the instrument of vengeance and the instrument of doom into ultimate modules? I can think of no better aspects to empower with your latest innovation than the primary offensive tools of our expert marksman Mech. If you can empower them even further by granting them extremely powerful ultimate abilities, then I am confident that the Amaranto Mark Roman III can truly gain the power to penetrate defenses of any warship or phase lord. That was an interesting possibility. Chapter 6036, The Ultimate Sniper. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. It made a lot of sense to convert the weapons of the Amaranto into ultimate modules. After all, the expert marksman Mech did not really need to gain an auxiliary function or an alternate attack mode like the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. The Amaranto only needed to do one job really well. Every other aspect ranked lower in priority. While the Dark Zephyr was a specialized Mech, it was less extreme than the Amaranto due to the need to perform well in multiple different situations. Since the Amaranto was already highly focused towards offense, then why not go all the way? The only question now was whether it was even possible for him to incorporate the technological features of ultimate modules into luminar crystal weapons. I think it might be easier than you think, Vess judged after half a minute of thought. Oh, I thought the opposite was the case. Why do you think it would be easy? Ultimate modules are advanced applications of hyper-technology and e-technology. Remember, the instrument of vengeance and the instrument of doom both happen to lean heavily in these directions already. The latter is especially interesting, as it is also a blessed weapon that can draw power directly from the Phase King. I can make use of that existing foundation and go a step further by creating subordinate spirits that can inhabit the weapons on a more permanent basis, so that they can gather their own ultimate runes. Is it necessary for you to create a subordinate spirit for every weapon? I am not complaining about this design choice, but I want to make certain that you are committed to this endeavor. The Amaranto only ever makes use of one of them at a time. It should be sufficient to create a single subordinate spirit that is compatible with both armaments. That is indeed possible, but I think the extra effort is worth it in this case. Vess replied. It will take slower for either weapon to develop, but the ultimate runes they accumulate over usage will perfectly fit their circumstances, which should be much more to your liking. His wife nodded in confirmation. It will slow their development, but I am of the belief that achieving a more perfect fit is a more worthwhile pursuit than making faster but much less fitting gains. The next issue that we need to decide is how to differentiate the two weapons and what aspects I should focus on strengthening when I rework them into ultimate modules. I don't think amplifying their firepower is the universal solution. The two weapons are designed for slightly different purposes, so their evolutions should make their strengths more pronounced. Gloriana already had clear ideas on how to differentiate the two weapons even further. She tapped the projection of the Mech rifle, causing it to become larger. The Instrument of Vengeance is the original weapon that we have paired with the Amaranto. Its firepower is no longer the strongest, but even if it is older, it outperforms the Instrument of Doom in terms of accuracy and precision. Not only is Venerable Stark able to achieve a higher hit rate at much more distant targets with this weapon, she is also better able to land her shots of small and fast-moving targets, such as the Dark Zephyr. In other words, the Instrument of Vengeance allowed the Amaranto to hit targets that other ranged mechs could not accomplish. This was the original strength of the expert marksman Mech, and turned Venerable Stark into a highly precise threat at range. The fact that the Instrument of Vengeance could also grant the Amaranto the ability to bend any energy beam attack further enhanced the living Mech's ability to target weak points. Unfortunately, the Instrument of Vengeance was a weapon designed to counter powerful Mechs for the most part. As the Larkinson clan started to confront alien warships and phase leaders to an increasing degree, the Luminar crystal rifles' strengths no longer seemed to matter all that much. The two principal enemy types of the native aliens were huge and relatively sluggish. They were much easier to hit at range, then extreme accuracy and precision no longer seemed necessary anymore. On top of that, the native aliens relied so heavily on energy defenses that the Amaranto was effectively unable to target the weak points of her enemies. This was why Vess developed the Instrument of Doom for the Amaranto. The much larger cannon made up for the expert marksman Mech's firepower deficiency and increased her relevance against the enemies that the Larkinsons fought nowadays. Gloriana understood this truth as well as Vess. The Instrument of Vengeance is not as useful today, but that is not necessarily the case in the future, she said. When we upgrade this weapon, I believe it is important to preserve its original character, but make its strengths more pronounced. My idea is to make the Instrument of Vengeance excel at striking targets at much more extreme ranges than it is capable of in the present. How extreme are we talking about, Gloriana? Several light seconds, over 1,000,000 kilometers. What? Vess almost spluttered when he heard that figure. That is insane. Just the tiniest bump or mechanical discrepancy can already make the Amaranto miss her target by tens of thousands of kilometers. His wife smirked at Vess. High-ranking Mech pilots regularly make the impossible happen. Why not this? I am confident that we have the tools we need to turn the Instrument of Vengeance into a ranged precision weapon that holds the record for possessing the longest effective range in non-siege combat. In other words, Gloriana truly believed that the Amaranto armed with the Instrument of Vengeance could snipe targets like moving Mechs or starships at a range, where the enemy effectively had no chance of making a counterattack. Even if the Amaranto is able to attain extreme scores in accuracy and precision, How will she know where to shoot? Wait, are you thinking about? The illustrious one is the principal design spirit of the Amaranto, Gloriana stated. I do not intend to change that. However, that has not prevented Stark and her battle partner from cooperating with the Phase King whenever they make use of the Instrument of Doom. I understand that the Eye of Ilvain makes heavy use of the Great Prophet, but this design spirit should not be exclusive to that Mech Legion. I am sure that he would be happy to guide Venerable Davia Stark's aim in exchange for her powerful feedback. The addition of Ilvain was the final piece of the puzzle that could transform the reworked Instrument of Vengeance into the ultimate sniping weapon. No Ace Mech or Greater Phase Lord had any chance of retaliating against the Amaranto if the latter started to open fire at such a ludicrous range. In fact, even if the first shot missed or failed to breach the target's defenses, the Amaranto would still be able to fire a lot more shots without needing to fear reprisal. This was because it took a large amount of time for most enemies to traverse several light seconds in an instant. Even if the powerful enemy possessed teleportation capabilities, the Amaranto, or an accompanying mech or ship, merely had to produce a powerful enough warp interdiction field to make instant interception impossible. As Vess continued to work out this very ludicrous-sounding scenario, he understood that this could definitely turn the Amaranto into the ultimate sniper among her peers. To be able to snipe at targets at interstellar distances was a whole new game. If Ilvain agrees to lend his power to the Amaranto in this way, then I think that there is definitely a reason to make use of the Instrument of Vengeance again. Vess concluded after a bit of thought. The Amaranto was not originally designed to function as a cannoneer mech. I am glad that you came up with a very special concept that gives her a compelling reason to pick up her old rifle again. I can think of many different scenarios where the ability to strike at targets at ranges far beyond any human or alien imagination can be of use. No one else will be able to rival the Amaranto when it comes to taking out powerful targets that are located light seconds away aside from ancient phase whales and god mechs. Although Vess could not say for certain whether this was the case, he truly believed it was difficult for any other ranged ace mech to be able to match or exceed the performance of the Amaranto in this regard. She would become a completely unique existence with an unrivaled advantage. The best part about this was that reworking the Instrument of Vengeance in this manner also enabled her to return to her roots. Damn, I'm so excited by this implementation of the Instrument of Vengeance that I cannot wait to go back to the design lab. I am much more confident about our chances of pulling off a successful deep strike expedition when I can add such a killer asset to our first-class fleet. Of course, that assumed that Venerable Davia Stark managed to break through and become an ace pilot in the next few years. Somehow, Vess had absolutely no doubt that she would be able to break through. The main reason why she was held back for the time being was because the Amaranto had not fully kept up with her growth. Once she managed to get her hands on the Amaranto Mark Roman III and learned how much further her effective range had grown, she would probably break through on the spot. Both Vess and Gloriana grinned at each other as they wordlessly envisioned this future scenario. Once they calmed down a bit, they directed their attention to the Amaranto's second weapon. Gloriana changed the projection to display a large luminar crystal cannon. When the Amaranto participates in direct action against alien warfleets or phase leaders at more conventional ranges, the advantages of the Instrument of Vengeance are no longer as relevant as before. This is where the Instrument of Doom comes in. I still intend to turn it into the premier solution when absolute firepower is a higher priority than extreme precision. The upgrades to the oversized luminar crystal cannon should therefore focus entirely on amplifying its power and penetration characteristics. As a blessed weapon tied to the Phase King, it already scores well in those two areas, but my ambition is to turn the Instrument of Doom to become the mech version of the spinal cannon of the Doom of Xenos. Gloriana certainly did not hold any modest ambitions. The Doom of Xenos was the dreadnought with the most powerful single attack capabilities. Her massive hull was built entirely around a spinal cannon that ran from one end to the other end of the ship. Needless to say, a single shot from the dreadnought's main cannon was enough to crack an entire planet, all without relying on a god kingdom like the Destroyer of Worlds. The Instrument of Doom is already a highly tuned luminar crystal cannon, Vess said in thought. I can comprehensively upgrade its firepower by replacing the cheaper luminar crystals with much more expensive ones. However, I am not very confident in increasing its penetration capabilities. I can't stuff more face water into it without making the weapon unstable, and I can only moderately increase the amplification provided by the Phase King by utilizing more superior high-grade hyper materials. In short, I cannot improve the performance of the Instrument of Doom as drastically as the Instrument of Vengeance. That was not necessarily a big deal. Vess developed the Instrument of Doom years after the initial completion of the Amaranto, so the massive cannon was already much further ahead of the tech curve. Even so, Vess felt it was an insult to his status as a Mech designer if he did not produce more qualitative improvements when he updated the Instrument of Doom. How could he improve it so that there was a much clearer distinction between its old and new version? Chapter 6037, Investing Big. Vess was very pleased with the plan for the Amaranto Mark Roman III. His wife's vision for the expert rifleman Mech not only made the living Mech's offensive power a lot more pronounced, but also turned the Instrument of Vengeance relevant again. If he was able to improve the Luminar crystal rifle in the way he wished, then it would transform the Amaranto Mark Roman III into a terror to all of the enemies of the Larkinson clan. Most battles that took place in deep space tended to be fought across tens, hundreds, and occasionally thousands of kilometers. Depending on the relative velocities of the warships and the accuracy of their laser cannon batteries, it was possible to land shots at targets that were inconceivably far away. However, almost no one was able to retaliate against an enemy that far exceeded the distance between old Earth and Luna. Most energy beams dispersed and scattered across such extreme ranges, and the muzzle velocities of most kinetic projectiles were too low to have any chance of striking moving targets. However, Gloriana was correct to state that high-ranking Mech pilots were able to do the impossible. It should be within the realm of possibility for venerable Davia Stark to empower any energy beam to the point where it was able to maintain perfect cohesion across multiple light seconds. True resonance could also fix the inherent causes that might cause the output of the Instrument of Vengeance to deviate from perfect alignment to a very distant target. Even if the actual results were not as good as Vess hoped, it was already good if the Amaranto Mark Roman III was able to snipe targets that were merely a light second away. Only the most advanced warships armed with laser cannons tuned for precision were able to overcome the 1-second light lag and occasionally land a shot against moving vessels. Vess deeply believed that once the Amaranto Mark Roman III joined his first-class fleet, a lot of potential threats that the Larkinsons might encounter during a deep strike expedition could easily be eliminated in advance. Unfortunately, not all serious threats could be taken off the board in this manner. When the time had come to wage an open battle against a formidable opponent, the distances between both sides would become a lot more compressed, even in space. Otherwise, how could melee Mech still be relevant in the Age of Dawn? When lots of warships and a powerful phase, Lord relied on their tough and multi-layered energy defenses to advance towards the Larkinson fleet. Trying to attain extreme scores in accuracy and precision no longer mattered anymore. The Amaranto Mark Roman III could easily attain a 100% hit rate against these enemy types in most situations. This was why the Amaranto needed the Instrument of Doom. In a situation where absolute firepower became a greater priority than extreme precision, the Luminar crystal cannon became a much more ideal weapon for the living Mech. The problem was that neither Vess nor Gloriana were satisfied with the planned improvements to the Instrument of Doom. The blessed weapon was most certainly a lot more up-to-date, but that was not a good excuse to perform a perfunctory upgrade to its tech and material composition. The Amaranto Mark Roman III project was a rare instance where the design department completely reworked a powerful expert Mech so that it became ready to face the challenges of the future. If Vess and Gloriana failed to develop improvements that were significant and impactful enough, then the Amaranto Mark Roman III would eventually become limited by the Instrument of Doom's lower growth ceiling. This was not what the Larkinsons wanted to see. It would take months of development time for Vess and the Larkinsons to revisit the design of the Instrument of Doom as a separate project. Instead of waiting for that to happen, Vess felt it was a lot better to qualitatively improve the Instrument of Doom alongside the other elements of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. 10 minutes passed by as Vess and Gloriana tried to come up with good ideas on how to improve the high-end Luminar crystal cannon. Sadly, the two did not have an endless reservoir of tech to draw upon. They already brought out the best design applications that they could implement onto the weapon design. Gloriana furrowed her brows. If we want to raise the performance of the Instrument of Doom further than the limit of what we can already accomplish, then I see no other way than to resort to two different solutions. We should either try to incorporate compatible high technology, or we should try to augment the power by resorting to powerful hypers or exotics that far exceed the performance of more common first-class materials. It is best if we can combine both. That is going to be really expensive. Vess frowned. Aside from that, I am not sure we possess the capabilities to handle such advanced tech and materials. It is likely that we need to borrow the help of outside consultants, which means that we must divulge the design specifications of one of the Amaranto Mark Roman III main weapons. It is for a good cause, Vess. I can understand why you are reluctant to expose the inner workings of the Amaranto Mark Roman III, but you do not have to share the complete design to an outside party. It will be fine as long as you limit it to the Instrument of Doom itself. Do you truly think our most powerful ranged weapon can be countered if you understand its technological principles? Pure firepower cannot be resisted with ease. His wife made another good point. Though Vess did not really want to divulge even a part of the design of his ultimate modules, it was not as if anyone could copy or neutralize it just by studying their physical design specifications. The matter ultimately came down to whether Vess was willing to trade greater firepower for much greater cost and information sharing. As Vess observed the draft design of the improved Instrument of Doom and envisioned how much easier the Amaranto Mark Roman III would be able to demolish the proud energy defenses of the aliens, he felt it was sacrilege to his own design philosophy and his duty as a Mech designer to deny the weapon a chance to shine. He already made a decision in his heart. I think it may be time for me to bring out one of the truly good stuff from one of my vaults. That certainly caught his wife's attention. Are you serious about that, Vess? You have been hoarding an increasing amount of treasures over time, but rarely took them out in order to augment your works. I thought you insisted on saving them until there is a true need for their power. This is not one of those times. The Amaranto's firepower is already slated to receive a massive boost after we have completed her upgrade. Any further increase in power is welcome, but not entirely indispensable. That is where you are wrong, honey. Vess shook his head. Even though there is no acute crisis hanging over our heads, we are bound to encounter enemies that we cannot overcome due to a deficiency in firepower. The Amaranto may be our only hope of breaching the defenses of an indomitable phase whale. I would rather invest heavily in extra insurance that might save us one day than to act like a cheapskate and regret my decision when Larkinsons are dying around me. Besides, those precious resources aren't doing anything useful when they are collecting dust in my vaults. It is only by converting them into finished goods that we can make use of their actual value. As far as Vess was concerned, as long as he made his mechs powerful enough, All of the resources spent in improving them could easily be earned back through winning battles against stronger and more formidable opponents. Vess mentally glanced at the list of strategic goods that he had tossed into his vaults over the years. He had truly managed to amass a sizable collection of high-value goodies. The thought of using one of them to amplify the power of the instrument of doom made him feel like a kid in a candy store. Let's see. He came across numerous goods that he had harvested years ago, but never really paid attention to. For example, he still preserved the spiritualities of Venerable Relia Foster and Venerable Ganso Larkinson. Vess knew he could make a couple of exciting products with these fantastic ingredients, but he had yet to come up with a compelling idea where he could justify their inclusion. He also retained a large spiritual fragment of Emma, which sounded like a good fit for the instrument of doom. However, he felt it was not suitable to use the companion spirit of a god pilot to augment the weapon of another high-ranking pilot. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was already shaping up to become a high-tier expert Mech that only reached her full potential if she borrowed the powers from the illustrious one, the Phase King and Ilvain. There had to be a limit to how extensively Venerable Stark relied on external factors to become a more productive combat asset. When Vess thought about the more recent materials he obtained, he winced when he thought what he had done with the ATCA alloy bar that he bought in the grand auction. The high-quality artificial alloy developed by the Resonance Smith was expressly designed to enhance the shield-breaking capabilities of Mechs. Yet what had Vess done with it after he bid 10 kilograms of face water for the most expensive variant of ATC series alloys? He fed it all to Lucky. What a waste. It would not be easy for him to knock on the Resonance Smith's door and exchange for another batch of ATCA. The star designer was a notorious figure in the Mech community due to serving as a key pillar of the Unbound Humanity faction. From a political perspective, Vess stood on the opposite spectrum of the Resonance Smith as he had created the proposal to found the Red Collective, which added even greater rules and obligations on human society. Fortunately, ATCA was not the only extraordinary material that Vess managed to acquire during his last business trip. There was one other material that made a profound impression. His eyes firmed up when he decided that it was time for him to bring out the big guns. He meant that unironically. "I have an idea," Vess slowly said as he made a difficult but necessary decision. "I have a material in my possession that is far more powerful and precious than everything else my vaults put together. Not only that, but I believe that its properties complement the instrument of doom well enough to justify its use for this project." "What material are you talking about, Vess?" "During my work visit to one of the illustrious warships of the Red Fleet, I managed to receive a very special artificial exotic alloy that is only known as EE343F00334R. His wife looked surprised. "What?" "I am not allowed to divulge any confidential information, so please forgive me if I cannot explain anything further. I think the fleeters don't mind if I tell you a few innocent details. Let me tell you this. EE343F00334R is a key material to one of the functions that makes the Dominion of Man special. It is also an exceedingly rare and precious superclass material that completely overwhelms the category of first-class materials." His wife might not completely understand what EE343F00334R could do, but she already became astonished after she thought about the hints dropped by her husband. These superclass materials sound as if only dreadnoughts and god mechs deserve to make use of them. Do you even know how to make use of it in a safe and effective manner? If you do not, then there is a good possibility that the instrument of doom might explode if you rashly try to incorporate EE343F00334R. "I am aware of the risks," Vess responded. "I have no intentions of experimenting with EE343F00334R by myself. There is only one way for us to develop the instrument of doom of our dreams. We need to work together with the researchers and developers of the Red Fleet. What? Are you crazy, Vess? Why would you ever think about collaborating with the Fleeters on a Mech design project? This is absurd. Do you think I have another choice? The Mechers shouldn't know much about EE-343F00334R. Only the Fleeters understand their experimental materials the best. I am sure I can make a deal with the Second Main Fleet. Let me contact their liaison first in order to determine whether this is possible. Chapter 6038, External Assistance. Captain Zonred Rizet spent most of his time on the Babylon excavator that had recently become a part of Vess' permanent protection force. The large and relatively self-sufficient reconnaissance cruiser had not formally joined the Blue Jay fleet, but simply hovered an awkward distance away from the warships belonging to the Red Association. Although Vess did not call Sigrund on a daily basis, he had made sure to stay in touch every now and then. Both sides understood the importance of developing closer relations with each other. Zonred quickly accepted the call after he received the request. Vess, his physical projection spoke as he took a look around the parlor. I see this is an informal occasion. What is your request? I am not sure whether we can speak about it over a relatively insecure communication channel. Can you come down here so I can explain my needs in person? Very well, but it will take time for me to reach your base. Ever since we upgraded the defenses of your facility, it has become impossible for us to teleport directly to your location. That's fine. We can wait. I can use the time to retrieve important material and head over to a more secure meeting chamber. Sigrund did not fail to recognize the hint that Vess had given. The clever hybrid AI already had a good idea on what this discussion was all about. A short time later, Vess and Gloriana both welcomed the arrival of Captain Zonred Rizet. The RF captain greeted the two Larkinsons before setting his sights on the diminished bar of EE-343F00334R. The fleeter frowned when his gaze shifted between the super. Oh, come on, Captain, Vess said in an exasperated tone. How do you expect me to maintain its confidentiality when I plan to incorporate it in an expert Mech where my wife will take charge? Even Sigrund couldn't deny the difficulty of keeping all of the details concerning the use of this strategic material a secret. I understand what you seek from us, but I will need to consult with Fleet Admiral Argyle first, Captain Rizet said. I will try to apply for limited permissions for your wife. For what purpose do you wish to make use of this alloy? Let me give you a brief explanation. Vess quickly summarized his thoughts on developing a much more powerful and effective version of the Instrument of Doom. I don't know whether EE-343F00334R can be applied to an energy weapon like this. As long as it is possible, I think it is worthwhile for me to do so. Even if the use of this superclass material is overkill for the time being, I am sure that venerable Davia Stark can grow to the point where she can fully leverage its extraordinary properties. What do you think? Sigrund did not look very optimistic about this plan. I do not possess any expertise on powerful exotic alloys, and I still need to investigate how much information I can divulge to you and your wife. Please give me a moment. The captain exited the secure chamber and only came back 2 minutes later. His expression looked a bit more relaxed than before. The fleet admiral agrees to your conditions. He is very pleased with how the Dominion of Man is shaping up to become a literal godship. Compared to all of the radical changes that you have engineered on the Dreadnought, the confidentiality of EE-343F00334R is no longer as sensitive as before. Our research teams are already in the process of developing superior solutions that incorporate hyper-materials. As far as Vess was aware of, the Red Fleet was not able to replicate EE-343F00334R. This meant that the Rubicon spatial transfer system and any tech that was reliant on it could not be repaired or maintained forever. That was not necessarily a bad development. The red ocean offered an abundance of face water and brand-new hyper materials that had much greater potential than EE-343F00334R. The fleeters just had to put in a lot of hard work in order to develop a version of the Rubicon based on face water technology and hyper technology. So will your researchers provide technical assistance in the development of the instrument of doom that incorporates this alloy? Yes, we cannot provide unlimited support, but our researchers and developers are happy to guide you in the right direction, Captain Rizet confirmed. I do have to mention that the material scientists that are familiar with this alloy have warned us that it is not the most suitable choice to apply to a directed energy weapon. Do not get me wrong. The effect of using a small quantity of this alloy on your instrument of doom will still produce radical improvements, but much of the potential of this powerful material will be wasted. You are using the primary gun battery of a dreadnought in order to destroy a shuttle. That made sense, but Vest did not really care about the waste. He was aware that EE-343F00334R was best used to develop a really fantastic teleportation system, but that sort of tech was completely beyond his current capabilities. Instead of keeping EE-343F00334R in his vault for several decades, until he finally had the perfect opportunity to leverage its properties, Vess would rather make use of it now and strengthen his forces in the short term. I am fully aware of the implications of my decision, but I still want to go through with it, Vess affirmed to the fleeter. As I have stated before, I think that venerable Davia Stark will come to learn how to draw out the potential of EE-343F00334R in her own way, especially once she becomes a saint. I do not mind it if it remains underutilized for a long time. That satisfied Sigrund. As long as you are aware of it, I can understand your need to augment the firepower at your disposal. There are other solutions available, though. The Red Fleet is open to other fruitful exchanges. We can grant you access to powerful weapon tech and much more suitable materials in exchange for your own technological applications. Do not forget that we have invested much more R&D into energy weapon systems than the Mechers. We are much more reliant on firepower to complete our missions, so our understanding of ranged weapons of any kind ranks at the top. That sounded like it might actually be true, but Vess doubted it was that simple. There were numerous star designers in the Red Ocean that had managed to push the boundaries of what was possible with ranged energy weapons. Thank you for the offer, but I do not have any other immediate needs at the moment. I will contact you again if I require further services from the Red Fleet. That was an obvious dismissal, so Captain Rizet did not stick around for long. Both Vess and Gloriana became satisfied with this new cooperation. The fleeters would offer their essential technical support in integrating EE-343F00334R into the Instrument of Doom. In exchange, they would be allowed to take a good peek at the design of the powerful Luminar crystal cannon. One of the reasons why the fleeters agreed to this exchange so easily was because they did not really give up anything too important. Vess already figured out that the fleeters were working to make EE-343F00334R irrelevant and obsolete. There was no reason to remain so uptight about protecting its secrets anymore if that was the case. This meant that the Red Fleet undoubtedly picked up a bargain. The opportunity to get a close look at one of the powerful weapons of the Larkinson clan and become involved in its development was a golden opportunity for the fleeters. Still, Vess felt the exchange was worth it because he had absolutely no idea what to do with EE-343F00334R if he tried to make use of it without any knowledgeable direction. The superclass material was so advanced that there were very real chances that he might accidentally blow up Diandi Base if he mishandled it in any way. The only other use for this material that he could come up with was to feed chunks of it to Lucky, but the gluttonous cat already had enough in his opinion. In the end, Both Vess and Gloriana became satisfied with this development. As long as our cooperation with the Fleeters is successful, the Instrument of Doom will undoubtedly become a weapon that we can be proud of. Gloriana spoke with a satisfied expression. It almost sounds sinful to expend such an impressive material on a mere expert mech or ace mech, but that makes this so exciting. It is very rare that mech designers such as us can make use of an alloy that even the Red Fleet must take seriously. It makes me feel as if we have finally reached a height where we are truly allowed to design top-tier mechs that can rank alongside other legendary mechs. Vess had the same feeling as well. The planned improvements of the Instrument of Vengeance already sounded ridiculous enough, but to incorporate an extravagant material into the Instrument of Doom would definitely push the value of the Amaranto to an unsurpassed height. He quietly apologized to Saint Tusa. His cousin thought that he had won the grand prize for obtaining the most powerful Larkinson mech to date. Unfortunately for his cousin, it seemed like history was about to repeat itself. Once the Amaranto Mark Roman III took shape, the reinvented Rifleman mech would completely outclass the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. It was not that the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was weak. The real problem was that the Amaranto Mark Roman III would become too outstanding when it came into existence. Nobody would take a second look at the Dark Zephyr when the Larkinsons gained ridiculously powerful ranged mechs that could snipe targets that were light seconds away, or instantly overcome the energy defenses of powerful enemies at shorter ranges. Saint Tusa would definitely feel completely outclassed once again when Davia Stark managed to destroy threatening enemies faster than he could reach with his pitiful light mech. Oh well, Vess did not really care about the impact that the Amaranto Mark Roman III would have on Tusa's psyche. The man was an ace pilot. He could take a few hits on his pride. Now that Vess and Gloriana came up with a very clear and promising plan for the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, it was time for them to take a closer look at the Riot Mark Roman III project. The two initially went over all of the obligatory technological upgrades that should be applied to all high-tier expert mechs. New and improved features such as 6th-generation living mech, 2nd-generation God body method, Architect, the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem, a higher face water content, and so on should all elevate the performance of Venerable Rosa Orphan's expert Spearman mech to a much higher level. Yet when it came to adding or improving the truly special and unique features of the Riot, Vess already had his own plans about how he could qualitatively transform the living mech's identity. One of the strengths of the Riot is that he excels at sowing chaos. I think it should be possible for us to amplify this aspect and turn it into the signature strength of the expert Spearman mech. Yes, we have already reserved a Tier 3 Destroyer Spear for his usage, but that should not be the most defining strength of the Riot. The living mech has much greater potential than engaging in mindless destruction. How do you want to draw out the Riot's hidden potential, then? His wife asked as she crossed her arms. By resorting to outside help, Vess smirked. I am willing to 1106. Compromise the Riot Mark Roman III confidentiality, as long as we can collaborate with an excellent mech designer who can definitely bring a lot of value to Venerable Orphan's machine. What do you think about inviting Jovi Armelin to participate in our mech design project? Chapter 6039, Chaos Factor. Gloriana looked surprised once again. Her husband, again, made a decision that contradicted his insistence on secrecy. Why had he changed so much? Why was he suddenly okay with involving outsiders in the development of the most strategic military assets of the Larkinson clan? He had always been careful about maintaining at least some degree of separation in the past. While it hadn't always been possible to keep outsiders completely away from the Larkinson expert mech designs, Vess and Gloriana could still take measures to limit the exposure of sensitive information. That might not be possible this time. Implicit in Vess' latest proposal was to turn Professor Jovi Armelin into a full collaborator in the Riot Mark Roman III project. This went far beyond providing limited consulting advice or developing an isolated Mech system, such as a fancy Mech weapon or a quirky flight system. A goal as broad and vague as enhancing the riot's chaos properties could not be fulfilled by making a quick pass at the Mech design. Jovi Armelin needed to get involved in the upgrade project from the beginning. The Mecher would have to make his mark on the expert Spearman Mech design every step of the way in order to fully take advantage of his design philosophy and his expertise on probability manipulation. Are you truly certain about this decision? What if your friend refuses your invitation? The Riot is a precious Larkinson expert Mech, but it is not one of my favorite ones if I am being honest. Vess responded. To me, the Bastion, the Evert Shanger, and the Phobos are much more reflective of my passion and my ideals. I do not want to compromise the purity of their designs by rashly involving outsiders. As for other Larkinson expert Mechs, they are still important, but not to the point where we need to forego clear and obvious opportunities to improve them in a misguided drive to maintain total secrecy. It is not as if the Mechers are still clueless about the details of expert Mechs, such as the Riot. He did not consider it a disaster if all of the details of the Riot got leaked to the public one day. The original concept for the expert Spearman Mech was centered around turning him into a very tough, tenacious, and disruptive force. The Riot might not excel at either offense, defense, or mobility, but scored decently well in each of these areas. Venerable Orphan could flexibly take on multiple different roles at once as she utilized the strengths of her battle partner in different ways. The chaos element suited the pairing well, as it could sow a considerable amount of confusion among their opponents. Chaos made the Riot's defenses unexpectedly tougher than expected. It could also make the Riot's attacks more unpredictable, thereby making them harder to guard against. The characteristic hyper-ability of the Riot was his disharmony barrier. This mutated the already enhanced resonance barrier of the expert Spearman Mech to infect whatever he was fighting against with a touch of chaos. From what Vess had observed in the recent battle footage of Venerable Orphan and her battle partner, this trick certainly threw a lot of alien opponents off balance. It was a pity that the disharmony barrier was not as effective when applied to large alien warships. It was originally designed to give Venerable Orphan an edge whenever she dueled against an opposing expert Mech. In any case, Vess wanted to improve the disharmony barrier and everything else that made the Riot so delightfully chaotic, but he was afraid he did not possess the knowledge and expertise to do right by the living Mech. Despite not regarding the Riot as one of his favorite products, he still cared enough about it to make an exception to his rules and bring in the most suitable outsider that could elevate the living Mech to a greater height. Since Vess himself was okay with this, Gloriana had little reason to deny his proposal. Vess proceeded to call his friend and quickly explained what he sought. The physical projection of Jovi looked intrigued, to say the least. I once told you that I would be happy to collaborate with you, but only when you are ready to design first-class Mechs. Participating in the development of the Riot does not exactly satisfy this condition. PFF? Vess snorted. You only put up that rule because you don't want to waste your time on designing weak and trivial Mechs. The Riot Mark Roman III is completely different from those ordinary products. It is a much higher-end product than a typical second-class mass production model. We are planning to upgrade the Riot to a high-tier quasi-first-class expert Mech first, which means that most of her Mech frame will already incorporate first-class tech and materials in advance. Once Venerable Rosa Orphan breaks through, we will convert the Riot into a proper first-class ace Mech, just like what we are planning to do with the Dark Zephyr. Doesn't that sound exciting to you, Jovi? It was not every day that a senior Mech designer, even one of Jovi's caliber, received the privilege of participating in the development of a first-class ace Mech. In fact, Jovi would most definitely be willing to take part in the development of a second-class ace Mech, just because of the priceless opportunity to service the needs of a powerful ace pilot. Although there was no guarantee that venerable orphan was guaranteed to break through in the short or medium term, Jovi had spent enough time with the Larkinsons to know better. In his judgment, the Larkinsons possessed so many unique advantages that the Larkinson expert pilots had the greatest chances of breaking through. Since that was the case, Jovi judged it was worthwhile for him to participate in the development of the Riot Mark Roman III, even if certain aspects of the design were primitive from his perspective. At the very least, designing a Mech of sufficient complexity alongside Vess was anything but a waste of time. Very well, Vess, you have my cooperation. I will need to clear a part of my schedule for this, but I look forward to working together with you on a proper Mech design project. Great! The Riot Mark Roman III project is still in the planning phase, so there is still a lot of room for changes and additional input. My wife will transfer the necessary files to you later, but for now, I want your input on how you can enhance the Riot Mark Roman III chaos aspect. The physical projection of Jovi smiled, as the Mecher clearly became intrigued by this challenge. You know, Vess, you have presented an interesting demand to me. The reason why I chose to specialize in probability manipulation is to reduce uncertainty. My Mechs are able to perform unlikely and improbable factions at a significantly greater rate because of my deliberate manipulation. A good Mech, in my view, should be a machine that can more consistently perform at a higher standard. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? Both Vess and Gloriana nodded. I get it, Vess responded. If you have a 6-sided dice that you are about to throw multiple times, you want it to land on 6 as often as possible. What I want from the Riot Mark Roman III is for him to become much less consistent. The 6-sided dice that represents this expert Mech should not only be unbiased towards any side, but should also be expanded to a 12-sided or a 36-sided dice. The greater the possibilities, the greater the chaos. Such a Mech would be a nightmare to pilot to anyone that preferred to control a reliable and consistent machine. That happened to encompass most Mech pilots. Your analogy is not quite accurate, but it presents a simple enough image of how I manipulate probabilities. Jovi spoke with an amused expression. I am not entirely certain about why you want to turn the Riot into a less consistent and more variable expert Mech, but I can immediately deduce one advantage of designing it in the direction that you have described. It becomes harder to predict your living Mech's actions. Predict, as in mathematically model the Riot's performance, Gloriana questioned. No, predict as in trying to prophesize its future actions. As you may have already known, special existences such as Ilvain are not as anchored to the present timeline as the rest of us. They possess the rare ability to leap beyond the immediate time and look into the past or future. There are secret research departments in our association that have studied this for longer than you know, but I am not privy to their activities. I can only say that the ability to glimpse into potential future timelines is not unique to your design spirit, and that the reliability of prophecies is not as high as we wish. That was not a big surprise to Vess. The Big Two or the Red Two would have tried to establish cooperation with Ilvain a lot sooner if his foresight was unique. Vess guessed that a few star designers must have managed to crack some of the secrets of time and built some fancy grand work that could literally take snapshots of potential futures. The only concern that Vess had was how much good information the Mechers and the Fleeters were able to acquire with their attempts of glimpsing the future. Did they see him do anything naughty? Hopefully, Jovi was right that the veracity of the association's prophecies was not that impressive. Just because we are bad at predicting the future does not mean our enemies are bound by the same constraints, Gloriana mentioned. I think I see the value in preparing for a counter that we may not necessarily need, but can save us when we eventually confront an enemy that can see the future. Her husband was of the same mind in this regard. It was always useful to have a contingency in reserve. Mind you, I do not think the Riot can defeat all attempts at divining the future, Jovi cautioned. A very powerful opponent on par with the most dangerous speculative threats from Messier 87 may defeat these measures due to the enormous power disparity. Other than that, the greater the variance and the greater the possible outcomes of the riot, the greater the cost of making an effective prediction. If Venerable Orphan can truly become a saint, then I can likely upgrade the riot's randomness to a level where Ilvain and our association's own secret means cannot path the riot's actions in the slightest. The cost of doing so would exceed their energy budgets. This could become a highly strategic advantage in the long run. Anything was possible in the Age of Dawn. Who knew whether a god pilot or a cultivator emerged that excelled in the manipulation of time? If such a threatening figure ever targeted the Larkinson clan, then having an asset on hand that could frustrate any time, shenanigans was worth its mass in face water. I originally did not think of this, but I can see how this can be a handy feature, Vess admitted. Do you think that expanding the riot's chaos factor can be of more immediate use to Orphan? Jovi thought for a moment before offering an answer. Well, if she ever fights against a high-ranking Mech pilot or maybe a particularly competent phase leader, she can foil their predictions and mislead their intuition to her advantage. Becoming more unpredictable is a greater strength than you realize. Vess became a lot more interested after hearing that. Even if duels between expert Mechs or ace Mechs had become a very rare occurrence during the Red War, Vess never ruled out the possibility that human infighting would rear its ugly head once again. If the Larkinsons ever encountered a powerful opponent that claimed he could read anyone's moves, Vess knew which champion he should push forward. Chapter 6040, Destroyer-Resistant Materials. The two upgrade projects gained a good start by establishing cooperation with different partners. Soon after making the agreements, Jovi became a regular participant in the discussions, and the work sessions centered around the Riot Mark Roman III project. Both Vess and Gloriana noticed the differences right away. As a talent of the Red Association, Jovi Armelin brought a degree of brilliance and knowledge that hardly anyone else could surpass. As I have mentioned before, designing a mech based on the concept of increasing uncertainty is the opposite of what I am usually trying to achieve. The Mech designer spoke half an hour after a shuttle dropped him off at Diandi Base. Even if I have never worked in this direction in the past, I possess enough theories and inferences to be certain on how I should approach this challenge. The best way to increase the so-called chaos factor, as you have called it, is to add unstable materials to the riot's Mech frame. Jovi waved his hand in the air, causing projections of different exotic and hyper materials to appear. Most of them looked rather sketchy at first glance. These are not the typical materials that you add into a mech, Vess remarked with a critical eye. I don't exactly know what they do, but they all look rather unstable to me. If you attempt to make a mech out of these materials, then the machine is liable to explode as long as it receives a strong bump. He was not exaggerating. The more Vess looked at the materials, the more he sensed how much energy they possessed and how precarious they were kept in place. Humanity discovered a huge variety of exotics over the ages. From the moment the human race stepped into the stars, countless pioneers and explorers encountered one strange material after another. Scientists had also become addicted to blending multiple different exotics together to produce even more miraculous materials. Yet out of the vast majority of the exotics that humans came in touch with, only a very tiny fraction of them were suitable for use on an experimental or industrial scale. It was not an exaggeration to say that 99.99% of exotics in the Red 2's humongous database had never really been used in a serious capacity. People merely discovered them and tried to figure out if they were useful. When they failed to come up with any application that justified the cost of using these weak or difficult materials, they gave up their attempt and moved on to exploring the use cases of other materials. A similar story applied to the recent emergence of hypermaterials. A lot of material scientists eagerly embraced one of the bounties of the Age of Dawn, and madly tried to explore and catalog every new hyper material that mutated out of ordinary resources. However, the most predominant problem with most hypers was that they were not economic enough. Most were fairly weak and unable to withstand the rigor of combat. There were hyper materials that generated strong E-energy reactions, but were so fragile that they essentially broke apart due to their own activity. Of course, there were a lot of material scientists that were working to develop new hyper alloys that sought to preserve the reactivity of these powerful hypers, while massively increasing their ability to withstand stronger reactions. In short, what Jovi had done was pull a selection of materials that most Mech designers and engineers considered defective. No sane person would think that it would be a great idea to add them to any serious products, especially ones that had the power to save or doom the lives of their users. There are interesting materials available that not only possess high energetic activity, but also produce a range of unstable phenomena. Jovi spoke with a smile. Despite their many flaws, their randomness is so great that they should be an excellent fit for the riot. What I intend to do is procure hundreds of different samples of exotics and hypers and examine them closely. If my experiments confirm that a good selection of materials can increase the riot's chaos factor, then we can proceed to work on integrating them into the architect structure of the Mech. Vess glanced over at Gloriana, who looked quite troubled at this approach. I have not investigated how stable we can keep these volatile materials if they are incorporated into archimetal components. She spoke in thought. Well-designed architect is theoretically able to compensate for at least a part of the shortcomings of these defective exotics and hypers. The tech base is derived from how the Archi used to grow their archshells by devouring all sorts of materials from their lost home planet. They had little ability to distinguish between stable and unstable resources. Through evolution, the Archi species have come to develop their own set of coping mechanisms, where they are able to neutralize or compensate for the weaknesses of volatile materials. Can you replicate that in a targeted fashion, Gloriana? Vess asked. It is theoretically possible, but I will need to conduct many experiments, she said. I may also need to consult my architect tutors. If I try to complete this research by myself, I will probably waste numerous years just to produce an acceptable result. Fortunately, they were collaborating with a genuine R-Ray Mech designer this time. Jovi made a welcome offer. There is no need for you to be concerned about that. I can contact a few of those experts and work out a small agreement. I am willing to spend my social capital on this, because it is originally because of my involvement that you are burdened with the task of trying to integrate volatile materials into your Archimech. Besides, any successful result from your research is of good value to me. I can use the solutions that you have developed on other products of a similar nature. This was a collaboration effort, so Jovi should not come away empty-handed. Neither Vess nor Gloriana had any objections to allowing the Mecher to take away this additional harvest. The only goal that mattered to the Larkinson was to transform the riot into the strongest and most suitable battle partner for venerable Rosa Orphan. Maximizing the chaos factor was more important than retaining ownership over a bunch of research results. It was not as if the Larkinsons were able to hide their research activities anyway, especially now that Jovi directly worked alongside Vess and Gloriana for the duration of this design project. Gloriana and Jovi talked a bit more about the exhaustive empirical research they needed to undertake. They needed to do a lot of work in order to successfully produce archimetal compositions that satisfied all of their requirements. Even with the help of additional architect experts, there is no guarantee that we may succeed within a handful of months. You need to be prepared to delay this initiative or give up on it for the foreseeable time, Jovi warned. The only female among them shrugged. I understand. That is research. It wouldn't be so respected if it is easy to produce positive outcomes. Do not worry. If it appears that we have stopped in front of a wall, I can accept the need to rein in my ambitions and make do with more practical alternatives. We can always revisit this effort at a later date when it is time to design the riot mark Roman 4. That was a healthy perspective to take. Vess wished them luck, but he did not dare to assume they would succeed within the stated time period. A few months was too short to conduct so much profound research on combining volatile materials with architect. By the way, I have a question for you, Jovi. As you already know, I have recently procured a Terran Tier 3 destroyer spear. If Venerable Orphan manages to break through in the next few years, I will likely bestow the right to wield the destroyer weapon to her. Is there anything special we need to pay attention to? I have heard that it takes a lot of effort and preparation to properly allow a Mech to wield such a powerful weapon. Jovi chuckled. It just so happens to be that the destroyer spear has the potential to amplify the riot's chaos factor. The high concentration of destroyer particles in the spear tip has a tendency to lash out and attempt to devour any matter in the vicinity. These reactions are often random and can happen at any time if they are not properly controlled for. Normally, the Terrans design their mechs in a way that tries to tame the volatility of the destroyer weapons as much as possible. This is certainly the safest approach that you can take with the Riot Mark Roman 3 project. However, it was not difficult to figure out his argument. Are you suggesting that we should loosen up on this approach and allow the spear to go rogue every once in a while? Vess cautiously asked. That is not quite how I would put it, but that is my general suggestion, Jovi answered. This is an optional idea. What I have just put forward is no different from playing with fire. If you cannot stand the thought of getting burned, then by all means forget what I have said and take the safe approach. There is no need to play around with us, Jovi. You wouldn't have taken the initiative to plant this idea in our minds if you did not already have an interest in seeing through. Do you truly think the riot can handle a destroyer spear that is less than absolutely stable and controlled? A Tier 3 destroyer spear is already capable of destroying a high-tier expert mech if the pilot becomes even slightly inattentive. Even ace pilots need to maintain constant suppression of the weapon in order to prevent it from damaging their own ace mechs. The value of a destroyer spear lies exactly in its extreme volatility. The lower-tier destroyer weapons are much more stable, but also much weaker as a consequence. The R-Ray Mech designer stated, I am not suggesting that Venerable Orphan should wield the spear when she is still an expert pilot. What I am trying to propose is that once she becomes a saint and gains the ability to wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear, she should pilot a mech that can not only withstand at least some degree of outbursts from the weapon, but also exploit its dangerous reactions as an additional weapon against her enemies. Gloriana's eyes lit up as she began to see the value in Jovi's proposal. I understand. When the Terrans invented destroyer weapons, the Rubarthans tried their best to develop destroyer-resistant materials. While the latter cannot completely negate the danger of destroyer particles, they can at least last much longer than the alternatives. I suppose we can blend plenty of destroyer-resistant materials into the Riot Mark Roman 3 to increase her defense against this specific weapon type. This was a good idea. Incorporating destroyer-resistant materials into the Riot's mech frame massively increased the living mech's ability to safely handle a dangerous and partially unleashed destroyer weapon. Playing with fire was dangerous, but not to the same extent if the person doing so wore a fire-resistant suit. Destroyer-resistant materials are more expensive, but that should not be an issue for your clan, Jovi mentioned. The better alloy formulas are all confidential, but I will obtain one for this project. The only issue is that you will need to develop archimetal components that combine destroyer-resistant materials and highly energetic materials. These are two completely different material types, so it will not be easy to marry them together. I am not afraid of this challenge, Gloriana said as she became more fired up. If we are able to succeed in our research, then the riot will not only become much more difficult to damage, but also possess unparalleled offensive power in melee combat. Not even the royal gem of the Bujay family can match our spearman mech in terms of attack power. Chapter 6040, one exchanged stability for power. With the help of Jovi's input, the Riot Mark Roman III was shaping up to become an increasingly more interesting Larkinson expert mech. Vess couldn't help but develop a greater interest in the outcome of this upgrade project. The recent changes to the planning of the Riot Mark Roman III project vindicated his decision to invite Jovi to collaborate with him and his wife. If they managed to succeed in meeting all of their goals for the Riot Mark Roman III, there was a good chance that the resulting end product might actually be able to match the magnificence of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. "I like what we are doing with the Riot Mark Roman III," Gloriana admitted to Vess after they concluded another in-person meeting with Jovi. "I never imagined that it would become so much easier to gain access to the resources and expertise of the Red Association. The scope of the project has increased by a large extent, but your friend is conscientious enough to offer solutions to the problems that he has raised. It is quite comfortable to work alongside such a helpful and thoughtful mech designer." "I know, Gloriana. Don't get used to it, though. It is okay to borrow from outside expertise every now and then, but if we want to become better mech designers, we constantly need to hone our problem-solving abilities. No master mech designer is able to reach such a high rank by relying on handouts all of the time. You do not need to remind me of this lesson. I will still undertake a large amount of work myself. Do you think it is easy to combine destroyer-resistant materials and unstable energetic materials? I also have to design an all-hyper material archimetal frame for the Amaranto Mark Roman III, which is a completely different challenge altogether. I barely have any time left to design the low-tier expert mechs for the latest demigods of the clan." It was a good thing that Gloriana had already decided to reduce the clan's commitment to designing low-tier expert mechs. The reduced requirements, along with delegating a lot of work to a handful of the many journeyman mech designers of the design department, allowed her to cope with her workload. Everyone immediately became a lot busier than before. Both the Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Riot Mark Roman III demanded a lot of time and effort in order to make substantial progress, but none of the mech designers involved had any reason to complain. The work was fulfilling, as they yearned to fulfill their dreams for the two high-end upgrade projects. Vess found it fascinating to alternate between the two different projects. While the Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Riot Mark Roman III shared a lot of similarities, their designs radically diverged in many areas. What Vess loved about the Amaranto Mark Roman III was that her design attempted to turn her into an absolute beast in terms of firepower. Gloriana's attempt to design an archimetal frame that consisted almost entirely out of hyper materials would make the high-tier expert mech and potentially ace mech a lot more fragile than equivalent machines. This forced her to be careful about any design choice she made, as the unusual material composition amplified the consequences for any faults and weak points in her work. Yet when she thought about how much more power the new and improved Amaranto could channel in either of her soon-to be upgraded weapons, she gained another burst of motivation and worked with greater gusto than before. In contrast to the extreme performance profile of the Amaranto Mark Roman III, the Riot Mark Roman III demanded a completely different response. The high-tier expert spearman mech needed to exemplify the role of an assault mech. This meant that aside from ranged attack capabilities, the Riot needed to perform well in both offense and defense. Oh, his mobility needed to be decent as well. Otherwise, a lot of powerful opponents would simply be able to counter the Riot by maintaining their distance from a relatively powerful but sluggish mech. Mech design was a process of making lots of compromises and trade-offs. It was difficult to design a mech that scored well in multiple areas. The original Riot was patterned after a spearman mech, which was largely considered an offensive mech archetype. However, in order to strengthen the living mech's ability to trade blows with threatening enemies, Vess had chosen to put a lot of emphasis on the Riot's armor system and other defensive measures. This resulted in a package that sort of fulfilled his requirements, but did so in a clunky and imperfect fashion. The Riot was able to inflict a considerable amount of damage up close, but he could never compete against the First Sword in terms of pure lethality. There was no need to hold a contest because Venerable Orphan would probably be the first to admit that she was not able to keep up with Venerable Dis-C when it came to inflicting the most damage in the same amount of time. The disparity was just that obvious. Of course, Venerable Orphan would also be the first to crow about her machine's much better ability to withstand abuse. Unlike the First Sword, whose relatively lighter and less armored Mech frame was designed for evasion and maneuverability, the Riot functioned like a defensive Mech without looking like one. Anyone who thought they could make quick work of the expert Spearman Mech would definitely become unpleasantly surprised by how long the hardy machine was able to last, all without relying on a physical tower shield like the Bastion. Of course, no one was willing to bet that the Riot could absorb more damage than a heavy space knight like the Bastion. The former might possess a surprising amount of defensive strength, but the Spearman Mech was ultimately limited by his original archetype. The Riot Mark Roman III did not completely inherit this original pattern. Instead, the myriad of suggestions painted a vision that exceeded many of the compromises of the earlier iterations of the expert Mech. By employing a destroyer spear in a deliberately less stable manner, the Riot Mark Roman III had the potential to catch up to the lethality of the First Sword, when the latter also received an upgrade. By incorporating a lot of unstable energetic materials in the Archimech frame of the Riot, the expert Mech's ability to cope with damage would definitely jump to another level. In short, the compromises became less costly than before. The sweet spots improved to such an extent that the Riot possessed the least amount of shortcomings out of all of the Larkinson expert Mechs. However, Vess did not forget the fundamental truth that everything came at a price. It was not true that Vess, Gloriana, and Jovi would be able to design the Riot Mark Roman III as an expert Mech that broke the limitations of what was possible. The not-so-secret trade-offs to designing the Riot Mark Roman III this way was a huge drop in stability. This was normally antithetical to Vess' design approach. He always tried to put in greater effort to increase the reliability and fault tolerance of his Mech designs. He wanted his customers to be able to partner up with his living Mechs for the long haul. It was not conducive to his purpose to design living Mechs that fell apart after years of moderate to heavy use. Yet that was exactly what he and his collaborators set out to create. Under any other circumstances, designing a Mech with so many unstable factors stacked on top of each other was a recipe for disaster. Expert Mech or not, such a machine was still at risk of blowing apart when much of the Mech frame literally consisted of explosive materials. The reason why Vess, Gloriana, and Jovi went ahead with this anyway was because they were confident in Venerable Orphan's ability to control her expert Mech and manage the risks. Years of piloting the Riot and developing her abilities to better suit the characteristics of her battle partner had turned Rosa Orphan into a champion who became proficient at navigating chaos. So long as the volatile elements did not actually reach a critical state and explode, their greater power would boost the Riot's performance to a much greater extent than normal. While it was rather risky for Venerable Orphan to pilot the Riot Mark Roman III at the expert pilot stage, Vess had much greater confidence in her ability to control the risk factors when she became an ace pilot. By then, her resonance strength would grow so powerful that she could literally reshape her machine through willpower baptism. Of course, once the Riot Mark Roman III became qualified to wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear, the risk of losing control would shoot up again. Orphan would never be able to pilot her upgraded machine in complete comfort. She constantly needed to exert a lot of willpower to maintain her control over all of the unstable elements. This was why it was important for her to deepen her familiarity with chaos. Only by mastering its rules and mechanisms would she be able to wield its potent power without suffering too many backlashes? If we design the riot mark Roman 3 according to this plan, then we cannot eliminate all of the risks to the Mech and pilot, Gloriana warned Vess. According to our preliminary calculations, the Mech will occasionally suffer from self-harm. The probability that this happens increases when the riot is engaged in active combat. The greater the stress, the greater the chance of losing control. That was indeed a major problem. Are you recommending that we should dial it back? Not yet, Vess. I think that the riot mark Roman 3 can still become a highly effective asset, but the premise is that the power of the Mech vastly exceeds the damage produced by backlashes. Every time the expert spearman Mech deploys into battle, Venerable Orphan will have to take a gamble on how often her Mech suffers an accident and how severely the damage will impair the machine. In other words, the riot mark Roman 3 would always be a machine that would regularly incur damage. Vess pitied the poor maintenance team that would become responsible for servicing the dangerous living Mech in the future. Vess crossed his arms in thought. Once we complete the riot mark Roman 3, we will have to monitor his performance closely. I suppose we are doing that for every expert Mech we have recently worked upon, but we need to take this a lot more seriously for Rosa Orphan's expert Mech. If it turns out that the costs exceed the benefits, we need to be prepared to rework the riot mark Roman 3 into a more stable iteration at the cost of giving up a bit of power. The goal is to design a chaos machine. It is not our purpose to design a literal torture machine. Hopefully, it would not come to that. As long as Venerable Orphan broke through early enough, Vess believed that her improved strength should be adequate enough to keep a handle on most danger factors. As Vess and the others resumed their design work, a few major developments occurred that represented a break in routine. First, Gavin Newman was finally scheduled to return to New Constantinople Roman 8. Second, the Interim Leadership Council held a second meeting. The latter caused Vess to head down to the underground hyperchamber once again, where he attended another virtual meeting in the same opulent circular meeting hall. As Vess and many others who attended the meeting by remote took their seats around the enormous round table, they all waited for the evolution witch to arrive and open a discussion on the next topic in contention. One curious change compared to the last meeting was that less people attended than before. Some of the missing counselors sent substitutes to represent their voice, but others just kept their high-backed seats empty. Where are the rest? They are subject to communication lockdowns, Master Vero Goldstein helpfully explained to Vess. There are signs that the native aliens are on the verge of launching a large offensive. Our soldiers must be ready to respond and fight at any moment. Oh. Chapter 6042, 5 Defensive Bands. The air in the virtual conference chamber grew heavier at the mention of the coming alien offensive. Nobody had any reason to look forward to this major turn of events. The native aliens had been steadily amassing more and more warfleets at their staging points just outside of human-occupied space. An increasing amount of people knew about this impending threat. Even the Red Cabal had to know that their movements had long been seen by their enemies. The surprise factor was almost entirely gone. The only point of uncertainty was when the aliens were finally willing to launch a mass invasion. Vess glanced at the powerful figures that attended the meeting. The god pilots and other military officials were conspicuously absent. Most of the people who were free enough to arrive today were those who did not possess any immediate or important military positions. Despite the lack of leaders who were most involved in the defense of human-occupied space, Vess believed that the remainder still possessed a good understanding of the latest developments of the Red War. They possessed a lot of high-level information that was unattainable by anyone else. Since that was the case, Vess might as well try to fish for more insider information. The more he knew, the lower the chance that he would get caught off guard by future events. "How big is this upcoming offensive?" Vess casually asked. "I mean, it is obviously a big deal, but does this offensive have the potential to push us back all the way to Bridgehead 1, or is it more limited in scope? Most of the gathered leaders looked as if they already understood what was going on. The only people who exposed their ignorance were the counselors who hailed from second-rate and third-rate states. Typical. Master Goldstein adopted an amused expression. The older Mech designer knew exactly what Vess was doing. Fortunately, he was willing to humor the honorary member of the Red Association this time. Our intelligence services are in the process of collecting as much reliable and variable information as possible. We cannot claim to possess a good understanding of every alien movement. We have already confirmed that the Red Cabal has mobilized an unknown number of phase whales to create pocket dimensions for the sole purpose of hiding their most sensitive and strategic military assets. This is why we can only approximate the total strength and number of the alien attack fleets. For now, there are strong indications that the Red Cabal has amassed enough strength to overrun 3 of 5 defensive bands. That explanation provoked a ripple of surprise from some of the gathered counselors. It turned out that even if they received a bit of insider information, their permissions were either too low, or their organizations did not manage to collect as much intelligence as the Red Association. Regardless, the news that the aliens amassed enough strength to overrun 3 out of 5 defensive bands provoked a considerable negative reaction. What is a defensive band? Vess asked as he felt like he was the only person in the meeting chamber who did not already know this information. It was not as if he wined and dined with all of the members of high society, where people circulated this kind of stuff. Vess had been neglecting his social affairs in order to focus on his Mech design work. He did not regret this decision, as he managed to complete the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III in a beautiful fashion. Helping Tusa Billingsley Larkinson break through to the rank of ace pilot was much more important to Vess and the Larkinson clan than schmoozing with a bunch of big shots. Besides, wasn't this virtual meeting a chance for him to catch up to the information he missed? Master Goldstein projected a simplified map of human-occupied space. The focus of this projected map rested on the zones that were situated closest to the border to alien space. Highlighted on this map are all of the upper, middle, and lower zones that directly border alien space. This is our principal barrier and buffer zone against the native aliens of the Red Ocean. If we lose most, if not all of these zones, many core zones will become exposed and turn into the latest border zones. This is a catastrophic outcome, as the border zones are no longer suitable for heavy development. Many industries and trillions of colonists must be relocated further into human-controlled space in order to prevent future tragedies. The loss of resources, strategic depth, living space, and etc. will heavily reduce our chances of gaining the upper hand in the Red War. In short, Red humanity could not afford to lose all of their border zones during this critical time. It may be okay for Red humanity to lose 1 or 2 border zones during the upcoming enemy offensive, but the cost of trying to regain them grew exponentially higher if more got lost in the process. The projection of the map shifted as the border zones were further divided into 5 very lengthy horizontal bands. We have subdivided our defensive lines into 5 broad bands. The master Mech designer of the survivalist faction explained. Each band comprises a large string of fortified star systems. The most notable anchor locations are so heavily defended that we believe their defenses cannot be breached unless the Red Cabal is willing to dispatch their phase whales or phase lords. It went without saying that numerous god pilots would be hovering around these key fortress systems in case a phase leader showed up. Any powerful alien leader that dared to show up would definitely be at risk of getting beaten up and captured by one of Red humanity's strongest protectors. Alas, there were too few of them. Human-occupied space might only comprise a small part of the entire Red Ocean, but the quantity of star systems and the amount of light years that made up the entire length of the defensive bands was still way too much. Perhaps that was the point of launching a major offensive. So long as the aliens deployed hundreds, if not thousands of fleets at a time, there was no way a handful of God pilots could mop them all up in a short amount of time. There may be another factor that gave the native aliens the confidence to succeed in their offensive. Wait, Vess spoke. Since the native aliens are prepared to invade our space, despite knowing that our God pilots can stomp all of their war fleets in sequence, have they managed to come up with a response against our top assets? The Red Cabal bears a strong grudge against the RF's dreadnoughts and an even stronger hatred against our God pilots. The Web Mistress responded this time. The Phase whales have suffered irreplaceable losses that have heavily traumatized their race and community. Many humans believe in the stereotype that the Phase whales are slow to respond and unable to respond to changing circumstances. This is not entirely accurate. The results of Operation Night Jazz has created many new hatreds, as the loss of every ancient Phase whale has generated grief among many more Phase whales and other important alien dignitaries. Alone, their ability to respond may be limited, but together, their collective efforts may allow them to gain a fighting chance against our God pilots. Her voice carried a substantially different weight than Master Goldstein. As one of the 14-star designers in the neighborhood, she was a genuine true god, as well as one of the best Mech designers in the New Frontier. Vess briefly envied her high rank and status, but he quickly set these feelings aside. One day, he would become just as important as the likes of the Web Mistress. What was important was that the Web Mistress believed that the Red Cabal had come up with possible counters against God Mechs. If the aliens gained the capability to kill, or at least repel a God pilot, then Red humanity was in deep trouble. Trust in our God pilots, Professor Larkinson, Master Goldstein spoke. The Phase whales are not weak, and we must be wary of their profound mastery in the manipulation of space. However, God pilots are the pinnacle of human excellence. They are forged to withstand extreme threats beyond anyone's imagination. The Cosmopolitans may have attempted to explain the severity of attacking our God pilots, but the Phase whales cannot fully shake off their arrogance. It sounded as if Red humanity was making the exact same mistake. Vess knew quite well how difficult it was to defeat a God pilot, but that did not mean there was no way to defeat one. Nothing was absolute. At least the leaders took into account the possibility that Red humanity would get pushed back, despite the efforts of the God pilots to stem the tide. So how bad is it for us to lose 3 out of 5 defensive bands? The Torald Middle Zone that you are familiar with, and numerous other zones, will turn into contested territories. Another counselor from a second-rate state replied. It is not as awful as losing all 5 defensive bands during a single offensive, but if the aliens are able to make this much progress, then our remaining defenses will become much more strained. You can expect the aliens to dispatch more raiding fleets to the zones that were previously untouched. Important star systems, such as the Davut system, may suffer surprise attacks. Human-occupied space would become a lot more strained if that happened. Much of the wealth and prosperity of Davut and other star systems, situated close to the border zones, relied upon maintaining a high degree of order. If traders and other people felt less safe in these regions, they would definitely begin to liquidate their assets and relocate to the rear as fast as possible. This was a catastrophe that was only a bit less severe than losing all 5 defensive bands. As such, it became imperative that Red humanity held the line as much as possible. Losing 1 or 2 defensive bands was a lot less severe, as the aliens wouldn't be able to threaten the core zones as easily as in the previous scenario. Why don't we disrupt the alien offensive rhythm by launching counterattacks into alien space? Vess suggested. We don't have to embark on a deep strike expedition in order to hit the aliens where it hurts. Several leaders smiled or chuckled. Why do you think most of our God pilots and other military personnel are absent at the moment? We have already considered every conceivable proposal. Just as how the Red Cabal is adjusting their strategies against our God pilots, we are also preparing countermeasures against the impending alien offensive. Vess grew a little more reassured when he heard that. He might not like the Red Two, but he had to admit that their leaders were generally highly competent at their jobs. They would never let the aliens have their way. Do you know when the native aliens will finally launch their offensive? Do you have an approximate date? Master Goldstein shook his head. Nobody knows the answers to your questions. We know that only a single highly revered ancient phase whale has the authority to decide on this matter. Since we do not have access to this top alien leader at all, we do not have enough clues to make a reliable prediction. It is possible that the alien offensive may commence tomorrow. Your forces should be prepared for a difficult campaign. Every line fighter must participate in the defense of human space in one fashion or another, if they wish to retain their status. The expeditionary fleet had already retreated to the Bordel system as far as Vess was aware of. The Battle of Torment had inflicted a lot of damage and losses, so it was not possible for the Golden Skull Alliance to maintain their presence right behind enemy lines. That was good news. It meant that the expeditionary fleet would not get caught up in the first initial wave of attacks. The Golden Skull Alliance would be able to wait and see before deciding where to deploy and which star systems to defend. Chapter 6043, Extraordinary Crime. After a bit more discussion, where Vess collected a good amount of critical information, the chief counselor finally arrived. Unlike before, the God pilot chose to present herself in a more militaristic uniform. Her entire aura swept across the virtual council chamber and affected everyone present no matter how far away they were located. The evolution which seemed to have entered a more martial mindset. Her entire aura and God kingdom took on a harsher and more aggressive edge. It was a good thing that none of her animosity was directed towards the counselors. Clearly, the upcoming native alien offensive occupied much of her attention. She was keeping herself in a condition to unleash her full power at any time. This was fine, but it also affected the people who got into contact with her. True gods were just that terrible. Fortunately, the evolution which did not forget to increase the noise and decrease the bandwidth of the virtual chamber's data transmissions. This caused her to look a little fuzzier and less distinguished than before, but it successfully tempered the impact of her aggressive aura. Bad connection or not, no one present in the virtual meeting dared to display anything but their full respect and attention towards the only God pilot that had made an effort to be present today. As the head of the Interim Leadership Council, she could not excuse her absence like the others. Once she took her seat in the largest and most opulent seat next to Vess, Divine Lucy Miyazaki pointedly swept her gaze across the round table. She did not take note of the empty seats. She knew better than most why so many counselors found themselves unable to attend this important occasion. We have come together yet again on the eve of the third year of the Age of Dawn. The Red Collective is continuing to take shape. Much has been decided and arranged after the conclusion of the first session. If not for the impending escalation of the Red War, we would have been able to make considerably greater progress. With the survival of our species at stake, all of us have been forced to set aside many of our priorities, hence the notable absence of numerous counselors today. Let us hope that their seats will not remain empty on a more permanent basis. The air in the virtual chamber grew heavier upon that remark. Although Vess did not think that the native aliens were capable of killing powerful God pilots and admirals, he could not rule out any possibility. War was not fair. It was also foolish and naive to think that it would unfold exactly according to his estimations and predictions. The evolution which did not talk about the war for long. It was not time for the Interim Leadership Council to get involved in the affairs of the Red War. Several important decisions will have to be made today. The intimidating God pilot continued to speak. The previous session largely revolved around the organization of cultivators. We formed a consensus around the sect policy. where we decided that the Red Collective should maintain its distance from ordinary cultivators, but also strictly oversee the so-called sects that are responsible for educating and controlling those who yearn for greater power by practicing different methods. However, this is hardly a perfect plan to contain the excesses of cultivation. Pay attention to the following incidents. A large projection appeared above the circular table. It depicted a gruesome sight that elicited sickening reactions from a few of the counselors. It depicted a gruesome cellar where a lot of blood had been splattered across the walls, ceiling, and floor. The snapshot had clearly been censored to save the counselors from having their eyes seared with unpleasant imagery, but everyone could clearly guess what was beneath all of the blacked-out areas. Dozens of severed limbs, ground organs, and shattered corpses caused the cellar to descend into a hellish ritual site. Vess knew that the motivation for doing this was for ritualistic purposes, because the perpetrator of the massacre of so many men, women, and even children had specifically created a demented ritual circle and altar. The craftsmanship of these features were very poor to say the least, but Vess knew enough about this kind of stuff to deduce that the mass murderer did not randomly put stuff together based on horror dramas or dark virtual reality games. Vess could perceive a very faint but distinct harmony between all of the blood and corpses and the ritual circle. The ritualistic elements themselves also clearly did not appear to be designed by amateurs who knew nothing. Having pulled off a few rituals himself, Vess was able to evaluate the work in the projection in a more professional manner. Compared to his improvised and ad hoc approach to conducting rituals, whoever designed this bloody arrangement was clearly a knowledgeable expert. Vess shuddered at that thought. If the mass murderer actually got rewarded for his efforts, then this would definitely happen again. The 86th Street Massacre is one of the earliest murder incidents in the Age of Dawn that can be directly tied to cultivation. Many more incidents have occurred where different perpetrators across human space have engaged in varying degrees of slaughter in a misguided attempt to extend their lifespan and increase their power. The projection turned into a slideshow that depicted different crime scenes. Some of them showed obvious ritualistic characteristics, while others hinted that the perpetrators had killed their victims to plunder their strength. During the age of Mech, such acts would have been useless, as the barren environment at the time would never have been able to fuel such acts. It was different during the Age of Dawn. E-energy radiation was just so damn responsive that it reacted to any action, especially more dramatic and emotional ones, such as engaging in depravity. The projection finally changed to show actual footage of a murderous cultivator in action. The view came from a surveillance drone that monitored a small agricultural settlement. These were places where people all knew each other. They worked for the same companies and lived fairly close together. However, these settlements also lacked sufficient enforcement. Not a single Mech was on guard, and the perpetrator deliberately targeted the police first. Ha 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 ha, a maddened young man cackled as he used a smuggled or stolen assault rifle to tear through the armor of a pair of law enforcement officers. Your souls are mine. You will receive the honor of becoming a part of a new god. After killing the officers, the murderer moved closer and performed a weird technique that actually drew out a bit of energy from the bloodied corpses. The ecstatic cultivator opened his mouth and actually swallowed what appeared to be his victims' souls. The crazed cultivator did not leave it at that. Now that all of the effective threats had been dealt with, the murderer proceeded to barge into different homes and kill anyone he encountered. Despite practicing an unknown cultivation method, the man sensibly made use of modern equipment to enhance his killing efficiency. Not every settler allowed themselves to be killed without putting up a fight. Unfortunately, these were ordinary colonists and civilians. They did not own any combat armor, and whatever pistols or other small arms they possessed completely failed to overcome the cultivator's personal shield generator. Even if it was an outdated gadget that did not contain any face water, The protection offered by the shield generator was still too powerful to overcome by a collection of small arms. Once the cultivator managed to kill 40 or so civilians, the man suddenly stopped and dropped to his knees. The cultivator screamed as the souls of multiple victims seemed to jump out of his head. "You are mine. Be still and let me devour you. I am a god. Submit to me and become my nourishment." Every counselor watched on with varying degrees of expressions. Most counselors maintained stoic faces, but the ones that showed a little emotions were either disgusted, concerned, or intrigued. Vess felt a mixture of concern and interest himself. He was concerned by this display of violence because crazy people like this soul eater would definitely give cultivators a bad name. The more such depravities occurred, the more the leaders of human civilization wanted to shackle the phenomenon of cultivation. He also grew interested in these kinds of incidents because it opened himself up to a form of empowerment through predation. Although the means were despicable, the process was still fascinating. Vess did not forget that his mother practiced similar methods. Predation may often be associated with evil deeds, but it did not have to be so. There was still value in absorbing the strength of real enemies. It was a pity that the screaming cultivator did not sign up for frontline service, but instead chose to visit an isolated farming village on a typical rural planet. The criminal cultivator continued to scream for one more minute, until he finally couldn't withstand the backlash of absorbing so many unwilling souls in a short amount of time. His head exploded. "Good riddance," a counselor muttered. The Renair Village affair is one of the first incidents where we have managed to obtain fairly complete and detailed footage of a murderous cultivator in action. The evolution which stated, "The Red Association has immediately chosen to suppress any news of it to the greatest extent. We feared that if more people hear what is taking place, they will develop the desire to pursue greater strength GTH by imitating these acts. We believe that our efforts have been somewhat successful, as similar affairs have remained fairly sparse for the time being. That would not last forever. So long as the temptation of greater strength and longevity existed, there would always be weak-willed people who yearned to become more powerful without putting in the hard work to practice a more orthodox cultivation method. Although the dangers of predatory cultivation methods were much greater, they imposed fewer requirements and usually yielded faster results. The projection began to show other pieces of footage. Many cultivators with ill intentions weren't stupid enough to prey on other humans in full view of surveillance, but it was very difficult to evade every possible recording device. Monitoring had become far too ubiquitous in the modern era. This was why much of the slaughter occurred far away from large and technologically advanced settlements. As you can see, many of these recorded incidents are taking place in small and isolated third-class settlements. More and more cultivators who apparently managed to gain access to ancient demonic cultivation methods are deliberately preying on the weakest of humans. The benefits of harvesting the energy or materials of first-class humans is not that much greater than the benefits of doing the same to third-class humans. It is much less riskier and more cost-effective to target the latter for that reason. More and more incidents occurred. It became harder for the Red Association and other authorities to cover up the massacres. It turned out that a lot of alleged raids conducted by native aliens were actually false. The real perpetrators of a lot of massacres turned out to be human demonic cultivators. The evolution which clearly harbored a lot of animosity towards these gutless cultivators, who maliciously targeted fellow humans as opposed to taking the fight to the native aliens. Her god kingdom grew a little more intense as everyone couldn't help but develop an even worse impression towards these short-sighted killers. Crime will always exist as long as there is temptation. It is futile to eliminate these massacres entirely, but that does not mean we should allow them to happen. We must decide upon the laws that cultivators must abide by and a means of enforcement to constrain criminals with extraordinary means. If we do not impose a firm regime, Our society will degenerate due to the whole-scale breakdown of law and order. This session will not end until we have decided upon a complete framework of laws and enforcement. Chapter 6044, The Limitless Provider. Despite the absence of many counselors, the ones that attended the second session were perfectly capable of holding thorough discussions on what should or should not be permissible. Nobody disagreed on the necessity to outlaw demonic cultivation methods that derived their power from plundering the strength and vitality of other people. It is not enough to rely on existing laws to prohibit these vile acts of murder. An angry-looking female counselor spoke. I propose that we deem murder for the express purpose of advancing one's cultivation as taboo. Hear, hear. I agree. We cannot give cultivators any leeway over this matter. It did not surprise Vess that the counselor who made this proposal came from a third-rate state. All of the other counselors from third- and second-rate states supported her proposal. Their states and citizens were the most vulnerable to these sorts of crimes. They did not possess the tech and strength to prevent or stop such acts from occurring on a wider scale. The footage of the first recorded incident showed how easy it was for a demonic cultivator to attack the weak. Just because the criminal apparently based his strength on ancient methods did not mean he was prohibited from making use of modern weapons and tools. What if the demonic cultivator brought a Mech instead of infantry gear? What if he employed a warship to perpetrate a slaughter on an unimaginable scale? Vess knew as long as the incentive was high enough, cultivators would be willing to do anything. Much of the notoriety of his mother's past incarnation came from her penchant of draining the power of her enemies and other victims. The mistress of the oceans, who owned the original ocean caller, advanced her true god cultivation by maliciously flooding all of the settlements on entire occupied planets. Then there were the creators of the sacred scrolls. Each of them had attempted to commit one of the gravest of taboos by stealing the strength from the heavenly authority of the Milky Way galaxy. The consequences were dire. Demonic cultivation, especially when targeted towards humans on a massive scale, led to a severe drop of population, stability, and cohesion. There was not much good that people could say about predatory cultivation approaches. However, there were still those that did not agree to wholesale prohibitions of this vicious style of cultivation. A female star designer chose to provide a counterweight. We are not herbivores, counselors, the limitless provider responded. What is a demonic cultivation method? Should all forms of cultivation that are based on harming others be declared forbidden? If that is the case, we should stop Mech pilots from performing their duties, as they directly or indirectly grow in power the more they fight against others. Aggression is not necessarily a sin. What matters is who you direct it towards. Many of you understand the dire state of red humanity. We cannot and should not impose too many taboos on ourselves. The more we constrain our actions with self-imposed rules, the weaker we become. If there is a fast and convenient method to grow more powerful by plundering the strength of native aliens, then we should support it, not prohibit it out of a misguided motivation to coddle our population. A third-class counselor gritted his teeth. How can you possibly control the cultivators who are allowed to practice such methods? It is possible that most of the cultivators who learn this method will abide by the rules that you have set. But it only takes a small proportion of bad apples to inflict a disproportionate amount of damage to our society. Compared to plundering the strength of hostile native aliens, it is much easier to plot against other humans. How many millions of billions of people will die because of prioritizing the development of powerful cultivators over protecting human decency? A furious debate broke out. Tiffany Mac Arthur Marmedian, a notable 300-year-old star designer of the expansionist faction, did not want the interim leadership council to completely eliminate what may very well be a fast and effective way of raising the strength of a lot of human cultivators. This was not that much a surprise to the people who read her biography. The limitless provider had dedicated much of her work towards the development of seemingly endless energy sources. She was obsessed with breaking the limits that constrained her work. She gained great satisfaction from liberating people of all kinds of rules that constrained their potential. While that made her sound like a natural fit for the Unbound Humanity faction, she actually joined the Expansionist faction. She even married the Dimension architect who led the Expansionists. From what Vess had heard, the limitless provider was friends with the Resonance Smith, but she did not join his faction in the end. This indicated that the female star designer possessed a lot of personal ambitions. The importance of expanding human space and gaining access to more alien tech and new materials surpassed her desire to reduce the weight of the Mechers and the Fleeters. In any case, the limitless provider did not only have a philosophical reason to prevent the Red Collective from taking a universally hostile stance towards demonic cultivation. Let me give you a real and current example of how cultivation based on absorbing the strength of your defeated opponents can become a productive force in our society. The Expansionist spoke. The hunting association founded by the huntsmen has already begun to convert exobast hunters into cultivators. By practicing the tenets of the hunter's code, these hunters are able to improve their cultivation by devouring the flesh of their kills or devoting their prey to the huntsman. In the years since the hunting association has been in operation, many hunters have grown quickly, vastly exceeding the progress they can attain if they practice more conventional cultivation methods. The hunting association had become more and more ubiquitous. The rapidly growing organization placed branches on any planet that was being threatened by mutating exobasts. Although the hunters who practiced the hunter's code initially did not seem special, now that the more successful ones had hunted down dozens of large and intimidating exobasts, their extraordinary power and abilities became increasingly more obvious. Having witnessed the hunters and examined the hunter's code himself, Vess knew that the limitless provider made an excellent point. If the hunters preyed on other humans, then they would have been slapped with the label of demonic cultivators, without any doubt. Yet because they maintained their own sense of honor and strictly engaged in ritualistic hunts against exobasts that were universally hostile towards civilized life, the hunters were not only doing a great service to red humanity, but got rewarded in the process. It was quite natural for the limitless provider to stand up for the huntsmen, who also led the Expansionist faction. The fact that the Expansionists still boasted 4-star designers and 2 god pilots made it difficult for other groups to ignore their outsized influence. In fact, the original cause of the Expansionist faction had pretty much become irrelevant at this time. Nobody was in a mood to think about expanding human space when the native aliens were doing their best to erase human civilization in its entirety. Many people hoped that the various star designers and god pilots of the Expansionist faction would have a falling out and join the other factions of the Red Association. That had not happened. It was a testament to the Energy Warders' leadership that the large faction continued to remain relatively united from top to bottom. The 500-year-old star designer did not manage to live so long and climb his way up by being incompetent. I admit that the Hunting Association has been a force of good in many states, a second-class counselor conceded. I suppose it has served as a model of a sect before sects have gained official status. That does not mean that hunters can be trusted to maintain control over themselves. It can take only one bad day for any of them to snap and treat other humans as their prey. It was brave of him to argue against a star designer, but the limitless provider always had an answer to every accusation. The huntsman has implemented enough safeguards and incentives in the hunter's code to prevent this scenario from taking place. Hunters can only effectively derive their strength from powerful enough prey. Attacking the weak will not yield them any benefits. It will actually degrade them, as they have violated the tenets of the hunter's code. That may be true, but this only applies to hunters who have registered at the Hunting Association. What of other demonic cultivators? There are old books and records in circulation that claim to give people a means to transform into gods as long as they sacrifice enough human lives. These old and destructive texts are filled with temptations, but contain none of the protections of the Hunter's Code. Then the Red Collective shall aspire to remove them as much as possible, the Limitless Provider said in a reasonable tone. I am not opposed to prohibiting all forms of aggressive cultivation. We can make a rule that any cultivation method that breaks our existing laws should still be outlawed. This clearly means that cultivation that in some way harms other humans in any fashion should be restricted or eliminated. With respect, that is not enough to prevent abuse, Your Excellency. There will be far too many cultivators who will try to exploit loopholes in order to accelerate their progress. The risks are too great. As far as I am concerned, we must strictly limit this approach and impose greater limitations on the Hunter's Code while we are at it. Have you conducted any safety studies on the consequences of devouring defeated prey? Many hunters are known to develop increasingly greater personality problems as they grow stronger. What if they are gradually turning more and more into the beasts they are hunting? You cannot dismiss their deviating behavior as mere eccentricities. The Limitless Provider elegantly folded her arms. The phenomenon you speak of is known to us. This is the natural consequence of experiencing rapid growth in strength without spending enough time to acclimate to their transformations. This is a human problem, not a cultivation problem. The Hunting Association is in the process of enhancing its policies to regulate the growth of hunters. Therapy is far from enough to restrain these beasts in the making. We need to impose stronger control over these mentally ill hunters. The argument between the two sides continued. Vess made sure to keep himself out of this ugly fight. His body sagged into his large seat as he tried his best to maintain an expressionless face. The less he showed he had an opinion, the lower the chance that people would notice he was present. Of course, the less he wanted to get called out, the greater the likelihood it occurred. Professor Larkinson, the Limitless Provider, suddenly turned to the previously inconspicuous senior Mech designer. Please share your input with us. As third-rater by birth, you understand the plight of common humans on a more personal level. You are also descended from a powerful cultivator and war criminal who used to earn a great amount of notoriety by perpetrating the crimes that the Red Collective seeks to prevent. You should therefore possess a broader perspective on this subject. Vess couldn't help but frown. The star designer may be right, but that did not mean he liked it when people brought this information back into the forefront of everyone's minds. He was not eager to give his answer either. He had a strong feeling that there was more at stake than the legitimacy of the Hunting Association, and so on. Power was incredibly seductive, so there were bound to be a lot of other interests that saw value in practicing one form of demonic cultivation or another. Should Vess take the initiative to foil their plans, or he get out of the way and remain as uninvolved as possible? Chapter 6045, Sanctity of Life. Vess hated how he attracted the attention of each and every counselor. They clearly showed an elevated level of interest when he was expected to speak. It was as if his opinions carried significantly greater weight than others. This was an absurd notion. His hard power was not great, and he did not believe his wisdom matched up against all of the other leaders of Red humanity. The main reason why he attracted so much attention was because he managed to shoot into fame by inventing a bunch of extremely useful stuff and sharing a few crazy ideas. While Vess took pride in many of his accomplishments, that did not mean he believed could throw his weight around. His foundation was unstable. His power base was heavily reliant on the backing of third parties. People tolerated his opinions so long as he remained useful, which was not forever. This was why Vess never took the initiative to take advantage of his increased clout. A huge amount of interests were at stake during every session of the Interim Leadership Council. The expansionist faction represented by the Limitless Provider clearly wanted to give more leeway to aggressive cultivation methods. The hunting association served as an excellent positive example, but its orientation towards hunting threatening beasts constrained its appeal. Relatively few humans were willing to become full-time hunters. They did feel an attraction towards nature and disliked the act of venturing into the wild just so they could risk their lives to hunt down dirty beasts. There were other ways to engage in predatory cultivation that could achieve faster results, and it did not involve going on repeated legitimate hunts. Vess had a few ideas of what that might entail. This was because he was thinking about the possibilities of predatory cultivation as well. He did not think it was wise to share too much of his actual thoughts on this occasion. How should he respond? The council wouldn't give him the time to think about all of the political implications of leaning in one direction or another, so he could only form an answer that partially reflected his true opinions. I think both sides of the argument have raised good points. Vess slowly spoke from his high-backed seat. In my opinion, this debate should be framed by how far we are willing to sacrifice our humanity in exchange for greater power. What do you mean by that, Professor? It is easier to plunder than to build, Vess stated. That is a universal rule that applies to many stuff. Cultivation is no different. That said, there is always a price for everything. Trying to grow stronger by plundering the strength of others is an inherently more dangerous and risky means of developing your power. It takes a large amount of discipline and forethought to maintain control over yourself. Not everyone can be as exemplary and strong-willed as the huntsman. The temptation of greater power has seduced many people over the ages, to the detriment of many human victims. Yet it is undeniable that the unending pursuit of power has also propelled the human race far beyond its heights. Can any of you ever imagine that the age of conquest would make our civilization so large and powerful if people weren't as motivated by plundering the tech and resources of rival alien empires? Although the age of conquest definitely possessed a hidden cultivation angle that added a darker context to this period of human history, that still did not ruin the splendor of this glorious age. Humans are weak. Vess continued to address the counselors. Unlike the 7 apex races or the phase whales, we cannot rely on the inherent abilities that we are born with. The only way for us to exceed our limits is to be smarter and more proactive than the other races. Plunder has always been a part of our success story. I think it would be a grave mistake for us to limit the use of certain methods because you find them distasteful. I think an argument can be made where it is permissible to utilize certain controversial methods so long as they are strictly regulated. That is too reckless, Professor. As you have stated yourself, temptation will always lead people to lower their bottom line. We cannot rely on honor and laws alone to protect our population from incidents such as the ones presented by the evolution witch. Vess grimaced. We are at war. We cannot constantly hold the moral high ground when doing so will just cause us to lose a lot of other ground to the aliens. One day, our enemies will surround the meaningless ground that we are left with and finish the job. I think that if we want to survive the difficult years and decades ahead, it is not enough for us to pursue high-minded ideals. We need to be more ruthless and willing to lower ourselves to the level of our enemies, who have no intention of being merciful towards us. Why should we protect them from our worst tendencies? They are not humans like ourselves. They are not protected by human rights by definition. The implication was that trying to be too soft on this issue might make it seem as if the counselors were siding with the dreaded cosmopolitan movement. This was an absolute taboo. Almost no one could afford to bear the infamy of supporting the cause of the treacherous cosmopolitans. It is not about protecting our alien opponents, Professor Larkinson. A third-class statesman spoke with a steady voice. It is protecting our own dignity. From our understanding, any form of cultivation that expressly encourages the killing of other beings is inherently dangerous and corrupting. If you gaze into the abyss will gaze back into you. Pursuing strength through harming others is not sustainable. If these demonic cultivators are unable to prey on hostile aliens, It may take one snap for them to prey on fellow humans instead. The web mistress also decided to add her voice to this argument. Humans are constrained by both laws and cultural norms. How we act towards our enemies is an important indicator of how civilized we are as a race. I would have thought that you, of all Mech designers, would value the sanctity of life. There is no need to stand up for the rights of hostile aliens, but we should not debase ourselves and throw away our own humanity by treating our current enemies as literal prey. We are already strong enough to defeat them with our mechs. Cultivators may be able to assist in the war effort, but their ability to inflict damage and resist attacks can never keep up with modern war machines. These were all valid arguments, but Vess possessed a different opinion from the web mistress. He became reminded of the destroyer of worlds. Her sense of urgency caused her to reluctantly embrace the potential of darker forms of cultivation. If even a god pilot believed it was necessary to rely on predation in order to prepare her for the most powerful alien enemy that was on his way to subjugate the Red Ocean, then any attempt to restrain such efforts was counterproductive. We would all like to live in a utopia, but it can never happen, Vess retorted. That said, I do not entirely disagree with your argument, Your Excellency. We must continue to respect the sanctity of life. The only compromise that we should make is to limit this treatment to fellow humans. We cannot compromise our respect towards other human life. However, our empathy should end there. When it comes to the native aliens, they are similar to exobests. They are all filled with valuable resources that can provide great value as long as you know how to exploit them. Everyone here understands how short we are of resources. How can we possibly have the luxury to refuse to make use of them when we live in a poor corner of the Red Ocean? That argument seemed to sway a fair amount of counselors. At least it made it harder for those who supported greater restraint to push forth their arguments. I agree with Professor Larkinson. The limitless provider grinned. His insights into life should be respected. Humans are neither good nor evil. We simply are. We try to encourage humans to be kind to our fellow brothers and sisters, but we cannot maintain a strong and healthy society by being generous and charitable to everyone. We recognize that we must occasionally be cruel to each other and ourselves in order to advance our power and wealth. The aliens deserve even less than that. They are locked in eternal competition against our race. Both humans and aliens are fighting to obtain greater territory and resources because we all know that if we fall behind, our extinction will not be long in coming. The expansionist faction was much more cognizant about the cruelty of the competition against other aliens. The expansionists were obsessed with enabling humanity to thrive across the stars. In many cases, that meant trampling on the territory and lives of a lot of alien civilizations. Plenty of alien species had gone extinct due to humanity's relentless drive for territory and resources. In this context, what difference did it make to allow cultivators to plunder the souls or other mystical energy from the corpses of alien bodies? An eager expression appeared on the limitless provider's face. We cannot fight the Red War by fielding duty-bound soldiers alone. Our race is too selfish for that. We can only encourage soldiers to fight against the overwhelming number of aliens that are preparing to invade our space by luring them with incentives. If that is the case, why not tempt them by permitting them to practice a cultivation method that allows them to directly grow stronger by killing our alien opponents? As long as we organize this correctly, we can mobilize a large number of volunteer soldiers to fight against the forces of the Red Cabal. The pursuit of strength will bring out the best of us no matter whether they are Mech pilots or not. Even foot soldiers can become heroes as long as they spill enough alien blood. That was a powerful argument. Vess was a bit taken aback by the expansionist leader's aggression. He had to admit that there was a lot of logic behind her argument. It was true that so long as soldiers gained a means to break through their mortal limitations quickly by fighting against the aliens, they would definitely volunteer in droves. There would be no concerns about trying to maintain people's enthusiasm towards participating in a difficult war. The evolution, which finally chose to weigh in herself. We must respect the life of other humans, but harbor contempt towards the life of aliens. We can be merciful towards our fellow brothers and sisters, but we must be ruthless in extracting the greatest value out of hostile aliens. There is a place for more predatory forms of cultivation, but they should only be practiced by a select group of humans who have earned the right to benefit from them. Even then, they must subject themselves to strict control and inspection to prevent any abuse. You sound as if you have already made a choice of who should be allowed to practice demonic cultivation methods, Master Goldstein commented. The answer is obvious. Only the new elites are suitable to practice such methods, if they choose to do so. Line fighters, war fighters, and warlords are the only humans who are in frequent contact with the native aliens. They are also the humans who most need the rapid growth in power. They are already under varying degrees of monitoring due to their special status. Furthermore, their training, discipline, and combat tempering has allowed them to forge the inner strength and willpower to resist temptation. That was a brilliant idea. By combining demonic cultivation with an older and more established framework, it became easier and less risky to implement this new policy change. However, the proposal did not receive universal approval. Is it a good idea to give humans, who are most immersed in violence, the ability to grow stronger by killing more enemies? Chapter 6046, Future Compensation. Numerous counselors looked pleased. The Evolution Witch's declaration essentially ended the debate on whether red humanity should allow for more predatory means of cultivation. Limiting this privilege to the new elites was a clever touch. It would not only increase the attraction of participating in the Red War as a frontline combatant, but also increase the probability that the victims of the so-called demonic cultivators remained confined to the many aliens that lived beyond alien space. If people wanted to overcome the limitations of their talent and gain power quickly, then the solution became simple. Just join one of the many troops engaged in fighting against the native aliens and earn enough war merits to redeem the opportunity to practice such methods. The Evolution Witch grinned as she allowed her verdict to sink into everyone's minds. Although the will of the chief counselor did not necessarily override the will of the majority of the interim leadership council, no one dared to oppose her on this issue. God pilots held a special status in human civilization. Their unimaginable marshal might not only attracted a huge amount of awe and worship, but also surrounded them with a strong air of oppression. Even if they did not deliberately set out to intimidate the people around them, they couldn't help it. Their life levels were way too high, and the willpower that they had forged through countless difficult battles had sharpened their mentalities in the sharpest of blades. In addition, the absence of other god pilots in the interim leadership council pretty much made the Evolution Witch their spokesperson. Even though the 8 god pilots all belonged to different factions, they were not as divided as most people thought. Under certain circumstances, they were readily able to set aside their differences and unite to protect their own rights and interests. God pilots were the quintessential warlords of the human race. Now that red humanity was cut off from original humanity, the 8 god pilots were no longer constrained by the old and very powerful legacy institutions rooted in the Milky Way galaxy. This meant that if they wanted to, all 8 god pilots could instantly overthrow every other authority and establish a new one where there will reign supreme. None of the other human leaders wanted this to happen. They would rather bend and stretch in the hopes that the god pilots stuck to their roles as protectors as opposed to rulers. The current situation gave off the impression that the Evolution Witch spoke with the voice of every god pilot, not just her own. Since that was the case, it was better to let her have her way than risk a rebuke from the powerful divines. What a wonderful display of authority. Vess quietly envied the Evolution Witch's courage in setting the tone and ability to get away with it. This was the benefit of possessing a huge amount of hard power. We are at war. The evolution which repeated to everyone even though it was not strictly necessary. For as long as red humanity is under an existential threat, we must prioritize the strengthening and the development of essential soldiers. Under no circumstances should we neglect the necessity of supplying important resources and other benefits to the soldiers who possess the courage and spirit to risk their lives to defend our civilization. Our highest priorities should always be to find better ways to arm our new elites with stronger weapons. Only by it being clear that red humanity as a whole is unambiguously providing them with the support they need to fight our battles will we be able to defend our right to exist in this war-torn galaxy. Every counselor took those words to heart, the evolution which gave everyone an important reminder. At the same time, she also gave them an acceptable guideline to base their decisions around. We cannot blindly inherit the old ways of cultivation. We also cannot blindly inherit the prejudices of the past. We live in a different age now. Our society, our technology, and our culture has evolved. If we want to become stronger, then we must evolve rather than regress. In a galaxy where the survival of the fittest has become more relevant than ever, we must prove ourselves to be fitter than the native aliens by embracing any valid means of becoming stronger. According to multiple studies, more predatory forms of cultivation can yield more results in the short term. They have less demand for talent or qualifications. Only the stronger, more decisive, and more courageous people can attain the greatest results. This is what we urgently need to hold onto our defensive bands and protect our heartland territories. The upcoming enemy offensive clearly concerned a lot of leaders. The aliens might not be too ingenious compared to humans, but they had numbers on their side. The quantity of enemies that were about to attack the border zones was bound to be massive. In the face of all of these coming difficulties, the problems related to demonic cultivation no longer sounded as important as before. As the evolution which continued to lecture the council, Vess wondered how much of her opinions originally reflected her own will. He did not forget that his mother and the evolution, which had formed an active cooperation agreement for a while now. The two had definitely held a lot of discussions. Given Cynthia's infamous background, she had definitely taught a lot about the benefits of predatory cultivation approaches to the powerful leader of the transhumanist faction. Perhaps the God Pilot already decided the policy decisions for the current session in advance. She merely allowed the various counselors to voice their opinions to give them the illusion of participation. At most, the evolution which was open to suggestions. We possess enough records about so-called demonic cultivation to formulate modernized methods tailored to our present needs and circumstances. Our experts on these subjects should come together and form a common set of solutions to ensure that they maximize their benefits while decreasing the impact on the psyche of our new elites to the greatest possible extent. There are many depraved and superstitious elements in these ancient manuals, so they should never be practiced in their original states. The Red Collective must strongly prohibit any instance of practicing these unsafe methods, regardless of whether the cultivators are new elites or not. Only by imposing tough measures will we be able to limit the possible excesses. The counselors who advocated for greater restraint and prohibitions looked a little less upset now. The evolution which did not reassure them entirely, but by taking a tough stance on misuse of demonic cultivation methods, she at least placated a few of their concerns. A third-class counselor still felt that this was not enough. Your Holiness, it is impossible to keep demonic cultivation methods out of the hands of those who do not respect the sanctity of life. Information cannot be completely controlled. People will always find a way to leak or spread it out. No matter whether people pass what they have learned over the galactic net or through circulating secure data chips, once we have unleashed the beast, we cannot contain it anymore. That was not entirely true. One of the ways to effectively control information across Red humanity was to transform the Red Collective into a powerful, centralized authority. However, the first session already ruled out this development path. The sect policy meant that the Red Collective would take a backseat and allow the so-called sects take the lead in managing individual cultivators. This was not a perfect arrangement, as the treatment of cultivators and the enforcement of rules was much more dependent on the conditions of the sects. The third raters and second raters feared that they would be unable to adequately cope against this threat. Their ability to defend against the negative consequences of these policies were not strong. In other words, the weakest states would probably bear much of the price of letting red humanity engage in demonic cultivation. The evolution which narrowed her eyes, but she did not refute the legitimate concerns of the third raters. That did not mean she was willing to take a step back. Public security is an important means of guaranteeing the prosperity of our society, but winning the Red War should be our greatest concern. We are all cognizant that many of our less well-defended states and regions will experience greater pressure than before, but you are not without the means to defend against criminal cultivators. Population has always been an advantage of your states. Leverage your strength and focus on training as many upright and loyal cultivators as possible. Our civilization will come to rely on the power of your cultivation armies in time. In other words, the threat of criminal cultivators was not necessarily a bad condition. It would make many third-raters more eager to attain greater power due to lacking enough security in their lives. The implicit message behind the evolution, which's counterargument was that too much peace and stability was not beneficial to the current state of red humanity. People needed to get subjected to real pressure in order to put them into a wartime mindset. What if that is not enough, Your Holiness? The third-class counselor persisted even if he had to fight back against the god pilot's oppressive aura. A single first-rater with ill intentions can completely overrun an isolated colony planet by relying on superior tech and equipment. With the backing of a first-class multipurpose Mech, none of the defense forces of our weaker settlements can last more than a few seconds. Third-rate and second-rate states will not remain as defenseless as before against hostile human cultivators or native alien raiders. The evolution which promised to the relevant cultivators. It is true that your states does not enjoy the wealth to strengthen the defenses of all of your colonies. However, this age has opened up many new possibilities for your citizens to attain power through more diverse means. We are not yet ready to announce the plans that we have tailored to your specific conditions, but I can promise you that you will enjoy rights that first-raters do not necessarily possess. That sounded rather hopeful, but the evolution which frustratingly declined to share any specifics. That said, the third-class and second-class counselors looked mollified. The credibility of a god pilot was ironclad. If the evolution which claimed that the upcoming plans would make the lesser states satisfied, then it was undoubtedly true. Vess jerked in his seat. He had an inkling that his future Carmine Mechs may be a part of this package. It was because of his expected future contributions that he understood the underlying strategy. The life of third-raters was too cheap. Most of them were baseline humans and required no expensive resources or manpower to raise. They were excellent test subjects that the Red 2 could use to study the impact of radical new advancements, such as the Carmine system, on human society. Although this approach was devoid of respect, the third-raters still benefited from these arrangements. They were weak and vulnerable to begin with, so they were more than willing to embrace anything that could help them become stronger. The promise of future forms of compensation successfully neutralized the objections of the lesser states. A broad consensus had formed around the practice of demonic cultivation. Despite the use of a loaded word, the desire to attain greater power in a hurry was too tempting for the counselors to resist. In the end, the Interim Leadership Council settled on a policy that signaled everyone's willingness to sacrifice a part of their humanity in order to attain greater power. Even if the interior of human space became a lot more messed up as a consequence, The counselors were willing to tolerate a lot of instability so long as red humanity managed to stay alive in the end. Chapter 6040, 7 Religious Contributions. The second session lasted a bit longer after the main decision had been made. The counselors addressed other related topics, such as determining the punishment for breaking the new taboos and who should be responsible for enforcement. The Red Association can undertake part of the responsibility of protecting the lesser states against criminal cultivators. Master Vero Goldstein, of the survivalist faction, mentioned, "Our true Mechs are especially resistant towards the more mysterious methods that they can employ. Many ancient demonic cultivation methods are notorious due to how much they enable practitioners to manipulate the minds of their victims. Our true Mech pilots are especially trained to resist these mental attacks, and the neural interfaces of their true Mechs can offer much greater protection than is currently the norm." Vess had never encountered true Mechs after their initial revelation to the public, but that did not mean that they did not exist. True Mechs were mostly confined to the various bases of the Red Association. They did not serve a useful purpose in the fight against the native aliens, so they had no chance to appear in a prominent event up to this point. That might change in the future, but for now, they mostly preserved their mystique. Other topics came up as well, the evolution which even brought up restrictions on another form of cultivation. The final issue that I wish to address during this session is the practice of cultivation that explicitly relies on the worship of others as gods. She spoke. Religion and worship has always remained a part of humanity. We are a species that not only long for material answers, but also spiritual answers. Worship in the Age of Dawn holds a different meaning from before. As exotic radiation continues to empower every human in the Red Ocean, their devotion and piety can produce greater outcomes than before. This is both a boon and a bane. Many counselors did not expect for the God Pilot to raise such a contentious subject all of a sudden. Although many of the counselors came from groups with secularist inclinations, none of them dared to underestimate the influence and persistence of religious organizations. This was especially the case now that the Age of Dawn granted them an opportunity to rise. People have come to worship both old and new gods during these troubled times. Neither can be underestimated. The old gods have become a part of our civilization's mythos for millennia and have amassed a strong core of traditional worshippers who are highly organized and enduring in their beliefs. The new gods are more mixed and can consist of anything from special existences such as Karamand to charlatans that seek to exploit gullible victims to their own advantage. Then there are god pilots such as myself. None of the counselors looked eager to debate on this topic. There were a lot of people who held strong beliefs and would not accept anyone trying to interfere with their worship. The Big Two and many other human authorities had long tried many different ways to stamp out what they regarded as superstition, but they never really succeeded. It was too difficult to stamp out what appeared to be a core aspect of human nature. Trying to prevent people's need for spiritual sustenance was like forcing them to stop drinking alcohol. Only a portion of humans were susceptible to these measures. This was why the counselors were concerned about the evolution, Witch's decision to bring up this subject. What if she insisted on taking a harder line against this phenomenon? That would undoubtedly upset a lot of people and produce a lot of unrest in a time where red humanity could not afford to split itself apart. Fortunately, the evolution Witch made an effort to reassure everyone's concerns. Do not misunderstand my intentions. I do not object to the practice of religion. Under normal circumstances, it is not our responsibility to tell humans what they should believe in. However, we cannot assume a hands-off approach towards religion due to much greater effects of worship in the current age. The mandate of the Red Collective is to protect and strengthen red humanity in matters related to cultivation. In order to do that, we must formulate and enforce a set of rules and guidelines to ensure that the worship of other beings as gods will not lead to a devolution of our proud and enlightened civilization. That caused a lot of counselors to relax and nod in agreement. This was a sensible approach towards this controversial subject matter. It was not wise to allow all kinds of crackpots to found their own cults and reenact the 5 Scrolls Compact. There was no way the Red Two would permit any iteration of that infamous cult to make a comeback. On the other hand, the counselors also understood that humans never submitted to tyranny. If the Red Collective adopted overly harsh policies against expressions of faith, a lot of different rebellious groups would emerge and skulk in the shadows. The clear answer to this issue was to find an acceptable middle ground that placated both sides. The answer is simple. The Red Collective will permit the practice of religion, but it must abide by the existing laws of our society. As a general rule, the process of worship must be transparent to the people who have decided to dedicate their beliefs. It is not permitted to mislead, deceive, or harm worshippers in any way. Religious groups that refuse to abide by the laws and taboos of our collective will be labeled as cults. Each cult is a forbidden organization that must be eradicated without exception. The harm they can cause to our society may be no less than the cosmopolitan movement. Many knowledgeable people already regarded the cosmopolitan movement as one of the oldest and most persistent cults of the human race. Perhaps the cosmopolitans used to adhere to a sensible ideology, but over the millennia, the crazed diplomats and their descendants had radicalized to such an extreme degree that their ideals had become the center of their own faith. In that sense, the Red Collective already had a legitimate reason to attack the cosmopolitan movement. The Evolution, which continued to express her views. Let me explain to you what should be permissible. Any form of organized religion must register with our collective so that we can supervise them appropriately. I am actually in favor of embedding them within the existing framework of sects. This will substantially reduce the number of churches that are allowed to operate within human space, but it will make it much easier to monitor and supervise their activities. The proliferation of religions without limit is not safe in the current age. As much as this decision may harm the interests of the adherents of smaller faiths, the harm they can cause by believing in the wrong gods is too great. That was anything but a harmless decision. Vess knew that there was a seemingly endless amount of churches and cults in the old galaxy. Humanity existed for so long and expanded its population so much that nobody was about to count how many religions operated to this day. Red humanity was much smaller, so the amount of church organizations operating in human-occupied space was a lot more manageable. However, there were still trillions of believers, a fraction of whom became a part of all kinds of messy churches and cults. Nobody really cared about that in the past, but times had changed. A small and cautious debate ensued. There were counselors who feared the outbreak of religious strife, but there were also counselors who understood it was necessary to curtail this potential source of instability. Vess found it rather interesting that the Evolution, which dared to hold this discussion at this time. He had a feeling that Cynthia's influence over the god pilot may be a lot greater than he initially expected. Vess and Cynthia both had a very strong interest in permitting the worship of certain gods. At the very least, people needed to be allowed to believe in the Superior Mother and Helena. Vess also needed the Red Collective to grant legitimacy to the Solemn Guardian, Kalanxo, the Illustrious One, the Phase King, and all of his other design spirits. If that did not happen, then he would be in huge trouble. There was no way that Vess would be allowed to empower his living mechs with design spirits anymore if an arrangement couldn't be made. This would massively weaken all of his living mechs, as their design spirits often granted them an extra edge. Though Vess felt very concerned about this subject, he conscientiously kept his mouth shut and trusted that the Evolution which wouldn't screw him over. The Red Collective must strictly inspect and verify that sanctioned religious organizations are worshipping gods that are either benign or neutral towards our race and current order. We cannot permit people to unscrupulously believe in fays, whales, demons, or individuals who do not possess the moral qualities to assume godhood. The specific rules and standards can be determined later, but as a general rule, any existence that unambiguously harms or holds red humanity back must be denied. In a time of war, we cannot be as lenient or tolerant as we would like, especially when actions related to faith have real consequences. What of the worship of God pilots, Your Excellency? Will people be allowed to found churches in your name? The powerful God pilot's expression remained impassive. Many people have always regarded us as gods, some more literal than others. Different God pilots hold different stances towards worship directed towards themselves. They have earned the right to dictate whether humans are allowed to worship them. If they are open to this practice, they can dictate their own rules on this activity. The hunting association founded by the huntsman is an excellent example that should serve as a model to my remaining peers. There was a bit more discussion about specific rules and circumstances. The evolution which had clearly formulated an elaborate plan, because she had answers for every point raised by the counselors. Vess grew more and more reassured as he concluded that his design spirits should still have enough room to operate as they have always done. Perhaps he might still have to request a few exemptions from the Red Collective in order to avoid any annoying restrictions. When he finally had an opportunity to speak, he pounced on it. Given the importance of the Red War, I think that the Red Collective should reward sanctioned religious organizations that materially contribute to the war effort. There are churches that don't do much to encourage people to fight and defend the human race. They are little different from parasites in that regard. If we want to discourage them from refusing to contribute to our collective defense, more helpful churches that have helped our soldiers fight against our alien enemies should be able to earn enough rewards to take away the rights and privileges of religious organizations that have done nothing useful. If that was the case, then he needed to get more involved in the Red Collective and hold real power in this future organization. This was the only way he could protect all of his interests. Vess did not exactly look forward to that, but this matter was too important for him to allow others to decide on his behalf. When he finally had an opportunity to speak, he pounced on it. Given the importance of the Red War, I think that the Red Collective should reward sanctioned religious organizations that materially contribute to the war effort. There are churches that don't do much to encourage people to fight and defend the human race. They are little different from parasites in that regard. If we want to discourage them from refusing to contribute to our collective defense, more helpful churches that have helped our soldiers fight against our alien enemies should be able to earn enough rewards to take away the rights and privileges of religious organizations that have done nothing useful. The evolution, which responded positively to this suggestion. You have made a good suggestion, Professor Larkinson. Your policy proposal may be excessively utilitarian, but our society cannot tolerate any leniency on this matter. Every sect or sanctioned religious organization must serve as a productive force of human civilization. If they do not contribute enough to justify their existence, then let them be removed by upstarts who are much more earnest about contributing to red humanity. This was a harsh but probably necessary rule. At the very least, it would motivate many churches into helping red humanity fend off the native aliens. Vess couldn't help but smile. If this rule truly came into effect, then he expected that his churches may be able to earn much more contributions than most other organizations of the same kind. After all, every living Mech employed in battles against the native aliens represented another contribution by the design spirit that supported the machine. Chapter 6048, Hidden Policy Change. The second session ended with success. Many counselors eventually came away somewhat satisfied with the decisions made by the Interim Leadership Council. Of course, no one truly got everything they wanted, but few counselors had much cause for complaint. Vess learned a bit more how high-level politics was supposed to operate. That said, he did not delude himself into thinking that everything could be decided in the debate chamber alone. He was still missing a huge amount of backroom politics. The fact that Vess had not really participated in it meant that he still hadn't properly integrated himself into upper society. That was fine. Vess knew his limits and understood that he still had a lot to go. He needed to strengthen his power base and forge closer relationships before it was safe for him to exert more influence on human society. As the counselors began to bid goodbye to each other and cut off the remote connections, a few of them lingered and exchanged a few extra words with each other as usual. Much to Vess' surprise, the limitless provider took the initiative to seek out Vess. Her projected form glided above the floor and approached like an ethereal lady. "Professor Larkinson, on the behalf of the expansionist faction, we would like to thank you for your many contributions. Your companion spirit fruits and your kinship networks has increased the enthusiasm of the new elites and helped them gain the strength they need to defend our borders." The star designer sounded sincere enough. She presented herself with a gentle countenance, appearing in the form of a brunette middle-aged woman that could easily look like someone's mother. However, when Vess stared a little closer, he was able to glimpse the real limitless provider behind her human shell. Every star designer had practically evolved into an energy-based life form, and the limitless provider seemed to embrace this transformation more than others. The woman held an immense amount of energy, more than Vess could possibly estimate. Not only that, but she was probably capable of absorbing a huge amount of energy from the environment, which definitely included E-energy. Though Vess did not know how exactly the limitless provider benefited from all of this, she was most certainly putting on an act. Of course, every star designer did so to varying degrees. They had evolved so much that they needed to put conscious effort into retaining their humanity. Vess made a short bow in front of the old and powerful woman. "I am glad you appreciate my innovations. I am a part of Red humanity as well, so I am always happy to make our race stronger. We all need to work together in order to fend off the native aliens. With enough contributions, we can do more than repel the alien incursions." The limitless provider spoke with a firmer voice. "As long as we develop fast enough, we can take the fight to our enemies and inflict defeats that will force them to give up their territories. Once the Deep Strike plan truly begins, we will control the rhythm of the Red War, enabling us to erode the grip that the Red Cabal holds onto the new frontier. Step by step, we shall reduce our weaknesses and expand our war-making potential with the spoils delivered by our victory." The star designer sounded unreasonably confident about Red humanity's ability to regain the upper hand. Vess did not exactly know why. Was this because the limitless provider possessed inside knowledge that made her a lot more optimistic about Red humanity's chances, or was it because she was just as overconfident as every other expansionist? "Forgive me for asking, but for what purpose have you approached me? As much as I wish to make more contributions, I do not have any inventions that I can pull from my hat." The limitless provider smiled at Vess in a manner that hinted at her disbelief. "There is an opportunity for further cooperation in the future. It is better if we make our acquaintance with each other in advance," the star designer mysteriously said. "The impending native alien offensive, along with several other future developments, may alter the conditions of our plan. We must allow it to unfold before we can discuss specifics. When the right time comes, the rise of Red humanity in the new frontier shall truly commence." That certainly sounded vague. Vess had very little idea what the limitless provider had in mind. The lack of information made it useless to speculate about the intentions of the expansionist faction. All that mattered was that the most powerful faction of the Red Association took the initiative to express goodwill towards Vess. The fact that they thought he was worth cooperating with was a positive sign that he was steadily moving up in society. He needed this. The more powerful groups he cooperated with, the less isolated he became. "I look forward to hearing your proposal, Your Excellency." Vess had met enough star designers to get rid of the instinctive awe that any lesser Mech designer held towards the apex members of their profession. So long as the star designers did not talk about their works, they sounded remarkably human to Vess. After a minute of polite chatting, the limitless provider said goodbye and disappeared, but not before making a meaningful nod towards the evolution which, just like in the previous session, the very real form of the evolution which lingered in the meeting chamber, so that she could speak with Vess in private. Once no one else showed any intention of approaching Vess, the god pilot strengthened her god kingdom and formed an almost completely isolated zone around herself. It became more difficult for the hyper chamber underneath Diande base to maintain a stable connection with the distant site. Professor Larkinson, as the offspring of my collaborator and a man who possesses greater insights into cultivation than most people in the Red Ocean, you have earned the right to receive additional information. Let me remind you that what I am about to share must not be divulged to anyone. This includes your design spirits, including that golden cat that is trying in vain to keep an eye on your person. Vess tried his best to maintain a neutral expression. He already felt that the evolution witch's god kingdom had crossed boundaries and made sure to temporarily block his permanent connection with Goldie. Curiously enough, the god pilot was not able to cut him off from Vulcan and Veronica. That made sense, as the latter two were intrinsically extensions of himself. I promise that I will not share any secrets you have decided to pass on to me, he said with as much sincerity as he could muster. That seemed to satisfy Lucy. As you have most certainly deduced, I have held extensive discussions on the merits of demonic cultivation with your mother. She has proven to be quite persuasive, and I have come to agree with her stance that most forms of power are neither inherently good or bad. It is what we do with power, and who we affect with our actions that determines whether we are doing what is right. That sounds interesting and all, but can you get to the point, Your Holiness? You brat, the evolution witch playfully scoffed. Very well, I shall be direct. There is a debate between star designers on whether aspects of demonic cultivation should be incorporated into the Red Kingdom. Your mother has been helpful enough to formulate several cultivation models that I have relayed to the star designers to support this argument. If a majority of star designers agree, then Mech pilots of almost every rank will experience faster growth than before, as long as they are engaged in lethal combat against alien foes. What? Vess never expected that such a development had occurred. This was too fast and radical. The Kingdom of Mechs and the Red Kingdom formed the foundation of the Mech community in two different galaxies. They were extremely important, which meant that the star designers who held authority over them could never afford to make any mistakes. Even if it was a good idea to apply a change to an invisible kingdom, Vess thought it should have taken a lot longer to test and verify whether the proposal was capable of producing the desired results. The evolution witch recognized his confusion and offered an explanation. The Kingdom of Mechs of original humanity has rarely changed over the generations due to several reasons. Humanity in the Milky Way occupies a dominant position, so there is no urgent need for change. There are also many more star designers present in the old galaxy, which makes it much harder to gain the support of a broad majority. Neither of these factors apply to the Red Kingdom. We are urgently in need of change, and there are not as many star designers that we must convince in order to enact a promising proposal. That made sense. Vess needed to stop thinking that all of the rules from the old galaxy automatically applied to the new frontier. Vess grew more apprehensive as a result. Demonic cultivation had a very bad reputation. The antics of the 5 Scrolls Compact alone provided abundant examples of cultivators growing mad with power and wantonly slaughtering lots of innocent civilians. Turning this dangerous force into a core part of the Mech piloting profession was incredibly reckless. Trust in us, boy. The star designers will not allow Mech pilots to become corrupted. Even if they agree to implement this proposal, it will only be phased in on a gradual basis. The effects will not be strong from the beginning. Perhaps certain Mech pilots will experience greater gains from killing enemies than others for the purpose of observation. As long as the Mech pilots in question do not lose control, the Red Kingdom will gradually increase the effect of demonic cultivation on every Mech pilot. Those who risk their lives to defend our civilization will receive much more direct feedback than in the past. Why is it necessary to resort to this measure? Vess questioned. One of the most admirable aspects of Mech pilots is that most of them are honorable and upright. Implementing this change may compromise them. Even high-ranking Mech pilots may become seduced by the power granted through unbridled slaughter. As strong-willed as they may be, I am not willing to bet that each of them will be able to maintain their cool. The evolution which smirked. That is not necessarily a problem as long as the Mech pilots remember that they must harvest alien lives in order to obtain greater strength. The star designers will try to deactivate this reward mechanism whenever Mech pilots kill other humans. This will make the differences more obvious and incentivize more soldiers to participate in the new elites program. I see. It sounds like you guys already know what to do. Why tell me? Is there a way I can help? You can. You are correct in your concerns that rapid growth through predation will generate negative side effects among Mech pilots. This is an unavoidable consequence, and one we intend to monitor carefully. It does not hinder us from changing the Red Kingdom. Only by helping it adapt to our current circumstances will we be able to gain the strength we need to fight against our true enemies. We can no longer wait for multiple generations for expert pilots and ace pilots to gradually raise their resonance strengths and reach their breakthrough thresholds. It sounded as if even the Mechers had become dissatisfied at the relatively slow growth rates of high-ranking Mech pilots. This sounded like a repeat of an earlier policy decision. The Mech community became willing to sacrifice stability in exchange for power. So long as ace pilots and potentially god pilots began to pop up like mushrooms in the coming 5 decades, who cared if a handful of them were not quite right in the head? Sanity was overrated. Chapter 6049, Her Golden Age. Vess was shocked by how quickly and decisively the evolution which proposed to change the Red Kingdom. Even though she made it sound as if the god pilots and star designers still needed to debate on this subject, the fact that the evolution which felt confident enough to present this idea signaled that it was likely to pass. The logic behind it was sound, and the need was great. There was no time for red humanity to enact gradual changes that unfolded over multiple generations. Now that the Red Two obtained sufficient proof that an alien god king was on his way to subjugate the Red Kingdom, the pace of technological and sociological changes had to be accelerated. This was no time for reluctance. The only way for red humanity to obtain a glimmer of hope to survive by the end of the 1st century of the Age of Dawn was to act decisively and boldly pursue greater power. When Vess looked at the projected form of the evolution witch, he could feel that her god kingdom became more and more active. The start of the Age of Dawn was her golden age. Now that red humanity had fallen into a similar struggle for survival that had beset the evolution witch in prior life as a mortal, the god pilot relished the opportunity to stimulate the evolution of her entire race. The evolution witch never gave up a struggle for survival. She amazingly managed to defeat her congenital ailments by relentlessly pushing herself to improve and break past her limits. Now, she had an opportunity to do the same for many other humans, thereby replicating her miracle on a much wider scale than before. As an ostensible goddess that oversaw the power of evolution, facilitating the growth of red humanity was definitely beneficial to her own progression. Vess suddenly figured out the god pilot's game. The evolution which not only sought to advance her progression by assimilating other powerful organisms. The evolution which also aimed to take charge of the evolution of the human race. This was why she actively took over the transhumanist faction in the Red Ocean. If this was the case, then the evolution which definitely had the potential to become the most successful god pilot in this era. By becoming involved in efforts to strengthen humans year after year, she stood to earn a lot of feedback, allowing her to grow stronger through conceptual means. This was a very sophisticated form of deity cultivation. People did not even have to believe in the evolution which to boost her growth. They merely had to put effort into promoting their own evolution in order to match her domain. If this was the case, then the evolution which definitely had the potential to become the most successful god pilot in this era. It made a lot more sense why she had a vested interest in changing the Red Kingdom. Speeding up the growth and breakthrough of Mech pilots benefited her so much that she was more than willing to disregard the negative impact of her decisions. What did it matter if Mech pilots became distorted or corrupted by the hidden forces that automatically sped up their growth? So long as the evolution which was able to advance to a god-king pilot before the subjugation king arrived in the Red Ocean, almost everything was permissible. I have a question, Your Holiness. Ask. Earlier, you stated that it was important to make cultivation and its consequences transparent, and to avoid any instances of causing deliberate harm to people. Won't the changes to the Red Kingdom violate these principles? How can you reconcile the act of experimenting on Mech pilots with the rules set by your own council? The evolution which did not show any sign of guilt, despite receiving a direct accusation. The strategic value of the Red Kingdom is immeasurable. It is not a subject that should be divulged to the general public at all. Every god pilot and star designer agrees that its safety and secrecy supersedes all other priorities. As much as we value transparency, that does not mean that every secret is detrimental to society. We would also like to protect people from unreasonable sources of harm, but if protecting them too much leads to a deterioration of humanity's collective strength, then we will ultimately cause more harm in the long run. Vess wanted to snort. That sounds like a bunch of cop-outs. I used to think that god pilots like you are the most principled humans in existence. It turns out that even you guys have to resort to flimsy excuses and cheap rationalizations. Despite his provocative words, the female god pilot did not grow angry at Vess. She was far too strong-willed to lose control over herself. She also felt it was not worthwhile to allow him to rile her up. This was hardly the first time she heard this accusation. Every rule must be tempered by the flawed reality we live in. Each of us wish that we can dispense with compromises, but we are not yet powerful enough to mold reality to our will. That is a sign that we must still pursue greater power before we can fulfill all of our ideals. When I evolve into a god-king pilot, I may be able to reform our society so that we no longer have to be as secretive as before, but that will have to wait. Seeing that the evolution witch, and likely many other Tier 1 galactic citizens, had few qualms about conducting secret experiments on Mech pilots on an unprecedented scale, Vess dropped this line of argument. There was no way he could sway the mind of a god pilot, especially when it was related to her domain. Besides, Vess did not actually disagree with her proposal. It was actually a brilliant idea to empower Mech pilots by allowing them to absorb a bit of strength from each alien life they harvested. The Red Kingdom directly benefited the Larkinson army. Many of his clansmen would be able to grow faster merely by continuing to fight against the aliens. His expert pilots and ace pilots would be able to grow their resonance strength a lot faster. It would be as if every one of them ingested free vials of general-purpose cultivation, elixirs, every once in a while. Red humanity as a whole also stood to make huge gains. Expert pilots would reach the threshold of ace pilot candidate a lot faster than before, allowing them to waste less time so long as they actively took part in the Red War. The benefits to ace pilots were even greater as they could reduce the time it took to reach their peak by multiple decades. One of the overarching goals of the evolution, which is secret policy change, was to massively increase the pool of peak ace pilots. The more ace pilots arrived at the junction where they had to complete one more transformation in order to become a god pilot, the greater the rate of ultimate breakthroughs in the coming years. Vess and many humans were more than happy to welcome the breakthrough of all god pilots, no matter their origin. It did not matter to Vess whether they were Mechers, Terrans, Rubarthans, or possessed a more obscure origin. So long as they weren't hostile towards red humanity, the arrival of any god pilot boosted the survival chances of red humanity. The upcoming offensive shall serve as an excellent crucible for our line fighters, if there is any time to test whether the demonic cultivation methods proposed by your mother can benefit our race. The evolution which crowed. In order to prevent too many accidents from occurring, the Red Kingdom should not make any drastic changes at first. However, as long as many alien fleets continue to invade human space at a fast pace, the line fighters will be able to harvest more alien lives than they have done in the previous months and years. The quantity of deaths on every battlefield will enable the deadliest and most effective Mech pilots to benefit massively. Vess almost felt horrified by how giddy the evolution, which sounded about the upcoming offensive. Instead of treating it as a major threat to red humanity, the god pilot instead regarded it was a catalyst for human evolution. Only when the Red War's intensity increased would human soldiers truly experience the pressure of needing to overcome their inherent weaknesses and limitations. If the evolution witch's proposal actually started to take effect, then the Red War provided even greater benefits than before. You sound as if you are treating the lives of all of those alien soldiers as resources. The more aliens invade human space, the more human Mech pilots are able to absorb power from their defeated foes. The evolution which did not deny this calculus. This is war. We can either devour the enemy or allow the enemy to devour us. There is no middle ground. As the side that is most lacking in resources, we cannot afford to be picky. Your mother told me that absorbing the souls of defeating enemies is one of the natural tonics for growth, and there are other energies that can enhance one's strength. Granted, the tonics are inconsistent and polluted, but Mech pilots can rely on their willpower to resist the negative impact of these processes. If that was true, then Mech pilots may be a lot more suitable for demonic cultivation than other people. Vess did not completely buy into this story, though. It all sounded a bit too perfect and logical. Didn't someone mention earlier about how if you gaze into the abyss gazes into you? Even if many Mech pilots are able to resist the erosion of absorbing energies from alien corpses by leveraging their willpower, their psychologies are bound to change for the worse, especially if they are smart enough to guess what has changed. What if these changes ultimately produce a lot of distorted and power-hungry Mech pilots? The Red Association will not tolerate rogue Mech pilots regardless of their rank. You can trust us on that. We will not tolerate any Mech pilot from besmirching the reputation of this protected profession. We shall especially crack down on expert pilots and ace pilots that have. Why would the Mechers be so proactive in hunting down rogue high-ranking Mech pilots? Shouldn't they? Oh. Everyone is a potential resource. Vess slowly spoke. If you are willing to treat hostile aliens as potential resource packages, then it is not that big of a jump to treat hostile humans in a similar manner. The evolution witch's god kingdom churned for a moment. She directed a much more piercing gaze at Vess for a few seconds. It felt as if the god pilot figuratively stabbed his head with a sharp blade. You know much. Vess dared to snort. I guess I do. I find it rather funny that you talk a big game about respecting the sanctity of human life. But as soon as there is an opportunity to harvest life-prolonging treatment, serum juice from the brains of expert pilots and ace pilots, you guys pounce on it like ravenous beasts. The evolution witch did not like to hear that at all, but her god kingdom only became a little bit more oppressive. We are at war. Every human is either with us or against us. Our race cannot unlock its greater potential if we are excessively consumed by internal conflict and distractions. We can be lenient and tolerant to individuals who are earnest and sincere about defending our civilization. We cannot extend the same treatment to parasites and traitors. If they are to be eliminated, then we must take back all of their wealth, power, and other sources of strength. To allow all of that to go to waste is an unaffordable mistake during these trying times. There are many elder master Mech designers and other leaders in their own scientific fields that are nearing the limits of their lifespan. They can make many more high-level contributions to society if their lifespans are extended by a century or more. As far as divine Lucy Miyazaki was concerned, the worth of every human life was variable. There were those who refused to contribute as much as others. From her perspective, it made sense to sacrifice those whose value was not as great to further the growth and longevity of those who contributed much more to society. It was a profoundly cruel and heartless philosophy that had the potential to spur a lot of progress, but at a harsh cost. The evolution which would have never gotten away with such an inhuman stance during the age of Mechs, but the story was different nowadays. The Age of Dawn was the evolution, which is golden age. Chapter 60-50, we all have our roles to play. The value of a geezer who was 300, 400 or 500 years old was always greater than a person who was just 100 years old or less. If the former was a Mech designer or scientist, then he must have mastered an immense amount of advanced knowledge. Each year they lived, they could produce all kinds of amazingly useful contributions to society, from researching new applications of hyper-materials to increasing the effectiveness of many applications of face-water technology by 5%. The productivity of these old fellows who had managed to earn a lot of merits to prolong their lives by several centuries was insane. They were living treasures of red humanity and an important part of the core foundation of their race. From a purely utilitarian perspective, it made a lot of sense to kill a bunch of disobedient expert pilots and ace pilots to prolong their lives. Vess widened his eyes as he suddenly understood the greater calculus behind the evolution witch's scheme. If the supply of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum in the Red Ocean got cut off due to the Great Severing, then the Mechers urgently needed to produce their own supply somehow. By promoting demonic cultivation, so that even Mech pilots benefited from the rapid growth they provided, a lot more expert pilots and ace pilots were expected to emerge in the future. Due to the sequelae of these dangerous methods, many of these new heroes were bound to turn into bad apples. They would eventually be hunted down by the Red Association's compliance department and get processed into a bunch of high-level resources. The end result was a net positive benefit to human civilization, as a lot more high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum became available again. While Vess rapidly pieced the conspiracy together, the human visage of the evolution which kept smiling in a manner that made her appear as a man-eating monster. When Vess cautiously directed his attention at the god pilot, he couldn't help but wonder. Had she ever fueled her growth by preying on fellow humans? Even though the notion was highly inappropriate, Vess couldn't help but think about the worst outcomes. He couldn't help it. His paranoid mind was working against him. This was one of the worst times for him to indulge in conspiracy theories, especially in front of a god pilot who had unambiguously demonstrated her ability to read his thoughts in the past. The evolution, which only looked more and more amused at Vess' increasing distress. This entire farce seemed like an amusing game to the powerful god pilot. It was no wonder Lucy got along so well with Cynthia. They both liked to tease and torment him as if he was a naive little boy. Vess scowled. He was still too weak to earn the respect of these powerful true gods. Only when became one himself would he finally be able to interact with them on more equal grounds. You know far too much for a senior Mech designer, but considering your galactic citizenship and your honorary membership of the Red Association, I can issue the necessary permissions for you so that others cannot use this as an angle of attack. Thank you, Vess responded with relief in his tone. I'm not sure if I need it, but it is better to have it just in case. It goes without saying that you must continue to maintain your discretion on these matters. Our society is not as pure and clean as we wish it to be, but there is no better alternative available to us. We must hide certain truths from the general public because disclosing them will make us weaker. This is intolerable for us. Every major power that is aware of the related secrets agrees with this stance. We represent the collective will of our civilization. There was no way Vess could hide the fact that he was skeptical towards this claim. All of this sounded like the same kind of elitism that afflicted the Big Two and the first-rate superstates for multiple centuries. Why did they get to decide what was acceptable and what was taboo? Vess felt an urge to be more proactive in making sure that the Red Collective followed a different trajectory from the Red Association and the Red Fleet. He couldn't stand this kind of hypocrisy. The evolution which silently shook his head as she clearly read Vess' thoughts. There was no need for them to argue any further on this contentious issue. Before Vess exited the meeting, the God pilot raised one more subject. Once the aliens launch their long-awaited offensive, pay attention to second-raters and third-raters. We certainly will. Their performance is important to the defense of our territories. If they begin to falter against the might of the invading aliens, then it will become harder for us to preserve our defensive bands. We cannot allow the middle and lower zones to become the weak points that enable the aliens to overrun all 5 defensive bands. Vess frowned. There is only so much they can do. It helps that you guys have built fortifications in their strategic star systems, but the R-Ray and R-Ref are ultimately outsiders in those places. They have much less emotional attachment to the locations they are ordered to protect. Only local citizens who have a vested interest in defending their territories will be more inclined to fight as if their lives and freedom depend on it. As for the soldiers hailing from the Red Two, I bet they will withdraw as soon as they begin to incur more serious losses. Their greatest priority is not to hold the aliens back, but to preserve their strength so that they can fight another day. It would be detrimental for the Mechers and the Fleeters to lose too many combat assets during this stage of the Red War. The Red Two maintained a firm grip on Red humanity due to their overwhelming might. Their God pilots and dreadnoughts exerted a lot of suppression, but their real foundation of power was their abundant amount of mechs, warships, and defensive installations. Only by retaining a large amount of combat-capable units were they able to exert firm control over human-occupied space. The evolution, which did not bother to deny this calculus. We all have a role to play. For now, one of our priorities is to comprehensively increase the combat power of the lesser states. I expect you to make a contribution by developing Carmine mechs in the near future. Once they are announced, much attention will be drawn towards their ability to allow norms to interface with mechs. However, the more immediate effect is to effectively raise the control of mech pilots with their Carmine mechs. This is much more important, so you should prioritize the needs of existing pilots first. Understood. I haven't started yet, but I will do so in the near future. I guess you want me to focus on empowering the mech pilots at the bottom by supplying them with cheap but fairly effective machines, correct? Our liaison will convey our specific needs to you when the time is right. Unlocking the potential of third-raters is one of the necessary conditions to win the war in the long term. You have gained a good understanding of the first-class mech community. What do you think is our greatest fault? There is too much of an obsession with pursuing quality over quantity. Vess immediately shared his opinion on this matter. You first-raters invest an unreasonably high amount of money and resources to design and produce mechs that can only be piloted by a minuscule proportion of your manpower pools. There are so many more first-class mechs and first-class mech pilots that can contribute almost just as well to the war effort, but none of you ever gives them the respect and recognition they deserve. The evolution, which was well aware of these flaws. I personally agree with you that the primacy of first-class multipurpose mechs is flawed and needs to be addressed. It is the product of a past era when the wars in the old galaxy have turned into limited show matches and brief raids into enemy territories. They still have a role to play in the current age. I can understand the appeal of first-class multipurpose mechs, but why must you force every first-class mech pilot to fit into the same mold? What is wrong with fielding a bit more specialized mechs? They are cheaper and impose less demands on the pilot. Sure, they are more limited as well, but it is more important to increase your numbers since attrition is a major concern in the Red War. If a change is necessary, it will be considered sooner or later. The upcoming enemy offensive shall serve as an important test of our war readiness. Are we truly equipped to fight a long and brutal war against the races that holds most of the Red Ocean? Can the quality of our soldiers and war machines compensate for the vastly greater quantity of enemies that are about to assail our border zones? All will be revealed in the coming years. There are many stubborn old fools who cling to old theories and assumptions despite the radical change in circumstances. Only hard proof of their failures can reduce their credibility and make room for new initiatives and paradigms. That sounded important to Vess as well, as he was one of the many mech designers who enabled some of these new initiatives and paradigms. This was also an important reason why the evolution which spared a small part of her incredible valuable time to speak with Vess. Their cooperation was bound to increase in the future. Both of them needed to depend on each other in order to advance their respective interests. It made sense to deepen their friendships. Vess should have felt grateful for this. He already managed to befriend the destroyer of worlds. Having the backing of the evolution which added a second powerful protector to his camp, thereby deterring his enemies even further. However, Vess did not entirely feel comfortable to associate himself with the leader of the transhumanist faction. The more time he spent with her, the more he became jaded by how far she was willing to go to promote her evolution and the evolution of red humanity. Divine Lucy Miyazaki undoubtedly became convinced that her purpose was utterly correct. She possessed such strong conviction that every obstacle in her way had to be removed, with violence if need be. Every god pilot was a natural tyrant. It was no wonder that people were reluctant to put them in charge. Alas, the current circumstances left people with little choice. Red humanity was too divided for its own good. Everyone pursued their own agendas. God pilots were not much different in this regard, but at least they could be trusted to fulfill their original responsibilities, which made them the best out of a collection of suboptimal choices. There will be a lot of successes and failures in the coming years, Vess concluded. I just hope that the failures won't be great enough to put us too far behind. The native aliens are able to mobilize so many fleets that they won't hesitate to expand any breach. Any single collapse at the front lines can lead to a domino effect that will make our downfall inevitable. The evolution which did not look concerned at all. She chuckled as she maintained an optimistic perspective towards the future. That is not necessarily the case. The Red Cabal has been holding back, and so have we. You do not know the depth of measures that we can take in order to tip the balance of the war. Our race did not rise up to become the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy by playing according to the rules. You have yet to truly witness the superweapons developed by star designers. If the Common Fleet Alliance is able to design and construct dreadnoughts by relying on mortal scientists and engineers, what do you think the top of your profession can produce if all they have in mind is creating the most powerful killing machines? Well, if God mechs were an accurate indication of their capabilities, then they could definitely produce a lot of unimaginably powerful superweapons.